In an instant, Yunxi was swept away, and she felt a surge of panic. Almost instinctively, she activated all her defensive magic tools. Even the decorative hairpin on her forehead flickered faintly. She held her spiritual sword tightly and slashed at the tail that was wrapping around her. This time, Yunxi used her full strength and managed to cut through the snake's scales. "Cultivator, if you don't want to die, don't resist. I don't mind swallowing you right now." A cold voice echoed in her mind. The voice made Yunxi hesitate, causing her sword to pause. In that moment of doubt, she was dragged underground. It was completely dark below. After releasing her spiritual sense, she realized she was being wrapped by a three-headed snake, pulled deeper into the ground, as if returning to its lair. She bumped her head 12 times along the way, her skin scratched, and her robes covered in dust. Finally, she was thrown onto the ground by the snake's tail. Yunxi rolled on the ground, and after sensing her surroundings, she was stunned. She recognized several familiar faces: Qintong Shuang, Muningzhu, Zhang Yan, and 4 other cultivators she didn't know. Each of them was holding an egg. "Yunxi, junior sister Wei." Qintong Shuang and Muningzhu spoke at the same time, both clearly surprised. Before Yunxi could reply, the snake's tail brought an egg into her arms. A cold voice entered her mind. "Cultivator, since you've entered my trap, you'd better help me hatch these eggs. If my descendants don't hatch, don't expect to leave alive. Just obediently become my food." After speaking, the snake released a pressure at the peak of the second stage, forcing Yunxi to kneel on the ground. In fact, as the pressure descended, her decorative hairpin artifact blocked it. Yunxi didn't want to reveal her strength in front of her fellow disciples, so she knelt down naturally. The 3 heads of the snake fixed their cold eyes on Yunxi. Once they confirmed she couldn't resist, they withdrew their pressure and left the dark cave, swinging their tails. After the exit was blocked, Yunxi got up from the ground, hugged the egg, and sat next to Qintong Shuang, asking, "Junior sister Qintong, how did you get caught by the 3-headed snake? And what's going on with the eggs?" Qintong Shuang looked at Yunxi, who was just as disheveled, and was about to speak when Muningzhu interrupted. "Junior brother Wei, you too were caught? Were you here to find us? I found out that Qintong Shuang went missing in the Baohua mountain range. After that, I took on the task of searching for you. However, when I arrived in Baohua City after rushing day and night, I learned that the task had become more difficult because the cheer of finding cultivators assigned to find the missing people kept disappearing. The inner disciple, Uncle Sheng Yuhong, then took over the mission. I teamed up with Brother Yu, a fellow Dragon Path cultivator, and entered Baohua Mountain to train. Actually, we were just following Uncle Sheng and the others, trying to see if we could find any clues. We tracked them all the way to the place where you sent out the distress signal. When Uncle Sheng and the others left, we went to check out the fire dragon grass. We only managed to pick 2 plants before I was suddenly pulled underground. But Brother Long must have already sent out a rescue signal. Uncle Sheng is not far away, so he should see it." Yunxi finished explaining everything, and then looked at Qintong Shuang. Qintong Shuang rubbed her forehead and said, "That patch of fire dragon grass was actually planted by a 3-headed snake species to lure cultivators into picking it. The snake then used the opportunity to capture people." "Capture cultivators? To help hatch eggs?" Yunxi asked while holding an egg. "Yes." Muningzhu confirmed. Yunxi opened her mouth twice but couldn't speak for a moment. She finally managed to say, "Do they only lay eggs and not hatch them?" "Sorry, junior sister, but I've only read about snake-like monsters in the Beast Manual. They usually hatch their own offspring. When did cultivators start helping?" Muningzhu looked troubled, and Qintong Shuang spoke up first. "Exactly. We just happened to encounter such a strange snake monster, a second-tier peak 3-headed snake. Its strength is comparable to a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, so we couldn't escape. It couldn't hatch its eggs and, apparently influenced by another beast, believed that a cultivator's spiritual power could help hatch the eggs. It used fire dragon grass as bait and started capturing cultivators to help hatch its eggs." Yunxi listened carefully and pieced together the story. Muningzhu led the team into Baohua mountain range for training. The three-headed snake's fire dragon grass, which had been growing for years, caught their attention. Muningzhu, as the team leader, was cautious. When the guarding three-headed snake left to hunt for food, she quickly led Qin Tong Shuang and the others to start picking the grass. Unfortunately, they were ambushed and caught off guard. They thought they were doomed, but surprisingly, the three-headed snake only took one of their eggs and told them they had to hatch it within a certain time. If they failed, they would become the snake's food. The usually aloof Qin Tong Shuang had long lost her commanding presence. She was talking rapidly, mostly confirming Yunqi's guesses. Now, they could only hope to hatch the egg to have a chance at survival, at least until Sheng Yuhong found them. Are these people also disciples of Haoran's sect? Yunqi glanced at the few newcomers. Since they weren't wearing sect robes, she couldn't tell for sure, so she asked directly. Yes, these four are also from Haoran's sect. Two of them took on a search mission and came to investigate the fire dragon grass area, but they were captured by the three-headed snake. Yunqi stroked her chin, feeling that the three-headed snake was quite clever, using a tactic of surrounding and attacking to draw in reinforcements. As long as the disciples of Haoran's sect weren't found, more would keep coming. For someone like her with low cultivation, the snake captured them easily. Sheng Yuhong's team of foundation-building cultivators was bypassed by the snake, not because they couldn't fight, but because it wasn't necessary. Human cultivators had more tricks than demons. Sheng Yuhong's team had 6 foundation-building cultivators. If they fought to the death, the snake wouldn't gain much advantage. That's why the snake didn't show itself when Sheng Yuhong was investigating the area. But once she and Long Daoyu appeared, the snake immediately locked onto them. After understanding their situation, Yunqi asked the most important question. Uncle Mu, you've been here for over half a month. Has there been any movement from the snake egg? Everyone fell silent and shook their heads in unison. If the egg had moved, they wouldn't be so miserable. A senior brother, impatient, said, We've used so much spiritual power, but there's been no sign of any movement from the eggs. Yunqi boldly guessed, it might be dead. Before she could finish, Qin Tong Shuang covered her mouth. Sure. Don't say that, or the three-headed snake will go crazy. Yunqi blinked, understanding, and Qin Tong Shuang let go. Beside them, Muningzhu sighed. We guessed the same before, but after using spiritual power to check, we felt a surge of demon energy inside the egg. Yet, it still wouldn't hatch. We don't know why. Everyone was getting frustrated. Yunqi also started studying the egg. She tried to send her spiritual power in, but it felt like shouting into the void, no response. She pressed her ear to the egg to listen, but there was no movement. Finally, she carefully probed into the egg with her late-stage foundation's spiritual awareness. After a moment, her face darkened as she said, We'll never hatch this snake egg in our lifetime. Wei Yunqi's words caught everyone's attention. All eyes focused on her, waiting for her to continue. Muningzhu's eyes brightened, and she asked directly, Yunqi, do you know why snake eggs can't hatch? Yunqi adjusted her forehead and said, I have some guesses. Can you tell us? Yunqi organized her thoughts before speaking. This egg isn't fertilized. Everyone looked confused, some asking fertilized? What does that mean? Wei Yunqi felt that explaining this with her current age might be too advanced, so she changed her words. Before I joined the sect, I was a young lady of the Wei family. I had maids to serve me. They are ordinary people and once told me that the eggs we eat daily are laid by hens. Hens will kick out eggs that can't hatch, leaving only the ones that can hatch in the nest. These eggs are laid by hens and roosters together, and only such eggs can be incubated. Yunqi wasn't sure if she explained clearly, but that was the main idea. Muningzhu responded quickly, thinking deeply. Yunqi, you mean this three-headed snake's egg was born by itself, not laid after mating with a male snake. So, it can't hatch. Yes, that's what I mean. Unless this second-tier three-headed snake is hermaphroditic, its eggs, although with some spiritual energy fluctuations, can't hatch. Ordinary people also need to mate to produce offspring. Through their questions and answers, everyone roughly understood why the snake eggs couldn't hatch. But now that they knew, They were even more confused about what to say to that second-tier three-headed snake. Qintong Shuang looked worried and asked, "What should we do now? Do we need to explain the reason to that three-headed snake?"
No.
Of course not. Absolutely not. Muningzhu, Yunxi, and Zhang Yan all spoke at the same time, all rejecting Qintong Shuang's suggestion. The others also shook their heads in disagreement. Muningzhu explained, "If we don't say anything, we can pretend to be incubating the eggs to delay time and wait for Brother Sheng and the others to rescue us. If we tell the truth, we might become the three-headed snake's food in the next moment." Qintong Shuang pursed her lips, feeling she had lost her usual calm. She chose to stay silent. Yunxi understood her feelings. After being trapped in this dark, sunless place for nearly a month, living in constant fear, anyone's mental state would be on the verge of breaking down. Cloud, she turned to Muningzhu and said, "Uncle Mu, let's keep trying. Brother Long Daoyu hasn't been caught yet. He must have already notified Uncle Sheng. Now, we can only wait." Muningzhu nodded and signaled to everyone. The cave fell silent again. Everyone closed their eyes, holding their snake eggs, and sat quietly. This time, they did not send spiritual energy into the eggs, but only slowly replenished their own consumed spiritual power. Because the three-headed snake helped them hatch the eggs, it did not take their storage bags. After all, spiritual power inside a cultivator's body cannot be used endlessly. When it runs out, it needs to be replenished. The pills and spirit stones in the storage bags serve this purpose. Although nearly a month had passed and the captured people had used some pills and spirit stones, Cloud, she believed they still had backup plans. They wouldn't have used all their life-saving items. Cloud, she also began to meditate, using the Qianquan Yingfeng foundation building technique. After a stick of incense, she opened her eyes. She noticed that, as her technique operated, pure spiritual energy slowly entered her meridians from underground. Then, she carefully released her spiritual sense to explore the entire cave. She couldn't afford to be passive, even waiting for rescue. Because Cloud, she had the wind spirit root, her spiritual sense spread out with the wind, trying not to disturb her fellow cultivators or the three-headed snake inside the cave. Meanwhile, Long Daoyu, after releasing a distress talisman, turned and ran, afraid he would be caught too. Sheng Yuhong and his group saw the explosion of a distress talisman not far from them and quickly headed toward the scene. Sheng Yuhong was the first to reach the running Long Daoyu and asked, "Did you release the distress talisman?" Long Daoyu recognized Sheng Yuhong and immediately stopped, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Sheng, I did. Sister Wei was just pulled underground." Sheng Yuhong frowned and said, "No need for formalities. Tell me what happened." Yes. Although Long Daoyu was a bit excited to see his revered uncle, he knew he couldn't wait. He quickly explained the situation. "Are you saying that our sister was caught near the fire dragon grass?" "Yes, that's exactly it. I saw her being wrapped into the ground by a snake tail," Long Daoyu assured him. A female cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage, Dueling guessed, "Brother Sheng, could it be the snake we saw in the tracing mirror?" Sheng Yuhong stroked his chin and said, "It should be. It seems this beast is very clever. When we checked the location earlier, it didn't show itself. With senior Brother Sheng present, that three-headed snake wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Long Daoyu immediately gave a compliment, and no one else objected. Sheng Yuhong looked coldly and said, "Let's go back now and dig 3 feet underground to find that three-headed snake." "Yes." Long Daoyu answered loudly, and the group returned to the area where the fire dragon grass was. This time, without Sheng Yuhong's instructions, the foundation building disciples released their spiritual awareness, carefully searching the shattered ground inch by inch. Because of the previous commotion, some cultivators and monsters had gathered nearby, but Sheng Yuhong's late-stage foundation was enough to keep them at bay. "Senior Brother Sheng, I found something over here." Dueling was the first to speak loudly. Sheng Yuhong appeared beside her and asked, "Junior Sister Du, did you find anything unusual?" Dueling pointed at the ground and said, "The soil here is looser than the surrounding areas, and I smell the characteristic stench of snake monsters." Sheng Yuhong raised his hand, holding a spiritual sword. He turned his wrist and stabbed the sword into the ground. After sensing for a moment, he ordered, "Underground, there should be a passage leading to the three-headed snake's lair." "Understood, senior brother." Everyone responded, then quickly disappeared underground. Long Daoyu was not willing to fall behind. He also pasted a tunneling talisman on himself and followed his fellow disciples into the underground. Sheng Yuhong was quite skilled. Using his spreading spiritual awareness, he found the tunnel where the three-headed snake had emerged. Within 15 minutes, all 6 members of the team, including Long Daoyu, appeared in the tunnel, which also startled the two-tier three-headed snake. The 3 heads opened their eyes simultaneously, flicked their tongues, and left their lair. "Senior brother Sheng, which way should we go?"
Dueling asked.
"Junior sister Do, we split into 2 groups. Whoever finds something, send a message. After we regroup, we'll decide what to do," Sheng Yuhong replied.
Okay.
Du Yuling chose one of her close junior sisters and headed in that direction, while Long Daoyu followed Sheng Yuhong without hesitation into the other. 15 minutes later, Sheng Yuhong's team encountered the wandering three-headed snake inside the tunnel. The 2 sides met in the narrow passage, instantly fighting fiercely. After their powers collided, stones occasionally fell into the tunnel. Sheng Yuhong snorted coldly. "Humph. Dare to forcibly kidnap disciples of the Haoran sect, then leave your life behind." He immediately drew his sword and charged forward. The other 3 Foundation establishment disciples followed with their weapons, attacking the 3 snake heads. Their attacks angered the three-headed snake. Yulong Dao was a bit stunned. He didn't expect their small team to be so unlucky as to encounter the main culprit. Since he lacked the strength of Uncle Sheng and the others, he quickly pasted 3 protective talismans on himself and hid to the side. During the fight, he threw attack talismans at the snake to help. Sheng Yuhong had already cultivated sword energy, so he swung his sword repeatedly, accurately hitting one of the snake heads. The other 2 members also targeted their own snake heads, casting various spells that exploded, causing more debris to fall in the passage. Because the passage was narrow and the three-headed snake kept hiding its weak spot inside the passage without revealing it, Sheng Yuhong and the others could only focus on attacking its eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Du Yuling and the others followed the passage to find the cave where Yunxi and the others were held. When the cave shook and debris fell, Yunxi and the others stopped holding their snake eggs, gripping their weapons and watching the only exit carefully. The three-headed snake had set up a barrier at the exit to prevent their escape. Since their cultivation was weaker than the snake, Mu Ningzhu and the others had tried attacking the barrier before, but the snake was attracted over and severely punished them. They had to stop their attack. Now, the snake was probably attacked, so they felt the time was right to escape. Everyone prepared themselves. "Yunxi, do you think Uncle Sheng and the others found this place?" Zhen Tongzhuang asked quietly, calming down. Yunxi nodded and said, from the movement, "It seems likely. They might already be fighting. Let's wait and see." Suddenly, the cave shook more violently. Mu Ningzhu gritted her teeth and said, "We can't wait any longer. Everyone attack the barrier now and get out first." At her command, everyone's attacks aimed at the barrier.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sounds of impact echoed around, and various spells exploded in front of the barrier, showing everyone's impatience. As the 2 forces collided, the cave shook even more, unable to withstand their fighting. But no one stopped, or they risked being trapped underground. At this moment, Du Yuling and the others followed the noise of the attack to the barrier. Seeing the sparks flying from it, she turned and said, "Attack the barrier."
Yes.
All 3 are foundation-building cultivators, so their attack power is definitely stronger than the few people trapped inside. Under the partially collapsed cave, the restriction was finally forcibly broken open, and the disciples of Haoran sect successfully regrouped. "Junior sister Du. Senior sister Mu, it's really you guys. It's us. Where's brother Sheng? Are you here to rescue us?" Qi Ningzhu stepped forward with her sword to ask. Du Yuling immediately replied, "We took on a mission to find the missing disciples." The team was led by brother Sheng Yuhong. Once inside the cave, we split up. They should be fighting the beast that captured you now. Hearing this, Qi Ningzhu said, then let's first send the Qi refining disciples out, and then go support Brother Sheng. Among the rescued, only she was at the Foundation establishment stage, not counting Yin Shi, so she couldn't just leave. All right, let them use Earth escape talismans to leave here, Dueling said straightforwardly. These Qi refining disciples wouldn't be much help staying, so it was better to leave first. Qi Ningzhu turned back, gave a few instructions to Qin Tong's Huang and others, then returned along the same path with Dueling. Knowing the situation was urgent, Qin Tong's Huang and the others stayed behind, each sticking a Earth escape talisman on themselves and disappearing instantly. Yun Shi also performed the same action, but instead of escaping from the cave, she continued descending downward. She didn't know how deep she had gone until she fell into a hollow underground area again. The moment she entered, she sensed a strong aura of spiritual energy. After releasing her spiritual sense, she discovered she was in a place filled with spirit stones. Riches! Riches! Yun Shi excitedly said, pinching her cheek to confirm she wasn't dreaming. The pain told her she was not dreaming. After scanning her surroundings with her spiritual sense, she quickly took out and activated a third-level array disc, then carefully retrieved the immortal spirit grass from her space. The spirit grass stretched its leaves and let out a comfortable moan, then transmitted a voice. Young master, you found the spiritual vein so quickly? Is this really a spiritual vein?
Yes.
How's the quality? Probably medium grade. Enough for you to cultivate to the core formation stage. The spirit grass shook its leaves and replied. Then you focus on absorbing the spiritual energy. I'll dig some spirit stones for myself. Yun Shi always felt like she was dreaming, with a surreal feeling, but her hands moved quickly. All right, put me on the spiritual vein, the spirit grass said via voice transmission.
Okay.
Cloud Shi has become more cautious now. She places the fairy grass beside her and takes out a small shovel to start digging for spirit stones. She first digs out low-grade spirit stones. Although their spiritual energy is not very strong, there are many of them. As she digs, she puts the stones into her storage bag at her waist. When the bag is full, she uses her spiritual awareness to transfer some of the stones into her space. The more she digs, the more excited she becomes. Gradually, some mid-grade spirit stones are mixed in with the low-grade ones. Fairy spirit, I've already dug up some mid-grade spirit stones, she says. Almost done? I need to speed up my absorption, she replies. The fairy grass absorbs spiritual energy very carefully, worried that it might deplete the spiritual veins all at once. Cloud Shi reduces her speed of absorbing spiritual energy so she can keep collecting stones. She watches as more mid-grade spirit stones appear in the cave. She wipes her mouth, grits her teeth, and stops digging. Then she speaks to the fairy grass. I've dug about 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That should last a while. You can start absorbing now. The fairy grass shakes its leaves, which shine with a brighter green glow. The hollow cave begins to shake again. Cloud Shi frowns and asks, are we close to finishing here? After a moment, the fairy grass replies, there's a hidden formation here that relies on the spiritual veins. Now that I've drained the spiritual energy from the veins, the formation will stop working. Do you want to check it out? Hearing this, Cloud Shi immediately releases her mid-stage foundation-building spiritual awareness and scans the entire hollow cave. She finds something suspicious on the wall with the fewest spirit stones. Suddenly, a large rock falls from the ceiling, crashing at Cloud Shi's feet. She immediately rushes toward that part of the wall. Just as Cloud Shi's figure disappears into the wall, the area where she was mining collapses completely. The three-headed snake, which was fighting, becomes frantic. It begins to attack wildly, targeting Sheng Yuhong and the others. The three-headed snake quickly advanced to the late second stage, thanks to an undiscovered spiritual vein underground. Now that its treasure was gone, it turned its anger toward the cultivators who had attacked it. It was clear they had used some trick to steal its belongings. Cultivators. All three heads of the snake roared simultaneously, then wildly swung its tail, trying to bury these cultivators in the ground. Meanwhile, Muningzhu, Dueling, and the others had already joined Sheng Yuhong and his group. Seeing the situation, Sheng Yuhong quickly shouted, "Everyone, leave the cave now. It's going to collapse." "Yes, senior brother Sheng." The hand signals and the talismans for teleportation instantly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the cave. The three-headed snake saw the annoying cultivators escape and, unwilling to let them go easily, broke through the ground to pursue. When Sheng Yuhong and his group appeared on the surface, the three-headed snake also emerged from underground. Before they could react, the snake's tail swung out, knocking two Foundation establishment disciples into the air. Sheng Yuhong swiftly dodged the attack with a quick movement. "Disciples of the Haoran sect, listen up. Form a battle array." Sheng Yuhong shouted loudly, channeling spiritual energy into his spiritual sword, blocking the snake's second strike. The three-headed snake flicked out its tongue, spraying venom, and its tail struck down again. Muningzhu wiped the blood from her lips, then quickly joined the formation. Dueling skillfully dodged the snake's tail attack and launched her first sword light, which brushed past the snake's body and connected with another disciple's sword light. As the sword lights linked together, the sword array took shape, with Sheng Yuhong as the core. He controlled the array to slowly press down, shrinking the snake's movement range. Meanwhile, Yunxi entered a stone chamber. It was likely man-made, with smooth walls. The room was only about 30 square meters. Inside sat a white-robed, white-haired man cross-legged on a mat, meditating. The space was quiet except for him.
Yunonze salarm bel renloudli.
She respectfully bowed and said, "Senior, please don't be angry. I was forced into this space by a strong enemy and did not mean to disturb your cultivation." While bowing, she kept an eye on the man's movements. After speaking, she noticed he made no response, not even opening his eyes. Yunxi's mind flashed with thoughts of body-snatching scenes, making her hesitant to approach. Instead, she opened all her protective barriers and repeated her words twice more, but the room remained silent. Only then did Yunxi cautiously lift her head and extend a faint spiritual sense toward the seated man. As her spiritual sense touched him, a gentle white light emanated from his body, and a shadow appeared before the man in white. "Finally, someone has come in. If no one arrives soon, I will dissipate." The shadow bore the same face as the white-haired man. Yunxi was sure it was a fragment of his soul. She dared not take it lightly and respectfully cupped her fists, saying, "Apologies for the disturbance, senior. I was driven here by a second-tier three-headed snake and did not intend to disturb your peace." The gray-haired man glanced at Yunxi with a hint of disappointment and said, "The spiritual awareness I left on my body was triggered by you. Would you be willing to help me with a favor? If you agree, the storage ring I left behind will be your reward." Yunxi looked over, but didn't see a storage ring on him. She respectfully replied, "Senior, I am still young and have limited cultivation. I don't know how I can help you. I am looking for a successor to inherit my teachings. I hope you can take my cultivation method with you." Hearing this simple request, Yunxi thought she could help and respectfully said, "Senior, I am a disciple of Haoran sect. I can take your cultivation method back to my sect and surely find a suitable inheritor." The white-haired, white-robed man sighed helplessly. He looked at the young girl before him, too inexperienced and with only 3 spiritual roots. Even if he took over her body, it wouldn't help her become a true master. Finally, he waved his sleeve and pushed a jade slip toward Yunxi. Yunxi infused her spiritual energy into her hands and respectfully took the jade slip. She saw that it was engraved with the words "Peerless Sword Thunder Technique." Her heart leaped with joy, but she kept her expression calm and asked softly, "Senior, is this technique only suitable for cultivators with thunder spiritual roots?"
Yes.
"I have waited here for 1,000 years, but never met a disciple with thunder roots. So I can only entrust this technique to you. My storage ring contains a cultivation method suitable for water spiritual roots, but you can only cultivate it up to the nascent soul stage." Yunxi pretended to be surprised and said, "Thank you, senior." Having a cultivation method that can reach the nascent soul stage is already very good. I dare not be greedy. All right, if you now swear an oath, you can leave this place, the illusionary figure said to Yunshi. Yunshi solemnly declared, I, Wei Yunshi, swear here that I will help the senior find a disciple with thunder spiritual roots to inherit this technique. If I break this oath, my cultivation will stagnate, and my path to immortality will be destroyed. The white-haired man was pleased with Yunshi's cleverness. He waved his sleeve, and a white jade storage ring flew into her palm. This is a token of thanks. Yunshi happily touched the storage ring, acting like an inexperienced young cultivator. She bled a little to recognize it as her own in front of her soul, then slipped it onto her index finger. In an instant, the storage ring became invisible. She immediately cupped her hands and said, Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. I will not let you down. The man sighed, and his spiritual illusion slowly dissipated, leaving one last message. The teleportation array to leave this place is under the mat I am sitting on. Good luck. After the divine soul completely dissipated, Yunshi still remained alert. She slowly walked to the man in white and respectfully bowed deeply. Then she said sorry for the trouble and collected his body into her storage bag, planning to find a place to bury him after leaving. The mat he sat on was also a good item. Following her principle of taking what she could, Yunshi stored it in her storage ring. That's when she noticed a small teleportation array beneath the mat. She was familiar with this formation, having seen it before when she left Howran City via teleportation. Quickly, she inserted 9 low-grade spirit stones into the slots. As soon as the array lit up, she stepped onto it. The formation enveloped Yunshi completely, and in the next moment, she disappeared inside the stone chamber. The teleportation array finished its task and immediately cracked open. The entire stone room collapsed instantly, erasing all traces of its existence. When Yunshi reappeared, she was floating in the air. In the next moment, she fell freely, landing with a soft thud on a loose, cushioned spot.
Ugh.
Is this teleportation array broken? Why did it send me into the air? She muttered, climbing up from the ground. Luckily, the height wasn't too high, otherwise, she might have been seriously injured or worse. At that moment, something brushed against her lower back. Her hair stood on end instantly. Her divine sense spread out, and she almost screamed when she saw she had fallen into a huge nest. The attacker was a young red-beaked bird that hadn't fully grown its feathers. After being startled, Yunshi quickly regained her composure, but she didn't withdraw her divine sense. She quickly assessed her situation and was fortunate to have fallen into a bird's nest on the edge of a cliff. Unfortunately, there were young birds inside. Based on her knowledge of monster traits, she identified this creature as a red-beaked falcon, an aerial ruler with a very low reproductive rate. Having only 2 chicks in a nest already meant the parents were doing their best. Yunshi was lucky. She fell into the nest while the parent birds were out hunting. Unfortunately, she guessed the falcon parents would return soon. She had to find a way to escape before they came back. Her thoughts flashed through her mind quickly. Just as the young bird prepared to attack again, Yunshi moved swiftly, dodging the sharp little red beak. The young bird tilted its head and looked at Yunshi for a moment, blinking its black bean-sized eyes. Then it continued to test its attack, and suspicious liquid was flowing from its pointed beak. Yunshi quickly dodged the attack again, but because the space in the bird's nest was limited, she noticed the baby bird drooling. She tentatively asked, "Are you hungry?" The baby bird didn't answer. It just chirped twice. Not wanting to waste more time here, Yunshi quickly wiped her storage bag and took out a bottle of cheer-reducing pills, her favorite red fruit flavor. She then fed all 10 pills to the baby bird. The baby bird immediately stopped attacking, chewed a few times, seeming very satisfied. It then groomed its sparse feathers and lay on one side of the nest, beginning to doze off. Yunshi breathed a big sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she drew her spiritual sword and started practicing sword control. Fortunately, since she had advanced to the foundation establishment stage, she was already familiar with the sword control techniques, just missing practical experience. Unexpectedly, the dangerous world of cultivation forced her to master this skill for survival. This low-grade spiritual sword was something she exchanged for with points after reaching the late refining stage. All cultivators are expected to learn sword flight, which is also a way to escape danger. So Yunxi wasn't completely unprepared. Earlier, when she disguised herself as a refining cultivator, she naturally couldn't use sword control. Now, to escape, she had to learn it. She quickly formed a hand seal, and as the sword grew larger and floated near the nest, she leapt onto the sword. A chirping sound came from behind Yunxi. It's the call of the red-beaked falcon, seemingly surprised that its food was trying to escape. Without hesitation, Yunxi formed another hand seal, causing the sword to rise with her. She didn't want to become the falcon's backup meal. No matter how loudly it called, she didn't look back. Her determination to survive overcame her fear. She controlled the trembling sword and flew shakily up the cliff. Fortunately, Yunxi was decisive. Less than 3 minutes after she left, the red-beaked falcon pair, having caught their prey, returned to their nest. They quickly noticed something was wrong. The falcon pair had clear roles. One flew high to patrol the cliff, while the other stayed in the nest to care for their chicks. After understanding what had happened, they gently nuzzled their young with love, then called the other partner back to share the day's food. Because this was Yunxi's first time venturing out and she had received help from a senior, she only wanted to leave the Bahua mountain range quickly. She didn't think about the falcon, showing her inexperience. If they had chosen other cultivators, the first thing they would do is capture the red-billed falcon, which can grow into a 6th-rank beast. Since it was raised from a young age through a contract, the falcon is very loyal and would be a valuable helper. If Yunxi had done this, she would have attracted 2 third-rank red-billed falcons to chase her. Luckily, she was lucky not to attack that one and even fed it, avoiding a chase. If she had been greedier, the outcome could have been very different. Right now, Yunxi was hiding behind a bush about human height, using a silence charm. She felt relieved when the 3rd-rank falcon flew away. She was quick to react and hid when she heard the falcon's cry, or she might have been discovered. Although Yunxi was sure the falcon had flown away, she didn't leave immediately. She waited another half-hour to make sure it wouldn't come back, then carefully left the bush. After figuring out the direction, she quickly headed toward the exit of Bahua Mountain to meet her fellow disciples. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuhong, with the help of a sword formation, finally defeated the 2-headed snake at the 2nd rank. The fight was intense, and everyone suffered some losses. Sheng Yuhong waved and collected the injured 2-headed snake, which had been pierced in a vital spot. He then turned to Mu Ningzhu and others and said, "The 2-headed snake is dead. Let's check its old nest. We might find something valuable. When we do, we'll share everything fairly. It's worth coming out here for this." "Thank you, Senior Brother Sheng." Everyone smiled sincerely. Sheng Yuhong continued, "The fight here has attracted other cultivators and beasts. We need to move quickly." "Yes." Then, the 7 of them used a spell to enter the ground. Their goal was clear: head straight for the 2-headed snake's lair. However, they were a bit too late. The inheritance and spiritual veins of the elder in the cave had been taken by Wei Yunxi, and the items from the snake's lair had been taken away by Long Daoyu. Because Long Daoyu had lower cultivation, he slipped into the underground before the others could set up a sword formation. He started looting treasures, and then crushed a teleportation talisman to escape. Now, he had already joined Qin Tong's Huang and Zhang Yan. They were fellow disciples, so they naturally gathered to talk. During their chat, they confirmed that they all knew the same disciple, Wei Yunxi. Long Daoyu frowned and asked, "Where is Sister Wei? Why isn't she with you?" Qintong Shuang looked worried and said, "Earlier, when she was caught in the cave, we were together. But during the escape, we were forced to split up. Only Brother Zhang Yan and I went in the same direction, so we traveled together, hoping to find other fellow disciples who were captured." "I see. Then I will join you. Maybe we can find Sister Wei." "Good idea. She probably isn't far from us. Let's look along the way." Qintong Shuang was indeed worried about Yunxi, since she was also searching for her after taking on this task. At this moment, Yunshi was running quickly through the forest, trying to escape from the two scattered cultivators following her. Although Yunshi had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage and grown to about 1.6 meters tall, she was only 10 years old. Her youthful appearance made her an easy target for others. After escaping from the red-beak falcon's threat, she was now being watched by these two people. Yunshi ran for a while but couldn't shake them off. She frowned, threw out her third-level formation disc, and waited in place. She wanted to understand why they were still following her. The two noticed she had stopped fleeing and slowly approached her. One of them boldly asked, "Hey, little girl, why are you not running anymore?" Seeing their actions, Yunshi pretended to be scared and took a step back, saying, "Fellow cultivators, what do you want with me?" The other one replied, "Is that even a question? If you're smart, hand over your storage bag, and we might let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." This was a clear threat. Yunshi pretended to be frightened and took another step back, entering the area where her formation disc was. She continued to speak bravely but with a hint of fear. "I am a disciple of Howren's sect. Don't be so arrogant." "Humph. We're just after disciples like you from sects." The other shouted and cast a water attack towards Yunshi. Yunshi tilted her head and dodged, then turned to run. The two immediately chased after her. Once they entered the area with her formation disc, they lost her trail. Realizing something was wrong, they immediately stopped. "How dare she set a trap for us? She's definitely a fat sheep. We must catch her." "Of course. Brother Xia, release your tracking rat and see where she's hiding." "Good." The monk known as Brother Xia didn't hesitate to pull out a white mouse with black ears from his. It was the tracking mouse that others talked about, and this was also why Yunshi couldn't shake them off. Yunshi, controlling the formation disc, reacted immediately. She used the array to separate the two, and then drew her sword to face the first monk who was chasing her, placing Brother Xia behind her. "Little girl, you're short but clever. How dare you secretly scheme against us?" A fierce look flashed in the rogue cultivator's eyes, determined to win. They used the tracking mouse to secretly eliminate many lone disciples from major sects during their training, gaining a good amount of cultivation resources. Both of them were at the peak of Qi refining stage and planned to return to Bahua City in a few days to establish their foundation. On the way back, they discovered Yunshi traveling alone, which made them want to do another job. Plus, her value was tempting to them, which is why the previous scene happened. Yunshi didn't waste words. She raised her sword and attacked. She admitted she just wanted to practice against these two. Apart from the last time she fought the suspicious Chun Feng, this was her second battle with a human cultivator. During the past 3 years, her opponents were mostly beast monsters from the back mountain, so she lacked experience fighting humans. The other side was clearly more experienced than Yunshi. Although her actual cultivation level was higher, her ruthlessness and cunning in attacking were not as good as her opponents. This initially threw Yunshi into confusion. Luckily, Qian Ying and Fu Feng helped her, allowing her to avoid attacks smoothly. Yunshi also realized her weakness. Besides offensive spells, she had no other attack methods. Her spiritual sword, infused with spiritual energy, was somewhat deadly, but lacked technique. However, Yunshi found that as long as she was fast enough, she could dodge her opponent's attacks, provided her spiritual energy reserves were higher than theirs. Otherwise, with equal cultivation levels, she would either die or suffer serious injuries from such attacks. After understanding this, Yunshi gave up on continuing the fight. She suddenly appeared behind her opponent and stabbed her sword through his heart. The male cultivator fell, his eyes still filled with unwillingness. He hadn't expected to be attacked while watching the wild geese, dying quietly and silently. Yunshi looted his storage bag and then arrived at the space where the monk with the surname Xia was. Xia Yang was attacking the array with an axe, trying to escape. When he and his companion were separated, he realized he was in trouble. Now, all he wanted was to get away. The moment Yunshi appeared, Xia Yang quickly swung his axe, trying to strike first. Unfortunately, Yunshi came prepared, so how could she be caught off guard? She lifted her foot and disappeared on the spot, then appeared behind Sheyang, swinging her sword horizontally. The opponent quickly crouched, but still lost some hair. Sheyang broke out in cold sweat and immediately begged, "Fellow cultivator, I am willing to give you my storage bag. Please spare my life." Yunshi paused, seeming to consider the proposal. Seeing a chance, Xiaoyang quickly added, "Reclusive cultivators like us don't have many options. We only resort to robbery to gather resources. We never kill, so please show mercy." Yunshi impatiently waved her hand, saying, "All right, but I want your tracking mouse. Now break the contract and give me that little rat." Hearing this, Xiaoyang's heart sank, but he still gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine. I agree to break the contract, as long as you vow not to harm me." His words were interrupted by an icy spike. Yunshi coldly said, "Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Be good while I'm in a good mood, or I won't mind sending you and your companions back together." A dark glow flashed in Xiaoyang's eyes. He took out the tracking mouse from his pocket, recited a spell to break the master-servant contract, and pushed the mouse toward Yunshi. The mouse's black eyes looked curiously at Yunshi, as if judging her ability as a new master. Yunshi scanned with her divine sense, confirming there was no trick, then pinched the tiny creature, rubbing it twice to check the feel. Satisfied, she said to Xiaoyang, "Since you're sensible, I'll let you go."
Now, scram.
The array opened a gap, and Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, he preferred to escape rather than fight to the death. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the array, but suddenly, a change occurred. The opening of the array quickly closed, and before Xiaoyang could react, it sliced him in half.
Eat.
He had no chance to finish his words before he died. "Humph. Don't think I'm easy to fool just because I'm young. I know what you two have been doing, killing and looting. If I weren't worried about killing you and implicating that little mouse, I would have cut you down with one sword long ago." Yunshi muttered as she collected the other storage bag. Inside, she found many miscellaneous items, including 7 or 8 female cultivators' undergarments, indicating the other had done many bad deeds. And she also saw a third-rank explosive talisman in the hand of the corpse. It was likely the other person's secret weapon. If she didn't speak up, they might use this talisman to protect themselves. Ugh, that was close. Yunshi sighed again and then put the third-rank explosive talisman into her storage bag. It was now her loot. After meditating for 15 minutes, Yunshi collected her formation disc and revealed her early foundation establishment stage cultivation. This was a carefully thought-out decision, and she planned to use this opportunity to join the inner sect openly. The Bahua mountain range had many treasures. It all depended on whether she could seize the chance. She decided to be the one who grabbed the opportunity. When leaving, Yunshi glanced back at a tree and then showed a strange smile she thought was mysterious. Then she suddenly disappeared with a flash of her figure. Hiding behind a tree, a male cultivator's lips twitched in relief. He was glad he didn't rashly break the formation. The young female cultivator's smile was too fierce. Because Yunshi showed her early foundation establishment stage cultivation, her path afterward went smoothly. She had been teleported to the outskirts, so after 2 days of travel, she encountered fellow disciples. However, they were being attacked. The unlucky ones being attacked were Sheng Yuhong and his 6 companions. Their current situation was partly caused indirectly by Yunshi and Long Daoyu. That day, after killing the 3-headed snake, Sheng Yuhong and his group found nothing in the snake's old lair. They had to retreat from the 2-headed snake's burrow and quickly left the battlefield. But they were still being watched by a team of experienced foundation establishment cultivators. The others believed Sheng Yuhong's group must have found treasures in the snake's territory, so they tracked behind, intending to kill and steal. When Sheng Yuhong discovered they were being followed, he sent a message to Mu Ningzhu and Yuling, planning to use their plan. Since both sides were foundation establishment cultivators, it was uncertain who would win. A few days later, Sheng Yuhong found an opportunity. He set a trap using a swarm of hornet-like insects to lure the pursuers out. After fighting, Sheng Yuhong's side gained the upper hand, killing 3 of the enemy. That sealed the grudge, and the remaining enemies fled. They then gathered their allies to seek revenge. Actually, calling it revenge was a bit of a stretch. Ultimately, it was just about killing for treasures. So, Sheng Yuhong and his group fell into the enemy's trap this time. Fortunately, Sheng Yuhong was not a delicate flower and led his fellow disciples to fight back effectively. Yunshi stayed far away, hiding behind a calming charm, secretly sensing the situation without rushing to help. She had just begun her foundation building and had not yet participated in the battles of the cultivation world. She decided to wait and see what happened. Meanwhile, the two sides had already started fighting fiercely. Sheng Yuhong was annoyed by being repeatedly bothered by these people. He used a move called Fire Dragon Slash to temporarily drive them back, then shouted, "Form a formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the opponents realized something was wrong and quickly retreated. However, they were still a step too late. 6 people were surrounded by a sword array and were desperately swinging their swords to block the incoming attacks. Fei Xiu, trapped in the formation, immediately shouted, clearly aware that this was the enemy's backup plan. Using her divine sense, Yunshi saw clearly that a figure appeared behind Sheng Yuhong and his companions. The figure cast a spell, and 7 golden swords attacked their backs, trying to break their sword formation. Yunshi acted quickly. She flickered her body, using her ultimate skill, Qianying Fufeng, to create 7 afterimages. She helped Sheng Yuhong and his team block the attack from behind. Then she loudly said, "Senior brothers and sisters, focus on fighting the enemy. I will stop this person." The enemy thought Yunshi was Sheng Yuhong's backup and, feeling regretful, increased their attack. This was Yunshi's first time fighting a foundation-building cultivator. Luckily, it was a one-on-one fight. She released her divine sense, watched all directions, and used her steps in Qianying Fufeng to avoid attacks and counterattack when possible. Thanks to Yunshi distracting the enemy, Sheng Yuhong immediately intensified his attack, and the other 6 also cooperated to strengthen their control of the sword formation. The attacks inside the formation became more intense, making it hard for the trapped cultivators to handle. Everyone could see that Yunshi, the junior sister, had just started her foundation building. They feared she wouldn't last long, so they didn't need to be reminded. They all poured their spiritual energy into attacking faster to eliminate the enemy. Kill them all. With Sheng Yuhong's loud shout, the sword light within the formation swept through and killed all 6 inside. Yunshi also heard his roar. She tiptoed, flickered her body, and blocked the path of the opponent she was fighting. "Get out of the way." The opponent clearly wanted to escape. While casting a spell, they kept rushing forward, launching 100 golden swords at Yunshi. Yunshi quickly retreated and threw out a handful of talismans to block the attack. She didn't want to risk her life. This moment of delay caused the attacking monk to lose his chance to escape. Sheng Yuhong's sword light cut off his head, ending the battle. Sheng Yuhong sheathed his sword and looked at the innocent-looking Yunshi, saying, "Thank you, junior sister, for helping me in time." Actually, Yunshi didn't have to intervene. Sheng Yuhong could have blocked the sneak attack from the Foundation establishment monk himself. But if he did, it might have allowed others in the sword formation to escape, and they could have been caught in further trouble afterward.
So his thanks was genuine.
Yunshi immediately offered a polite reply. "Senior brother Sheng, you're too kind. As fellow disciples of the sect, I had to help. Besides, I was able to escape from the 3-headed snake's control because some of our fellow disciples helped, and I am very grateful." Sheng Yuhong finally understood that the young girl in front of him was the junior sister mentioned by Long Daoyu, and she was the clue they followed after the 3-headed snake took her. Next to them, Mu Ningzhu sheathed her sword and happily said, "Junior sister Wei, have you already established your foundation?" Yunshi turned her head and replied, "Yes.
I was lucky this time."
Before the cave collapsed, I activated a teleportation talisman and escaped. But I was transported into the nest of a red-beaked falcon. I found an old storage bag there, which had a foundation establishment pill inside.
I was so happy about my luck at the time.
Yunshi's words carried a lingering fear, but they were partly true and partly false. Being transported into the falcon's nest was real, but using a thunder tribulation to drive it away was fake. Anyway, She played up the chance and danger to avoid making others jealous. Muningzhu gasped and said, Yunxi, you're really brave. You're not afraid that the red-beaked falcon might attack you right after you finish your tribulation? Yunxi scratched her head and said, Senior sister, I didn't think that much at the time. I just thought I couldn't waste the Foundation establishment pill, and I couldn't let that falcon get the better of me. I had to fight for it. Now I've successfully established my foundation. Muningzhu still looked unconvinced, but Sheng Yuhong spoke at the right moment. This is a chance for junior sister Wei. If she had been timid, we would be surrounded now. Luckily, her strong will and courage helped us at a critical moment. Yunxi just chuckled sheepishly and said nothing more. The last sneak attack on the monk's storage bag became her trophy, while the remaining items were shared among the other 7, and Yunxi did not participate. Everyone found a clearing and activated a protective formation before beginning to rest. Yunxi then asked about Qintong Shuang. Qintong Shuang and I ran in different directions, and I don't know how she's doing now. Muningzhu smiled and said, I'll send a message to ask. Yunxi patted her head and said, Oh right, I forgot. I'll send it myself. She was still getting used to the communication methods in the cultivation world. Not long after sending the message, she received a reply. Yunxi learned they were already heading toward the mountain pass at Bahua Mountain and had met up with Long Daoyu, so she felt relieved. At that moment, a bright beam of light shot out from deep within Bahua Mountain, soaring into the sky and attracting everyone's attention. The moment the strange event appeared in Bahua Mountain, many streaks of light rushed toward the depths of the mountain, likely seen by all the cultivators in the western region. While resting in the formation, Sheng Yuhong and his group also looked toward the place where the anomaly appeared, their expressions varying. Du Yuling was the first to speak. Senior Sheng, is a rare treasure emerging? Yunxi also turned her gaze to Sheng Yuhong. It was her first time seeing such a situation. She had read similar records in a treasure pavilion journal before and believed that a celestial phenomenon indicated something big was happening. Sheng Yuhong frowned and said, I'm not sure either, but the true cultivators in Bahua City have definitely gone to check. We should report to our sect first and wait for their decision. He thought the sect's elder, a nascent soul stage master, was probably already on his way. Yunxi wholeheartedly agreed. This was clearly unusual, and even a nascent soul true cultivator had been dispatched. Cultivators at their foundation building stage should not get involved, or they might end up dead without knowing how. Within Bahua Mountain, the ones living there were 5th stage demon cultivators, comparable to nascent soul cultivators in the human race, making them top tier in the Wuyu universe. Muningzhu then spoke. Senior Sheng, now that the strange phenomenon has appeared in Bahua Mountain, many cultivators will likely rush here soon. We should gather all the disciples of Haoran sect to prevent them from becoming stepping stones for others. Muningzhu was also worried about Qintong Shuang and Zhang Yan. These few only had qi refinement stage cultivation, and if something happened it would be disastrous. She was the one who brought them out, and she didn't want her teammates to get into trouble. Sheng Yuhong had already sent a flying sword message, then waved his hand to take back the formation disc. He said to everyone, Let's leave the Bahua Mountains first, and meet up with our fellow disciples later. Yes, senior brother Sheng. The 6 of them responded in unison, then quickened their pace. They just happened to pass by the cultivators who had rushed in after seeing the strange phenomenon. Before nightfall, the 8, under Sheng Yuhong's protection, finally reached the exit of the Bahua Mountains. Yunxi, with sharp eyes, saw Qintong Shuang and Long Daoyu talking quietly together, probably discussing the strange event deep inside the mountains. Hey, it's Senior Uncle Sheng and Sister Wei. As Long Daoyu looked up, he saw Yunxi and the others. His first glance was at his idol, Sheng Yuhong. Qintong Shuang also saw Muningzhu and Wei Yunxi and immediately waved to them. Uncle Mu, Yunxi, over here. The 2 groups successfully merged. All the disciples at the qi refining stage from the Haoran sect gathered at the entrance, and upon seeing Sheng Yuhong and his group, they crowded around. Sheng Yuhong waved his hand to quiet everyone, then spoke. Fellow disciples, the situation inside the Bahua Mountains is unclear. Your cultivation levels are low, so do not rashly enter. Return first to our sect's base in Manhwa City. Yes, Senior Brother Sheng. Everyone, confirm whether all the disciples who entered the Manhwa Mountains have come out. If not, send them a message to prevent them from being exploited or misled. The mountains will be chaotic for a while, and there will surely be troublemakers in secret. Everyone nodded in agreement. After confirming, someone sent messages to those who hadn't returned. Once they received replies, the disciples followed Sheng Yuhong back to Manhwa City. At this moment, Long Daoyu looked at Yun Shi with a surprised expression and asked, Wei, Uncle, we only parted for 7 days and you've already advanced to the foundation establishment stage? Next to them, Qin Tong's Huang also looked at Lian Yi with bright eyes, clearly very interested in what happened after they parted. Yun Shi smiled and said, Just call me Yun Shi. I don't deserve the title of uncle. I was just lucky. She then gestured with her little finger. Long Daoyu immediately said without hesitation, Yun Shi, can you tell us more details? The other Qi refining disciples nearby also pricked up their ears, eager to listen. After all, traveling didn't interfere with their gossip. Yun Shi sighed and said, That day when the cave collapsed, I was a bit panicked. During my escape, I crushed an unidirectional teleportation talisman, which ended up sending me into the nest of a red-beaked falcon. Yun Shi has a talent for storytelling, making the process exciting and full of twists. She barely escaped with her life and was eventually saved by Senior Brother Sheng Yuhong, which allowed her to leave the Manhwa mountain range safely. Of course, she didn't mention anything about helping fellow disciples with their foundation-building battles. She understands the importance of kindness and relationships. Sheng Yuhong and his group, who led the way, were very satisfied with Yun Shi's explanation. Long Daoyu listened and said, See, that's luck. Your decision to enter the Manhwa mountain range with me was very right. You just started your foundation building, and now you've already succeeded, so it's a blessing in disguise. Yun Shi immediately nodded and said, Yes, you're right. It seems I should practice more outside the sect in the future. Qin Tong Shuang also smiled and said, This is good news. Once I build my foundation, we can form a team to complete tasks together. Since she hasn't built her foundation yet, she reserved a spot for team formation. Next to her, Long Daoyu also spoke. Count me in.
Count me in.
After saying this, their conversation shifted to the strange phenomena in the Manhwa mountain range. When the group returned to the Haoran sect base, it was already very late at night. However, Manhwa City was brightly lit, and the towering pillar of light in the night sky became more obvious. Occasionally, high-level cultivators transformed into streaks of light heading deep into the mountain range. Everyone was excited, then each went back to their rooms to rest. So much had happened that day, and everyone's mood was unsettled. Still, they consciously activated isolation arrays to digest what they had experienced. Besides activating the isolation array in her room, Yun Shi also took out her third-level array disk and activated the highest defense. Only then did she count her gains from the Manhwa mountain range. She couldn't focus on cultivation right now anyway. She had 3 storage bags. Besides the 2 scattered cultivators who were chasing her, she also had the storage ring from the foundation-building cultivator she helped her fellow disciple kill, plus the storage ring she obtained from the 3-headed snake cave. Her gains were quite substantial. Yun Shi chuckled foolishly for a while before starting to count her treasures one by one. The 3 storage bags contributed nearly 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, far more than she expected. Mainly because the 2 scattered cultivators, who were trying to build their foundations, had stored their spirit stones for buying foundation pills, and the foundation-building cultivator was saving up for the golden core pills. They carried everything with them, so Yun Shi benefited the most. SK. It's true that a horse doesn't get fat without grazing at night, and a person doesn't become rich without sudden wealth. Now I understand why there are so many stories of killing and stealing treasures in the cultivation world. After feeling this way, Yun Shi quickly put all her spirit stones into her storage bag, then continued organizing the other items inside: spiritual tools, talismans, and pills, each in their own pile. Items she didn't recognize were set aside separately. Once she finished organizing, she decided to sell everything except the spirit stones. Most of these items were stolen from scattered cultivators, and if she used them, she might be recognized, which could cause trouble for her. Yunqi usually eats few pills. She only dares to take high-quality ones, fearing toxins building up inside her. She kept the third-grade and above talismans, but planned to sell the rest, as she could draw lower-grade ones herself. For unfamiliar items, she planned to send them to the appraisal pavilion, hoping someone knowledgeable could identify them. Finally, she checked the storage ring given to her by her senior. It was just a plain white jade ring, very simple and unremarkable. She emptied the ring and found no spirit stones inside, only a few jade slips and a black lump, which looked neither like stone nor metal, and she couldn't tell what it was. There were also several pill bottles, all empty after she opened them. Obviously, the previous senior had taken the pills. The only thing left was the cushion she had stored. The cushion emitted a faint grassy scent, which made her feel light and relaxed. She suspected it contained materials that could condense her spiritual soul, but she couldn't tell for sure now. "This is a good item. I should keep it for myself," she murmured. After that, she placed the cushion aside. Finally, she clenched the jade slip containing the cultivation technique Peerless Sword Thunder method tightly in her hand, her heart pounding. She had deliberately avoided looking at it earlier, waiting until her mood settled. This was a technique she had long hoped for. In the novel, this technique was specially sought out by the sect after the female supporting character joined Howren's sect and was heavily cultivated. It was given to her after she established her foundation. The story only briefly mentioned that the sect's disciples found it by accident in a beast's lair during a mission in the Manhwa mountain range. Because the technique didn't match the disciples' spiritual root, it was handed over to the sect in exchange for a suitable earth-level technique for her spiritual root. So, Yunqi only decided to come to Manhwa mountain range to try her luck when her cultivation couldn't be suppressed. Besides helping the fairy grass find spiritual veins and avoiding the disciples from Dan Hall and Wei Yunqing who were watching her, she was mainly after this cultivation technique. She believed she could definitely achieve the first two goals, but she wasn't sure about finding the technique. She could only rely on luck. She didn't expect that going on a mission in Manhwa mountain range would lead her to meet Sheng Yuhong. It seemed like something was secretly pushing the plot forward, or trying to steer her toward the role of a supporting character. Although what was happening now was very different from before, Yunqi remained cautious. However, she knew she had to seize her own chance. She also remembered that the strange phenomena deep inside Manhwa mountain range weren't mentioned in the novel. With such a big commotion and Sheng Yuhong, the male lead, present, it was unlikely that the novel wouldn't mention it at all. She was unsure what to do, so she didn't leave immediately to find the male lead. Instead, she stayed at the Howren sect's base, waiting for what would happen next. These thoughts flashed through Yunqi's mind, and then she refocused on the jade slip in her hand. It had only been about 3 breaths of time. She didn't rashly press the jade slip to her forehead, worried that a residual soul might try to take over her body. Having been in the cultivation world for 5 years, she was still cautious. After confirming there were no special restrictions on the jade slip, she carefully sent out a strand of spiritual awareness to probe inside. When her spiritual sense touched the jade slip, it emitted a gentle glow. She read the cultivation record inside, but unfortunately, she could only see the foundation building stage techniques. The rest was blocked by a restriction that only cultivators with thunder spiritual roots could bypass. Once she confirmed the technique was genuine and there were no hidden dangers, she followed the instructions in the jade slip. She raised her hand to inject thunder spiritual power into it and cut her finger to drop a drop of blood on the jade slip. Using both methods, the glow on the jade slip grew brighter and finally turned into a stream of light that entered her forehead. At this moment, the technique Unmatched Sword Thunder technique was imprinted in her mind. Although she could only see the foundation building stage techniques now, she knew that once she advanced further, she would be able to see the later stages. Yunqi's lips almost curled into a smile. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A bright orb suddenly shot out from the cushion she had placed beside her and instantly entered her forehead, leaving her no chance to react.
Ha ha ha.
got it easily without any effort. It was truly not in vain that I spent so much effort. The young girl is very clever. She actually disguised her spiritual root, which really saved me some trouble. Yunshi secretly thought, oh no, and then watched as the glowing orb of her spiritual soul entered her sea of consciousness. Seeing the glowing orb thrash around inside her mind, she gritted her teeth and said, "Leave my consciousness now." No, this is now my consciousness. After saying that, the glowing orb the size of an olive ball rushed toward Yunshi. Even if Yunshi was naive, she knew the other was trying to take over her body. She was only at the foundation building stage, and although her divine sense was stronger because of her crossing experience, compared to a powerful expert, she was still very small, only the size of an egg. The opponent's spiritual light orb was huge to her. So Yunshi instinctively chose to dodge. After all, she was inside her own mind. She couldn't beat the opponent, but could avoid it. Unfortunately, the opponent was very fast and had already torn off a strand of her divine sense.
Ah!
Yunshi screamed in pain, feeling as if someone was cutting her head. The opponent immediately swallowed that strand of her soul and then smacked their lips happily, saying, "Haha, truly blessed by heaven. I was planning to hide for a while until I found a suitable body for takeover, but I didn't expect you to have the top spiritual root of wind, thunder, and ice elements. You are a body tailor-made for me by the heavens." After saying that, the opponent suddenly lunged at Yunshi again. Yunshi had just endured that dull pain, and now her divine sense orb was trembling. But after hearing the opponent's words, she was filled with fierce resolve. Instead of retreating, she charged forward and unexpectedly bit the glowing orb fiercely.
Ugh!
The opponent didn't expect this small shrimp to dare to fight back. After losing a piece of her divine sense, they grunted in annoyance, then quickly wrapped around her and bit into the glowing orb formed by Yunshi. The two spiritual light orbs viciously bit and tore at each other inside Yunshi's consciousness, both refusing to give up. Unfortunately, after 10 breaths, Yunshi's divine sense orb shrank again. It wasn't because she wasn't trying, but because her strength was limited. But Yunshi didn't give up. She encouraged herself. "Yunshi, keep going. I will never give up until the very end. Little girl, obediently become part of my divine soul, and you'll suffer less. Stop resisting.
Bah!
This is my consciousness, my body. The trash that should roll out is you." Just as Yunshi was determined and charged again, a gentle light entered her shrinking divine sense orb. In the next moment, Yunshi's divine sense orb shone brightly with white light, illuminating her entire consciousness and causing the restless divine soul to freeze in place.
Ah!
How is this possible? You actually have. Before I could finish my sentence, Yunshi viciously bit down. After biting and seizing her light orb, Yunshi noticed that the other side didn't fight back or move. It just stayed in the middle of her consciousness sea. She didn't have time to think about why, and immediately started biting and gnawing. She then greedily swallowed the light orb, knowing well that bite first, ask later. She understood that once the other side reacted, she would be the one to be swallowed. "Please, let me go. I won't seize your body again." Yunshi ignored the other person completely and kept biting fiercely. Each bite was bigger than the last. Her divine soul light orb was growing larger, while the other side was gradually shrinking. "I'll exchange the secret of the Bihua mountain range for my freedom," the other side still stubbornly begged. Yunshi paid no attention and continued to bite and devour the light orb. She believed the other was just a fool. She was sure that if she let the other go from her consciousness sea, her secret would be exposed. Finally, amid the wails of the light orb, Yunshi swallowed the last piece. She let out a burp and finally relaxed. She looked around her consciousness sea and saw the floating wooden plaque space and the hidden flower-shaped fairy tool. She guessed that the power that made her fight back fiercely just now came from that fairy tool. After confirming there was nothing dangerous in her consciousness sea, Yunshi began to examine the memory fragments of the light orb she had seized. Through these fragments, She identified the person who took over her body as her senior, who gave her the cultivation method. He was a single spiritual root of thunder type and was already a powerful being in the fusion stage when he fell. He came to the Wei realm with friends to explore a secret realm that hadn't been discovered yet. They sealed the secret realm together, planning to bring it back to the spirit realm when the time was right. Unfortunately, after sealing the secret realm, conflicts arose over its ownership. He was attacked by his friends, but he used his hidden cards to kill the other three and claimed the secret realm for himself. However, he was badly injured and couldn't return to the spirit realm as planned. He had come to the Wei realm already suppressing his cultivation and had stayed there using special methods. Now that the time had passed, he was seriously injured and unable to leave. He could only hide in the formation sealing the secret realm and slowly recover. As his cultivation declined, the pressure of the plane also lessened. But his injuries didn't heal, and eventually, he had to abandon his severely wounded body to preserve his divine soul, waiting for a chance to seize another body. He waited for over 1,000 years, watching his divine soul nearly dissolve. Finally, Wei Yunxi appeared, but unfortunately, Wei Yunxi had a 3-spirit root, which he didn't value. He only wanted to use the young girl to enter the sect and then find a suitable body to take over. To lower Yunxi's suspicion, he gave her the Peerless Sword Thunder technique and didn't tamper with the cultivation manual or storage ring. He pretended to disappear, but in reality, he attached his divine soul to a meditation mat. This mat was made from 7th-rank spirit consolidating grass, which could hold his divine soul. This way, he could secretly take over a body without anyone noticing. Yunxi was eager to learn a thunder-type technique and wanted to get it quickly. She revealed her lightning spiritual root, almost missing the chance to find a perfect body. Taking advantage of this, he rushed into her sea of consciousness to seize her body while she was absorbing the technique. Unexpectedly, Yunxi had a protective fairy artifact, which thwarted his plan and caused his divine soul to become nourishment for Yunxi's soul. Phew, that was close.
Just a little more,
Yunxi muttered, shaking her now larger divine soul. She felt that she had gained something from this dangerous experience. These memories gave her some clues about her current situation. Although the novel didn't mention the cultivator who secretly entered the Wei realm, she believed it was very likely that the body snatcher succeeded. She focused on Sheng Yuhong as the target because they entered the cave together. Without her interference, the person brought into that space would probably have been a disciple of the Haoran sect. Sheng Yuhong was the most talented and highest in cultivation among them. Given the picky nature of the infiltrator, Sheng Yuhong was the most likely choice. This also explained why Sheng Yuhong kept circling Wei Yunqing. She was the destined heroine in the novel, and with her high status, she would surely cling to this opportunity. That made her ruthless attitude towards the female supporting character understandable. She was a stepping stone for the heroine's luck. The strange phenomena at Bahua mountain range now might be caused by the fairy spirit grass absorbing the spiritual veins of a sealed secret realm. This gave the secret realm a chance to emerge, like a real-life butterfly effect. Yunxi felt she was beginning to understand something. Although it was risky, she gained some insights. She just didn't know when the secret realm would appear, or if she could get a share. At this moment, a worried voice echoed in her sea of consciousness. Master, Master, wake up, wake up. The voice was young and unfamiliar. Yunxi instinctively returned her divine soul to her body and suddenly opened her eyes. A sharp, tearing pain followed, making her cry out in pain.
Ouch.
That hurts so much. What's happening? Master, if you don't wake up soon, your body will fall apart. Along with the anxious voice, the tiny tracking mouse was vigorously rubbing her ear. Yunxi knew she was soaking in a pool of blood, without even sitting up. When she tried to move slightly, blood seeped out from her body. How did you make a contract with me? Although Yunxi couldn't move, she had absorbed the light orb that was taking over her body. Now her consciousness was at the divine transformation stage, and with a simple thought, she could crush the first-level tracking mouse. So she asked directly. The tracking mouse saw her aura rising little by little. Although it didn't understand why her body was collapsing, it decided to take a gamble. It used Yunxi's blood to form a blood contract, binding itself to her. It also honestly said, "Master, you saved me from that bad cultivator. I decided to follow you. But just now, the situation was urgent, and I couldn't wake you. The little mouse could only form a contract with you and wake you through my consciousness." Yunxi slowly took a breath and said, "I can't move right now. Feed me what you took out." After speaking, she activated her consciousness and took out a basket of milk fruits stored in her space. The tracking mouse twitched its pink nose, then crawled onto the basket on all fours. It curled its tail around a milk fruit, brought it to her lips, and cut open the fruit, letting the milky juice drip into Yunxi's mouth. Yunxi slowly swallowed the milk fruit. Her current condition was caused by her powerful soul being too strong for her body to handle. If she hadn't kept eating milk fruits, she might have collapsed when she absorbed that divine soul. Her resilience was thanks to her strong body. She was very grateful to the tribe warriors. After eating 10 milk fruits in a row, Yunxi felt her pain lessen somewhat, within her tolerance. But this only eased the symptoms, not the root cause. Tracking mouse, stay here quietly. If someone triggers the formation, call me. Yes, master. Seeing her aura stabilize, the little heart of the tracking mouse also calmed down. Yunxi generously said, "I reward you with a milk fruit. Take it yourself." The tracking mouse rubbed its tiny paws, squinting with black bean eyes, and gratefully said, "Thank you, master." Then she happily rolled a milk fruit, sat beside Yunxi, perked up her little ears, listened to the sounds, and ate the pulp. It was her first time seeing this fruit, and its fragrant smell hit her nose strongly. She had already drooled just thinking about it earlier. While the tracking mouse was eating the milk fruit, Yunxi's consciousness entered the wooden plaque space and immediately sent a message in the chat group asking for help. "Help, everyone. My physical body is about to collapse. What should I do?" The chat group flickered briefly, then messages started flooding in. "Fairy Aura. Little Yunxi, what did you do? Why is your body about to break down? Star Trek. Weren't you improving your cultivation recently? Did something go wrong with your technique? Tribal Warrior. Yunxi, you ate so many milk fruits that your body's strength is almost comparable to that of an adult beast man. It shouldn't be so fragile. Bull-headed horse-faced. Yunxi, if it's really bad, you could switch to ghost cultivation. Survival is the hard truth. Were you betrayed?" Yunxi glanced over the messages from the experts and could only reply, "I found a suitable cultivation technique during my travels outside, but the owner of the technique took over my body. Fortunately, the fairy tool gifted by Fairy Aura protected me. I finally devoured the soul of the usurper. However, he was a fusion cultivator, and even after being trapped in the cultivation world for 1,000 years, his soul's strength had fallen to the divine transformation stage. Still, it was more than my current foundation-level body could handle. Luckily, I kept eating milk fruits over the past 5 years, which prevented my body from collapsing immediately. Just now, I ate 10 more milk fruits in a row, barely stabilizing my collapsing body, and then immediately sought help." Yunxi felt she was quite unlucky. "Fairy Aura, what kind of cultivation technique is worth risking your life? I have plenty of techniques, all of them divine rank. Why don't you trade with me?" Over the cloud of time. "Little Yunxi, you clearly have mental strength far exceeding your physical strength, which is why your body is collapsing. In our star system, we have mental strength suppressants that can temporarily restrain your powerful mental energy. But this is only temporary. You must cultivate the starry body refinement technique to strengthen your body so it can withstand your mental power." Yunxi's eyes lit up after reading this and immediately replied, "Senior, can I exchange spirit stones, pills, and resources with you for the mental strength suppressants and body refinement techniques? Star Trek, I will first send the detection device over to test your mental strength and physical resilience. Only then can I exchange the corresponding mental inhibitors and body refining techniques with you. Guanyunyan. Okay, I will send you some spirit stones and pills I have as samples. Just tell me which ones you need for exchange." Yunxi quickly replied, as she didn't have time to hesitate now. "Star Trek. Understood. After a moment, there was a notification in the chat group that Star Trek had teleported the items to Guanyunyan. Yunshi clicked to receive them, and a silver capsule detection chamber appeared in her space. Yunshi quickly used her spiritual awareness to leave her space and took out the silver capsule detection chamber. The tracking mouse was gnawing on a milk fruit when it saw something appear out of nowhere. It was so scared that its fur stood on end, and it anxiously called out, "Master. Master." "It's okay. It's my thing." Yunshi immediately used telepathic communication to soothe the little one, then cast a control spell to send herself into the detection chamber. As the lid slowly closed, a mechanical metallic sound entered Yunshi's ears. "Now conducting mental strength test. Please remain alert during the test." Then Yunshi felt a current pass through her mind, causing a shock in her sea of consciousness. After a moment, it returned to calm. "Your mental strength level has been tested as S grade, indicating superior talent. Your physical resilience is B grade, indicating average talent. It is recommended that the tester begin practicing mental strength. Considering your age, there is room for growth. Please combine this with body techniques for training." Yunshi gained a basic understanding of the classification of mental strength in Star Trek. Soon after, the detection chamber sounded an alarm. 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 The mental strength of the tester exceeds physical resilience, causing damage to the body. Please take mental inhibitors promptly and repair physical injuries as soon as possible. Yunshi slowly exhaled, then both she and the detection chamber were sent into space. Using her spiritual awareness, she teleported the chamber back to Star Trek. Star Trek clicked to accept, and after a moment, he sent a big surprised emoji in the chat group, followed by a message. "Xiao Yunyan, you're so young, less than a fraction of my age. I'll send you a body repair liquid and a mental inhibitor first. Save your life first, and we can talk about the rest later." Yunshi immediately agreed without hesitation, secretly relieved, thinking she would focus on escaping the predicament first. The chat interface was lively now, with everyone guessing Yunyan's age and discussing her injuries. Cloud, she couldn't think too much. She immediately received 2 potions sent by Star Trek. One was silver, and the other was light green, with instructions on how to use them. The silver potion was a mental suppressor. Cloud, she drank it first. After taking it, the liquid turned into pure energy that entered her consciousness, slowly calming her rapidly increasing mental power. The 2 mental light clusters, originally about the size of duck eggs, gradually solidified into the size of goose eggs. As her mental power was suppressed, Cloud, she felt the strength pulling at her body weaken. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the potion was working. The green body repair potion required half to be drunk and half to be soaked in. She quickly left a message for Star Trek and then disappeared from the space. The tracking mouse looked blankly at its owner, who appeared and disappeared repeatedly. Once it sensed that the owner's aura was stable, it relaxed its raised fur. Because of the contract, it had just experienced a near-death feeling, which really scared the mouse. Cloud, she took out her bath bucket from her storage ring, used a spell to fill it with water, and quickly poured half of the repair potion into it. She then jumped into the bucket, tilted her head back, and drank the remaining half of the potion. Sitting cross-legged in the bucket, she began to feel her body healing. The green liquid in the bucket gradually turned clear as her body absorbed it, and the sharp pain of tearing felt like it was slowly fading away. After an hour, Cloud, she opened her eyes, happily muttering, "Phew, I've finally survived." Then she supported herself on the bucket and climbed out. Suddenly, it seemed she was called by some force, and spiritual energy in the room began to surge into her body. "This is another step forward." Cloud, she muttered, then quickly took out the fairy grass from her jade pendant space. She didn't want to attract too much attention, so she couldn't let the spiritual energy in the base fluctuate too much. She could only rely on the fairy grass to provide spiritual support. The fairy grass shook its leaves, transmitting spiritual energy to Cloud, she while speaking softly. "It was too risky before. I thought you wouldn't make it, and I was ready to sacrifice myself. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Now I'm about to advance." Please help me supply the necessary spiritual energy. Cloud, she sat cross-legged on a mat, beginning to guide the spiritual energy within her body to circulate through her meridians. She widened her meridians, activated her energy cycle, compressed the spiritual energy, and stored the transformed spiritual liquid into her dantian. The fairy herb slowly released spiritual energy nearby. It had absorbed a whole mid-grade spiritual vein on Bahua Mountain, enough for Yunxi to reach the golden core stage. Yunxi's promotion this time went smoothly. When the last drop of spiritual liquid fell, her cultivation stabilized at the peak of the foundation establishment mid-stage. She was just one opportunity away from breaking through to the late stage, but she was forcibly stopped. It wasn't that she didn't want to advance, but because she had already broken through twice in a row, and her techniques and spells hadn't kept up, making her seem like a showpiece. In simple terms, her real strength and cultivation didn't match, so she wasn't in a hurry to advance. She planned to solidify her foundation first, and then naturally push her cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. Then she used a fairy artifact to adjust her cultivation back to the newly broken through early stage to hide her true strength. Fortunately, thanks to her breakthrough and the effect of spiritual suppression pills, she had already survived the danger of physical destruction. After opening her eyes, Yunxi immediately stored the fairy herb into her space. The tracking mouse had already drooled all over the herb. Yunxi pinched the tracking mouse and asked, "Little one, what did you see just now?" The tracking mouse, eager to survive, kicked its legs and said, "Master." The little mouse saw nothing. "Really? Really?" Yunxi was in a good mood now. She playfully rubbed the tracking mouse until it fluffed up, then said, "I didn't intend to contract with you, just thought you were cute and wanted to keep you as a pet. But you took the initiative and found an opportunity to become my contracted beast. Tell me, besides tracking, what else can you do?" The tracking mouse carefully groomed its fur with its claws and sat cautiously in Yunxi's palm before transmitting its voice. "Actually, the little mouse has a trace of treasure-seeking mouse bloodline, but it's not pure enough, so it became an ordinary tracking mouse. I can follow cultivators by the scent of the treasures they carry." The tracking mouse spoke while adjusting its claws, showing a very human-like behavior. Yunxi raised an eyebrow and asked, "What kind of scent did you detect on me?" "The scent of a big treasure. It proves my sense of smell is accurate. The master has a space pouch," the tracking mouse boldly said. TSK, are you sizing me up so you dare not kill you?" "I dare not. Master, I am now your contracted beast. I will help you find more treasures in the future and never let you suffer losses." "With your first level strength?" The tracking mouse confidently replied, "I will advance to the second level. Just give me 2 more of those fruits, and I can break through." The tracking mouse spoke seriously. Yunxi actually has a hidden fondness for soft, fluffy things and knows that the tracking mouse has little destructive power. It is mostly kept as a pet by cultivators in the cultivation world, so she just scared it a little. Fortunately, the tracking mouse has self-awareness. They formed a master-servant contract, with her as the master and the mouse as the servant. If she has a problem, the contract seal will punish the mouse, so she doesn't need to worry about loyalty. Seeing Yunxi didn't speak for a while, the mouse said weakly, "Master, you can give me a fruit. I will work hard to cultivate." Yunxi gently tapped the little creature's forehead and said, "All right. To fulfill your wish, I will give you a new name. Since you're so small, let's call you it. You will take my family name, wait." The mouse's black bean-like eyes immediately brightened. It clapped its paws together in a bow and said, "Thank you, Master, for the name. From now on, the little mouse will be called. Go ahead and cultivate. After I finish the remaining tasks, I will ask you something." "Yes, Master." Obediently curled up beside the mat, beginning to absorb the power contained in the milk fruit it had eaten earlier. Yunxi waved her hand to put away the bath bucket, then sat cross-legged. This time, she chose to enter the space with her spiritual sense. Actually, it was quite risky for her true body to enter the space just now. Fortunately, all the big shots in Bahua City were focused on the strange phenomena in the sky, or her space might have been exposed. Now that the crisis was over, she naturally needed to be more cautious. After entering the space chat group with her spiritual sense, she immediately informed everyone that the danger was gone. Bull-headed horseface. Little Yunyan, remember to practice the soul refining technique. It can help stabilize your powerful spiritual soul to some extent. Survival is the hard truth. Don't be so reckless when going out for adventures in the future. Fairy Aura. Let me know if you need any cultivation techniques or anything else. Tribe Warrior. If you don't have enough milk fruit, I can trade some with you. Passing Cloud. Thanks for everyone's concern. Yunyan will be more careful in the future. Then she switched to a private chat with a Star Trek group, determined not to waste others' resources for nothing. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqing, who was nurturing foundational herbs in Haoran sect, suddenly felt her wood element spiritual power become unstable. She was startled, quickly formed a hand seal to withdraw her spiritual power, and furrowed her brows while touching her chest. That suffocating feeling returned. She knew it was caused by Wei Yunqi, but she couldn't quite understand why she was feeling this way. Wei Yunqing clenched her fists tightly. She always believed that Yunqi had taken her chance. First the family hairpin, then the cultivation manual and pills to boost her spiritual root after entering the sect. Although these items never appeared, she felt sure Yunqi had gotten everything. This deep belief made her doubt her sanity at times, but when she calmed down, she became more certain of her judgment. Humph, you better die outside, Wei Yunqing said through clenched teeth. Junior sister Yunqing, did the spiritual herb save her? Yi Xiaoyan's voice came from behind, quickly snapping Wei Yunqing back to focus. She turned around with a smile and said, Brother Yi, the foundational herb has been saved by me. Now I just need to nourish it daily with spiritual energy so it can mature quickly and be used in medicine. Yi Xiaoyan nodded 3 times, praising Wei Yunqing's skill in caring for spiritual plants. After confirming the herb was indeed alive, he told Wei Yunqing to be more attentive and then left the spiritual medicine field with a smile. Meanwhile, in another herbal field, Zhong Hao was strengthening his cultivation, unaware that Yunqi had survived a near-death experience and almost lost her life. Inside the Haoran sect's stronghold in Baohua City, Sheng Yuhong suddenly shivered while meditating in his room. His sharp eyes swept the room, then slowly calmed his racing heart. Just moments ago, he had felt a very close brush with death. And at that exact time, Yunqi was devouring and seizing another soul. Sheng Yuhong didn't realize that because of Yunqi's reckless actions, the girl had almost pushed herself to death, but instead helped him survive his greatest crisis. Yunqi's deduction, based on the fragments of the powerful figure's memory she obtained, was now almost correct. In the story's world, Sheng Yuhong had rescued a fellow disciple captured by a 3-headed serpent, though he was injured himself. Then, a mighty expert on the verge of losing their soul pulled him into a stone chamber, attempting to seize his body. The possessed Sheng Yuhong didn't rush back to the sect. After completing his task, he claimed he was training on Baohua Mountain and stayed in Baohua City. Only after erasing all traces of possession did he return to the Haoran sect. He used the Peerless Sword Thunder technique to strengthen his position, claiming he found it by chance during his training on Baohua Mountain and was willing to dedicate it to the sect. The sect leader praised him highly and introduced Wei Yunqi to Sheng Yuhong, calling her his junior sister. The one who took over Sheng Yuhong's body was once a powerful expert. Although his cultivation has regressed now, he still has good judgment. He felt that Wei Yunqi's luck was very strange, but he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Until he met Wei Yunqing, he immediately recognized her as the chosen one of their world's destiny. From then on, he paid less attention to Wei Yunqi and instead took great care of Wei Yunqing. This made Wei Yunqi feel love and admiration, but had nowhere to put it. She started to target Wei Yunqing intentionally. She didn't understand why her senior brother didn't care for her and instead was so kind to her sister. In Wei Yunqi's small heart, Wei Yunqing was a sister who always fought with her over everything, her father's affection, leadership within the sect, and now even her favorite senior brother. All these accumulated feelings finally caused Wei Yunqi to explode. She began to oppose Wei Yunqing, while Sheng Yuhong always firmly supported Wei Yunqing. Blinded by jealousy and anger, Wei Yunqi eventually committed an unforgivable mistake, revealing her secrets to Wei Yunqing and Sheng Yuhong. She sealed her own fate and paid the ultimate price, ending her life early. However, the story is told from Wei Yunqing's perspective. The events involving Sheng Yuhong are only briefly mentioned, and the matter of taking over bodies is never discussed. Wei Yunqi's path to this point was paved by a series of coincidences. She gradually uncovered truths that the novel never revealed. Of course, that is a story for later. For now, let's return to the present. After calming his mind, Sheng Yuhong did not continue meditating. Instead, he organized his gains from this trip to Bahua Mountain to pass the time. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqi finished exchanging resources with the Star Trek group. She withdrew her spiritual awareness from the space. She was very satisfied with this exchange. Besides acquiring a set of Star Trek body cultivation techniques, she also obtained a mental suppression potion and a body repair liquid for emergencies. The Star Trek group exchanged energy stones, spirit stones, with Wei Yunqi, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and some pills for quick recovery of energy. Both sides got what they needed, and everyone was happy. After completing the resource exchange, Wei Yunqi withdrew her spiritual awareness from the space and opened her eyes. She had already imprinted the basic Star Trek body cultivation technique into her mind. Now she was ready to practice. When she first exchanged for this set of body techniques, the Star Trek group made a special note. Because she was still very young, she couldn't cultivate higher-level techniques yet, as doing so might damage her bones or cause other harm. It was a cautious approach. Cloud, she was trying body cultivation for the first time, so she followed the advice from Star Trek. That cultivation system is promoted throughout the entire Star Alliance, so it must have some advantages. After reviewing the basic body refining techniques, she became more confident, realizing that it was similar in principle to the body cultivation methods in the cultivation world. This gave her new insight into different ways of practicing across various realms. Cloud, she let out a gentle sigh and opened her eyes. She felt her day had been full of ups and downs, testing her heart a lot. Then she turned her head and saw Dian Dian curled up next to the mat, snoring softly, her small body rising and falling as she entered her cultivation state. Beasts are great. They can cultivate while sleeping, Cloud, she muttered. She changed into her sect robe and tucked Dian Dian into her arms, since she didn't have a spiritual beast pouch and had to make do. Just as she finished, dawn was breaking, signaling the start of a new day. Cloud, she swallowed a fasting pill, collected her third-rank formation disc, and prepared to leave the room as someone knocked on the door. She waved her hand to open the barrier and stepped out. The visitors were Qin Tong's Huang and Long Daoyu. Cloud, she smiled and asked, "Did you rest well last night?" "Pretty well, but we couldn't focus on cultivation, so we just took a nap," Long Daoyu replied casually. Qin Tong's Huang returned to her cold demeanor, speaking in a clear voice, "I also wasn't in the mood to cultivate. I just organized what we gained from this trip to Bahua Mountain." "Me too," Cloud, she agreed. Then she lowered her voice and asked, "Has the sect responded?" Both shook their heads, saying they didn't know. At that moment, Sheng Yuhong came out of his room. After glancing around, he said, "Everyone, the situation in Bahua City is a bit chaotic now. If there's no urgent matter, it's best to stay inside our base. If you need to go out, please go in groups. I'll take a few people to check the news, and will return as soon as possible." "Yes, Senior Brother Sheng," everyone responded. After that, Sheng Yuhong selected a few people, finally including Wei Yunqi. Wei Yunqi pretended to be slightly surprised and obediently stood beside Mu Ningzhu. She and Du Yuling were part of the group going out. Seeing that Sheng Yuhong mainly chose Foundation establishment disciples, everyone didn't complain. If they were weaker, they just accepted it. Long Daoyu looked at Yun Shi and her group with envy and jealousy, then quietly said to Qin Tong's Huang, "Junior sister Qin, we need to work hard. Once we reach Foundation establishment, we can follow Senior Uncle Sheng." Qin Tong's Huang rolled her eyes inwardly, but still replied, "Then I will go back to meditate and cultivate." I can't waste time. After saying that, she turned and went back to her room. Actually, Qin Tongzhuang wanted to invite Yunxi to explore Baohua City and exchange some pills and talismans. However, Uncle Sheng cut her off, and she didn't want to join Long Daoyu, the chatterbox, so she decided to go back and practice. Long Daoyu felt ignored, touched his nose, and went to talk to others. Yunxi knew her place and didn't go near Sheng Yuhong, just quietly chatting with Mu Ningzhu. Senior Sister Mu, even though I was only in the mountains for a short time this trip, I gained some things. I want to sell some unused pills and talismans. Which shop in Baohua City is good? Mu Ningzhu smiled slightly and said, if your pills and talismans are made by yourself, you can trade them at our base. If they were obtained through other means, go to Lin Taiga. They buy things without asking where they come from, as long as they're not too obvious. But the prices might not be very high. Junior Sister Wei, I happen to want to sell that three-headed snake. We can go to Lin Taiga together. Obviously, Sheng Yuhong overheard the conversation between the two junior sisters, so he suggested they go to Lin Taiga together. This made Du Yuling, walking beside him, purse her lips slightly. Yunxi looked surprised and happy on the surface, but was internally annoyed, wanting to go up and stop Sheng Yuhong. She noticed Du's senior sister's gaze wasn't friendly either. Mu Ningzhu's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered before she smiled and said, with senior brother Sheng helping, we can benefit too. Lin Taiga won't push the prices too hard. Exactly. Others nodded in agreement. Then the group headed straight to Lin Taiga, both to handle their gains and to gather information. Today, Lin Taiga was a bit quiet. There weren't as many cultivators coming and going as usual. When Sheng Yuhong entered, a late-stage qi refinement cultivator greeted him. Senior brothers and sisters, please come in. Sheng Yuhong nodded slightly and said, we have some items to sell. We'd like a few appraisers in the shop to help us examine them. Of course, no problem. Follow me. Then the five of them split up. Everyone had items to sell, but even among fellow disciples, they didn't want others to know their secrets. So, they all entered different appraisal rooms with good understanding. Yunxi chose the room farthest from Sheng Yuhong, showing through her actions that she had no interest in him. After entering the compartment, Yunxi saw the appraiser, a beautiful, enchanting woman dressed in a light black silk robe, playing with a jade pendant in her hand. She smiled and asked, little sister, what would you like to have appraised? Yunxi immediately bowed politely, then sat across from the female cultivator. She smiled with dimples and said, I came into the mountains with my senior brother to train. We found some items and want to exchange them for useful magic tools. Thank you for your help, senior. After speaking, she waved her hand to place the items on the table and made a gesture inviting the appraiser to examine them. The appraiser scanned the items with her spiritual awareness, quickly assessing their value. She then picked up two items that her spiritual sense couldn't see through and examined them carefully before speaking. It seems your senior brother isn't very caring. He gave you some junk. These items together are only worth about 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want to trade? Yunxi scratched her head and smiled foolishly. Yes, I will trade. My senior brother saw I was young and gave me a sip of soup, so I consider it a gift. I'm very grateful, and don't dare complain. The female cultivator with a golden core rolled her eyes, but still waved her hand, putting the pills, talismans, and some low-level magic tools into a storage bag. She then tossed Yunxi a storage bag. Yunxi checked that the spirit stones inside were correct, moved them into her own storage bag, bowed in thanks, and left the compartment. Before others came out, Yunxi used the excuse of looking at magic tools to go upstairs. The first floor sold items suitable for qi refining cultivators. A waiter on the second floor immediately asked politely, young friend, what kind of magic tool do you need? Yunxi thought for a moment and said, I need a pill furnace and also want an attack magic tool. In the Wenyu realm, weapons are divided into 6 levels: magic tools, magic treasures, spiritual tools, spiritual treasures, ancient treasures, and mysterious treasures. Yunxi's flower hairpin fairy tool belongs to the mysterious treasure level, a rare item from a higher realm that fell into this world. In the Wenyu realm, such treasures are almost impossible to find. Hearing Yunshi's request, the clerk's eyes lit up. He took her to a small compartment, then brought out 3 pill furnaces and 3 attack magic tools, explaining each and their prices. Yunshi immediately liked the purple gold dragon tripod. This pill furnace has its own fire, which, although it consumes spirit stones, saves her a lot of trouble as someone pretending to have a fire spiritual root. She decided to buy it, but didn't show it too obviously. The 3 attack magic tools were a sword, a red silk ribbon, and a long staff. The spiritual sword was a common weapon in the cultivation world and the most frequently used attack magic tool. Red ribbon is a magical weapon made from sharkfish skin. It is bright in color, combining softness and strength. Not only is it beautiful, but it also has strong attack power. Many female cultivators prefer it, so the shopkeeper recommended it twice. Finally, there is a black long staff. The staff can be long or short. When shortened, it can be tucked into a hair bun. It weighs 1,000 jin and tests the user's arm strength. Even without spiritual energy, it can injure foundation establishment stage cultivators, with attack power comparable to a spiritual sword. After seeing this, Yunshi first ruled out the spiritual sword. She can make her own sword after reaching the golden core stage, and the sword she has now was exchanged from her sect. It is enough for her at the moment. The red ribbon looks nice but gives a soft feeling. She thinks it lacks a commanding presence. Her eyes then fell on the black staff, which she found very pleasing. The shopkeeper was very clever and immediately noticed Yunshi's interest. He smiled and began to recommend, "Friend, this magical weapon is called the 7 Stars Deadly Staff. It is forged from deep-sea black star fallen iron. The staff has 7 stars on it. Once recognized by its owner, the stars can light up one by one, growing stronger as the owner's strength increases. When all 7 stars are lit, one strike can destroy a realm." Yunshi looked at the enthusiastic shopkeeper and said somewhat speechlessly, "Young man, from your description, this magical weapon sounds very powerful. It shouldn't be sold in the shop but should be auctioned off. Why would a low-level cultivator like me, just at the early foundation establishment stage, get involved?" This made the shopkeeper swallow his words and awkwardly reply, "Hee. It was indeed at the auction before, but no one could light up the stars on it, so. TSK, are you trying to trick me because I look young? Many seniors couldn't light the stars, and you think I, a new foundation establishment cultivator, can do it? You're overestimating me." Yunshi showed a determined expression and continued, "Do you have any other recommendations? If nothing's suitable, forget it. I buy things based on how they look. If I like it, I buy. If I don't, I don't. Don't try to fool me." Little friend, you're saying that. Lin Tai Pavilion has always been honest in business and wouldn't sell inferior goods. Because of this, after the 7 Stars Deadly Staff failed to sell at auction, it was kept in the shop. After 3 consecutive returns, the price was lowered. If you're interested, you can buy it for 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. That's the lowest price, and also the break-even point. The materials used to make it cost more than 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Lighting the stars isn't necessary for damage. It just makes the attack more powerful after the stars are lit. Furthermore, fellow cultivator, you haven't even tried. How can you be sure you can't activate it? If it does activate, wouldn't that be a lucky find? The shop assistant is determined to sell this slow-moving magic treasure using his persuasive words. Yunshi listened and thought the sales pitch was convincing. She touched her now less chubby chin and said, "Since you're so eager to sell, I'll take a chance on my luck." "All right. Which alchemy furnace do you like, fellow cultivator? Which one is the best here?" "This Yuan gilded furnace is the best among the alchemy furnaces here." "How much spiritual stones does it cost?" 3,000 middle-grade spiritual stones. Yunshi grimaced and said, "Ugh, that's over my budget." The waiter saw Yunshi's small, wrinkled face and hesitated before speaking. "How about this red cloud furnace?" "How many spiritual stones?" 2,500 middle-grade spiritual stones. Yunshi still looked pained and pointed at her preferred purple gold dragon basin and asked, "What about this one?" "This one needs 2,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, but it's the lowest among these three, a lower-tier spiritual treasure. The waiter wanted to sell Yunxi the most expensive alchemy furnace, but he noticed she was very firm in her choices. After quoting the price, he patiently waited for her decision. Yunxi examined all three furnaces again and finally gritted her teeth and said, "I don't have enough spiritual stones. Can the cheapest furnace be discounted a bit?"
This.
Maybe you should ask the shop owner. I've bought your shop's slow-moving items before, so at least give me some discount. Otherwise, I might have to give up. I just advanced to foundation establishment and my storage bag is empty. Yunxi spread her hands and said, "Please wait a moment, fellow cultivator. I'll go ask the shop owner." "All right, I'll wait for you." Hearing this, Yunxi immediately showed a smile. After a short while, the waiter returned and said, "Fellow cultivator, the shop owner said that since you are a disciple of Howren sect, and it's your first time shopping here, if you buy both the purple gold dragon basin and the 7 stars deadly stick, the price will be 2,800 middle-grade spiritual stones. That's the lowest it can go. The shop owner is generous. Let's make the deal." Yunxi quickly agreed. The shop definitely wants to earn spiritual stones, and this price was within her acceptable range. She paid the spiritual stones efficiently, received the 2 items into her storage bag, and then calmly left the room. When she reached the first floor, she saw only Du Yuling. Her other companions had not finished their transactions. "Senior sister Du, junior sister Wei, are you finished so quickly?" "Yes. I haven't been in the Manhwa mountain range for long, so my gains are limited, which is why I finished so fast." Yunxi responded very politely. Du Yuling smiled and continued, "I see that junior sister is young for her age and has already established her foundation. You must have great talent." Yunxi quickly waved her hand and said, "Senior sister Du, you're flattering me. I have the 3 spirit roots, and establishing the foundation was just luck. If I hadn't come to Manhwa mountain range to find friends, it might have taken at least 5 more years." She then shared her accidental fall into the bird's nest, and whether the other person believed it or not was not her concern. After hearing Yunxi's explanation, Du Yuling smiled and said, "Junior sister Wei, luck is also part of strength. You don't need to underestimate yourself. When I was your age, I was still stuck in the late qi refining stage." Yunxi just chuckled and didn't reply. Du Yuling changed the subject. "Are you familiar with Senior Brother Sheng? I heard of Senior Brother Sheng when I was practicing outside the sect, but I've only met him in person now. He is truly a role model for us. I was able to survive this time thanks to Senior Brother Sheng and the senior sisters, or I would have fallen prey to that 3-headed snake." Yunxi quickly distanced herself from Sheng Yuhong and also praised Du Yuling. This made Du Yuling's smile look more genuine, and she could tell that the young girl only admired Senior Brother Sheng, without any other thoughts. Then Yunxi changed the topic. "Senior sister Du, have you found out anything? What exactly is the strange phenomenon deep inside Manhwa Mountain? Is it some rare treasure growing, or is a great demon emerging?" "It seems to be a new secret realm," Du Yuling replied uncertainly. "A secret realm? Do we have a chance to enter?" "Not sure. These newly appeared secret realms are very dangerous. We don't know what's inside, and there are usually cultivation level restrictions. To enter a secret realm deep in Manhwa Mountain, you need at least to be at the nascent soul stage. I think we probably won't have a chance." Du Yuling spoke honestly. "I see. This is my first time seeing a secret realm appear. This mission has been quite fruitful," Yunxi comforted herself. "It seems that small cultivators like us in the foundation establishment stage don't have much chance this time." Just as they finished talking, members of the Howren sect gradually appeared in the main hall, apparently having finished their trade. Sheng Yuhong saw everyone was present and said, "Let's go to the tea house." No one objected, knowing they were going to gather information, so they followed Sheng Yuhong out of Lin Tai Pavilion. The waiter enthusiastically saw a group of 5 people out of the shop because they had completed their sales goal for the day. Yunxi looked at the 3-story tea house, which was similar to those in the mortal world, and quickly lost interest. She followed inside to the 2nd floor, casually ordered a spiritual tea, and carefully sipped it, focusing on being obedient and sensible. Sheng Yuhong had already started secretly communicating with the tea server to gather information, while Muningzhu quietly exchanged words with Yunqi. Junior Sister Wei, you finished your task at Baohua Mountain. What are your plans now? I'm planning to return to my sect. I realized I lack many skills after coming out, and my strength is weak. I still need help from my fellow disciples, so I think I shouldn't come out again. Fortunately, I accidentally succeeded in foundation building this time. When I go back, I plan to retreat for a while to stabilize my cultivation before rejoining the sect's big competition. Yunqi spoke seriously about her plans. That's good. It's nice that you think like that. Now that you've built your foundation, you can go home to see your parents. Are you planning to visit? I remember Kunyu City isn't far from Baohua Mountain. Muningzhu casually mentioned. Yunqi shook her head and replied, this time I won't. I'm still using my old identity and jade token, so returning directly to Kunyu City might be inappropriate. Plus, my family members might worry about me. I want to wait until they also build their foundations before returning with them. That's good. Make sure you've thought it through. Muningzhu had a good impression of everyone in the Wei family except Wei Yunqing. At least, they were principled. Just as they were talking, another group of 4 people arrived on the second floor. They were 2 men and 2 women, all dressed very brightly, and their cultivation levels were also in the foundation building stage. They were all quite beautiful, each with their own unique looks, rare and stunning. Yunqi glanced at the 4 briefly, then turned to Muningzhu, clearly asking a question. Muningzhu transmitted her thoughts. These 4 are cultivators from the 100 Flowers Tower. Some practice orthodox Taoist cultivation methods, while others practice demonic cultivation. They call themselves containing all rivers, but in reality, they accept any pretty disciples. Oh, I see. They recruit based on looks. Yunqi understood instantly. Everyone loves beauty. They are usually very popular when they go out, but the people from 100 Flowers Tower are a bit arrogant, acting freely and being quite difficult to deal with. If you meet them, it's best to stay away so you don't get targeted.
Muningzhu warned.
Yunqi touched her already slimmer face and said with a smile, don't worry, senior sister. I know I look good, and I will definitely protect myself. Muningzhu listened and slightly twitched her mouth, showing her confidence. Next to her, Dueling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Honestly, Yunqi and Mei haven't formed a connection yet. Wow, little girl, you're so confident. How about coming to our 100 Flowers Tower? A teasing voice interrupted Yunqi and Muningzhu's conversation, catching Sheng Yuhong's attention. Yunqi looked toward the voice. It was a beautiful woman from the 4 of 100 Flowers Tower, with bold features and sharp eyes that stared directly at her, blinking flirtatiously. The gesture was clearly tempting. Sheng Yuhong's face darkened. This was a blatant attempt to steal her friend. He frowned slightly, about to speak, but Yunqi stood up first. She cupped her hands in a bow and smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Thank you, beautiful sister, for your kind words, but I have already joined the Haoren sect and have no plans to leave. Please understand. The beauty's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, then she smiled and said, you're quite interesting, little girl. Let's be friends. I am Yu Qingcheng from 100 Flowers Tower. Here is my communication talisman. Yu Qingcheng tossed her communication talisman over. Yunqi caught it immediately, then stored it in her space bag. She also handed over her own talisman and introduced herself. I am Wei Yunqi, a disciple of the outer sect of Haoren sect. Yu Qingcheng took the talisman, her bright phoenix eyes shining as she said, no wonder your sect is the 2nd largest in the West. Even such a talented foundation establishment disciple is only an outer disciple. This time, I was lucky to succeed in foundation establishment at Baohua Mountain with the help of senior brothers and sisters from my sect. I haven't yet replaced my sect badge, so I am still an outer disciple. Once I return to the sect, I will be promoted automatically to an inner disciple. Yunqi knew how to speak. In just a few words, she explained her situation clearly, which made Sheng Yuhong and the others feel comfortable. Yu Qingcheng still felt a bit regretful. She had used a charm spell on the girl earlier, but the girl showed no reaction. She knew her charm arts could enchant both men and women, but it didn't work on Yunxi. That was why she had the idea of trying to steal her away. Yu Qingqing didn't know that Wei Yunxi's spiritual sense far exceeded her cultivation level. Although she had taken a mental suppression potion, it only kept her spiritual sense at the nascent soul stage. With her mid-foundation establishment strength, she naturally couldn't charm Yunxi. Yunxi, while not disliking beautiful women, understood that the cultivation world was full of dangers. She knew she must be cautious, so she simply said a few words and sat back down, continuing to drink her spiritual tea. Sheng Yuhong was very pleased with Yunxi's response. When they went out, they not only represented themselves but also their sect. It was important to be firm when necessary and friendly when appropriate. There was no need to make enemies everywhere. Friend Sheng, are you also here on sect orders to investigate the strange phenomena at Baohua Mountain? One of the 4 from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a male cultivator of similar strength to Sheng Yuhong, asked proactively. Sheng Yuhong replied calmly, I received a sect task to find a missing fellow disciple at Baohua Mountain and happened to encounter strange phenomena there. The friends from 100 Flowers Pavilion arrived quite quickly. Have you learned anything? The handsome male cultivator smiled slightly and said, We were sent to Baohua City to deliver 100 Flowers brew. We didn't expect to encounter such an opportunity. We decided to stay a couple of extra days. We only know it's a new secret realm. I believe soon all major sects will send people to investigate. This was similar to what Sheng Yuhong had heard. Since the higher-level cultivators exploring the area hadn't returned to Baohua City, the details were unclear. After exchanging a few indifferent words, both sides left the tea house separately. Sheng Yuhong could only take everyone back to their sect base. After giving a few instructions, he dismissed them and planned to send a message to the sect later. Yunxi returned to her room. She first took out Dot from her for a quick look. The little one was still practicing cultivation, with her small belly rising and falling rhythmically. Yunxi couldn't help but touch her gently, then placed her back in her. She then took out the magic treasure she bought today with 2,800 mid-grade spirit stones. She first used blood to refine the Zijin Panlong cauldron. The purple-golden alchemy furnace looked very noble, especially with 2 vivid purple dragons coiled around it, connecting head to tail, as if they might fly out at any moment. Yunxi embedded a mid-grade spirit stone into the slot at the bottom of the furnace. After a moment, a purple flame ignited at the bottom. This was the furnace's own flame. Let's try it first. Yunxi took out spiritual rice and auxiliary spiritual plants needed for refining bigu pill from her storage bag. She first chanted a spell to condense water and clean the inside and outside of the large furnace thoroughly. This was the first step in alchemy. No remnants of the previous batch of herbs could remain, or it would affect the quality of the new pills. The second step was to preheat the furnace, ensuring it heated evenly to the desired temperature for her pill refinement. Once the temperature was right, she waved her hand and threw in the spiritual rice and plants, then began the first stage of refining by chanting spells. This process tested an alchemist's concentration and control of fire. Fortunately, Yunxi's spiritual sense was strong enough. Every change inside the furnace was visible to her. While refining spiritual plants in the alchemy furnace, the 2 purple dragons on the furnace body seemed to come alive, moving back and forth across the entire cauldron, speeding up the refining process. It looked very impressive, and Yunxi's spiritual energy continuously flowed into the furnace. Once the spiritual plants inside the furnace were transformed into medicinal liquid, Yunxi began to remove impurities by performing hand seals. This required strong mental focus. After completely removing the impurities, she moved on to the final step of forming the pill. Yunxi quickly performed the hand seals and withdrew the fire. Soon, a pleasant aroma of medicine wafted from the alchemy furnace. Yunxi stopped her actions, waved her sleeve to open the lid, and carefully examined the solidified pills in her hand. This batch of detox pills contained 10 pills in total, 2 of which were top quality, and the rest were high quality. She was very satisfied with the result. This alchemy furnace works well, and is very smooth to use. It will last me until I reach the core formation stage. After testing, Yunshi was pleased. She waved her sleeve and stored the purple-gold dragon-patterned cauldron into her storage ring. Next, Yunshi took the 7-star deadly stick in her hand. Honestly, she was feeling a bit hopeful. What if she could light up the 7 stars? Without hesitation, she dripped her blood essence onto the black stick. Once the blood was absorbed, she held the stick with one hand, feeling the connection between herself and the weapon. The black stick slowly extended until it reached about 1.5 meters, matching her current height. The surface was carved with reliefs resembling the Big Dipper constellation, which was likely the origin of the 7-star deadly stick. Yunshi tried swinging it with one hand. The weight was within her manageable range. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt the stick's weight increase. She immediately gripped it with both hands to prevent herself from being pulled over.
Wow.
It's so heavy, interesting. Yunshi thought that spending 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones on this was worth it. Whether she could light up the 7 stars or not, she planned to keep this magical weapon. Then she held the stick with both hands, made a vertical chop, and struck the ground heavily. With a loud bang, appeared where the stick hit, slowly spreading outside the door. Oh no! I've caused trouble. In the next moment, Yunshi sensed a tremor from the ground. She was startled and frowned. Could it be? This stick could cause an earthquake? Yunshi instinctively stored the 7-star deadly stick into her storage ring, then quickly activated the room's formation and rushed out to see how much damage she had caused and whether her newly mined spiritual stones would be enough to cover the repairs. When Yunshi appeared in the courtyard, the other residents and fellow disciples who were staying there also came out of their rooms, all eager to know what had happened. Senior Brother Sheng, what's going on? Everyone tried to stay calm and looked toward Sheng Yuhong. Sheng Yuhong looked serious and said, "It seems something has happened at Bahua Mountain. Uncle Feng and I are going to check it out. Don't act rashly." After speaking, he vanished in a flash. Yunshi quietly glanced around and saw that the shaking had stopped, and there were no cracks on the ground of the small courtyard. Only then did she relax, relieved that she hadn't caused the disturbance with her stick. She then walked over to Qintong Shuang and Muningzhu, frowning as she asked, "Senior Sister Mu, do you think there's a problem with that secret realm?" Muningzhu shook her head. "Not sure. We'll know when Senior Brother Sheng returns. But it's definitely related to that unopened secret realm." Qintong Shuang frowned, lost in thought but didn't speak. After Muningzhu finished, she whispered, "Senior Sister Mu, Yunshi, I think the secret realm's emergence has alarmed the monsters in Baohua Mountain. Maybe they've gone rogue." "Are you saying there's a monster tide?" Muningzhu responded quickly. "That's my guess." Qintong Shuang didn't deny it. Nearby, Long Daoyu, who was eavesdropping, was shocked and gasped, then hurriedly said, "Two senior uncles, if that's true, we should leave Bahua City first. For us Qi refining stage cultivators, encountering a monster tide is basically asking for death." This time, Qintong Shuang didn't reply. Yunshi nodded in agreement. Muningzhu suddenly looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and said, "It's too late."
Huh? Why?
Long Daoyu exclaimed in surprise. Yunshi also looked up, sensing something, and saw a formation closing in the sky. After a golden pattern flickered, it signaled that the formation was complete. "The city protection array has been activated. We can't leave for now unless it's deactivated." Muningzhu withdrew her gaze and told the others nearby. Long Daoyu's mouth opened wide, and finally he managed to say, "So, we have to stay and fight the monster tide?"
Probably.
The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Monster tides are not easy to handle. Yunshi felt she might have caused this trouble with her butterfly wings, bringing the monster tide here. She wasn't sure if they could survive this difficult time. At this moment, Sheng Yuhong returned and said, "The city's protective barrier around Bahua City has been opened. The cultivators who entered Bahua Mountain Range earlier are now retreating into the city. Behind them, a horde of beast tide has been temporarily triggered by monsters. The guards in the city lord's mansion are not enough to handle this beast tide. The cultivators inside the city need to work together to fight it. Soon, a task to block the beast tide will be issued. I will take on this city protection mission in the name of Howren sect. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Don't miss this chance for training. Before a large number of cultivators flood in, it's best to gather more resources. If spirit stones are not enough, buy them from our shop. Yes, Senior Brother Sheng. Under Sheng Yuhong's guidance, everyone began to act. The Qi condensation disciples inside the base rushed to the front yard, while foundation-building disciples left in groups to buy supplies at the city shops. Yunxi didn't dare to be careless. She pulled Qin Tong's Huang and hurried to Lin Tai Pavilion. The same attendant from before, a Qi condensation disciple, was there, but this time, he had no smile on his face. "Two friends, what do you need?" Yunxi, not wanting to waste time, said directly, "I need defensive magic treasures, a flying magic treasure, 2,000 sheets of first and second rank blank talisman paper, and beast blood for drawing talismans. Just bring these first. I'll tell you if I remember anything else." Qin Tong's Huang also listed her needs. She chose a defensive magic treasure, and then asked for an attack formation disc. "All right, please wait a moment, I'll go get them." Yunxi and Qin Tong's Huang exchanged glances before entering a private room. "Do you think we can return safely to our sect?" "Definitely. Since a beast tide has occurred here, the sect will surely send disciples to support us. We just need to withstand the first wave of the beast tide." "I understand. If we go out of the city to hunt monsters, it's better to do it in groups." Qin Tong's Huang shared her thoughts. "Yes, but I'm now in the foundation building stage, so it might be hard to stay with you all. Be careful when the time comes." "I know." Both of them were shaken. It was their first time facing such a situation. With no desire to chat, after the attendant brought out what they needed, they quickly chose their items. Neither bargained this time. After paying the spirit stones, they casually stored the items in their storage bags. Yunxi could tell that Qin Tong's Huang was also not short on spirit stones. She put away a fourth-rank formation disc without hesitation, along with the bell-shaped defensive treasure, which was capable of resisting a strike from a nascent soul stage cultivator. An excellent treasure. Actually, while she was criticizing Jin Tong's Huang had the same thoughts about Yunxi. Yunxi chose a simple white magnolia hairpin, which is a high-level defensive treasure capable of resisting 3 full attacks from a nascent soul stage cultivator. She also had the Cloud Glow flying boat, which, although small and only able to hold 2 people, could be controlled with spiritual energy or spirit stones. Its speed was comparable to that of early nascent soul cultivators, making it an essential escape tool. After leaving the Lin Tai Pavilion, the two of them headed straight to the 100 Dan Hall. They bought various pills for healing, restoring spiritual energy, and detoxification. Only then did they hurriedly return to their base. Inside the city, all the cultivators were rushing around. Shops selling pills, talismans, weapons, and formations were crowded with cultivators. Clearly, some people, like them, had realized the seriousness of the situation and had started stockpiling resources. Back in the backyard, Yunxi and Jin Tong's Huang parted ways. They needed to refine their treasures. Going into battle without any protection was basically asking for death. Yunxi entered the room she had accidentally cracked open. After activating the barrier formation, she sat down on a mat and massaged her forehead. At this moment, Dottie cautiously peeked out from Yunxi's collar and whispered, "Master, is something bad happening?" Yunxi had already sensed Dottie's movements. Dottie hadn't shown herself outside, but had appeared once she returned to the base. Yunxi picked Dottie up and said, "The strange phenomena in the Baohua mountain range have triggered a beast tide. My fellow disciples and I are temporarily trapped in Baohua City. We might have to fight the beast tide that's coming out of the mountains." Dottie's ears twitched. She hadn't expected her master to be so unlucky. "I forgot to buy a spirit beast bag earlier. You stay in the room to cultivate for now. I might need to go into battle at any moment." "Master, Dottie wants to go with you." Dottie didn't want to miss this chance to show her loyalty. "All right, you decide for yourself." Then Yunxi placed Dottie aside and began refining the newly purchased defensive treasure. Yunxi's first task was to refine the white magnolia hairpin. After refining it, She inserted it into her hair. As for the cloud glow flying boat, which she kept for escape, she only left her spiritual sense imprinted on it before storing it in her space ring. Yunxi also touched her red gemstone earrings. They were a gift from Uncle Foam, meant to help her absorb spiritual energy. She had worn them since joining the sect and never took them off. Her previous protective bracelet had been very helpful, but now that her cultivation had improved, it was no longer enough. Spirit stones are very useful. This time, we were in such a hurry. If we had stayed a few more days in Bahua City, we might have found some good items. Just as Yunxi finished her thoughts, she heard a voice transmission from Master Foam. All disciples, gather immediately in the courtyard. Yunxi quickly stood up. Didi, a little companion, didn't need Yunxi to call him. He climbed back into her embrace on his own. All the disciples at the Howren sect outpost gathered together, then divided into two groups. One for those in the Qi refining stage, and one for those in the foundation building stage. Master Feng, who was guarding the outpost, spoke. Bahua City is under attack by a beast tide. The city protection array has been activated. The city lord's residence is resisting the first wave of attacks. The monsters are mostly first and second level, but there are many of them. This is a good opportunity for you to practice. Today, the city lord's residence issued a task to stop the beast tide. Junior brother Sheng has already gone to receive the task. Now, I am giving you storage bags provided by the city lord's residence. You will put the monsters you kill into these bags. You can exchange spirit stones and rare treasures at the city lord's residence. The total number of monsters killed by all Howren sect disciples will determine the group ranking in this hunting competition. Your personal kills will be recorded on your individual ranking. Until reinforcements arrive, we must repel the first wave of the beast tide. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. I hope you seize this chance. Maybe the breakthrough you seek will come during the battle. While Master Feng was speaking, small storage bags about the size of a palm were handed out to each person. Everyone quickly confirmed their ownership with a blood mark and then hung the bags at their waists. Seeing everyone's calm expressions, Master Feng waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then, the group left the Howren sect outpost. As they departed, the protective barrier was activated again, preventing anyone without a sect identity jade token from entering. This was also a form of self-protection. Yunxi followed closely behind Muningzhu. She was the only familiar person nearby. Qin Tongshuang and Long Daoyu were also Qi refining disciples, walking behind them. Inside Bahua City, everyone was in a hurry. There were also cultivators wearing sect robes, likely support troops from the sect, heading toward the same destination, the north gate facing Bahua Mountain. Yunxi felt a tense atmosphere in the air. The closer they got to the north gate, the stronger the smell of blood. There were injured cultivators heading in the opposite direction. Yunxi finally felt a sense of reality. She was truly about to face the beast tide. Junior Sister Wei, don't be nervous. During the battle, just follow behind me. Muningzhu softly comforted Yunxi when she saw her serious face. Yunxi nodded immediately and whispered, "Thank you, senior sister, for your care. I will take good care of myself. I just finished building my foundation, so I want to use this opportunity to strengthen my cultivation. Nothing beats real combat for training." Yunxi's words were not just an excuse. Her continuous advancement was because she devoured the spiritual consciousness of a disembodied cultivator, which was like rushing her growth. While improving her cultivation, she also needed to strengthen her body, making her physical strength match her spiritual power. Otherwise, the danger of her body collapsing wouldn't be fully gone. Facing the beast tide was a good chance to do this. When the group arrived on the city wall at the north gate, they saw the battlefield of the beast tide. All they could see were low-level monsters. These monsters were frantically attacking the fighting cultivators, driven purely by instinct. The cultivators didn't hold back either. Various dazzling techniques exploded among the monsters. Bright spells like fireworks burst open, colorful and dazzling, each attack taking down some monsters. However, human spiritual energy was limited. Before running out, they would protect each other and retreat into the city's protective formation. But some cultivators couldn't make it back in time and were overwhelmed by monsters, resulting in a very bloody scene. Yunshi could smell the blood in the air. Seeing the brutal fight before her, she felt a little sick. She activated her spiritual energy to suppress her nausea. At this moment, Sheng Yuhong raised his voice. "Qi refining disciples, prepare yourselves. The monsters attacking the protective formation are first-level monsters. The 9 of you form your teams and go out to fight." Understood. The Qi refining disciples responded immediately and began forming their teams. They usually teamed up with fellow disciples they knew well, so they could fight more smoothly. Yunshi exchanged looks with Qintong Shuang and Long Daoyu, signaling them to stay safe. Both nodded seriously, then followed the city lord's guards down the city wall and stepped onto the battlefield. Currently, the monsters attacking the city's protective formation were all first-level creatures, like fire rabbits, earth dragon chickens, 5-inch snakes, and cloud sparrow beasts. These monsters were weak individually but numerous, so they relied on numbers to win. If human cultivators didn't cooperate well, they could easily be surrounded, leading to a situation where many small forces could overwhelm a larger one. So, even though these monsters weren't strong, they couldn't be taken lightly. Within Baohua City, a true monarch in the nascent soul stage was stationed. Without high-level monsters on the field, the true monarch wouldn't intervene. This was an accepted rule. At this moment, Sheng Yuhong was whispering to Master Foam. "Uncle Foam, how long will this beast tide last? It should end soon. The high-level cultivators here have gone deep into Baohua Mountain. After understanding the details of the new secret realm, they will negotiate with the great demon in the mountain's depths. Then, these frightened monsters will retreat back into Baohua Mountain." Sheng Yuhong finally relaxed after hearing this. He was worried that too many of his people might get hurt, which could damage his reputation in the sect. Yunshi's spiritual awareness was stronger than theirs, so she heard every word of their conversation. She also felt a bit more at ease. Luckily, it wasn't a long battle, otherwise, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold on. Then, she focused on her fellow disciples fighting nearby, especially Qin Tongshuang and Long Daoyu. Qin Tongshuang's ice magic was very smooth, and she was good at group attacks. After using her big move, she would hide in the team to recover spiritual energy and gather the spoils. Once her energy was back, she would strike again. Long Daoyu poured his spiritual energy into his sword, working with his teammates to kill a first-level demon beast. His sword emitted a faint glow, looking extraordinary. Wherever he went, the demon beasts either died or were injured. However, he seemed to be running out of strength. After his spiritual energy was exhausted, he immediately took a pill to recover. Newly arrived cultivators at the Qi refining stage fought bravely, which made some seasoned cultivators secretly shake their heads, doubting their fighting style. But the addition of newcomers eased their pressure a bit. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the silence. "A second-level demon beast has appeared." She clenched her fists unconsciously. She secretly released her spiritual awareness and saw a herd of one-horned rhinoceros beasts charging toward the city gate. Behind them, some sharp-mouthed crocodiles were crawling on the ground, looking fierce. The second-level demon beasts didn't care about the first-level ones. They simply stepped over anything blocking their way. The howls of the monsters echoed loudly, prompting the observing cultivators to sound the alarm immediately. The Qi refining cultivators on the battlefield received orders and began to protect each other as they retreated into the defensive array. She knew it was time for Foundation establishment cultivators to step in. Sure enough, Sheng Yuhong turned around with a group of Foundation establishment disciples from Haoran sect and left the city wall. She felt she wasn't fully prepared, but was already swept into the battlefield by her fellow disciples. Once she steadied herself, the smell of blood beneath her nose grew even stronger. "Yunshi, don't zone out. Get ready for battle." Muningzhu saw She was a bit stunned and immediately called out to remind her. Yunshi quickly regained her focus. While sending out her spiritual awareness to stay alert, she grasped the 7 stars deadly stick in her hand. After pouring spiritual energy into it, the black stick rapidly extended. She chose this weapon for a reason. The unicorn rhinoceros beast's hide is tough and thick, and it loves to charge recklessly. The most valuable part of this beast is its horn, which is extremely hard and a good material for crafting weapons. Right now, she was only just beginning to learn the unmatched sword thunder technique, and using lightning's spiritual energy could easily expose her. So she decided to use the stick as a sword, which was less likely to reveal her abilities. If she still couldn't win, she planned to defend herself with a white jade orchid hairpin, as long as she didn't lose her life. Muningzhu saw Qin Tongzhuang and Long Daoyu's team being held back by two unicorn rhinoceros beasts and quickly drew her sword to support them. Yunqi followed right behind. Muningzhu swung her sword and wounded one of the unicorn rhinoceros beasts, leaving a blood mark on its body. The beast became even more furious, snorting loudly and charging at Muningzhu. Yunqi moved with the steps of the Thousand Shadows supporting wind technique, twisting her body to dodge in front of Muningzhu. Then she leapt up and landed again, gripping the Seven Stars' deadly stick with both hands. Using the momentum, she struck the beast's head fiercely. With a loud bang, Yunqi was sure she had cracked the beast's skull. The unicorn rhinoceros couldn't withstand the heavy and knelt on the ground. Before it could even groan, it tilted its head and fainted. Yunqi had already landed beside the beast, waved her hand, and stored it in her space bag. She then saw Qin Tongzhuang and Long Daoyu looking at her with surprise. Yunqi said indifferently, "Don't hesitate to retreat. Once the fight starts, I won't be able to help you." "Okay. We'll retreat now," they replied quickly, realizing that foundation building and qi refining were truly different. Muningzhu was fighting another rhinoceros beast. From the corner of her eye, she saw Yunqi's impressive move. She twitched her mouth and shouted loudly, "Yunqi, over here." Yunqi swung her stick to knock away a pointed-beak rhinoceros that was crawling toward her foot. She moved swiftly to Muningzhu's side, lowered her body, and struck the beast's knee with her stick. The sound of bones cracking echoed again. Muningzhu responded quickly, stabbing out with her hand. A green sword light pierced into the injured beast's eye. In the next moment, the beast collapsed and gasped its last breath. Muningzhu didn't hesitate to store it in her space bag. The two exchanged a silent, understanding look before rushing to help Zhang Yan, who was entangled. Zhang Yan thought he would be defeated by a second-tier beast this time, but Muningzhu and Yunqi worked together to save him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned back into the formation. At this moment, the pointed-toothed crocodile had entered the battlefield, followed by a group of colorful snakes slithering into the fight. Yunqi felt dizzy and muttered, "Did we just poke a snake nest?" Muningzhu's eyes also grew serious. She quickly warned, "Yunqi, hold the antidote pill in your mouth. If you're bitten by a snake, swallow it immediately." "Thank you, senior sister," Yunqi replied. She didn't hesitate and took out 2 antidote pills, wrapping them with ice spiritual power before putting them in her mouth. Then she waved her staff and started attacking. She secretly infused lightning spiritual power into her staff, aiming to stun the beast with lightning if she couldn't knock it out with her attacks. She planned to use this as an excuse to explain that the materials for the 7-star deadly stick included lightning ore. While Yunqi was fiercely attacking the rhinoceros beast and pointed-toothed crocodile, she didn't notice that 1 star on the 7-star deadly stick flickered briefly before falling silent again. As the battle heated up, Yunqi was suddenly struck and thrown into the snake swarm. She fell right into the group of snakes.
Muningzhu shouted urgently, "Yun 11."
Yunqi didn't have time to respond. She rolled on the ground, then slapped the earth with her palm, casting a freezing spell that temporarily sealed the surrounding 5 meters of wandering snakes. A red light flashed across her body, and a red gemstone earring cracked. It had protected her from a deadly strike from the 2nd-tier rainbow-colored snake, completing its defensive task. When Yunqi stood up, she felt her energy surge. The rainbow snake seemed to realize she was still alive, its sinister vertical pupils fixed on her as it hissed and slithered closer. Yunqi clenched her teeth, swung the 7-star deadly stick in a circle, and killed all the snakes that hadn't been frozen. She then stored her weapon in her space and charged toward the rainbow snake with ghostly steps. This girl eats everything but never suffers a loss. She muttered to herself. Her speed was quick, and she swung her staff to clash with the rainbow snake's tail. Mooningzhu watched nervously. She felt her heart pounding. She thought her little junior sister was too reckless, facing a peak second-tier rainbow snake as a foundation-building cultivator. Was she brave or just crazy? She didn't have time to worry about Yunxi anymore because a rhinoceros beast and a pointed-toothed crocodile had tangled with her. Mooningzhu quickly manipulated vines to entangle the crocodile first, preventing her from being attacked from behind and front. Then she swung her sword at the rhinoceros's eyes. When her attack was blocked, she didn't give up. She flipped into the air and struck out a sword light, killing the struggling crocodile. Standing confidently with his sword, Sheng Yuhong kept a close eye on the fiercest second-stage late-phase monsters on the battlefield. He occasionally swung his sword to help his fellow disciples escape danger. Then he saw Wei Yunxi fighting fiercely with the colorful snake, and his face darkened. "Wei Yunxi, come back!" Sheng Yuhong shouted immediately. Yunxi was in the heat of battle. She noticed that as she swung her 7 stars deadly stick more times, its attack power grew, but its weight stayed the same. She had already smashed part of the snake's tail, which made the snake very angry. The hissing sounds never stopped, as the snake called for help from others. Yunxi had her eyes on the snake's skin. It was good material for making magic robes, resistant to water and fire, and impervious to weapons. That's why she chose to attack with her stick. She didn't believe she couldn't break the snake's bones and take its skin. When she heard Sheng Yuhong's voice, she pretended not to hear and stepped around the colorful snake, moving lightly like a shadow. A loud roar suddenly echoed across the battlefield. With this roar, the fighters paused briefly. It was the sound wave attack from the monster. During this short break, the monsters losing the advantage started to fight back. A golden core master from Baohua City appeared in the sky above the battlefield. He snorted coldly, dispelling the sound wave attack from the jungle tiger, then swung his whisk to fight the jungle tiger in close combat. Yunxi was one of the few Foundation establishment disciples not hurt by the sound wave. This gave her a good hint. While fighting the colorful snake, she tried to use her spiritual sense to form a spear and stabbed it into the snake's head, determined to crush its brain. And she succeeded. The colorful snake suddenly softened around Yunxi's body. Its proud head tilted, and it lost its life. Yunxi quickly and skillfully put the snake into her storage bag. This was her prize. However, because she used her spiritual sense to attack, her face turned pale. Just as she was about to leave, her ankles suddenly hurt. A tiny green snake, about the size of a thumb, bit her. She felt numb all over. She immediately swallowed 2 antidote pills and shot an ice spike to pin the snake in place. "How dare you ambush me?" Yunxi was a bit angry. She swung her stick, smashing the green snake into flesh. Thanks to the medicine, her numb half-body regained sensation. But she was once again surrounded by a group of snakes. Yunxi stood firmly, with a long staff in hand. She flicked her storage bag, scattering a bunch of attack talismans like a flower shower. At least 100. She activated her white magnolia hairpin for defense, swallowed a top-quality spirit-replenishing pill, and quickly began restoring her lost spiritual energy. A loud explosion sounded for 3 or 4 breaths, drowning out the lonely blasts on the battlefield and showing Sheng Yuhong how bold Yunxi was. Is she crazy? Sheng Yuhong's brows furrowed tightly. He flew his sword toward Yunxi's location, swooping down after the explosion to rescue her. At the moment the explosion ended, Yunxi released her spiritual sense to gather her spoils. She couldn't let others get the best of her. Just then, her spiritual sense caught sight of a figure rushing toward her. It was Sheng Yuhong. She immediately swung her 7 stars deadly staff and struck fiercely. She admitted she did it on purpose, even though he hadn't yet taken her spiritual root or extracted her golden core. She just didn't like him. The battlefield was the best place to strike, and she had a good excuse. She thought flying monsters were attacking her, a perfect reason. Sheng Yuhong didn't expect his junior sister to attack him. Instinctively, he opened his protective shield and endured her attack. A crackling sound rang out as purple lightning flowers spread along the black staff to Sheng Yuhong's shield. The shield only held for 2 breaths before shattering, but that gave Sheng Yuhong time to dodge. Yunqi's eyes flickered, feeling it was a pity, then pretended to be surprised and said, "Senior brother Sheng, it's you? I thought it was a flying monster." What could Sheng Yuhong say? Seeing her dirty robes and her face covered in dirt, he twitched his lips and said, "Junior sister Wei, you're caught in a snake swarm. Leave with me first." Yunqi didn't resist. She nodded shyly and said, "Senior brother Sheng, I was in such a hurry to build my foundation that I haven't learned to fly on a sword yet." That was true. Since building her foundation, she only had one shaky experience flying away from the red-beaked falcon's nest on a sword. Sheng Yuhong frowned, then flashed his figure, grabbing Yunqi by the back of her collar and flying away on his sword from the snake beast's encirclement. Yunqi didn't resist this time, though she felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was only at the foundation stage. But on the way back to the big array, she didn't just sit still. She held attack talismans in her hand, aiming carefully and throwing them into the monster group, helping out a little. When Sheng Yuhong finally threw Yunqi into the array, she had already used up half of her second-tier attack talismans. As Yunqi landed, Qintong Shuang and Long Daoyu stepped forward to greet her. "Uncle Wei, you're really impressive." Long Daoyu praised her kindly. Qintong Shuang, however, disagreed and said, "Yunqi, you are too brave. You dared to rush into the beast group alone. If Uncle Sheng hadn't been there, you might have been swallowed by the snakes." Yunqi touched her nose. She wanted to say she was careful and not so fragile, but since her friends cared about her, she could only smile foolishly and say, "I didn't want to either. It was that colorful python chasing me and swinging its tail to throw me into the snake group." Long Daoyu immediately interrupted. "It's because you crushed its tail.
It was a fight to the death.
If I had been soft, I would have become the snack of that colorful python. This time, I killed it. I planned to use its skin to make a magic robe. It was worth it." Yunqi felt very satisfied. It was her first time on the battlefield. She didn't lose an arm or a leg. Although her way back was a bit embarrassing, it was still a worthwhile trip. After a few words of conversation, they heard a sharp whistle from deep within the Bao Hua mountain range. The fighting beast creatures, as if receiving an order, stopped attacking and slowly retreated into the mountains. These beasts even knew how to clean up the battlefield, carrying away the corpses of their fallen comrades. The Golden Core cultivator, who fought the third-ranked jungle tiger, also flew back to the city. Outside the city, the human cultivators who had been fighting also gradually retreated into the city's protective formation. This time, Yunqi went to greet Muningzhu and her group. Muningzhu had already taken a spiritual supplement pill, and her condition looked okay, though her face was a bit pale, clearly exhausted. In just half an hour, some human cultivators had also been injured. How Ran's sect had Sheng Yuhong, the senior brother, watching over them. No one had died, which was good. Sheng Yuhong was the last to enter the big formation. He looked around to make sure all Hao Ran's sect disciples had returned, then shouted, "Everyone, go back and rest." Today, the beasts retreated on their own. There must be progress in the negotiations. Let's hold on a little longer. "Yes, senior brother, Uncle Sheng." Everyone responded and headed back to their base together. Zhong Zhenren did not go back, but continued to guard at the North City Gate. Back at her residence, Yunqi collapsed onto her bed after turning off the barrier. Dottie slipped out of her embrace, sniffed Yunqi's face, and confirmed that her owner was just exhausted. Only then did she relax. During the battle, Dottie didn't dare to show itself. The surrounding aura was too fierce. It was naturally timid and didn't dare disturb her owner's fight. It could only stay close through their contract, paying attention to her owner's condition. Yunqi was only 10 years old. After closing her eyes and sleeping for 2 hours, she opened her eyes to find it still dark outside. She yawned and asked, "Didi, what time is it?" "It's the hour of 3 to 5 a.m. I saw that the master was tired, so I didn't wake you. Yunshi sat up and stretched her stiff body, then began practicing basic physical exercises. The interstellar body strengthening technique involves specific movements to improve the body. Yunshi thought it was similar to yoga, but not exactly the same. After Yunshi assumed the first pose, she felt her body ache. She immediately used her spiritual energy to flow through the sore areas, then noticed tiny star-like powers merging into her bones. Yunshi persisted through the third exercise, but couldn't continue. Her bones made cracking sounds, clearly exceeding her body's limit. Next to her, who was watching her owner, was very curious. It saw her doing strange moves and felt she was almost twisting herself into a tangled vine. But once the movements were set, white starry energy would flow into her body. After Yunshi finished, Dada moved over and asked, "Master, what kind of cultivation method are you practicing? It looks like the way big demons absorb moonlight and star power." Yunshi wiped the sweat from her forehead and then gently rubbed its head. "This is my special body strengthening technique."
Oh.
Twitched its ears, showing it understood, then sniffed and said, "Master, you smell a strange scent." Yunshi listened, sniffed herself, but didn't smell anything. She told, "Find where the smell is coming from." "Yes, master. Dada's nose is the best. Please wait a moment." It then sniffed around Yunshi and finally stopped at her ankle, wagging its tail. "Master, it's here." Yunshi nodded understandingly. She remembered she had been bitten by a small green snake there. Luckily, she listened carefully and quickly swallowed 2 detox pills she had in her mouth, preventing her from becoming paralyzed. She sat on the ground, rolled up her pant leg, revealing her injured ankle. 2 black dots, about the size of yellow millet grains, seeped from the bite wound. Immediately sniffed and then transmitted, "Master, this is the smell." Yunshi took out a silk cloth to wipe away the black spots, then performed a purification spell. Only after that did she lower her pant leg and smell the cloth carefully. She nodded knowingly and said, "This should be the residual poison left by the bamboo leaf green snake inside me. No wonder the smell was so faint. I almost couldn't smell it at all," she added. Yunshi guessed that the residual poison was forced out of her body through her recent practice of body techniques. She felt she had gained a treasure this time. Although she almost caused her physical body to collapse, the benefits were clear. Next, she sat cross-legged and ran a complete cycle of her cultivation method to restore herself to her best condition. Then she asked, "Which beast made that sharp scream on the battlefield earlier?" "It was the white-browed old ape. It's one of the leaders in the inner circle," replied, moving his ears. Yunshi listened with interest and asked, "Is it a 5th-rank beast? Is it comparable to a human cultivator at the divine transformation stage?" "Yes, it's very strong. It has experienced a lightning tribulation of transformation but didn't want to leave its clan, so it kept practicing in the Baohua mountain range," said, scratching his chin. Yunshi smiled and gently squeezed in her hand before asking, "You seem to be from the Baohua mountain range. How did someone make a contract with you?" "I didn't ask earlier, but now I have time. Tell me about it." Enjoying his owner's affection, was a bit flustered and said sadly, "I liked a 2nd-rank dragon vine grass. I stayed near it, hoping to pick it when it matured. But 2 humans noticed it. They are very sneaky, like a mantis catching a cicada with a sparrow behind. Not only did they take the dragon vine grass, but they also caught me. To stay alive, I said I could track the scent of treasures and help them find cultivators carrying valuables. But their cultivation levels were limited, so they only targeted lone cultivators. They robbed 4 of them, taking some treasures. Most of the spirit stones in their storage bags were stolen by me. When they were about to leave the Baohua mountain area, I caught a whiff of your wonderful scent and told them. That's how they came to rob you." Couldn't say more because Yunshi had squeezed him in her hand and toyed with him again. "Master has changed his ways." Dot tried to explain. "TSK, you still know about changing your ways."
Who taught you that?
Yunshi found it amusing and thought this little guy was quite interesting. "I overheard. High level. Demon beasts talking."
Said, haltingly.
Yunshi finished pinching the small object and said seriously, now you are my contract beast. In the future, you must behave properly. Don't cause trouble for me, or I will be the first to crush you. After speaking, she placed Dian Dian beside the mat. Dian Dian landed and first groomed its fur, then shook its ears and said, Dian Dian dares not. What we did before was just for self-protection. Besides, the one who robbed was a cultivator, and Dian Dian only provided information. Yunshi listened and smiled, flicking Dian Dian's head, and then let the matter go. Next, Yunshi took out the 7 stars deadly stick to study. Because of the recent big battle, she felt more connected to the stick and was more skilled at wielding it. Especially after channeling Thunder's spiritual power, the stick's power increased again. When attacking monsters, it would automatically intensify her attack according to her wishes. It was like she sensed during combat, her attack power grew, but the stick's weight remained the same. Instead, it adjusted based on her strength, which made her very satisfied. She didn't channel any spiritual power into the stick, but practiced a sword technique from the unmatched sword thunder technique using the long staff as a sword. She waved it fiercely, looking very powerful. Dian Dian, watching nearby, chirped excitedly. After all this, Yunshi was no longer sleepy and began to count her gains from today's battles, especially the 25-meter-long rainbow python, which she planned to use as material to make her robe. Dian Dian saw a rainbow python suddenly appear on the ground and was so frightened that its fur stood up. This kind of monster is a natural enemy of rodents. It quickly scurried back into Yunshi's arms, leaving only its tail outside, trembling with fear. Yunshi held her spiritual sword and hesitated, not knowing where to start. She had never skinned a monster before. In the end, she put the rainbow python away, planning to deal with it after returning to her sect. Her storage bag contained the corpses of a unicorn rhinoceros, a pointed-mouthed crocodile, and various snake monsters, along with many first-level monsters. These were all her spoils of battle. After finishing the inventory, dawn was almost here. Yunshi didn't forget the she made in the ground with the 7 stars deadly stick. She performed a hand seal to smooth the floor of the room before opening the door and stepping out. In the yard, several fellow disciples were already standing, whispering about yesterday's big fight. Yunshi saw Muningzhu and Xintong Shuang and went over. Yunshi, are you fully recovered? After resting for a night, I have mostly recovered. I only used half of my talismans. If I don't need to fight today, I plan to draw some attack talismans. Yunshi didn't hide her plan and shared it openly. She always feels anxious about running out of supplies. Muningzhu agreed and said, I can't draw talismans. I plan to buy some. It's best to exchange the gains from yesterday for spirit stones. She lowered her voice slightly and added, I think this beast tide will end soon. Yunshi's eyes lit up and asked, Senior Sister Mu, have the negotiations with the elders finished? Yes, the beast tide retreated on its own yesterday, which means the leaders on both sides have reached an agreement. Thank goodness. I was worried I couldn't leave here, Yunshi said happily.
Ha!
I thought you wanted to practice your skills during the beast tide, Muningzhu teased. Yunshi quickly replied obediently, Senior Sister, you might laugh at me, but I know my own strength. Muningzhu sighed and said, I don't think you know your limits. Yesterday, I saw you fighting the fiercest and rushing into the monster crowd. Yunshi looked worried and said, Senior Sister, honestly, I was pulled into the monster group by a colorful snake. Zhentong Huang, standing nearby, smiled and tried to smooth things over. Uncle Mu, don't blame Yunshi. It was her first time fighting so many monsters. She came back safe, which shows her strength. Next time, don't be so reckless. We owe a lot to Brother Sheng this time, or I wouldn't have been able to rescue you, Muningzhu said softly. Don't worry, Senior Sister Mu, there won't be a next time, Yunshi promised immediately. She could tell that Muningzhu truly cared for her as a junior sister. Plus, with Shen Tongshuang's support, they had effectively included Yunshi in their group. Just as their conversation ended, Sheng Yuhong appeared and addressed everyone, fellow disciples. Today we don't need to go into battle. You are free to move around, but do not leave Bahua City. Yes, senior brother, uncle. Everyone replied with smiles, relieved that they wouldn't need to fight again today. Muningzhu turned and said, "Let's go first to complete our tasks and exchange for spirit stones." Okay. Senior uncles, count me in. Long Daoyu quickly joined. He still wanted to be with familiar people. Zhang Yan also joined their small group. The five of them headed toward the city lord's mansion. At this moment, many people were lining up to exchange items in front of the city lord's mansion. Clearly, because of the temporary ceasefire, everyone wanted to quickly turn the monster corpses they had into profit. While waiting in line, Yunxi also saw Yu Qingcheng and her group. They were surrounded by many admirers, indicating they were very popular. Qintong Shuang, Long Daoyu, and Zhang Yan had never seen members of the 100 Flowers Tower before. Yunxi quietly explained to the three, adding, "Don't be fooled by their eyes. They have charm techniques. Be careful not to fall for it."
Oh.
Got it, the three replied, immediately shifting their gaze. Yu Qingcheng seemed to sense something and looked toward Yunxi and the others. Yunxi offered a sweet smile and nodded as a greeting. Yu Qingcheng's phoenix eyes also sparkled with a smile, returning a charming smile that made Long Daoyu tremble slightly and whisper, "The disciples of the 100 Flowers Tower are really charming. Just a smile from them makes half my body go numb." Qintong Shuang coldly said, "Pathetic." Exactly. Yunxi quickly agreed, giving Long Daoyu a look of disappointment. He chuckled and begged for mercy. "I was just saying, I'll stay far away from them." After exchanging their rewards and making a quick trip to Lin Tai Pavilion for some supplies, they headed back home. Yunxi stayed inside, drawing talismans, without going out. That afternoon, everyone received good news. The beast tide had completely retreated, and the protective formation around Baohua City was now open, allowing free entry and exit. Sheng Yuhong was sharing the latest news. Ancient ancestors in the western region at the spirit transformation stage have reached an agreement with the great monsters in the Baohua mountain range to share the newly discovered secret realm. However, the secret realm is not yet fully stable, and cultivators cannot enter at the moment. Several powerful spirit transformation experts and demon cultivators have joined forces to stabilize and seal the new secret realm temporarily. Once it's stable, arrangements will be made for cultivators to enter. It seems that only cultivators above the golden core stage are allowed in, but the exact opening time is uncertain. Disciples of the Howren sect discussed quietly. "Looks like we won't have a chance." "Yeah. Only cultivators at the golden core stage can go in, so there must be treasures inside. Don't be discouraged. The secret realm's opening time is uncertain. Maybe we'll reach the golden core stage first? Indeed, let's work hard." After the discussion quieted down, Sheng Yuhong continued speaking. Disciples stationed at the outpost should stay and complete their guard duty. Injured disciples can leave after healing their wounds. Others can make their own arrangements. When you return to the sect, everyone can go to receive the rewards for defending against the beast tide. Understood. After everyone responded, they dispersed in small groups. Yunxi decided to return directly to the sect since her goal for this trip had been achieved. She planned to go into seclusion. Muningzhu asked Yunxi, "Sister Wei, what are your plans?" Yunxi smiled and replied, "My task was to find you all. Since you're safe and sound, I will head back to the sect. I gained a lot this time, so I need to close off and strengthen my cultivation and also improve my fighting skills. I won't always be lucky to be saved by my fellow disciples. If that's the case, then let's go back to the sect together for safety."
Good.
Yunxi happily agreed. Next to her, Long Daoyu wanted to spend a few more days with Master Sheng, so he chose not to join Yunxi and her group. On the second day, when the southern city gate opened, Yunxi and Muningzhu set out on their journey back to the sect. After leaving the sect, Muningzhu chose to fly on her sword, while Qintong Huang had a flower-shaped flying magic tool, and Zhang Yan had a flying sword. Even if their cultivation levels couldn't reach the level to fly on swords, they still had transportation tools. Yunxi could only accept her situation and took out her only spiritual sword. She awkwardly controlled the flying sword to rise into the air, trembling as she followed behind the others. Everyone's lips curled into slight smiles, but no one dared to laugh at Yunxi. Eventually, Mu Ningzhu flew on her sword to Yunxi's side and taught her the tricks of flying on a sword. Yunxi gritted her teeth and persisted. She knew she had to learn how to fly on a sword because it was an essential skill for cultivators. No one would help her escape if she was in danger. Fortunately, she had a wind spiritual root, which was naturally compatible with the wind. After she learned to control the wind to steady her body, flying on a sword became much smoother. She then tried to speed up to keep pace with Mu Ningzhu's flying. It took 2 days for Yunxi to roughly master the skills of flying on a sword. Since flying consumed spiritual energy, everyone would rest after a period of flying. When they encountered areas where flying was impossible, they chose to walk. After 3 days, they arrived at Wanrua Forest, a dense woodland. Passing through it led to Wanrua City, which was an essential route back to the sect. Flying on a sword through Wanrua Forest was not practical because flying beasts nested in the trees might attack, so everyone consciously put away their flying tools and entered the forest on foot. For people traveled 1/5 of the way before dark, then found a place to camp, preparing to continue at dawn. That night, no one slept well. Instead, they meditated to rest. Zhang Yan was responsible for guarding during the first half of the night. At midnight, the 4 were awakened by the sound of fighting. The 3 who were meditating opened their eyes almost at the same time. Zhang Yan had already stood up, looking out through the formation. Mu Ningzhu and Yunxi released their spiritual senses at the same time to check outside. Qin Tong's was alert, holding her sword in hand. As Yunxi sensed outside, she recognized someone, a disciple from the 100 Flowers Tower they had met at the tea house. Now, only 2 remained, being attacked by 4 unknown cultivators whose faces they couldn't see. Yunxi felt that all 4 cultivators were in the late foundation establishment stage. Her brow furrowed, confused about why the 100 Flowers Tower people had provoked such strong enemies. Mu Ningzhu's face also grew serious. She ordered Qin Tong's nearby, Xiao Shuang, turn up the formation's defenses to the maximum.
Yes.
Qin Tong's understood they were in trouble. She quickly made a hand seal, raising the formation's defense to the highest level, then silently returned to Mu Ningzhu's side. Yunxi whispered, "Senior Sister Mu, those are the cultivators from 100 Flowers Tower we met that day. Should we show ourselves?" Mu Ningzhu kept her eyes on the 6 approaching figures, hesitating. "Let's wait and see what's going on.
We don't know the reason for their fight.
It's better not to interfere rashly, or we might cause trouble for ourselves." Zhang Yan, who had been silent, clenched his staff and said coldly, "Senior Uncle Mu, those black-clad cultivators attacking them seem to be evil cultivators." Hearing this, Yunxi's eyes widened. She had read about evil cultivators before, but this was her first real encounter. Unable to hold back, she moved a few steps forward, staring intently at the 4 people, trying to find some clues. Mu Ningzhu's brow was tightly furrowed. Now was not the time to decide whether to reveal themselves, but whether they could help. Among the 4, 2 were in the early foundation establishment stage, and 2 in the late qi refining stage. What could they do against such enemies? She looked at Wei Yunxi, who was curious and eager. Although Wei was in the early foundation stage, she had little experience in fighting. If they fought, it would be like sending her to her death. Meanwhile, the 6 outside were fighting and moving closer to them. Mu Ningzhu hesitated, unsure how to respond. At this moment, Jade City and senior brother Liu Haotian, who are under attack, are already at their limit. They didn't expect these black-clad people to be so difficult to deal with. Jade City's Phoenix eyes show anxiety as she loudly scolds, "Don't be so arrogant. This is the Wei Yu realm, not a place where you can do whatever you want. We've already sent out a rescue signal. If you don't want to be surrounded, it's best to let us go." However, the 4 attackers remain unmoved, saying nothing and attacking even more fiercely. Each of their weapons is a curved blade, swinging with a red glow that looks quite frightening. Jade City and Liu Haotian's robes are torn and scarred, especially Liu Haotian's face, which has a wound turning black, as if infected by evil energy. This greatly weakens Liu Haotian, who is in the late foundation building stage. Liu Haotian's handsome face looks frighteningly pale, with a sickly beauty. He grits his teeth and coldly says, "Junior sister, stop talking. They won't let us go. We can only escape or die. I will never be a sacrificial." Hearing this, Jade City also clenched her teeth and said nothing, then threw out a second-level lightning strike talisman, temporarily forcing the 4 attackers back. She then grabbed her senior brother's hand and continued to run. The 4 people inside the formation heard their conversation, and the amount of information was a lot. Their expressions varied. Yun Shi is very sensitive to the word sacrificial. Evil cultivators forcibly absorb cultivators' energy to practice, and those forced to contribute their energy are called sacrificial pawns. She saw this term in a cultivator's notes, where it explained that this is a common method used by evil cultivators, an exploitative way of cultivation. "Uncle Mu, what should we do?" Zhang Yan asked, turning back. Mu Ningzhu didn't know what to do either. Even if she wanted to help, she felt powerless. If she caused trouble for her junior brother and sister, it would be even worse. The only thing she could think of was to keep a low profile. Yun Shi also didn't want to get involved, but seeing that the others were about to reach them, it was only a matter of time before they were exposed. She thought it was better to take the initiative and act first, so she immediately said, "Senior Sister Mu, we need to make a show of force." Mu Ningzhu turned to Yun Shi and asked, "Why pretend to be strong?" Yun Shi didn't delay and replied directly, "The formation blocks outsiders from probing. They don't know who is inside or how strong we are. I said I was out practicing with my master and helped when I saw trouble. Are you trying to make them think there are high-level cultivators in the formation?" Qin Tong's Huang responded quickly, "Yes. What if they don't believe us?" Zhang Yan rarely spoke. "Then let them believe it. I have a fake magic treasure left by my mother for protection. It should come in handy now." Yun Shi thought it was best to solve the problem without fighting. Mu Ningzhu's eyes lit up after hearing this. She looked at Yun Shi and began to take out a storage bag, pulling out a pair of jade pendants, clearly high-level treasures. "Let you wear these first. Since you are a disciple of a high-level cultivator, it's not right to be without a few magic treasures." Then she took out a new robe from her sect's inner disciples, letting Yun Shi change into it, another way to show her status.
Qin Tongxian understood Mu Ningzhu's intention.
Though she didn't want to admit it, Yun Shi, at only 10 years old and at the early foundation building stage, truly had the potential to become a powerful disciple. She also took out a white jade belt from her storage bag, which emitted a faint chill. She helped Yun Shi put it on and whispered, "This is a jade belt made from 1,000-year-old cold ice. It can help you look impressive." Yun Shi carefully touched it. A trace of coldness seeped through the jade belt into her meridians, making her feel very comfortable and somewhat envious. Zhang Yan rummaged through his storage bag, but couldn't find anything suitable for a female cultivator, so he gave up. After Yun Shi armed herself and received everyone's praise, she prepared to leave the formation. Mu Ningzhu reminded her, "If you can't bluff your way through, just enter the formation. As long as you hold on until dawn, they will definitely retreat. Don't push yourself." Qin Tong's Huang also said, "If it's impossible to do, we'll run away. As long as we keep our conscience clear." Zhang Yan said nothing and just watched Yun Shi step out of the formation. Yun Shi's sudden appearance made the 6 people in Chandu stop what they were doing. She looked up with a proud expression and said, "TSK. When did evil cultivators become so arrogant? Disturbing my master's peace. Will you leave on your own, or should I ask my master to handle you?" Yu Qingqing's eyes brightened as she recognized Yun Shi, especially because of her outfit. She immediately raised her voice and said, "Junior Sister Wei, quickly ask your master to come out. They are evil cultivators." The 4 black-clad cultivators sensed a hidden formation around Yun Shi the moment she appeared. They couldn't tell what level of cultivation was inside the formation, but after seeing Yun Shi, they exchanged glances. Instead of retreating immediately, they tentatively aimed their swords at Yun Shi. Mu Ningzhu's heart tightened as she thought, "This is bad." Clearly, these evil cultivators didn't fall for their tricks. Junior sister was in danger. She felt a bit frustrated. She didn't expect the other side wouldn't take the bait. Since that's the case, she decided to eliminate these evil cultivators. She took 2 steps forward and suddenly released the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. She knew she couldn't underestimate these enemies. If they got a chance to fight back, she might be the one to die. The 4 evil cultivators didn't expect Shi to act so differently from what they anticipated. As soon as her nascent soul pressure appeared, they knew they were in trouble. But it was too late. This was a natural suppression from higher-level cultivators over lower-level ones. They had already fallen to their knees. Shi shouted sharply, "Are you not going to attack? Do you want my master to come out personally?" Her pressure, though avoiding Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian, still affected them. To save themselves, they all unleashed their full potential and stabbed their swords into the evil cultivators' dantian points. Shi grasped the 7 stars deadly stick and leaped up, smashing one evil cultivator's head. The bloody smell made her frown, but this time she didn't. At the moment Shi launched her attack, Muningzhu quickly exited the formation. Seeing the evil cultivators frozen on the ground, she swiftly made hand signs. A wooden spike shot into the last evil cultivator's dantian. However, a red light flashed on that evil cultivator's body, blocking the attack. In the next moment, he crushed a teleportation talisman and disappeared instantly. Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian had already exhausted their spiritual energy and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Shi quickly collected the storage rings of the 3 evil cultivators, then threw 3 fireballs, burning their bodies to ashes to destroy all evidence. Only after that did she turn to Muningzhu. Muningzhu came over and asked, "Junior sister Yun, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just out of spiritual power." She replied vaguely, "Go back to the formation and meditate first. I will go see those 2. "Yes, senior sister." Shi obediently returned to the formation. Zhentong Shuang immediately stepped forward and asked, "Shi, you're really amazing?" Shi pretended to shake her body slightly, then sat down heavily on the ground and said, "I was so scared just now. I was worried they wouldn't give me a chance to speak and would attack me. That would have exposed us." After speaking, she patted her chest. It was indeed quite dangerous earlier. The adrenaline had made her feel less nervous, but now her legs are a bit weak, and her heart is pounding wildly. Zhentong Shuang pursed her lips and smiled. Sister Wei seems to have a naturally fearless personality, but she didn't expect her to feel afraid one day. She immediately comforted her. "Sit and meditate to recover. The rest of the matter is up to Sister Mu." Shi didn't refuse and sat cross-legged to meditate. After a moment, Muningzhu led Yu Qingcheng and the others into the formation. They stayed in a corner of the formation to heal and rest, not intending to disturb the 4 of them. Shi had already changed out of her robes and returned the borrowed equipment to the others. She then transmitted her voice. "Sister Mu, what's going on with them?" Muningzhu sighed and said, "They were targeted by evil cultivators on their way back to Baihua Tower. Because the 4 siblings are good-looking and have strong cultivation, the evil cultivators wanted to capture them to use as furnace cores. They fought desperately, but unfortunately, 2 of them were taken. The remaining 2 fled and then met us in Wurwa Forest." Shi stroked her chin and said, "From their conversation just now, fellow Yu seems to know the details about the evil cultivators." Muningzhu nodded and pointed upward, saying, "You guessed right. They came from above. TSK. So arrogant. Doesn't anyone control them? Evil cultivators are to be eliminated. The ones sent to the Wuyu realm probably aren't stronger than the nascent soul stage, or our powerful elders would notice. These foundation-building stage evil cultivators are less noticeable, can get things done, and face less suppression when they come to the Wuyu realm. They used to be quite arrogant, but eventually the sect joined forces to eliminate them. Since then, they've been more secretive and unpredictable. Our encounter this time was accidental. You used your magic treasure to kill 3 of them. I believe evil cultivators won't come near us for a while. But just to be safe, we should return to the sect as soon as possible." "Sister Mu, I understand." What should we do about the two of them? Once we leave Wurwa Forest, we'll reach Wurwa City. We'll part ways there. The city is guarded by late-stage golden core cultivators, so the evil cultivators won't dare to act rashly. As for what they do next, that's their business. My only goal is to ensure your safety and bring you back to the sect. Yunshi nodded in understanding. She also felt that she had done her best for Jade Qingqing. Since they didn't know each other well, and the two of them were more skilled than them, they should be able to handle the remaining matters. Then Yunshi quietly transmitted a message. Senior Sister Mu, I have 3 storage bags from evil cultivators. They are our spoils of war. Let's share them. This time, Mo Ningzhu didn't refuse. She had taken a big risk and gained some rewards. However, she agreed that Yunshi should get the larger share, as her junior sister contributed the most and faced the greatest danger. The other 2 had no objections. Zhang Yan even said he didn't do much and didn't want to participate in the division, but Yunshi stopped him. She understood the principle of it's not about having few, but about fairness, and this was also a way to indirectly keep everyone's secret about the high-level magic treasures as a kind of bribe. Fortunately, all 4 had good intentions and no greed. After dividing the spiritual stones from the evil cultivator's storage bags and burning the useless items with a fire, they began to meditate with their eyes closed. This time, Mo Ningzhu took on the role of guard. Perhaps because of the fleeting aura of the nascent soul stage that flashed by, the entire night in the forest was very quiet. When dawn broke the next day, Mo Ningzhu urged everyone to continue forward. Jade Qingqing looked at her senior brother, who was trying hard to suppress the evil energy within him and could only grit her teeth and follow Yunshi and the others. Now, with her injured senior brother, she couldn't travel alone. Maybe Jade Qingqing's bad luck had finally ended. After traveling with Yunshi, they didn't encounter any more accidents. 3 days later, the group successfully left the forest, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. At least there were no pursuers behind them. Mo Ningzhu also breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that those evil cultivators wouldn't give up and would continue to send people after them. If that happened, they would also be unlucky. After entering Wanrua City, Jade Qingqing tactfully suggested they part ways. Jade Qingqing thanks everyone for saving my life. We are very grateful for your help in this dangerous situation. Our Baihua Tower will remember this kindness. If you need help in the future, you can always find Qingqing. After saying this, she handed over her communication talisman, 1 for each person. Lu Haotian, standing nearby, looked increasingly gloomy, but he also suppressed his injuries and handed over his communication talisman. With Jade Qingqing supporting her, they parted ways with the others. The group was on edge for 3 days before finally entering Wanrua City. They immediately rented a small courtyard, with each person having their own room to rest. Yunshi opened the isolation array and took out her formation disc. During her time away from the sect, she used this formation disc the most, which made her realize the importance of high-level formation discs. She plans to learn how to carve array discs after returning to her sect. The art of formations is profound and vast. When used well, it can rival armies of thousands. At this moment, Dian finally crawled out of Yunshi's embrace, sniffing with a twitching little nose, then transmitted a voice. Master, you were marked after fighting with the bad guy. Yunshi paused while tidying her spirit stones, then quickly pulled Dian out of her arms and asked, Dian, did you smell something? Dian's black ears moved, and her small head nodded slightly. Yes, master. That smell was very unpleasant. After speaking, she sniffed again. Can you tell where the mark of the bad thing is? Dian signaled for Yunshi to put her down, then circled around her master and finally pointed with her little paw at Yunshi's boot, saying, Master, it's here. Yunshi scanned with her divine sense and found a tiny black spot the size of a mung bean stuck to the bottom of the boot. If she didn't deliberately scan with her divine sense, she wouldn't notice it. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't care unless she was walking without touching the ground. Such bad luck. She couldn't sit still. She pinched Dian and stuffed her into her arms. then left the courtyard alone and headed straight to the treasure pavilion in Manhwa City. When the attendant approached, Yunshi said, "I want to buy a pair of magic boots. Please come inside, fellow cultivator." The attendant smiled and gestured, leading Yunshi to a small compartment. After a moment, he returned with 3 pairs of magic boots. "Fellow cultivator, these are the boots most suitable for you in the treasure pavilion." He then introduced the 3 pairs of boots, describing their appearance, materials, effects, and even thoughtfully pointing out small flaws of each pair. Yunshi was interested in the pair of lucky boots, made from ghost-face spider silk. Besides basic functions like dust resistance and water-fire immunity, these boots could change color according to the appearance of her robes and had a 20% speed boost. The only downside was that the boots were quite plain, the most basic female-style magic boots, with no decorations on the surface. Fellow cultivator, don't be fooled by the plain appearance of these boots. They're very cost-effective. 1 pair can match all your robes, making them worth buying. For cultivators, these are just accessories. There's no need to make them flashy. The attendant was good at selling and spoke in a way that touched Yunshi's heart. She originally wanted to keep a low profile. These boots met her requirements. After asking about the price, she spent 2,000 low-grade spirit stones she had gathered from her evil cultivator storage bag. Then she immediately put on the new boots, waved her hand to let the attendant dispose of the old ones. Yunshi's original boots were given out by the sect and only had basic dust avoidance functions. So losing them didn't bother her much. Her main goal was to remove the mark. She adjusted her new magic boots to a light gray color to match her robe, then returned to the courtyard. She had sniffed again to confirm the smell was gone, and only then did she relax. Only I and Sister Mu were outside the formation at that time. Could it be that we were marked then?
Probably.
Those evil cultivators' methods are really strange, Yunshi said with a frown. Master, it would be best if... Sniff Sister Mu tomorrow, just to be sure she was a mark too. If you only remove the mark but they still find you, it won't help. Wagged her tail and said, "You're right, being cautious is wise. But I think the 2 from the 100 Flowers Tower might be in danger." Yunshi believed that since those 2 had been fighting evil cultivators all along, they were more likely to have been marked, especially since Lu Haotian had been injured by the evil cultivators, making it easier to track them. Although they weren't very familiar, as righteous cultivators, Yunshi still took out her communication talisman to warn Yu Qingqing. Whether she believed it or not was not her concern. When Yu Qingqing received Yunshi's message, she was surprised. She didn't expect that right after parting, Yunshi would contact her again. After hearing the message, her face changed, and she quickly knocked on Brother Lu's door. Lu Haotian had just expelled the evil aura from his face and was refining a spirit-replenishing pill. When the formation was activated, he stopped practicing and opened the door to see his worried-looking junior sister. "Junior sister Yu, what's wrong?" "Brother Lu, we need to leave Wanrua City quickly. It's best to take the teleportation array directly back to the 100 Flowers Tower. We might have been marked by evil cultivators." "How is that possible?" "I already expelled the evil aura." Lu Haotian frowned. It was a message from a fellow from Haoran sect. She said her magic boots were marked by evil cultivators. If it weren't for her pet's keen nose, she wouldn't have noticed herself, Yu Qingqing explained. The bottom of her magic boots? Lu Haotian listened and instinctively looked at his own boots with his spiritual sense, but he didn't find anything unusual. Yu Qingqing said, "Brother Lu, evil cultivators are tricky. We've fought them for so long. They must have tampered with us somehow. Do you remember? We used an undirected teleportation talisman to escape them, but the next day, they caught up with us again. That's no coincidence. And our pursuers, who are increasingly powerful, have all become late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, clearly aiming to capture us alive." Liu Tian's brows furrowed as he believed in his junior sister. If not for Jade junior sister risking her life to protect them, he might have already been caught. He decisively said, "Let's leave now." After leaving the room, the 2 went to the transmission hall in Wanrua City. Since it's close to the Baohua mountain range, nearby towns all have teleportation arrays. Plus, Recent strange phenomena at Baohua Mountain attracted many cultivators, making the teleportation hall very busy for a while, though the flow of leaving cultivators was still small. So Lu Tian and Jade's junior sister didn't queue long before entering the hall. After paying with spirit stones, they were teleported to the nearest city, to Baihua Tower. Not long after their teleportation, two black-clad cultivators arrived at the transmission hall, but they were too late. Let them escape. Shui Ao said they encounter helpers, but he marked them. Should we chase or not? One hesitated before speaking. The other side has nascent soul cultivators protecting them. We'd better not reveal ourselves. As long as that young disciple is still out training, we can find her trail. Yes. The other seemed unwilling. The prey was just within reach, yet they let her go and lost 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in the process. Thinking about it made them feel frustrated. Finally, the two left the transmission hall with gloomy faces. Meanwhile, Yunxi had already visited Mu Ningzhu and found the mark of the evil cultivator on her. This time, the mark was on Mu Ningzhu's hair, which made her so angry her face turned green. Mu Ningzhu angrily said, "These despicable things, are they forcing me to shave my head?" Yunxi touched her own hair, feeling relieved that the evil cultivator left the mark on her shoe sole instead of her hair. But she quickly suggested, "Sister Mu, now's not the time to think about hair. I remember there's a hair growth pill at the alchemy shop. Maybe we should buy some pills and then shave our heads. We can't let the evil cultivator catch up with us. My bluffing magic treasure can be used once, but if we use it too often, it'll be exposed." Yunxi wasn't just speaking out of fear. Previously, they had used a formation to hide, and the evil cultivator didn't see the big boss. Under the pressure of intimidation, they counterattacked and killed 3 of them, but one still managed to escape. If they refuse to give up and secretly follow them, they will surely find out that they are just 4 small fry. At that point, they definitely won't let them go because they would have ruined someone's good plans. Mu Ningzhu used her luck and decided to listen to Yunxi's advice. She immediately stood up and said, "I'm going to the alchemy hall in the city now."
You don't need to follow me.
Yes, senior sister Mu. Yunxi also didn't plan to follow Mu Ningzhu. She believed Mu's experience was greater and could handle the situation well. That night, when the 4 gathered again, Mu Ningzhu tied her hair into a high ponytail, which still looked decent. Yunxi took out for a walk around, making sure the 4 of them had no other unusual signs. Only then did everyone relax. Mu Ningzhu didn't dare to be careless and warned. Although we found out early about the trap left by the evil cultivator, Yunxi and I have seen the person who escaped. For safety, we will leave early tomorrow and speed up our return to the sect, so the evil cultivator won't target us. Yes, senior sister Mu. The 3 of them answered together. This evil cultivator was kidnapping cultivators to use as sacrifices, and with their current strength, they couldn't fight back. Running away was the best plan. That night, Yunxi spent the first half drawing talismans, the second half training her body. She slept for an hour before dawn. Then, feeling energized, she and her friends set out again toward the sect. Thanks to its keen nose, they removed the evil cultivator's mark, making it impossible for the pursuers to track them, avoiding trouble. Later, Yunxi, now a Foundation establishment cultivator, returned openly to Kunyi City and again crossed paths with those kidnappers, though that is a story for another time. Now, after traveling all day, the group finally found an abandoned temple to rest. Yunxi looked at the dilapidated temple, feeling reluctant to go inside because she believed such places often led to accidents and usually weren't good. "Junior sister Wei, why aren't you coming in?" Mu Ningzhu asked as she watched Yunxi hesitate. Yunxi rubbed her nose and, a bit superstitiously, said, "Senior sister Mu, I think this broken temple is unlucky. Maybe we should find another place." The other 3 were surprised. Qin Tongshuang smiled slightly and said, "Yunxi, don't be afraid. It's just an old temple. Although the Wuyu realm has few Buddhist cultivators, they still exist. Buddhist cultivators are usually peaceful, not as scary as you think." Yunxi sighed quietly. She didn't mean that, but it was clear that tonight's destination couldn't be changed. She could only accept her fate and walk over. This time, she sat cross-legged next to Zhang Yan. Qintong Shuang blinked and quietly asked Yunxi, "Why aren't you sitting next to me? Senior brother Zhang has strong yang energy. It's better for me to sit beside him." Yunxi's words made Mu Ningzhu smile wryly. But she couldn't argue with her junior sister, who was new to the sect's trials. She explained, "Although there are ghost cultivators in the Weiyu realm, as long as their techniques aren't perfected, they won't dare to challenge human cultivators. Any of our magic tools could hurt their souls and bodies, which are hard to repair. So, your worries are unnecessary." Yunxi had read records about ghost cultivators in the library. She knew they specialized in cultivating spirits, but knowing about them was different from seeing them. She wasn't a native cultivator, after all. Still, she nodded with a smile to show she understood. Not long after the four entered the abandoned temple and activated the barrier, heavy rain began to pour outside. Soon, a person wearing a conical hat entered the temple. The visitor was clearly a cultivator. Although they entered through the rain, their dark blue robe was completely dry, probably using a rain avoidance spell. The male cultivator looked around but didn't notice Yunxi and the others' formation, thinking he was alone in the temple. Still, he sat cautiously near the door, likely waiting until dawn to leave, just like them. Yunxi and the others didn't plan to leave the formation or greet him. "It's better to be cautious outside." Yunxi glanced at him. The man looked refined, with a scholarly aura, like a Confucian student from ancient times. She touched her chin, secretly thinking that in such situations, a beautiful female ghost might appear, leading to a touching story of love between a human and a ghost. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck from the sky, and a red figure rushed into the temple through the heavy rain. The commotion was loud enough to attract the attention of the seated male cultivator and Mu Ningzhu. Yunxi looked closely and saw that the newcomer was a young girl in a wet red robe. She seemed to notice the male cultivator, looked a bit flustered, and offered a bow. Then she performed a cleansing spell to make herself look less disheveled. Although the woman in red was very fast, her soaked robes revealed her curvy figure, causing the male cultivator to glance at her twice. The woman in red then spoke. "Friend, my girlfriend and my teammate got separated. We are taking shelter from the rain here. Sorry for the trouble." The male cultivator withdrew his gaze and said, "No problem. I arrived here a bit earlier, also to avoid the rain." Then, he continued to meditate with his eyes closed. The woman in red chose the other side of the door, took out a mat from her storage bag, and also began to meditate with her eyes closed. Yunxi looked around, feeling that something was about to happen. Next to her, Qintong Shuang also noticed Yunxi's unusual behavior and whispered, "Yunxi, what are you looking at? Are they doing something strange?" Yunxi, acting like an experienced person, said, "A man and a woman in the same room usually tend to do something." "What kind of thing?" Qintong Shuang asked with wide eyes. "I don't know." Before she could finish the word, a moaning sound reached everyone's ears. "Here it comes," Yunxi excitedly warned. For people, including Mu Ningzhu, looked at the woman in red. She was blushing deeply, and a faint pink mist was rising from her body. "Hold your breath," Mu Ningzhu quickly reminded, activating a barrier to prevent the pink mist from entering the formation. However, the male cultivator nearby was unlucky. Because he was close to the woman in red, he inhaled some of the pink smoke. When he suddenly opened his eyes were bloodshot. Yunxi's eyes lit up and asked, "Senior Sister Mu, is that woman under some kind of spell?" Mu Ningzhu looked a bit strained because the male cultivator seemed affected by the pink smoke. He had already moved close to the woman in red and was hugging her. Although the male cultivator tried to control himself, his voice was already a little unclear. "Friend, what's wrong with you?" The woman in red was uncontrollably tearing at her red robes and moaning, Hot." While tearing her robes, she also pulled at the male cultivator's robes, showing signs of an inappropriate scene about to unfold. Mu Ningzhu waved her hand, telling Yunxi and Qintong Shuang to close their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan's face also turned red. Although the three closed their eyes, they secretly released their spiritual awareness. Yunqi's spiritual awareness was the strongest among the four. The moment she released it, her expression changed instantly, and her spiritual sense turned into a sharp spear, stabbing toward a certain place. A scream from an animal suddenly reached everyone's ears. At this moment, Yunqi had already stepped out of the formation, holding the 7-star deadly stick. She struck it down hard, and with a scream, the broken temple rippled outward like waves centered on Yunqi. The 3 people who followed closely behind, Mu Ningzhu and others, were all startled. Then everyone saw that the male cultivator who had been hugging the red-clad girl had collapsed. He was not holding the girl, but a skeleton. Yunqi casually put away her deadly stick with one hand and sighed. Wow, just like in the stories, beauties turn into bones. She was a little disappointed, having hoped to see a live-action scene. She didn't really understand how cultivators practice dual cultivation. Meanwhile, Mu Ningzhu had already used her sword tip to pick up the thing Yunqi had smashed, which looked like a mouse or a marten, and whispered, "It's a dream beast." How did this thing appear here? Yunqi moved closer and looked at the smashed creature, then said, "This is a dream beast. It looks a bit different from the description in the beast manual." Mu Ningzhu examined it carefully and then threw out a fireball, saying, "This beast probably has impure bloodline. It's a hybrid. Even though it's now a 2nd level, it can only secretly attack us." Yunqi recalled the records of the dream beast. She thought these beasts were both powerful and not powerful. They had little combat ability themselves but could hurt others within their constructed illusions. They could kill enemies with fake dreams, and by pulling cultivators into their illusion worlds, they could weaken their spiritual souls. The cultivators would die unknowingly, and their bodies would serve as food for the dream beast. Yunqi believed the dream beast's illusions were almost flawless. If Mu Ningzhu hadn't wanted to prevent her younger sister and nephew from learning bad habits and stopped her from seeing what was coming next, she probably wouldn't have used her spiritual awareness. She wasn't really a little girl inside. Without using her spiritual awareness, Yunqi wouldn't have noticed that a beast was secretly causing trouble. So she simply used her spiritual awareness to pierce the illusion and reveal the dream beast's constructed world. Qintong Shuang looked at Yunqi and said thoughtfully, "Yunqi, your senses are really sharp. No wonder you didn't want to go into the broken temple earlier." Yunqi wondered if she was overthinking, which was why she didn't want to enter such a dangerous place. Also, she felt that the illusion created by the 2nd-level dream beast was exactly like what she imagined, what she thought came true. At that time, Yunqi didn't realize that, to some extent, the illusion created by the dream beast was truly based on her imagination. Her spiritual awareness was higher than her cultivation level, so powerful that it influenced the innate skills of the 2nd-level dream beast. The male cultivator affected by this had already regained consciousness. He saw Yunqi and the others, looked at them cautiously, and then noticed the skeleton in his arms. In the next moment, the skeleton was thrown out of the broken temple. The male cultivator performed a cleansing technique on himself, then awkwardly put his half-removed robe back on. He frowned as he looked at Yunqi, who was taking the demon pill, and then cupped his hands and asked, "Friends, what is going on here?" Mu Ningzhu, as the leader, stepped forward to reply, "We were resting here when we were unexpectedly pulled into a dream constructed by the dream beast. Luckily, my junior sister noticed the flaw when the other side revealed it." Although the male cultivator's brow was still furrowed, he still expressed gratitude. "Thank you all for helping me escape the dream beast." The body of the mutated dream beast still lay on the ground, making it hard for him not to believe it. By now, Yunqi had already stored the 2nd-level demon pill. She had killed the dream beast with a single strike, so naturally, the harvest belonged to her. The broken temple was still the same, but because of the dream beast and the previous events, the atmosphere between everyone was a bit awkward. Since none of them knew each other, they each found a spot to wait until dawn. Mu Ningzhu, as usual, activated the array. Fortunately, there was a barrier before, or else they might have fallen into the same trap as the male cultivator. Yunqi took out from her, woke him up from being ravaged, and asked with a light tap on his head, There was a second-level dream beast sneaking attack on your master. Why didn't you warn me? His fluffy hair on his head was still standing. He rubbed his eyes, looking very sleepy, then transmitted. Master didn't sense any danger. Your spiritual awareness is so strong that the dream beast definitely couldn't confuse you. That's why didn't make a sound to warn you. After finishing the transmission, rubbed his eyes with his paw, looking like he was about to fall asleep again. Qintong Shuang couldn't stand it anymore and reminded, Yunqi, your spiritual pet is probably about to advance, so it's so sleepy. Don't bully it. Yunqi responded with a hum and then put back into her. The rest of the night passed peacefully. When the sun rose, Mu Ningzhu and her group ate the cheer-reducing pills and left the broken temple, silently avoiding greeting the male cultivator. Once they were far enough away from the temple, Yunqi whispered, that male cultivator's willpower was really weak. He almost sacrificed himself to the skeleton. If we hadn't acted in time, what do you think would have happened to him? Mu Ningzhu cleared her throat gently and said, I guess we might lose all our vital energy and die. Yunqi understood immediately, then looked at the serious-faced young man Zhang Yan and said, Hey, boys need to learn how to protect themselves outside. If something happens, it would be terrible. Mu Ningzhu took the opportunity to remind them, remember, all three of you, before reaching the golden core stage, it's best not to lose your vital energy or vital essence, or your cultivation progress will be very slow later. Yes, we understand, they replied happily, knowing that cultivation was very important. Yunqi also knew Mu Ningzhu wasn't just speaking out of fear. She had read about this rule before. Although it wasn't written down, it had been passed down for a reason. The four of them traveled for 3 days and arrived at the next city of cultivation, Chongming City. This city was a mix of immortals and ordinary people. Many cultivators came and went, and ordinary people were allowed to live there. They found an inn to rest as usual. The next day, the innkeeper brought good news. Good luck, fellow cultivators. Chongming City is holding a special promotion for the Tianlin flying ship. Anyone who takes the ship in these 3 days only needs half the usual spirit stones. Plus, if 3 people travel together, they can bring a guest for free. Mu Ningzhu's eyes lit up and said, Such a good deal? But are there any conditions? Cultivators never believed in good luck with spirit stones falling from the sky. The innkeeper replied smoothly, This discount is only for the 3 new routes. Since it's the first time flying these routes, they are offering such a deal to attract customers. Qintong Shuang felt a bit tempted. Uncle Mu, why don't we check the routes? If they match our return route, we can take the flying ship to save time and avoid being followed. Everyone knew who might be tracking them. All right, I'll take Zhang Yan to find out the specific routes first. If they match our return route, I'll buy the tickets. If not, we'll rest for a day and then leave. Good. I trust my senior sister. Yunqi and Qintong Shuang had no objections. Soon, Mu Ningzhu left the inn with his people, while Yunqi and Qintong Shuang wandered around Chongming City together. The city was quite large. They went to the street where scattered cultivators sold things, mainly browsing without rushing to buy. If something caught their eye, they might consider it. Both Yunqi and Qintong Shuang changed into plain robes. They followed the crowd, visiting one stall after another. Qintong Shuang mainly focuses on ice-type spiritual plants, magic tools, or minerals. Yunqi saw some spiritual plant seeds and decided to buy a few. She plans to ask Zonghao to help plant them when she returns. She hasn't forgotten that she rented a medicinal field from her sect to hide her activities. When Qintong Shuang was buying ice-type minerals, she also bought 2 pieces herself. While they were browsing, they saw a crowd gathered at a stall ahead. It seemed there was a dispute among cultivators. Yunqi immediately released her spiritual sense to watch the scene because she loved to be in the middle of the action. She also recognized someone, an elegant male cultivator they met 3 days ago. He was being held by a female cultivator who was holding his robe and accusing him loudly. Brother Zhou, how could you treat me like this? The man, called Brother Zhou, looked impatient and asked, François, what do you mean? What did I do to you? From the way she called him, Yunqi could tell she was deliberately acting jealous. So she pulled Qintong Shuang closer to watch the scene, eager to see what was happening. Meanwhile, the woman named Zhuo said angrily, "Brother Zhou, you've already accepted my pill. How can you be involved with other female cultivators?" Brother Zhou looked a bit speechless and replied, "Friend Zhuo, I was injured on a mission, and I ran out of my healing pills, so I borrowed your medicinal pills. I already paid you with spirit stones yesterday, so I owe you nothing. As for being involved with other women, that's not true. I follow the way of ruthlessness and don't indulge in romantic affairs." Other cultivators nearby, pretending to browse stalls, listened carefully but didn't move away. Yunxi and Qintong Shuang stood at the front, pretending to choose items at a stall. The stall owner was friendly and let everyone gather around. Although Yunxi was watching the scene, she was also interested in the items on the stall. The owner seemed to be an artifact maker, displaying some crafted magic tools and 2 spiritual tools. The highest was 3rd rank, but they were small and delicate, perfect for female cultivators. Yunxi liked a pair of earrings shaped like small rabbits. The eyes of the rabbit were tiny purple crystals, making them look lively and cute. She immediately wanted them, but then pointed at a bracelet and asked, "Senior, what does this bracelet do?" "It has a short-term illusion effect that can help you escape from being followed," the owner replied and quoted a price through spiritual communication. Yunxi quickly withdrew her finger, feeling her storage bag was getting empty. The stall owner didn't mind. She knew the young girl wasn't interested in the treasure itself. Next to her, Sister Zhuo, the female cultivator, kept asking insistently, "Brother Zhou doesn't like women, so why does he smell like fragrant powder?" "I don't know," Zhou Langchen replied firmly. Then he noticed the 2 female cultivators at the stall, who seemed distracted while shopping. They were the same 2 women he had awkwardly bumped into earlier. He didn't want to stay and argue with Sister Zhuo anymore, so he turned to leave.
"Hey,
"Brother Zhou." Sister Zhuo stomped her foot, a bit annoyed, and called after him. A female cultivator beside her whispered, "Sister Zhuo, you're making Brother Zhou uncomfortable." "Xiaoya, why didn't you remind me just now? I was giving you signals, didn't you see?" "No. Let's go quickly, Brother Zhou is gone." She pulled her companion into the crowd. Yunxi and Qintong Shuang watched the lively scene and so suddenly, both feeling a little disappointed. Still, they focused on the stall in front of them. In the end, Qintong Shuang bought a bracelet and Yunxi bought bunny-shaped earrings. She then replaced her cracked ruby earrings with the new ones. This time, her storage bag truly cried. She used the 1,000 top-grade spirit stones she had stolen back from the stall owner. The earrings had a magic face-changing function, which only lasted an hour, and each use would break a purple crystal on the bunny's eye. Though consumable, it could deceive a golden core cultivator's awareness. She felt the spirit stones were worth it. The stall owner didn't expect Yunxi to have such purchasing power. He took back her cracked ruby earrings and gave her 2 red bracelets. When tied on their wrists, the bracelets could prevent them from losing each other, perfect for companions. Yunxi thought it was good and accepted the gifts. To avoid attracting attention, they quickly left the market and returned to the inn. By then, Mu Ningzhu and Zhang Yan had already returned. After meeting, Mu Ningzhu told them, "I've bought the tickets. We can take a spaceship down from Shuangshan City, saving half the time. Then we'll enter Howren's sect's territory, where it's safer."
great.
"No need to fly on swords anymore," Yunxi exclaimed happily. It's not that she was picky. Flying on a sword made her feel insecure. Once everything was settled, Yunxi and Qintong Shuang handed the spirit stones for the spaceship tickets to Sister Mu. They also mentioned meeting that broken temple male cultivator on the market street. "Just pretend you don't know him," Mu Ningzhu said with a wave of her hand. "We are just pretending not to know him, afraid that the female cultivator around him might blame us." Zhang Yan frowned and said, "The unfeeling sword sect is probably the famous sword gate. Their disciples serve one sword for life. Famous sword gate? Their strength should be quite good. How did they get caught so easily in the ruined temple? He's probably injured and not fully recovered." The female cultivator used her own pill as an excuse to get close to Brother Zhou, hoping to confirm their relationship, but she was rejected. After the 4 of them exchanged a few words about Brother Zhou, the topic ended. The next day, after boarding the spaceship, Yunxi noticed that Brother Zhou, Zhuo and his friend were all on the ship. Yunxi and Qin Tong Shuang exchanged excited glances, both eager to see the upcoming drama. Muning Zhu and Zhang Yan also recognized the man from the ruined temple and guessed about the two female cultivators beside him. Yunxi immediately sent a message to the two. Senior Sister Mu, Zhang Yan, those two female cultivators are the ones chasing Brother Zhou yesterday. The stunning woman is Lair, and the one with a gentle look is her follower and friend, Xiaoya. Pay attention to her. Lair's pursuit of Brother Zhou probably has something to do with her. After hearing Yunxi's message, Muning Zhu and Zhang Yan subtly looked at the two female cultivators. Once they confirmed who Yunxi was talking about, they nodded without questioning why Yunxi had this guess. They trusted her intuition. Yunxi's reasoning was based on several clues. First, from their clothing, Lair's status seemed higher than Xiaoya's. Her robe and accessories were mostly magical tools, and although her level wasn't obvious, anyone with a brain could tell she wasn't lacking spiritual stones. Second, in their relationship, Xiaoya was a follower. Her dudong joiseis Lair, which meant she had some ulterior motive, most likely for cultivation resources. However, Yunxi believed Xiaoya's real motive was for Brother Zhou, because occasionally her gaze toward him was full of affection. Although she tried to hide it, her spiritual awareness still caught her feelings. As the strongest sect in the Western region, the Sword Gate is also the top sect. Its disciples are not all geniuses, but none are weak. Making friends with disciples from the Sword Gate is also a kind of hidden social resource. Zhou Daoyu's cultivation level is in the late stage of foundation building, and he is a sword cultivator who can challenge those above his level. Although it's unknown what battles he previously experienced that left him badly injured, his wounds actually gave Lair and the others a chance to get closer to him. The idea of giving him healing pills was probably suggested by a female cultivator named Xiaoya. After their interaction, it didn't seem strange for the two to appear beside Zhou Daoyu. Of course, these are just Yunxi's guesses. She kept her spiritual awareness focused on this area and quietly whispered to Qin Tong Shuang. Tong Shuang, now there's good entertainment to watch. Yesterday's scene was disappointing, but now they're on a flying ship. Zhou Daoyu has nowhere to hide, so we'll probably get more lively. Although Qin Tong Shuang appeared indifferent on the outside, her eyes were full of curiosity. She nodded and said, I wonder how Zhou Daoyu will handle this. Let's wait and see. At this moment, Zhou Langchen looked calm on the surface, but was very annoyed inside. He didn't expect that just forming a temporary team to catch a third-tier Lioli beast cub would bring two followers along. It was really frustrating. If he had known, he wouldn't have accepted Lair's healing pills. At this time, Lair politely smiled and said, Big Brother Zhou, I didn't expect us to be so fated and that we would ride the same flying ship. Zhou Langchen only nodded slightly, not intending to speak further.
Mingya naturally noticed Zhou Langchen's impatience.
She stepped forward and tugged at Lair's sleeve, giving her a subtle signal when she turned her head. Then she spoke softly. Zhou Daoyu, my senior sister, and I are going to visit our elders. It's true we didn't expect to share the same flying ship. The tickets for the Tianlin flying ship are quite cheap, and since my senior sister was injured fighting the Lioli beast, she shouldn't fly sword to travel.
So, we chose to take the ship.
We have no other intentions. Hearing this, Zhou Langchen's expression relaxed a bit, but he simply said, I also haven't fully recovered from my injuries, so I chose to take the flying ship. Since that's the case, Daoyu should focus on healing quickly. I need to go back and meditate. After speaking, he bid farewell with a cupped fist and left, leaving Lair no chance to continue her pursuit. After the two watched Zhou Langchen enter the cabin, Lair complained, Xiaoya, why did you pull me away? This was such a good chance to get close to Big Brother Zhou. Mingya was speechless, but still gently explained, Dair, such matters can't be rushed. Yesterday in Chongming City, you made Zhou Daoyu uncomfortable, so you need to change his impression of you first. Then what should we do next? Friend Zhou's injuries are not yet healed. Let's let him rest first. We shouldn't bother him these next 2 days. Once he leaves the spaceship, we will follow. I already have an excuse ready, just visiting an elder. Friend Zhou can't possibly mind us going to the same place, right? After hearing this, Zhudair's eyes lit up. She nodded immediately and then pulled Mingya back to their cabin. Yunxi, having caught the news firsthand, quietly shared it with Qin Tong Shuang. At this moment, the spaceship was full, and it slowly took off, leaving Chongming City. When Yunxi and Qin Tong Shuang were talking, they didn't hide it from the other two, who also ended up overhearing everything. Muningzhu spoke up. That girl Xiaoya is indeed very deep-minded. She's caught onto Zhudair's decision, which makes her look difficult to meet. Be careful when dealing with such people. Don't fall into their traps. Yes, senior sister or senior uncle. The three of them agreed happily. The next 3 days of travel went smoothly, with no flying beasts blocking the way. Zhou Langchen also didn't appear on the deck again, which meant Zhudair and the others didn't show up either, making Yunxi a bit less happy. When the spaceship landed outside Shuangshan City, Muningzhu and her group disembarked. Coincidentally, Zhou Langchen hurriedly got off the spaceship too, and Zhudair and her companion followed closely behind. After everyone disembarked, the spaceship took off again, heading to the next stop. Yunxi and her group used their spirit stones to enter the city, then stepped into Shuangshan City. This is a large city for cultivators. 1,000 years ago, twin spirit-transforming cultivators appeared here. Twins, a brother and sister. After their small ascension into the spirit realm, many cultivators came to see them, making the city even more lively. Muningzhu still told everyone to rest for a day, and the next day they set out again. This time, the 4 of them chose to stay at an inn. They headed straight to Shuangshan Inn, which was said to be owned by the city lord's estate, safe and able to meet all the needs of cultivators. They booked 2 top rooms. The young innkeeper leading them said casually, "Great luck, senior brothers and sisters. We just happened to have 2 top rooms available this morning. Otherwise, you'd have to settle for lower quality rooms." Muningzhu asked casually, "Is it because this inn is owned by the city lord's estate that business is so good?" The young innkeeper immediately smiled and replied, "Senior, you misunderstand. Even if you go to other inns in Shuangshan City, they're probably just as busy as ours." Yunxi asked with a smile, "Has anything big happened in Shuangshan City recently?" Just now, on the way to the guest house, they noticed many cultivators gathered here, including 2 nascent soul cultivators. The second shopkeeper immediately smiled and said, "Yes, something is happening. The city lord's mansion is holding a matchmaking ceremony."
Oh.
"Who is getting married?" "Our city lord's eldest son, Li Songyuan." "I see. No wonder. If you seniors aren't in a hurry, you can stay for a couple more days to watch the celebration." Muningzhu asked, "We're not familiar with Brotherly, nor are we invited. How can we watch?" The second shopkeeper explained with a smile, "It's a special coincidence that you came to Shuangshan City now. On the day of the wedding, there will be spiritual wine, and the city lord's mansion will distribute some spiritual pills, plants, and magic treasures. The cultivators in the city won't be empty-handed. It's a city-wide celebration." Wow, the city lord is really generous for his son.
Yes.
The real person Li Songyuan was chosen by the old city lord as his successor, so they value him highly. It's also a way to promote Li Songyuan's reputation early. The second shopkeeper explained openly. Just then, they reached the room door. The shopkeeper said a few more notes of caution, received some lower-grade spirit stones as tips, and happily went downstairs. The 4 of them stayed in 2 rooms, Muningzhu with Zhang Yan and Yunxi with Qin Tongshuang. After resting for an hour, they decided to explore Shuangshan City together. Yunxi also wanted to buy some souvenirs to bring back to her siblings. When they went downstairs, they saw a cultivator with the surname Zhou, along with Zhudair and Xiaoya. The 3 were watching the shopkeeper with curious eyes. The shopkeeper looked helpless and said, "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to earn spirit stones, but there are no more upper rooms available. The last 2 rooms were booked an hour ago." Hearing this, Yunxi slowed her steps on purpose, sensing some gossip. Qin Tong's Huang also subtly shortened her stride, showing good understanding. The shopkeeper, probably annoyed by the fuss, saw Yunshi's group and said, "These two are the guests who booked the last two upper rooms. I really didn't lie to you." Zhou Langchen turned around and met 4 pairs of clear, bright eyes. A bad memory flashed across his face. His expression froze, and he simply nodded at the 4, then looked away, clearly not wanting to interact. Zhuodai, not good at reading the situation, suddenly appeared in front of the group. "For fellow cultivators, could you please give up your upper rooms? I am willing to pay double spirit stones." After speaking, she felt she might have been a bit too bossy and left a bad impression on Brother Zhou, so she softened her tone and said, "Because my companions need to heal, the upstairs room is quiet and has a gathering array. I hope you can understand, and I will make up for it." Muningzhu frowned slightly, feeling a bit unhappy. From her words, it seemed that if they didn't agree, it would be wrong. Yunshi's eyes flicked, and she immediately transmitted a message to Muningzhu. The other person's expression paused, and then she spoke. "Friend, we understand your difficulties, but we also need to stay in Double Mountain City for 2 days. Giving you both upstairs rooms isn't possible. However, since we have a good connection with Brother Zhou, we can give you 1 room. But about the spirit stones." Zhuodai originally thought it was already great to stay next to Zhou Langchen, and didn't expect such a surprise. Now they could stay in the same room. She quickly handed Muningzhu a storage bag, worried she might change her mind. Muningzhu used her spiritual sense to transfer the spirit stones into her storage bag, then happily threw the protective jade token for the room lock to the other person. Without hesitation, she led the 3 out of the inn. The shopkeeper also breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 of them earned some spirit stones and felt happy. The only one probably unhappy was Zhou Langchen. As they left, they could still hear Zhuodai persuading Brother Zhou to stay with them. After walking out of the inn's range, Muningzhu asked Yunxi, "Wei sister, why did you help that Brother Zhou?" Yunxi shook her head and said, "It's not exactly helping him. I just think we encountered someone who took advantage of others, so I wanted to earn back the spirit stones for the flying ship. Staying in one room is safer for us 4. It's better to save when outside." Qin Tong's Huang twitched her mouth and interrupted, "Uncle Wei, if you're just here to watch the fun, just say so. No need to find excuses."
Oh.
"No harm in seeing the fun, right? Don't you think we have a good connection with Brother Zhou? Watching the excitement is fine," Yunxi said with a smile. Muningzhu rubbed her forehead, waved her hand to let the 3 follow, and told them not to just watch others' fun. After dividing the spirit stones Zhuotong's Huang gave them, they went shopping. When they returned to the inn, Zhuodai and the others were already gone. The protective barrier in the next room was on, indicating someone was inside, but it was unclear if all 3 were there. The next morning, the 4 woke up from meditation. Muningzhu then took the 3 of them for breakfast at the inn and said, "Today we will tour the city, and tomorrow we will set out." Yunxi was surprised and asked, "Senior Sister Mu, are we not going to watch the ceremony?" "What ceremony?" "The marriage ceremony at the city lord's mansion, Li Songyuan's wedding." Yunxi looked as if she had forgotten something. Muningzhu also looked surprised and said, "Li Songyuan's wedding has nothing to do with us, and he won't invite us." Yunxi's eyes widened as she said, "Senior Sister Mu, yesterday, the young servant at this inn told us we could watch the ceremony, and the city lord's mansion would give gifts. Didn't you say we should stay a couple more days before leaving? Yesterday? We just got off the flying ship this morning." Qin Tong's Huang also looked at Yunxi with curiosity. Yunxi frowned suddenly, feeling a bad premonition. She quickly checked her storage bag. The things she bought yesterday were still there. She let out a breath of relief and reminded, "Senior Sister Mu, check your storage bags and see if anything is missing." The 3 of them exchanged glances, all sensing their spiritual awareness probe into their bags. After a moment, they looked surprised and then turned their suspicious eyes toward Yunxi. Helpless, Yunxi recounted what had happened yesterday and showed the items she bought as proof. Muningzhu's face darkened. She said, "Are you saying we lost a day of memory? Why do you remember it?" Yunxi was startled. turning her thoughts over. She looked at the three people staring intently at her, and then at herself, resting her chin as she analyzed. The four of them entered Shuangshan City together. From the moment they boarded the flying ship, they had not separated. Since they hadn't been separated, it meant no one had attacked any of them alone. Otherwise, the other three would have noticed. That suggests a powerful person attacked them simultaneously. But why did they only miss her? She didn't think she was special enough to be singled out. Another possibility was that the attacker had made a move, but she had not fallen into their trap. Yunshi suddenly thought, besides hiding her cultivation, her spiritual awareness was much stronger than the others. The cultivator who forcibly erased her memory must have had a divine consciousness at the core transformation stage. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked. As Yunshi's eyes lit up, the other three realized their little sister had discovered something. Yunshi carefully chose her words before speaking. The person who erased your memories wanted to keep us in Shuangshan City. The reason I still remember this day is because my family's ancestor left a protective mark on my spiritual soul, so I didn't lose my memory. To verify whether what I say is true, we just need to try leaving Shuangshan City. The three of them looked serious. Whether or not Yunshi's guess was correct, it was not good news for them. There's no time to waste. Let's go see the other city gate, Muningzhu said quickly. The four of them left the room and just happened to meet Zhou Langchen. He looked like he had just returned from outside. Yunshi's eyes flickered, and she exchanged a glance with the others before walking over and bowing. Friend Zhou, how did you rest last night? Have your injuries healed? Zhou Langchen was surprised for a moment and then said in a deep voice, I just got off the spaceship early today. I haven't been here long. How could I have rested all night? Yunshi didn't answer but continued to ask, Friend Zhou, do you remember that this room was given to you? Zhou Langchen frowned and said, This last room was reserved by Taoist Zhuo with double spirit stones. How did it become something we gave up? Hearing this, Yunshi looked back at the others. It seemed that this person also had her memory wiped for a day. She felt tired and lonely, like she was the only one awake while everyone else was drunk. Yunshi bowed and took her leave, returning to her friends with a shrug, showing that even the only two familiar people had been fooled. Muningzhu's mood was complicated, but she couldn't explain to Zhou Daoist, since they weren't close. She waved her hand, signaling the others to follow, as she wanted to check again. However, this time, Zhou Langchen blocked their way. Everyone, would it be convenient to talk in the room? Something seems strange. I might have some clues. This time, Muningzhu didn't refuse. Zhou Langchen followed them into the room. Once seated, Zhou Langchen introduced himself and then said, I was originally heading to the next training spot, but when the spaceship docked here, I received a message from my sect. It said a disciple from Mingjian's sect went missing in Shuangshan City, and later, other disciples searching for him also lost contact. Soon after, our sect received a distress signal. It was in Shuangshan City. I checked with the sect's jade token, and the rescue signal was near the city lord's mansion. I heard that the heir of the city lord was holding a matchmaking ceremony, so I planned to investigate under Mingjian's sect's name. Hearing the word missing, Muningzhu knew things weren't simple. Yunshi's mind also raced quickly. She thought there might be a connection between the two events. After Zhou Langchen finished speaking, he looked at the expressions of the four and said, From what this friend just said, it seems he has made some discoveries. Could you tell me more? Perhaps it can help me find the missing sect members. Yunshi listened carefully and then looked at Muningzhu. She was the leader of their small team. Whether to tell Zhou Langchen about their discovery depended on her decision. Muningzhu thought for a moment and nodded at Yunshi. Yunshi cleared her throat and explained that they had lost their memories of the previous day. The other three confirmed this. Zhou Langchen took a deep breath. He was sure there was a connection between these events. It was very likely that disciples from the famous sword sect had experienced the same thing. Among these people, there was one who, like Yunshi, had not lost their memory of the previous day. That's why they were taken by the city lord's mansion. He rubbed his fingers and said, I will go out of the city with you to see if the person behind this makes a move. We were about to leave the city just now, Muningzhu explained, and we saw Zhou Daoyu. We just asked him a few more questions to confirm our suspicions. After explaining, Mu Ningzhu immediately stood up. The group now had 5 people. They smoothly reached another city gate of Shuangshan City. A patrol monk asked why they were leaving and mentioned the upcoming marriage ceremony in the city, suggesting they watch it before leaving. Zhou Langchen cupped his hands and said, "We'd love to join such a good event, but we received a message from our sect telling us to return immediately. We have to miss this grand occasion. That's a pity." "Well, we won't delay you," the other person said. "If you have a chance, come back to Shuangshan City again." They only expressed regret and did not stop the 5. After parting, the patrol monk continued his patrol. The 5 exchanged glances and headed toward another city gate. There were monks lining up to enter, all looking normal. They walked loosely together but kept alert. After walking a bit further from the city gate, Yunqi frowned and looked at the sign of Shuangshan City, muttering, "Could we be wrong?" Mu Ningzhu let out a breath of relief. "As long as we got out, that's good. We'll report the strange things back to our sect when we return. Let's leave here first." "Okay." Only Zhou Langchen didn't move. He was here to find his missing fellow disciples. Since he hadn't found anything, he couldn't just leave. He said, "You all can go ahead. I need to go into the city to check." Before he finished, a formation pattern lit up under their feet. In the next moment, they disappeared from the spot without attracting anyone's attention. Yunqi knew something was wrong when the pattern lit up. In the next moment, they were transported away. But after the pattern vanished, they found themselves still in the same place. At this moment, there was no one at the city gate of Shuangshan City. No monks waiting in line to enter, and no guards collecting spirit stones. The surrounding silence was frightening. "What's going on? Are we still in Shuangshan City?" Qintong Shuang asked, gripping her sword tightly. The others held their weapons and looked around cautiously. Yunqi also released her spiritual awareness, and her expression grew stranger. After scanning the area, Zhou Langchen said, "Let's go into the city and see if we can find out what's happening." Zhang Yan, however, spoke up, "It's better if we stay away from here." Mu Ningzhu looked at the white fog around them, feeling suspicious about leaving, but since no one was willing to try, they had to. Yunqi patted her storage bag, took out 2 red cords, and handed one to Mu Ningzhu. She then tied herself and Qintong Shuang together so they would have a companion if something went wrong. After understanding the purpose of the red cord, Mu Ningzhu tied herself and Zhang Yan together and then said to Zhou Langchen, "Friend Zhou, we want to try leaving here. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait. If we don't return after an incense stick of time, you can go into the city to check." Zhou Langchen honestly replied, "I think you probably can't leave here. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't have used the teleportation array to bring us here. I'll wait for you." Qintong Shuang cupped her fists and said, "Friend Daoist, you're right. But we have to try, or we won't give up." Then she pulled Yunqi and led her into the white fog, followed by Mu Ningzhu, who also bowed and said goodbye, and Zhang Yan, who quickly entered the fog behind them. Zhou Langchen felt ignored, but he trusted his judgment. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, when Yunqi and Qintong Shuang emerged from the fog, they saw Zhou Langchen waiting for them in place. He spoke in a deep voice, "You left for 15 minutes. Soon after, Mu Ningzhu and Zhang Yan also stepped out of the fog. Qintong Shuang was a bit disappointed, but, having companions, she was less afraid. She stopped and turned to Mu Ningzhu, saying, "Uncle Mu, it seems we have to go into the city to see." Mu Ningzhu and Zhang Yan did not re-enter the mist again. They were just waiting quietly for Qintong Shuang to try. After all 4 of them obtained the same result, she finally spoke. "Let's go. We will act together with Brother Zhou." After saying this, she looked at the red string on her wrist and said to Yunqi, "Junior Sister Wei, let's not untie the red string for now. In case of an emergency, take good care of your companions." "Yes, senior sister." Mu Ningzhu's words implied that Yunqi could handle the responsibilities of a foundation establishment cultivator. When facing unknown situations, as an elder, she naturally wanted to look after her fellow disciples and friends. Then Mu Ningzhu cupped her hands to Zhou Langchen, who was alone. Brother Zhou, your cultivation is the highest among us. We will try our best to keep up with you. If danger appears, I hope we can work together to fight.
Okay.
Zhou Langchen responded happily. He could tell that the other four were not the type to fall behind. Soon, the five of them stepped into the quiet Twin Mountain City. Not long after they entered the city gates, Zhuodai and Mingya were also transported to the city entrance. Xiaoya, what's going on? We didn't leave Twin Mountain City, did we? Why are we back? Zhuodai looked at the signboard of Twin Mountain City and frowned. Mingya, standing nearby, also looked around and soon noticed something. The surrounding mist and the overly quiet city gate of Twin and City made her speak. Dyer, I think we might have been transported somewhere else. This place looks very similar to Twin and City, but there's no one here. Do you think Brother Zhou was also transported here like us? Zhuodai also realized the problem and unconsciously grabbed Mingya. Mingya was a bit scared too, but she remained calm and said, if Brother Zhou was also transported here, we should find him quickly. That way, it's less dangerous. Then let's not waste time. Let's go quickly. They might have just left, and we might catch up. Zhuodai finished speaking and pulled Mingya into Twin and City. Back to the time when Zhou Langchen and Yun Shi left the inn together. When Mingya, who was downstairs ordering spiritual meals, saw Zhou Langchen with a serious expression leaving the inn with 4 unfamiliar cultivators, she instinctively felt something was wrong. She immediately returned to her room and interrupted Zhuodai's cultivation. Xiaoya, what happened? Why did you interrupt my practice? Zhuodai was a bit displeased. She then noticed Zhou Langchen was not in the room and asked, Xiaoya, I told you to keep an eye on Brother Zhou. Why is he gone? Butterfly, this is why I interrupted you. I just went downstairs to order some spiritual food and saw Brother Zhou and 4 unfamiliar cultivators leave the inn together. Unfamiliar cultivators? Where did they go? I don't know, so I came to tell you right away. Upon hearing this, Zhuodai immediately stood up and pushed open the door, muttering, Xiaoya, you talk too much and waste so much time. We don't even know if we can catch up with Brother Zhou. Mingya's eyes flickered, but she didn't argue. She simply followed behind Zhuodai, pointing out the direction Brother Zhou left. The two hurriedly chased after him. Soon after, they saw Zhou Langchen and the 4 others leave through another city gate of Shuangshan City, and they immediately followed. When they left the city, they were stopped and questioned. Zhuodai gave a brief reply and quickly exited, but they could no longer see Zhou Langchen's figure. Where is he? Zhuodai felt she hadn't wasted much time, so how did she lose him? Mingya also looked a bit confused. She quickly said, Dyer, we need to catch up fast. Brother Zhou's flying sword speed is faster than ours. Okay. The two quickened their steps, preparing to fly after him. But in the next moment, they were transported to another place. Actually, Zhuodai and Mingya arrived about 15 minutes later than Zhou Langchen. Meanwhile, Zhou Langchen, whom they were worried about, was searching around the empty Shuangshan City. The layout here is exactly the same as Shuang'an City. Even the shop names are identical. But all the shops here are empty. They looked around but found no sign of any cultivators. Zhang Yan whispered, Is this a replica of Shuangshan City? That seems to be the only reasonable guess. Qin Tong's Huang frowned and asked, Why would the person behind the scenes teleport us to this empty city? Zhou Langchen said in a deep voice, Only by finding the person behind the scenes can we understand. Yun Shi looked around and quietly released her spiritual awareness. She then made a new discovery and immediately said, There's nothing here. Why don't we go to the center of the city? The city lord's mansion is at the core of the city. Maybe we'll find something there. Yun Shi's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone. The 4 of them turned around and headed toward the city lord's mansion. Because they changed direction, they unexpectedly encountered Zhuodai and Mingya, who had been tracking them. Brother Zhou, are you really here? Zhuodai was genuinely happy, and even Mingya, who was very good at controlling her expression, showed a faint smile. Zhou Langchen rubbed his forehead and frowned. How come you're here? Minjia quickly stepped forward and softly explained, Brother Zhou, Sisters Wen noticed you weren't here, so she came out to find you. When she saw you leaving the city with a stranger cultivator, she didn't say anything to us, which seemed strange. She was worried you might be hurt or in danger, so she followed. But after leaving the city gate, she stepped onto a teleportation array and was transported here. Muningzhu and the other three didn't speak. They were the strangers the others mentioned, people who could be dangerous to Brother Zhou. They decided to stay silent and watch quietly. Zhou Langchen found it hard to say harsh words. Both of them cared about him, but he thought it wasn't really necessary. One was at the early stage of foundation establishment, the other in the middle stage, both weaker than him. If something went wrong, he wasn't sure who would save whom. Finally, he helplessly rubbed his forehead and waved his hand. All right, you two should come with us. There's something wrong with Twin Mountain City.
Okay.
The two new people then introduced themselves to Yunxi and the others. When Minjia learned they were disciples of Haoren sect, she realized her earlier excuse might offend someone. She immediately apologized. Please don't mind, fellow cultivators. I didn't know your identities before, and since Brother Zhou suddenly disappeared, I was suspicious. Please forgive me. Muningzhu smiled politely and replied, Mingdao's suspicion is understandable. If I were in your place, I might think the same. Saying forgive me is a bit too serious. The most important thing now is to find a way out. We can't stay trapped here forever. You're right, Mu Daoist. As they continued walking and chatting awkwardly, Zhou Longchen's jade pendant on his waist suddenly lit up. Yunxi was quietly exchanging thoughts with Qin Tongshuang about Minjia's tea art, analyzing the traps and pitfalls in her words. Qin Tongshuang was surprised by what she heard. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Zhou Longchen's jade pendant, which was glowing strangely. They all stopped talking and looked at him. Zhou Langchen reached out and brushed his hand over the jade pendant, a flash of joy in his eyes. He looked up and said, I received a message from my fellow disciple. The jade pendant will lead us to meet them. After confirming the direction, he suddenly moved quickly. The others immediately followed. Receiving the message meant there were others in the city, but they hadn't found the right place yet. It was best to meet them soon and learn more. After walking a short distance, Yunxi was sure they were heading toward the city lord's mansion. This is the path to the city lord's mansion, Sister Mu. I see it. Let's wait and see what happens. Clearly, Muningzhu also realized this. About half an hour later, everyone saw Zhou Langchen meet up with two others. Both were wearing robes from Mingjian sect and looked very excited when they saw Zhou Langchen. Not sure what they said, Zhou Langchen turned and loudly said, Let's go quickly. After the sun sets, except for the city lord's mansion, the space here will shrink and crush everyone staying inside. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Muningzhu immediately threw out her spiritual sword and flew on her sword with Zhang Yan. Seeing Muningzhu flying close to the ground, Yunxi followed her example, also riding her sword with Qin Tongshuang. Qin Tongshuang said with some frustration, This time, after returning to the sect, I will build my foundation. Yunxi smiled, feeling glad she had built her foundation early. Zhuodaier and Mingya, both foundation-building cultivators, flew on their swords. Zhuodaier's sword was a bit higher, and a restriction suddenly activated, knocking her to the ground. Mingya had to stop and pull her own golden leg, but Yunxi and the others kept going without stopping, just exchanging glances, thinking Zhuodaier was a bit naive and overly innocent. Most large cultivation cities have restrictions against flying with swords inside to prevent accidents. It was surprising that Zhuodaier made such a basic mistake. After everyone safely entered the city lord's mansion, Zhuodaier went to find Zhou Langchen and cried for sympathy. But Zhou Langchen didn't have time to comfort her. He only said a few words before turning to ask about his fellow disciples. Yunxi and the others, as latecomers, only listened. They needed more information to make the right decision. At this moment, over 100 cultivators came out of the mansion, all looking at them with pity. An hour later, Yunxi and the others finally understood what had happened. The people trapped in this city shared the same experience. Some weren't transported here after leaving the city, but appeared in this empty city after losing consciousness. When they woke up, they found no one around. These people searched the city in groups, but hadn't discovered anything before the entire city started to shake, as if some space was overlapping and crushing the empty city. They immediately ran for their lives, but couldn't leave this twin mountain city. After several cultivators died, they found the only safe place, the city lord's mansion, which was not affected by the space crushing. Everyone hurried into the empty city lord's mansion, temporarily making it their base. During the day, the empty city returned to normal. All the trapped people began to look for ways to leave, but they found nothing. They tried to send out rescue signals, but all communication devices failed. They could only pass messages within the city, unable to leave. Eventually, a cultivator from the Sword Gate sent a rescue message using their identity token, but when their fellow disciples arrived to help, they too were trapped here. Senior Brother Zhou, that's what happened. What should we do now? After hearing this, Zhou Lanqing furrowed his brows even more. He had no idea what to do. The others looked thoughtful. After a pause, Yunxi coughed lightly and asked, "Friend, may I ask where you sent your rescue message from?" The Sword Gate cultivator realized that the question was asked by a young female cultivator with a naive face. He cupped his hands and replied, "We tried to send rescue signals from all over the city, but only the message from the city lord's mansion was received." Yunxi and Muningzhu exchanged glances, then looked at Zhou Lanqing. Zhou Lanqing responded quickly, raising his head and saying, "Friendway means that the city lord's mansion is a bridge connecting two spaces, so only messages sent from there are received by me." Yes, earlier, Zhou said he wanted to investigate the city lord's mansion. I also suspect that the reason we were transported here is because someone behind the scenes noticed we found something and did this on purpose. Little friend, have you also noticed that the people around you keep repeating the same experience of entering the city? A charming woman in purple robes raised her eyebrows and asked, "Yes, has this beautiful sister also noticed?" Yunxi immediately smiled and replied, "Of course. My spiritual awareness is stronger than my physical body. They can't erase my memory from the previous day." The woman in purple robes swayed as she approached them and said. Muningzhu glanced at her and then whispered to Yunxi, "This woman is from the Hushuan sect. Their cultivation techniques have enchanting effects, so their spiritual awareness is stronger than their physical bodies. Otherwise, how could they deceive others? Be careful when you meet her in the future. Don't let her fool you and cause you to lose your vital energy." Yunxi nodded quickly to show she understood. The woman from Hushuan sect thought Yunxi, and she had also noticed the abnormality of erased memories, so she asked, "How did you realize this?" It was not Zijing who looked down on Yunxi. She was only a little older than her. She didn't believe Yunxi's spiritual awareness was stronger than hers. Yunxi shyly smiled and said, "My elders at home love me and have left a mark on my soul." Her explanation also indirectly told everyone that she has a family elder as a supporter, so they shouldn't bother her. "I see." Then Zhou Lanqing summarized, putting all the clues together. It seems that a powerful cultivator in Double Peace City used their ability to erase the memories of outsiders entering the city for one day. The goal was to keep people inside. Those who sensed something was wrong and tried to leave were also transported here, likely to block the news from spreading outside. Furthermore, the city lord's mansion is a place where two spaces overlap and is the only safe place. Now, we need to find a way to leave from the city lord's mansion. Zijing nodded after hearing this and said, "Friend Zhou's analysis is correct, but we have searched the entire city lord's mansion thoroughly and found nothing." Zhou Lanqing's fellow disciple also agreed, "Senior Zhou, that's true. The first cultivator trapped here has been here for over a month. We've looked everywhere we could." Yunxi suddenly interrupted, "Could it be that we need to wait for a specific time to find something?" Yunxi's words immediately drew everyone's attention, and all began to think deeply. Zhou Lanqing turned to his junior brother and asked, "Do you remember the exact time you sent the distress signal?" The disciple from the famous sword sect who told the story earlier thought for a moment and replied, "It was during the late evening, around 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. That was when the empty city was being crushed." I thought space might be disrupted, so I tried to send 3 distress messages using my identity jade token. Surprisingly, one of them was transmitted. Zhou Langchen nodded, understanding that this was why his jade token showed the distress signal came from the city lord's mansion. Zijing brushed her hair and said, "After Bai successfully sent the distress signal, we also tried to find a way out during that time, but we still found nothing." As fellow cultivators, Zhou Langchen could see the flaws, and they had also noticed them. She cleared her throat again and said, "I want to ask about a specific day. Do you remember? Before we were transported here, the cultivators and shopkeepers in the city mentioned that 2 days later, the successor of the city lord's mansion, Master Li Songyuan, would hold a marriage ceremony?" The trapped cultivator listened to Yunxi's words, then lowered his eyes in thought. After a moment, someone responded, "We didn't hear about this before we were brought here." Some others replied, "I did hear something, but I was in a hurry and didn't plan to get involved. I also heard about it and even asked around, but unfortunately, I don't know who Master Li's partner is. I felt something was off, so I decided to leave early. I also warned those who were curious at the time to be careful. Such an important ceremony, and they didn't even know the partner's full name. That's not right. It seems that I might have caused some trouble by speaking up, which is why I ended up here." Then, the low conversations among the cultivators seemed to confirm something among themselves. Zijing looked at the young girl before her with new respect. She hadn't expected her to be so thoughtful. Her beautiful eyes shifted, and she said, "So, it seems Master Li Songyuan plans to use his partner ceremony to cause trouble." Yunxi could only think of this explanation. Otherwise, why would they go through so much trouble to keep them here? She nodded and shrugged. "That seems likely. But we don't know much about Master Li, so we really don't know what he intends." Mu Ningzhu rubbed her forehead, feeling things might be getting serious. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken the flying ship to Shuangshan City. Qintong Shuang's face kept changing, her brows furrowed tightly. The current situation was beyond their control. Her cultivation was too low. Zhang Yan, who had been mostly silent, suddenly started rummaging through a storage bag, as if searching for something important. Zhou Langchen loudly said, "Friends, we are all stuck here together. To get out of this, we need everyone to work together. No one can leave until we find a way. Think carefully. Maybe there's a clue we've overlooked that can help us escape." Hearing Zhou Langchen, everyone began to recall their experience entering Shuangshan City, trying to piece together what they might have missed. Zhang Yan found what he was looking for in his storage bag, a leather-bound notebook. He handed it to Mu Ningzhu and said, "Senior Sister Mu, I bought this miscellaneous record. It contains some notes about 2 ascended cultivators in Shuangshan City. Maybe there's a clue inside." Mu Ningzhu flipped to the page Zhang Yan mentioned and examined it carefully, then handed the notebook to Yunxi. Yunxi quickly scanned the contents with her spiritual awareness and then passed the notebook to Qintong Shuang. Because the content is only 1 page, Qintong Shuang read it quickly and handed it to Zhou Langchen. After reading, Zhou Langchen looked at Zhuodire and Mingya, who also came over. The booklet was passed around and finally returned to Zhang Yan. Then Zhou Langchen spoke. "From these records, it's easy to guess that this empty city, which looks exactly like Shuangshan City, was probably created by 2 divine-level cultivators working together. It's like a true reflection of Shuangshan City." Mu Ningzhu continued, 2 divine-level cultivators in Shuangshan City practiced special techniques that allowed them to transfer their cultivation levels between each other. When they did this, both of them were very vulnerable and couldn't be disturbed at all. So, they worked together to create this safest place, which became their training ground. Yunxi nodded and said, "Yes, there's no safer place. Even if someone detects spiritual energy fluctuations, they would only search in the real Shuangshan City, not think there could be such a space." Zhuodire frowned and said, "Although we now know the origin of this empty city, what's the use? We still have no clues about the exit." Mingya, hearing Zhuodire's words, softly comforted her. "Senior Sister Zhua, don't worry. Since 2 powerful cultivators can come here to train, there must be a way out. Otherwise, how could they leave?" This slightly eased Zhuodire's worries, but her eyes flickered and she blurted out, "Divine-level cultivators can tear space apart. Of course, they can leave easily. We don't even have a golden core. How can we tear space and leave?" Yunshi agreed that Zwadire was right, but couldn't she say it so bluntly? It was like pouring cold water on herself. Didn't some cultivators' eyes change when they heard that? Yunshi sighed inwardly. "Friend Daoiswa, you're right, but don't forget, the city lord of Shuangshan City is only at the nascent soul stage. He can't tear space either. Also, the reason we got in here was because of a formation, which proves there's definitely a way out." Yunshi's words reassured everyone well. Zwadire, reminded by Mingya, realized her words were too direct and quickly smiled awkwardly, shutting up. "Friend Daoist way means we need to find the formation hidden in the city lord's mansion?" "Yes, the only thing I can think of is a formation. But I haven't studied formations much because I haven't cultivated for long," Yunshi openly admitted. Zhou Langchen thought for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, during the 2-hour period tonight when the two spaces overlap, we should carefully search the city lord's mansion again. If a teleportation array exists, it is very likely to reveal itself at that time." This time, no one objected. All the cultivators were then assigned to different areas within a space, each responsible for their own zone. This way, it would be easier to avoid confusion and miss no clues. That night, at the hour of the rat, the empty city was crushed, and the city lord's mansion shook slightly. All cultivators released their spiritual awareness to check their assigned areas. Yunshi quietly released her spiritual awareness from her nascent soul stage. She wanted to observe the entire city lord's mansion. At the moment the space was crushed, she noticed someone sending a message with a communication talisman. That person's talisman left the space through a certain node. Yunshi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected a spy to be among the victims. Yunshi didn't share her discovery with others because she couldn't explain why her spiritual awareness was so much stronger than her cultivation level. However, she secretly kept a trace of her awareness on the male cultivator. He wore a black robe, looked like a wandering cultivator, and only carried a spiritual sword and some spirit stones. His appearance was quite ordinary, not attracting much attention. An hour later, everyone gathered in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. They asked each other if they had found anything, but everyone was disappointed. Zwadire's attention was focused on leaving this place, so she didn't bother to keep arguing with Zhou Langchen. Instead, Mingya kept glancing at Zhou Langchen from time to time. Yunshi silently sent a message to Qin Tong Shuang, sharing her discovery. Qin Tong Shuang looked surprised, almost unable to maintain her cool persona. "Did you find anything else?" "Not for now." Yunshi didn't say more. The others naturally didn't find anything either. Their faces grew paler, and the longer they stayed trapped, the less hope they had of escaping. Zhou Langchen thought for a moment and said, "Everyone, don't be discouraged. Not finding something doesn't mean it isn't there. Maybe it will only appear on a special day or at a special time. If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day Li San Yuan will find his partner. Let's wait and see what happens." He had a feeling that something might change tomorrow. Everyone could only persuade themselves and return to their temporary lodgings. Yunshi and the others gathered together, quietly discussing the events they had experienced along the way. Xiao Dyer no longer felt like arguing with Zhou Langchen. She was almost trapped here and needed to find a way to leave. Mingya could only turn her head 3 times as she followed Jin Dajiao away. When morning came, the empty Shuangshan city returned to its usual appearance. It seemed that the events of last night, caused by space distortion, had not happened. Everyone endured a long day. As night fell, all eyes focused on the empty city outside the city lord's mansion. At midnight, the space started to shake again. The space compression happened once more, but this time, it was different from before. Yunshi, who was staying close to a wandering cultivator, discovered that the other person secretly entered the backyard pond of the city lord's mansion. The person waved a talisman into the water. After a moment, the pond splashed, and red light spread out from it across the entire mansion. The noise also alerted other cultivators nearby. Someone released their spiritual awareness to investigate and found something unusual about the wandering cultivator. Chu Sheng, what did you do? Someone asked. The man called Chu Sheng, who was in the middle of his foundation building stage, simply replied, "Sorry, everyone. I just want to stay alive." He then crushed a teleportation talisman and prepared to escape. Everyone watched Chu Sheng's figure fade away. They instinctively attacked him, knowing he was involved in the secret. They wanted to keep him here. Unfortunately, their first two attacks missed, and Chu Sheng's figure disappeared. But then, something unexpected happened. Chu Sheng's figure reappeared, looking surprised. Suddenly, he was struck down by a sword light. This was Zhou Longchen's attack. Chu Sheng grunted and fell to the ground. Then, everyone saw more figures appearing inside the city lord's mansion. Yunshi was also surprised, watching outside. The empty city, which should have been crushed, was now merging with the real Shuangshan city. Figures slowly appeared on the empty streets and in the rooms, leaving everyone confused. "What's going on?" Someone exclaimed. Zhang Yan said, "Two spaces are overlapping. Maybe the real Shuangshan city has been pulled into this space. What is the mastermind trying to do?" Xiao Dyer asked anxiously. Yunshi blinked, looking at the growing crowd inside and the confused faces. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Mu Ningzhu, who also seemed to realize the danger, quickly spoke up. "Activate all your protective magic devices. This isn't as simple as it looks." Everyone followed her advice, while also staying alert for the cultivators appearing around them. Zhou Langchen carried the injured Chu Sheng over, noticing something unusual. He cast a spell to wake Chu Sheng and asked, "Tell me everything you know. You're no longer useful, and you're trapped here. If you say nothing, you'll only have a dead end." Chu Sheng covered his chest, knowing he had no way out. He took a deep breath and said, "Masterly made me do this. He asked me to watch over the cultivators transported into the space. If you find anything, send a message to him quickly, and activate the formation in the water pool at the designated time." "What is that formation for?" "I don't know. Master Li didn't tell me." "How did you get here?" "I was sent here by Master Li." Chu Sheng just wanted to earn spirit stones and didn't intend to risk his life, but clearly his plan failed. While everyone was confused, a red beam shot out from the water pool in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. The beam rose into the sky and, centered on the mansion, opened a huge red magic circle. Other parts of Shuangshan City also saw red beams rise, each forming a large magic circle. 9 big formations slowly activated in the sky, covering the entire city and all its cultivators. Not good. This is the 9-round sacrifice array. A cultivator who specialized in formations shouted loudly. Yunshi didn't know much about formations, but just from the name, she could tell it wasn't a proper one. The word sacrifice made her think of human lives. Someone quickly explained to her, "This is an evil formation. It should have been destroyed long ago. How did it appear here?" "The mastermind is sacrificing city cultivators." "What are they trying to do?" "City Lord Li is crazy. Killing so many people will definitely get noticed." "But City Lord Li is in seclusion." She clenched her absolute death staff, feeling the situation was very tricky. This space has merged with the real Shuangshan City. Even if we all die here, we will only disappear along with the real city. No one will find out. The empty city was crushed earlier because City Lord Li was trying to merge the two spaces.
We are his test subjects.
What should we do now? Do we have a formation master here? Quickly think of a way. Everyone hurriedly pieced together the truth, but the mastermind had yet to show up. They could only desperately try to save themselves. 15 minutes later, the 9-round sacrifice array was fully formed, and the formation experts among the cultivators were still trying to find its weaknesses, making everyone anxious. After 2 breaths, everyone felt a pull from the array, drawing their spiritual energy. Everyone, quickly activate your defenses and replenish your spiritual power. Don't let the array drain all our energy, or it will keep stealing our souls, a mage's voice echoed in the air. Because some cultivators at the chi refining stage had already fallen, their spiritual energy was fully absorbed, and their spirits quickly floated up toward the array. Their bodies gradually turned to dust. Yunshi broke out in cold sweat. This was a destructive array meant to erase everything, leaving no survivors. She stored away the 7 stars deadly stick and held a mid-grade spiritual stone in each hand, frantically restoring her lost spiritual power. She glanced at Qintong Shuang and Zhang Yan, both late-stage qi refining cultivators, unsure if they could hold on. Qintong Shuang sealed herself in 1,000-year-old ice to stop her spiritual energy from escaping, but Zhang Yan had no such protection. He had already fallen to the ground, his body slowly disintegrating.
Zhang Yan.
Mu Ningzhu's red bracelet automatically retracted, signaling that someone else had died. Mu Ningzhu's eyes turned red as she clenched her spiritual stones tightly, trying to avoid the same fate as Zhang Yan. Yunshi stared fixedly at the 9 formations above, her mind racing for a way to break the trap. She didn't notice the faintly visible flower-shaped decoration on her forehead, which was helping her resist the array's pull. Dear friends, I, Li, am grateful that you stayed to participate in my marriage ceremony, and I thank you for your sacrifices. This way, my Qiu Shui can return. A white figure appeared above the 9-round sacrifice array. As he spoke, he waved his hand, releasing a crystal coffin into the center of the array. The sacrifice spiritual energy was converted through the array and all flowed into the coffin. Li Jinren, what are you trying to do? Li Songyuan, you evil cultivator. Does City Lord Li know what you're doing? Sacrificing the entire city for a dead person? Aren't you afraid of losing your moral compass? Li Jinren, have mercy. Let us go. Stop right there. All the cultivators panicked. Their lives were more important. Humph. It's you who caused my Qiu Shui's death. Now you must pay the price. Li Songyuan declared domineeringly.
Puffed.
You're talking nonsense. This is our first time in Shuangshan City. We've never seen your Qiu Shui, so how could we have harmed her? A higher-level cultivator immediately argued logically. Yunshi noticed the monks who were mysteriously transported into this space. A flicker of unease crossed her face, clearly indicating that these people were not wronged.
Ha!
So what? It's your fault for going into the city with those harmful monks. Li Songyuan was already somewhat frantic, showing that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Yunshi held back her urge to roll her eyes. She felt this man was crazy. If he wanted revenge, he should go kill those who harmed others. Why involve innocent passers-by? As long as I sacrifice you, Qiu Shui can be revived. Li Songyuan's face had become extremely fierce. He had planned for a long time, waiting for his father's closed-door retreat to end, to ensure success. Now, with the formation activated, he was about to succeed. The 2 spiritual stones in Yunshi's hand had turned to dust. She then grabbed 2 middle-grade spiritual stones and shouted, "Your loved one is already dead. The dead cannot come back to life. Are you sure that this evil formation will summon the soul of your loved one? If you love her so much, why don't you give up your body and follow the ghost path to accompany her spirit after killing those who harmed her?" Li Songyuan precisely locked onto Yunshi. When he saw she was just a young girl, he sneered and said, "I will make Qiu Shui return to me. We will ascend together to the spirit realm, even to the immortal realm. You ants are only fit to sacrifice your lives. That's your honor." Yunshi almost laughed out of anger. Just because their cultivation was weak, they thought they could be crushed so easily? As she spoke, monks began to turn into ash one after another. The remaining monks, struggling to maintain their strength, felt a sinking feeling. The more people died, the more stable the formation became. "Friend Zhu, have you found a flaw in the formation?" Someone anxiously asked the formation master, who had previously warned them. Zhu Lin used a formation disc to shield himself, resisting the suction of the 9-round sacrifice formation. He was also using a compass to calculate. After hearing the question, he looked up and said, "This formation can only be destroyed by a nascent soul cultivator, and it requires both internal and external efforts, or damaging the core. Otherwise, none of us can escape." He then looked at the coffin in the sky, which was likely the formation's core. Everyone's face darkened. This was clearly impossible. Among them, not even the nascent soul cultivator was present, so they couldn't even reach the coffin. Just as Yunxi was considering whether to hide in her space, Dian transmitted a message to her. Master, what's happening? Why is Dian's spiritual energy disappearing? She suddenly remembered that Dian was still in her arms and immediately transmitted her voice. Dian, I am trapped inside the 9 circles sacrifice array. The cultivators in the array are being drained of their spiritual power. Once their energy is gone, they will only have death to look forward to. Dian moved her paws and tearfully replied, Master, Dian was about to advance to the 2nd level. I was close to breaking through. How can I wait to die just after waking up? Xi's mind turned quickly, and she asked through voice transmission, Does your advancement also require experiencing a thunder tribulation?
Yes.
The heavenly Tao is fair. Cultivators must face a tribulation when they advance, and we are the same. If you have enough spiritual power, can you try to break into the 2nd level and summon the thunder tribulation? Maybe, I think so. Dian responded uncertainly. She knew that this space was specially created and wasn't sure if Dian could summon the thunder tribulation. Even if she did, she might be struck dead. Many cultivators were within the tribulation range, and she knew how fierce the lightning could be. But she wanted to use this to break the deadlock. In her understanding, all evil creatures, especially the heavenly thunder during tribulation, could shatter this evil array. She acted immediately, sending Dian into her space, telling her to hold the fairy grass and cultivate quickly to reach the critical point of breakthrough. If she delayed any longer, her owner might be in danger. The fairy grass was surprised to see the suddenly appearing black-haired mouse, but then received Xi's instructions. It was a bit dismissive of Dian and didn't let her touch it. It only shook its leaves, and the green glow fell onto Dian. Dian sensed the danger her owner was in, and immediately began to absorb spiritual power desperately. She was determined to save her master. Meanwhile, half of the cultivators trapped in the array had already died. The remaining ones were late-stage foundation establishment and core formation cultivators. Zhuodai Air and Mingyaogu were inside a bell-shaped spiritual treasure, looking anxious and regretful for following Zhou Langchen. They realized that love and affection were less important than their own lives. Li Songyuan's eyes grew brighter. He muttered to himself, Qiu Shui, it's almost time. You will be back soon. Suddenly, a golden light struck Li Songyuan's back, causing his figure suspended above the array to flicker and fall beside the crystal coffin. An older voice sounded, Songyuan, stop. What you're doing is no different from evil cultivators. Everyone tried to look up at the sky above the array, but unfortunately, they couldn't see the speaker's face. However, someone recognized the voice and shouted loudly, It's Lord Li Cheng. He's out of seclusion. Save Lord Li. Calls for help echoed one after another. However, Li Songyuan remained unmoved. He leaned over the crystal coffin, absorbing a continuous stream of spiritual energy from the array's core. His cultivation level was slowly rising. Yunxi's eyes flickered, and she quickly transmitted a voice. Dian, are you ready? Dian kept absorbing spiritual energy, feeling as if her body was slightly enlarged. After shifting her position, she replied, Master, I think I am ready. Prepare yourself. When the time comes, I will release you. Yes, Master. Yunxi thought that using a thunder tribulation to destroy the 9-ring sacrifice array might work. She hadn't been sure before because this was an independent space, and she worried she couldn't summon the lightning. But now, with Lord Li's attack, she was certain there was a gap in this space. As soon as Dian appeared, it would definitely trigger the lightning tribulation. However, she was also worried Dian might be struck dead. She had already prepared the 3rd-rank array disc. Yunxi's mid-grade spiritual stone turned into powder again. She quickly took out 2 more stones. Most surviving cultivators were exchanging spiritual stones for their lives. Zhou Langchen tried to attack with his sword, but the sword light dissipated before reaching the array, and even its power was absorbed. His face grew paler, and he spat out more blood, likely from old injuries. Muningzhu clenched her fists around her spiritual stones, her handsome face full of frustration. At this moment, a golden sword struck again at Li Songyuan. By then, Li Songyuan had used the array to boost his cultivation to the late golden core stage. He raised his hand and blocked the attack with a long flute. Almost at the moment the golden sword appeared, Yunxi pulled Dian Dian out of the space. Dian Dian, it's your turn. Her voice also entered Dian Dian's mind. The moment Dian Dian appeared, she felt herself being locked onto. Although it was faint, she was sure she hadn't misperceived. She was the one undergoing the tribulation. Master, Dian Dian is targeted by the lightning tribulation. Please prepare quickly. Understood. The sudden change was swift and fierce. Just as Li Songyuan blocked the golden sword attack, a purple lightning bolt shot into the space, striking Li Songyuan in front of the crystal coffin. It then passed through his body and hit the coffin, followed by the entire array. Finally, only a trace of lightning blossom fell on Dian Dian, and Yunxi didn't even have time to activate the third-rank defensive array disc. Master, why is the lightning tribulation so small? Dian Dian asked in disbelief. It's not that the tribulation is smaller, but most of its power has been consumed by Li Songyuan and the 9-ring sacrifice array. The next one won't be so easy. You must not let your guard down. Zhou Langchen nearby immediately realized what Yunxi was about to do. He quickly shouted, "Everyone stay calm. With the thunder entering the formation, we can definitely break this evil array." To prove his words, a second purple lightning bolt struck faster and more powerfully, seeming more like a divine thunder than a second-stage lightning tribulation. Yunxi quickly used her white jade orchid hairpin, knowing it was the right time. Li Songyuan was struck by the lightning and fell to the ground. He never expected lightning to come here. Master Li also seemed to realize something. He quickly formed a golden sword and stabbed it into the hidden space again. The lightning followed closely, striking accurately at the crystal coffin in the center of the array.
Stop.
Li Songyuan cried out in pain, his face pale. The crystal coffin shattered, and the corpse inside fell from the sky. Li Songyuan, ignoring his own fall back to the golden core stage, leapt up and held the body of Qiushui. But the purple lightning from the 9-round sacrifice array struck evenly on all the cultivators' heads. Luckily, everyone was prepared and endured the lightning tribulation. This time, Dian Dian wasn't so lucky. The lightning blackened all her white fur.
Ouch.
Dian Dian is in so much pain. Hang in there, Dian Dian. You're about to awaken your treasure-seeking bloodline. This second-stage lightning tribulation is nothing you can't handle. Yunxi cheered Dian Dian on. Since this was the second tribulation, she was unsure of herself, so she activated the third-stage formation disc and let Dian Dian enter it. Dian Dian knew this tribulation was dangerous, so she hugged a mid-grade spirit stone and started absorbing energy to ease her pain. Li Songyuan, holding Qiushui's body, was also struck by lightning and looked very disheveled. He wanted to protect the person in his arms, but the cultivators nearby who found the culprit wouldn't let him. Some immediately started attacking Li Songyuan. These cultivators weren't fools. After the second lightning tribulation, they confirmed that a 2-stage breakthrough tracking mouse had caused the lightning. So everyone tried to stay as far away as possible from this area, which was quite large. However, because the 9-round sacrifice array was still running, their movement was slow. Still, this didn't stop them from attacking Li Songyuan. Muningzhu and Qintong Shuangyuan had already moved away from Yunxi. Since they couldn't help, they could only protect themselves. Yunxi also struggled to move away from the center of the tribulation. She didn't want to be struck by lightning herself. The scene was a bit chaotic, but it didn't stop Lord Li from continuing to break through the space. As he attacked, the speed of the lightning tribulation increased. For the third time, 3 purple lightning bolts struck in a row, each as thick as a baby's arm. Seeing this made Yunxi's scalp tingle, and she sped up her movement. 3 purple lightning bolts hit the 9-round sacrifice array, causing it to become unstable. The red protective array faded slightly. Lord Li kept attacking. This time, his sword directly shattered a formation disc. As the disc broke apart, the space started to shake again. The remaining lightning bolts seemed impatient, dropping 4 more bolts at once, then beginning to prepare for the second wave of lightning. These 4 lightning bolts struck the 9-round sacrifice array fiercely, destroying 4 small arrays instantly and weakening the overall force of the formation. Yunshi felt the pulling force weaken at that moment. She used the Qianying Fufeng technique to turn into a fleeting shadow and quickly left her original spot. The other cultivators also hurriedly escaped from the city lord's mansion, not wanting to be struck by lightning again. As the space continued to shake, Yunshi felt as if she had pierced through a thin membrane. The next second, she saw the ominous clouds gathering over the city lord's mansion. We made it out. Really made it out. Don't celebrate too early. That evil formation is still there. For small arrays are missing. Zhu Daoist, what's going on? The lightning destroyed 4 small arrays, which allowed us to break through the space. Now it depends on whether that little rat can withstand the lightning tribulation. Yunshi was now outside the lightning tribulation, watching nervously as Dian struggled to digest the energy. It curled into a ball, its fur turning black and smoking. Meanwhile, Li Songyuan, who was under attack, was ultimately saved by Lord Li. The other cultivators were angry but couldn't speak out, as Lord Li was a true nascent soul stage master. They had no way to fight him. The ominous clouds above seemed to gather strength. In the next moment, they suddenly struck down fiercely, making Yunshi clench her fists in fear. The pouring lightning destroyed the 9-round sacrifice array before hitting the 3rd-tier formation disc. The disc held for 5 breaths, consuming some of its power. After it shattered, the lightning finally struck Dian. Dian, hold on. At the moment the 9-round sacrifice array was broken, all the cultivators started sending messages to call for help. They felt they had been cheated. Mu Ningzhu waved her hand, releasing a rescue signal firework belonging to Haoran sect, which exploded in the sky with a purple border. Zhou Langchen followed quickly, sending out a distress signal. A sharp sword appeared in the sky over Liangshan City. All the surviving cultivators sent out their rescue signals and transmitted messages. Lord Li Cheng was too late to stop them. Although the dark clouds have dispersed now, no divine rain has fallen, indicating that the tribulation point is not yet over. In Yunshi's consciousness, only faint, muffled sounds could be heard, growing quieter. Yunshi was anxious and called out through the contract seal. The thunder tribulation is over. Wake up quickly, or you'll be struck by lightning for nothing. You made a great effort to break the evil formation and saved many cultivators. You will definitely receive merits and rewards. They will send you good things to thank you. If you don't wake up, those good things will belong to me. Yunshi kept promising, trying to persuade it to wake up first. Its consciousness was hazy, wanting to sleep more, but a voice kept talking and stimulating it. Finally, it grumbled unhappily. Stop bothering me, let me sleep a little longer. Hearing this response, Yunshi relaxed, relieved that its consciousness was still there. She immediately threatened, You've gotten bolder now, and dare to talk back to me. Shivered, realizing it was the owner's voice. Its spirit returned, and it moved its tail that had been cut by lightning. The next moment, divine rain began to fall from the sky. Seeing the divine rain, Yunshi's heart finally eased. Qing Tong Shuang, standing nearby, spoke. Has survived. Yes. If it had really been struck down by lightning, I would definitely regret letting it go through the tribulation in that situation. This was Yunshi's true thought. She believed that all things of spirits, especially spiritual beasts like, which she regarded as little friends. Moreover, I was very useful. When the divine rain fell on, it knew it had survived the terrifying thunder tribulation. It immediately began to absorb the blessings of heaven and earth, repairing its body that was badly damaged by lightning. As absorbed the divine rain, the scorched black fur fell off, replaced by new white fur. Its tail, which had been cut into 3 parts by lightning, grew back. Its bones became stronger and even emitted a faint white glow. Finally, a golden light spot entered its forehead. Its body trembled, and a vast amount of information flooded into its mind. It had awakened its bloodline inheritance and was about to fall into sleep. But before sleeping, remembered to inform Yunxi, Master has successfully passed the tribulation and activated its bloodline inheritance. It will sleep for a while, so don't worry. Yunxi's eyes brightened upon hearing this. She thought it was good news and immediately said, "Go ahead with the inheritance and strengthen your cultivation. I will handle the rest." Actually, she already understood the importance of bloodline inheritance, so as soon as she received the reply, she fell into a deep sleep. Yunxi had been waiting nearby. Once she confirmed that Dian Dian was asleep, she quickly lifted her from the ground and tucked her into her arms. Muningzhu, who had been following Yunxi, finally relaxed and whispered, "Let's go meet the other cultivators. Lord Li and his son have returned to the city lord's mansion. We don't know what he plans to do next, so we should be careful." Yunxi nodded. She had seen the distress signal earlier, and she guessed the situation wouldn't end well. After thinking for a moment, Yunxi said, "Senior Sister Mu, I think it's best we don't get involved in what happens next. Once we explain the situation here, we should leave quickly. Getting involved with evil cultivators is never a good idea." Muningzhu understood Yunxi's meaning. They were lucky to escape the evil formation thanks to her spiritual beast. Things were already tense, and if Li Songyuan had allies behind him, their plan would fail, and those people would surely target Yunxi. She immediately nodded and said, "I understand. Once the Horan sect's golden core cultivator arrives nearby, we will leave."
Yes.
After entering the cultivator group, someone stepped forward to thank Yunxi. Muningzhu handled the thanks, while Yunxi modestly waved her hand, saying it was just a coincidence, as her spiritual beast was advancing at that moment. Zhou Langchen, Zhuodire, and Mingya also came to thank her. They had been transported away together and were more familiar with the situation, so they spoke a few more words. Yunxi's face showed a stiff smile with dimples, accepting Zijing's thanks. They exchanged communication talismans before leaving. Before departing, Zijing even invited Yunxi to visit the Hehuan sect. "Yunxi, you're still too young to understand love between men and women. Balancing yin and yang is the way to follow the natural order. When you reach the golden core stage, I'll introduce you to some junior brothers with good talent, looks, and character. It will make your cultivation smoother." Yunxi's mouth twitched at this. Are female cultivators in the cultivation world so shameless? Even she, a 10-year-old child, was not spared. Muningzhu's face darkened, but since her cultivation was lower, she could only smile bitterly and grit her teeth as she said, "Friend Zijing, Sister Wei appreciates your kindness." Zijing smiled charmingly, then gracefully turned and walked away. Muningzhu and the others walked away before turning to Yunxi and saying, "Junior Sister Wei, just listen to what friend Zijing said. Don't take it to heart. The path of the great Tao is vast, and everyone's pursuit is different. I can't say her words are wrong, but your Tao heart isn't established yet. It's best not to believe everything blindly." The cultivators of Hehuan Palace are very eager to form partnerships for mutual cultivation. Their disciples have many connections with disciples from major sects and noble families. Because of these relationships, even though their strength isn't high, they have always remained among the great sections. Yunxi understood immediately they are expanding their network through family ties to find strong backing. If one connection fails, they find others. If something serious happens, those disciples won't just watch their sect decline. At this moment, a sharp sword suddenly appeared and landed at the city lord's mansion gate. Zhou Langchen immediately went forward and respectfully saluted, saying, "Uncle Master, you have arrived." The visitor was dressed in a white robe, with a jade pendant hanging at his waist. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and straight like a pine tree. After nodding in greeting, he scanned with his spiritual sense and frowned, asking, "Langchen, why do you look so distressed? What happened that forced you to send a distress signal?" Zhou Langchen briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident, then conveyed his suspicions to his uncle through a spiritual transmission. Master Jun's eyebrows shot up, and he sneered. How dare they conspire with evil cultivators? That's so foolish. He then ordered, Langchen, organize the list of disciples who fell in the evil array this time. I will personally speak to the leader of Liqing about this. Yes, Uncle Master. Because the Yuaning true monarch arrived, the other cultivators gained confidence, even though this true monarch wasn't from their sect or family. The second group to arrive was the real person from Haoren sect, Sheng Yuhong, who was also present. Yunxi stood behind Emoningzhu as a background figure. Emoningzhu, representing the disciples of Haoren sect, explained the situation clearly, how Zhang Yan fell right before her eyes. This time, the arriving expert was the real person Feng from Baohua City's stronghold. After the beast tide ended, he handed over his task and prepared to retreat to the sect for seclusion. As the eldest disciple and sect leader, Sheng Yuhong naturally stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Later, he and the real person Feng headed back together, but unexpectedly, they saw the distress signal from Haoren sect. Moreover, there were signals from other sects and noble families in the sky. Both of them realized something major was happening and hurried here as quickly as possible. After listening, Master Feng realized the situation was quite complicated. A true infant stage cultivator from the famous sword sect had arrived, which made him feel a bit unimpressed. He then turned to Sheng Yuhong and said, Sheng, my nephew, this matter involves evil cultivators and also affects the city's cultivators and the city lord's residents. You should inform the sect leader and ask them to send a true infant stage cultivator to handle this. Yes, Master Feng. Sheng Yuhong understood the importance and immediately sent a message to his master. Muningzhu hesitated for a moment but finally spoke. Uncle Feng, can we leave now? Master Feng looked at the three of them and finally said, Don't rush to leave. You are involved in this matter and know the details. When the true infant cultivator from the sect arrives, they might want to ask you questions. Also, leaving now might not be safe. Hearing this, Muningzhu realized she couldn't leave early. She nodded in agreement and went to find a place to stay in the city. Meanwhile, Master Feng took Sheng Yuhong to meet true monarch Jun. Yunxi felt a bit discouraged, but understood that Master Feng's worries were justified. She could only go with Qintong Shuang to find a place to stay. Haoren sect received Sheng Yuhong's message and took it seriously. They sent true monarch Yufeng to Shuangshan City to handle the situation. Yufeng is a true infant cultivator guarding the sect for 100 years. After receiving the message, he greeted the sect leader and then left the sect. Soon after, the Loose Cultivator Alliance also sent a true infant cultivator to Shuangshan City. The Hehuan sect's true infant cultivator, Zijing, was also there, hosted by Purple Bao. More cultivators from various families arrived one after another, making the city more orderly. When powerful figures gathered, everyone behaved themselves. Since nearly half of the cultivators in Shuangshan City had fallen, many courtyards were vacant. Muningzhu rented a small courtyard this time, with each of the three having their own room. Having nearly faced death and seen Zhang Yan fall before their eyes, they all felt uneasy. After setting up protective formations in their rooms, they began to process everything that had happened over the past 3 days. Yunxi sat quietly for a while, then took out to check on him. Confirming the little guy was fine, she started to review the entire event. She felt there were some things she couldn't understand. She then sat cross-legged and entered her spiritual space. Inside, nothing had changed except for the fairy herb emitting a gentle green glow. When it sensed Yunxi's spiritual sense, it asked via voice transmission, Yunxi, is the matter resolved? Yes, it's resolved. The fairy herb shook its leaves and asked, Did it get struck down? No, it was a blessing in disguise. I successfully advanced to the 2nd level and also started the bloodline inheritance, currently receiving the memory transfer. Why do you seem a bit unhappy? Really? It's just that some things haven't become clear to me.
Oh.
Immortal spirit grass feels helpless. It cannot understand the complicated thoughts of humans. Yunxi finally looks at the chat group. After browsing the messages, she sends her first message. Passing time like clouds. Hello everyone, it's been a while since I last logged in. Are you all doing well? Survival is the hard truth. I'm doing pretty well. Has your crisis been resolved? Passing time like clouds. Yes, thanks to the help of Star Trek, the crisis is over and there are no further dangers. Star Trek. How is your body cultivation going? Passing time like clouds. I've already practiced the third move. Star Trek. Reaching the third move in such a short time is impressive. When this set of body techniques no longer meets your needs, you can exchange it for the intermediate body refinement technique. Yunxi's eyes light up at this and immediately agrees. She then briefly shares her recent experience in the group. The most authoritative voices are from Immortal Spirit and Oxhead and Horseface. Oxhead and Horseface. The fate of evil cultivators is usually total destruction. Their souls are not even qualified to enter the underworld. You should be more careful in the future. Immortal Spirit. Little Yunyan, you're lucky this time. That 9-round sacrifice array was probably a simplified version. If it had been the real 9-round sacrifice array, not even a Foundation Establishment cultivator or a Great Ascension master could escape. Some cultivators once used this array to sacrifice the entire cultivation world to ascend to the immortal realm. As a result, they were struck down by the 9 heavens punishment thunder and left nothing behind. Yunxi's heart races after hearing this. It seems she was really lucky this time. Otherwise, she would have been doomed. Passing time like clouds. Senior, I almost escaped the punishment of the heavenly Tao. The other side set the array in the open space and used the overlap of 2 spaces to pull all the cultivators from a city inside. Most low-level cultivators perished. I was able to break through by relying on a mid-grade spirit stone, and in the end, Dondian fought desperately to advance, attracting a thunder tribulation. That's how I managed to tear open the space and shatter the evil array. Thinking back, I still feel scared. Fortunately, Lord City Lord Li destroyed the array disk that overlapped the spaces in time, giving the Thunder Tribulation a chance to enter that space. Otherwise, I would have died. Immortal Spirit, you are indeed lucky. Lord City Lord Li didn't do it entirely to save you. It was just a coincidence that your little mouse needed to advance, which led to the destruction of the entire array. Yunxi's eyes flickered, then she suddenly widened them and said, Senior, Lord Li of the city knows about that formation, but he doesn't know that his son took advantage of his retreat to activate the formation early to revive his loved one. He probably plans to use this formation to transform his spirit and then ascend to the Wuling realm. That way, the Wuyu realm won't be able to deal with him. If he keeps this hidden well enough, even the cultivators won't notice. They would only blame the evil cultivators. Immortal aura floats around. You can verify your guess, but with your current cultivation level, I don't recommend you do that. It could be dangerous. Evanescent Cloud, I understand. I won't take risks without enough strength. This was her main doubt. There are people who kill for justice, but they wouldn't be cultivators from the cultivation world. Because the higher their cultivation, the harder it is for their children. To continue their bloodline, they wouldn't harm their own children. Otherwise, the other side would have killed their son immediately to prevent future trouble, instead of saving him when other cultivators attacked Li Tsungyuan. She suspected there might be more to this. Having cleared her doubts, she prepared to leave the space. The immortal aura floated around again, and she added, another Twin Mountain City was created by a spirit-transforming cultivator. With your divine sense strength, you might be able to merge that space into the Hongmu pendant space. When Yunxi saw these words, she immediately stopped in her tracks. Evanescent Cloud. Senior, what should I do? There are nascent soul true kings in the city. I'm worried my actions might alarm them. Yunxi was a bit envious. She also wanted her space to be bigger, not just 100 square meters. Immortal aura floats. That's a bit tricky. Once the big shot finds out about this space, you won't be able to take it easily. Yunxi immediately felt discouraged. She could tell that the big shot had just mentioned it casually. Then Yunxi logged off, her divine soul returning to her body. After opening her eyes, she took out a talisman brush and started drawing talismans. Previously, she had been absorbing mid-grade spirit stones frantically to save her life, which made her late-stage foundation barrier very fragile, like a thin membrane ready to break at any moment. But now was not a good time for advancement. She could only use drawing talismans to consume her spiritual energy. Now she could draw high-grade second-level talismans because her divine sense was strong and her spiritual power abundant. Her success rate was about 90%. In the days that followed, she spent her time drawing talismans and practicing basic body refining techniques. After refining her body, she used spiritual power to expand her meridians and slowly opened up tiny channels. Muningzhu and Qin Tongshuang rarely leave their rooms, focusing on their cultivation. The recent events have dealt them a heavy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the city lord's mansion is quite somber. Lord Li explained to the arriving true gods and immortals why his son did what he did, expressing deep regret. He promised to compensate the injured cultivators and to abdicate, no longer serving as city lord. He said he would take responsibility for all the consequences of this incident. After sighing, Lord Li cupped his fists and said, because Sheng Yuhong lost his loved one, he was haunted by inner demons, which gave the hidden evil cultivators a chance. While I was closing my death seal to break through to the divine transformation stage, he caused this terrible disaster. I feel ashamed before all of you. I have already stripped Sheng Yuhong of his cultivation base. Once everything is settled, I will execute him publicly to give the victims an explanation. True Lord Yufeng and Master Jun exchanged glances, but did not speak immediately. Master Jun was concerned about something else. Lord Li, since Young Li has been captured, do you know the origin of the evil array? He alone couldn't have set up such a formation. True Lord Yufeng did not speak but nodded, showing his stance. I asked him, but he said nothing. I even wanted to perform a soul search on him after you arrived, but Sheng Yuhong is stubborn. He said there's a restriction in his consciousness, and if I force a soul search, his mind will be destroyed, and he will die. Lord Li finished speaking and couldn't help but sigh again. He waved to his guards to bring his son in. Meanwhile, true Lord Yufeng whispered to Master Jun, Master, do you think his words are trustworthy? Half and half. I believe Lord Li might also be involved, but I don't know what his goal is. As the city lord, he should be able to sense all changes in the city. He's just making an excuse for himself. It seems there are disagreements between father and son, but he's acting very righteous now, even ready to execute his son publicly. We shouldn't be too harsh. Yes, we have no proof. He's retreating strategically, trying to learn more quickly about this matter. It looks like we can investigate the evil array through them. Then keep a close eye on him. A fox will always reveal its tail. Master Jun agreed with Yufeng's words. The nascent soul cultivator from the disciples of the Broken Blade also began whispering to him, mostly echoing Yufeng's thoughts. Li Sheng Yuhong was brought forward at this moment. The other side had now become an ordinary person with no cultivation. It was clear that Lord Li had truly stripped him of his cultivation. Li Sheng Yuhong was no longer a golden core cultivator. As his spiritual energy dissipated, his appearance instantly aged to that of a 50-year-old man. His hair turned mostly white, and his back became hunched. In the main hall, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After being brought in, Li Sheng Yuhong knelt on the ground with his eyes vacant. The true monarch of Illusion Butterfly from the Huaihuan sect looked up and glanced at him, then waved her pink sleeves, prompting him to turn his head toward her. Her charming eyes looked into his, and she asked with a smile, Sheng Yuhong, why did you do this? I want to save Qiushui. Qiushui is dead in front of you. She can't be saved. No, she can be brought back. They say that the formation can reverse life and death. Who are they? The true monarch asked the key question. But Li Sheng Yuan's face suddenly turned pale. He covered his head and repeated her question. Who are they? I don't know. Don't ask me. Then he collapsed to the ground, his body starting to convulse. The true monarch had to withdraw her spiritual awareness, frowned, and shook her head at the others, clearly unable to find anything out. Lord Li kept sighing but did not stop anyone from probing. After a moment of convulsing, Li Yuan lost consciousness and collapsed, his breathing becoming faint. Although everyone's doubts weren't fully cleared, since they couldn't find out more, they continued to discuss compensation. They wouldn't come all this way for nothing. This discussion lasted 3 days. After 3 days, the city lord's mansion announced to the whole city that they would execute the main culprit, Li Yuan, and compensate all escaped cultivators. As for those who died, the sects, families, and loose cultivator alliances would handle their compensation. When the news spread, Yunxi and the others gathered to discuss the matter. Lord Li did his best to calm the cultivators' anger. This compensation probably leaves his storage ring almost empty, Yunxi said with emotion. Mu Ningzhu disagreed. That's not necessarily true. The compensation for low-level cultivators wouldn't be much. Only outstanding low-level cultivators would get more, or the true monarchs wouldn't be willing to let this go. Since we survived by luck, our compensation probably won't be small either, right? Yunxi was concerned about this. She didn't mention the spiritual stones she lost, but she had destroyed a 3rd-level formation disk, which was her most frequently used multi-layer formation disk, and had contributed greatly to her. Mu Ningzhu immediately said, "A few days ago, I met Senior Brother Sheng. He said we can list what we need for compensation, and after he gathers everything, he'll send it to the city lord's mansion. I believe we can get what we want. There's no time to delay. Let's list everything quickly. This is what we deserve." Yunxi immediately took out her paper for drawing talismans and wrote down what she needed. Items above the 3rd-level formation must be included, along with the spirit stones she used. After finishing, Yunxi handed the list to Mu Ningzhu. She had no intention of meeting Sheng Yuhong. Qintong Shuang also listed what she needed. The cold ice she used from 1,000 years ago was a good item. After writing her list, she also handed it to Mu Ningzhu. Mu Ningzhu helplessly shook her head and took both lists. She could tell that these 2 girls weren't very eager to meet the famous Sheng Yuhong. At this moment, a communication talisman flew into the courtyard. The communication talisman flew directly into Yunxi's hand. As her divine sense entered, a familiar voice came through. "Yunxi, are you in Shuangshan City?" I followed Uncle Sheng back to the sect, but on the way, I saw a distress signal from a disciple. Uncle Sheng and Master Feng left first. The remaining disciples, including me, hurried over and heard that something happened in Shuangshan City. Are you there? Please reply if you received this. It was impressive that Long Daoyu managed to send such a long message in a single talisman. She guessed he was already in Shuangshan City. She took out her own communication talisman and sent the courtyard's address to him. Mu Ningzhu directly said, "I've sent the list to Senior Brother Sheng." "Thank you, Senior Sister, Uncle." They spoke in unison. Then Qintong Shuang prepared to leave, sensing that visitors were coming for Yunxi. Yunxi held Qintong Shuang's hand and said, "Don't rush to leave. You know Long Daoyu too." After Qintong Shuang sat back down, she asked, "Is he also in Shuangshan City?" "Yes, Senior Brother Sheng is here." "How could he not come?" Yunxi internally thought Long Daoyu was a big fan of Sheng Yuhong. Since his idol was here, of course he would come too. Sure enough, about 15 minutes later, Long Daoyu activated the formation in the courtyard. When he sat down, he looked curious and asked if they knew about the evil formation in Shuangshan City. When he learned they were witnesses, he asked more details. After hearing about Zhang Yan's fall, Long Daoyu sighed deeply and said, "Cultivators are like this, competing with heaven for fate. Until they reach the highest point, they can never truly control their own destiny." Yunxi did not speak. She had long realized how harsh the cultivation world is. Since she personally killed Chen Su, who wanted to harm her, she knew she was a qualified cultivator, not a common worker who traveled through worlds. But watching lives disappear before her eyes was a different kind of shock. That's also why she hadn't been practicing much lately. Besides worrying about losing control and breaking through to Foundation establishment, she was also concerned that experiencing evil formations might create inner demons. This time, when she returned to the sect, she planned to stay in seclusion for a long time to settle her mind. "I was very lucky this time, thanks to being with Uncle Wei." Her spiritual pet advanced in rank, so we had a chance to fight. Otherwise, we would have been doomed to wait for death, Qintong Shuang said honestly. Long Daoyu sighed again and then suggested, this time, I gained a lot from the experience outside. I plan to retreat and focus on breaking through to Foundation establishment. After all of us reach that level, we can form a team again for training. That's a good idea. But in 5 years, there will be a sect competition. Are you planning to join? Qintong Shuang asked. Yes, to spar with fellow disciples and gain experience. It's better than being crushed by stronger enemies outside, Yunxi replied. She had no intention of missing this big competition. Although she would automatically advance to the inner sect upon returning, competition there was fierce. Without a master, or becoming an elite or core disciple, she wouldn't receive special training from the sect. To go further and surpass Wei Yunqing, she had to increase her own value. Qintong Shuang also said she would participate in the sect competition, and Long Daoyu immediately agreed, mentioning there would be a team match. They planned to form a team for the Foundation establishment stage to compete. After receiving the latest news from Yunxi and the others, Long Daoyu returned to the inn and excitedly told his fellow disciples about what happened in Shuangshan City. They stayed in Shuangshan City for another 3 days. After seeing Li Songyuan killed and collecting their compensation, they prepared to leave. This time, the Wind Lord waved his sleeve and released a spaceship to pick up the new disciples. He planned to take all the remaining Hao Ran sect disciples back. He was also worried that evil cultivators might retaliate later, especially since the young disciples who had gained fame were personally taken back by him. When Yunxi boarded the spaceship, her mood was completely different from before. Watching the white clouds pass by the ship, she felt more relaxed. Throughout the journey, her mind was always tense because an uncertain future awaited her. She realized that her world was real, not just a story described in a few words in a novel. Everyone around her was a real person, each with their own unique qualities. Some tirelessly pursued the path of cultivation, while others fell along the way. This made her eager to improve her own skills so she could withstand the challenges of the cultivation world. Only then could she face the storms ahead. However, after witnessing Li Songyuan's actions, she realized that even the strongest cultivators can go astray because of their stubborn attachments, causing their hearts to collapse. Li Songyuan was willing to join forces with evil cultivators out of love, risking the lives of many cultivators to save his beloved. His love was deep, but for those who were forced to give up their lives, it was so unfair. At that moment, she wanted to say, "Why don't you just die? If you love her so much, why not end your own life or sacrifice yourself to save her? Why should we pay the price for your deep love?" But she held back. The other person had already lost their mind, and saying more wouldn't help. So, this time, his death was deserved. Yunxi didn't want to be a savior. She just wanted to focus on cultivating and ascending to a higher realm. One day, when she stood at the top, she hoped she could return to her original world. Other youngsters didn't think so much. Her principle was, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone harms me, I will retaliate. As long as she acted with a clear conscience, that was enough. In that moment, Yunxi's Dao heart was planted. Under everyone's astonished gaze, spiritual energy on the spaceship surged toward her, wrapping her into a cocoon of spiritual energy. At this time, Yunxi's mind was clear. She easily broke through the late Foundation establishment stage and began to circulate her cultivation technique. She moved the spiritual energy flowing into her body to circulate through her meridians, transforming it into her own spiritual power, which was then directed into her dantian. As the cocoon of spiritual energy gradually thinned, her dantian was filled to about 4/5 with pure, flawless spiritual liquid, slowly circulating inside. Master Yufeng looked at Yunxi, who was ascending in her cultivation, and sighed with admiration. He waved his sleeve, creating a barrier to prevent the disciples on the ship from disturbing her. At the same time, Sheng Yuhong felt a bit complicated. If he remembered correctly, just a month ago, this young junior sister was still a late Qi refining disciple, even needing his help to rescue her. But in such a short time, she had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. The gap between them was closing, and he felt a sense of crisis. After Yunxi absorbed all the spiritual energy, she used her Huadian immortal artifact to adjust her cultivation to the mid-foundation establishment stage, showing others that she had just broken through to the middle stage. Master Yufeng saw Yunxi open her eyes and immediately waved his sleeve, removing the barrier and continuing to meditate. Mu Ningzhu, Zintong Shuang, and Long Daoyu quickly gathered around, smiling and congratulating Yunxi. Mu Ningzhu respectfully said, "I now call you Senior Sister Wei. I didn't expect you to suddenly excel and surpass others."
I'm truly ashamed.
Yunxi quickly waved her hand and said, "Senior Sister Mu, don't say that. I was just lucky, had a moment of insight, and managed to break through." Yunxi didn't dare to be proud. She had hidden her spiritual root attribute and used a chat group cheat tool. If she was outdone again, it would be hard to explain. Some fellow disciples gathered around her. Some had experienced the Twin Mountain City incident with her and sincerely congratulated her. Others were jealous. On the spaceship, a nascent soul true lord was present, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They could only look at Yunxi with envy and hidden admiration. 2 days later, the spaceship landed on the platform in front of the Haoran sect's mountain gate. True Wind Lord took Sheng Yuhong to see the sect master. The other disciples returned to their own peaks in groups. After a brief farewell, Yunxi and Mu Ningzhu sent a message to Wei Zonghao. Learning he was still guarding the medicinal field, she quickly disappeared and went to see her family brother. Wei Zonghao received her message and was pleased. He opened the array to wait for Yunxi. When Yunxi stood before him and felt the pressure she hadn't fully hidden, he immediately smiled and cupped his fists, saying, "Yunxi, congratulations on successfully advancing to the foundation establishment stage." Yunxi also smiled and replied, "You're my brother. Don't be too formal. It makes us seem distant. I see you're also on the verge of breaking through. Why didn't you go to the cultivation hall to advance?" Yunxi could tell that Wei Zonghao's spiritual energy was solid, and his breakthrough was only a matter of time. Zonghao didn't hide and said, "You didn't come back, so I was worried. Plus, I wasn't comfortable leaving the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field to others. I thought I'd wait for you." Soon after you left, Wei Yunqing said you suddenly disappeared and even brought Sister Yunting to look for you in the medicinal field. When she learned you took a sect mission and left, her expression was terrible. But her fuss made us all realize that the task you took on was more difficult, and now it's transferred to the inner sect mission hall. I thought, since that's the case, you should be back soon. I decided to wait for you to return before breaking through. It's no big deal. I can compress my spiritual power a bit more, so my breakthrough will be smoother. Hearing this, Yunxi knew Wei Yunqing still had bad intentions and was still thinking about her. However, she had gained a lot from this trip. She shared her experiences with Zonghao, who occasionally showed surprise. After learning about the existence of the 9-round sacrifice formation, Yunxi's face scrunched up in worry. She also thought that Yunxi was lucky. If it had been him, he probably would have died without even a trace left. An hour later, Yunxi finished this topic and then said to Zonghao, "Zonghao, I am back now. You can go ahead and break through. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, we can enter the inner sect together. That way, we can keep each other company." This time, Zonghao did not refuse. The medicinal field was originally rented by Yunxi, and he was just helping to look after it. Now that he was returning it to its owner, he stood up, gave some instructions about taking care of the medicinal field, and then left the planting peak. After watching Zonghao leave, Yunxi thought for a moment and then sent messages to all her brothers and sisters in the Wei family, except Wei Yunqing, informing them that she had returned safely to the sect. She was currently guarding the medicinal field, and if they needed anything, they could contact her or come to find her there. She did not mention her progress in reaching the foundation establishment stage, as she didn't want to seem boastful. Plus, she had already hinted that they could come to the medicinal field to find her. If they truly wanted to, they would come. If not, she wouldn't insist. Soon after sending the messages, Yunqi received replies from everyone. Once they confirmed she was safe, they told her they would focus on their cultivation and not bother her, suggesting she rest well and that they could gather in a few days. This idea was proposed by Wei Yunting. Others simply sent greetings. Wei Zhongyu didn't reply at all, probably because he was in seclusion. Yunqi didn't think much of it. Since she had started practicing, this was normal. It was impossible to see her family members all the time like before. Yunqi only sent a message to confirm her safety, with no other intentions. After receiving their replies, she followed Zhonghao's advice, used a technique to water her spiritual plants, and then took out the 4-stage array disc that Lord Li Cheng had compensated her with. She was very satisfied with this 4-stage array disc, as it was suitable for her to use across different levels. Although her cultivation hadn't reached the nascent soul stage, her divine sense was strong enough. If she encountered a powerful enemy, the array disc could be very useful. As long as she had enough spirit stones, she could trap a nascent soul cultivator temporarily, helping her fight enemies. This was a 4-stage composite array disc, combining trapping, defense, killing, and illusion functions. It was an essential tool for traveling, fighting, and looting. Right now, she needed to practice, so she made sure to stay in a safe environment. After opening the array disc, she only covered her thatched hut, which also saved spirit stones. Then Yunqi took out her talisman brush, talisman paper, and beast blood, and began drawing second-level talismans. She practiced all the second-level talismans she currently knew, which consumed half of her spiritual energy. Then she started trying to draw those she hadn't fully mastered to improve her talisman drawing skills. When her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, she waved her sleeve to put away her tools and sat down to meditate and cultivate. She didn't want to cause any spiritual fluctuations, so she practiced with her spirit stone here at the outer peak, as she no longer needed much of this half-spirit stone. After replenishing her depleted spiritual energy, she continued her training late into the night, practicing body refinement techniques. Now she could perform the first 6 moves of the body refinement routine. Although each session left her muscles sore, she felt very comfortable after using her spiritual energy to smooth out her body. She sensed that as the difficulty of the movements increased, her body absorbed more of the starry power. Her body, refined by starry energy, became stronger and more resilient. The feeling of tearing caused by her powerful divine consciousness had almost disappeared. As long as she didn't use her divine awareness to attack others beyond her cultivation level, her body wouldn't be burdened. Yunqi looked at the layer of gray dirt on her body, knowing it was impurities refined from her body. She performed a cleansing technique and then sat cross-legged to practice the soul refining technique. Previously, her divine awareness attack was part of the soul refining technique. Now, Yunqi was focusing on solidifying her powerful divine consciousness and making her divine awareness her trump card. After absorbing the first rays of purple energy at sunrise, she began tending her medicinal fields, harvesting mature spiritual herbs. Then she took out her purple gold panlong cauldron to refine second-level pills. Previously, she had to hide her alchemy at the peak, but now with her own alchemy furnace, she could openly refine pills. Yunqi spent the whole day making pills, using up all the spiritual plants stored in her storage bag and ring. Only then did she reluctantly put away her alchemy furnace and sorted the finished pills before sitting to restore her spiritual energy again. Once her spiritual energy was replenished, she took out the 7-star deadly stick and began practicing her staff techniques, though her style was a bit awkward because it was derived from the unmatched sword thunder technique. Yunqi understood the difference between swords and staffs, so she wasn't discouraged. Instead, she practiced and refined her techniques. She transformed her thunder sword into a completely different form, and her staff techniques became much smoother. Once her staff moves had proper rhythm, Yunqi started practicing the 1,000 shadows supporting wind. With her current cultivation, she could create 2 shadow images that could temporarily confuse enemies, making it impossible for either the eye or divine awareness to distinguish them. She wasn't sure if cultivators stronger than her could tell the difference. Yunqi's last practice was ice magic, but it was only basic ice spells. So far, she hadn't found a suitable ice cultivation technique. Although the Fairy Aura chat group mentioned that if she needed a technique, she could exchange for one, she knew she had nothing valuable or impressive to trade. Especially since she had already received a beautiful fairy ornament from someone, she felt content. One shouldn't be too greedy. After starting her cultivation journey, she understood that spiritual stones wouldn't fall from the sky. She was just lucky, and if she missed opportunities, they wouldn't be hers anymore. Like Wei Yunxi in novels, she was lucky but kept giving away her chances, helping others succeed while she fell into endless trouble. She didn't want to follow that path or become someone's financial helper. Yunxi didn't know that Sheng Yuhong was currently talking about her with the sect master. This time, Sheng Yuhong was full of praise and even hinted that the sect master should accept Yunxi as a disciple. Sect master Yu Gongzhenjuan listened to his junior disciple and said with some surprise, "Yuhong, this is the first time I've heard you praise a disciple like this. It seems you value this one a lot." Sheng Yuhong replied confidently, "Master, I just think this disciple has good luck. Although her talent is average, she is diligent in her cultivation and even gained insight during her journey back to the sect, advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Her understanding is excellent, and she could be a core disciple. Plus, Wei Yunxi is only 10 years old and has already entered your sect, which will give her a stronger sense of belonging." Hearing this, Yu Gongzhenjuan's eyes lit up and he became interested in Sheng Yuhong's suggestion. "Since you recommend her so highly, I will meet her once she enters the inner sect and decide whether to accept her." Yu Gongzhenjuan also had his own considerations. "Yes, master." Although Sheng Yuhong didn't fully understand his reasons, he had a feeling that bringing this young sister into his circle would be very beneficial. It seemed her appearance was helpful to him, so he followed his instincts and proposed to the master to accept Wei Yunxi. Moreover, the young sister was indeed talented. At only 10 years old, she had reached the early stage of foundation establishment. While she benefited from a sudden insight, it was also part of her strength. Suddenly, Yunxi sneezed loudly. She was tending her medicinal field when the sneeze came unexpectedly. She touched her thinner chin, feeling like someone was whispering about her. "Who could be thinking of me?" Just exchanged a few words, then saw a gathering of thunder clouds in the sky. She looked up and felt something in her heart, then turned her gaze toward the mountain where the training hall was. She thought the thunder might be directed at Wei Zonghao. At this moment, many disciples, like Yunxi, looked up at the sky, watching the gathering storm clouds and guessing who had advanced to the foundation establishment stage. The thunder roared loudly in the sky, followed by a strike of purple lightning. The first 3 strikes had some time between them, but the middle strikes came closer together, and the last 3 almost struck at once, making onlookers hold their breath. Yunxi was worried about Zonghao. After activating the protective formation around the medicinal field, she quickly rushed toward the mountain where the training hall was. Once all the thunderbolts had fallen and paused briefly, they dispersed. Spiritual rain fell from the sky, helping the one who had endured the lightning to recover. When Yunxi arrived, Wei Zonghao was already surrounded by people offering congratulations. Fortunately, Zonghao was wearing a new robe, making him look less disheveled. He bowed in thanks to everyone, accepting the transmission talismans from the disciples, though whether he would contact them later was another matter. Seeing Yunxi, Zonghao's eyes lit up. He immediately bowed and said, "Sorry, my sister from my clan came to pick me up." Then he stepped out of the crowd to meet Yunxi. Yunxi grabbed Zonghao's wrist, used the Thousand Shadows wind step technique, and disappeared with him in a flash. "Who was that senior sister just now? Her movement was so graceful, I just saw her vanish in an instant. Didn't you hear Uncle Wei say? That was his sister from the clan. With such skills, we shouldn't call her junior sister, but rather senior aunt." Speaking of which, the disciples from the Wei family don't seem to be slow in their training after entering the sect. Indeed. At this moment, the 2 people who were the focus of the conversation had left the outer sect and gone to the inner sect's disciple hall. Zonghao looked a bit confused and asked, "Yunxi, why are you in such a hurry?" Yunxi chuckled and said, "I think someone is watching me." It's better to leave the outer sect early. What about the medicinal field you rented outside? After I get my inner sect status, I'll handle the medicinal field. Then I'll go to the residence on Peak 3 and say goodbye to my brothers, and tell them we've entered the inner sect. Zonghao nodded and said, good idea. It's better to say it face to face. Because they were wearing blue robes of the outer sect, they attracted attention when they entered the inner sect disciple hall. Yunxi and Zhonghao's cultivation levels, both at the foundation establishment stage, were obvious to anyone with eyes. It was clear that these two had automatically been promoted to inner sect disciples after reaching the foundation stage. The two arrived in front of a disciple who was handling affairs inside the inner disciples hall. They respectfully said, Senior brother, we have both advanced to the foundation establishment stage. We are here to exchange our identity jade tokens. The male cultivator, who was focused on carving a jade slip, looked up and immediately smiled. Oh, you are two disciples from the Wei family. Congratulations on advancing to the inner disciples. Hearing the familiar voice, Yunxi blinked her almond-shaped eyes and smiled. Senior brother Song, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved again. The male cultivator on duty was Song Ko, the one who had previously tested them for entry. Song Ko was also surprised. He hadn't expected that in just 5 years, two disciples from the Wei family would reach the foundation establishment stage. When he looked closer, he saw that the young girl's cultivation had already reached mid-foundation establishment, just a little behind him. This made him feel a bit ashamed. Having familiar people made things easier. Yunxi and Zonghao smoothly exchanged for new identity jade tokens, received inner disciple robes and cultivation resources, and chose their residences within the inner sect. Inner disciples are selected through a screening process, so each has their own room. They don't have to share a courtyard with 4 people. Of course, some diligent cultivators only need to open a cave residence to practice, saving time and effort, focusing solely on cultivation. Yunxi felt she wasn't suited for hard training, so like Zonghao, she chose a small, private courtyard. The two still lived nearby to look out for each other. Song Ko also gave them a map of the inner sect for free, making it easier for them to navigate the 9 peaks. Senior brother Song, do inner disciples also need to complete sect missions? Are there specific requirements? Yunxi asked respectfully. Song Ko took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Yunxi. This contains some requirements for inner disciples to complete missions. Usually, completing 1 ordinary mission and 1 designated mission each year is enough. If the sect issues mandatory missions, all inner disciples who are not in seclusion must participate, like the last beast tide at Baohua Mountain Range. But such cases are rare. Yunxi and Zonghao both understood. This gave them more time to focus on their cultivation. Song Ke seemed to notice their thoughts and kindly advised, actually, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, most cultivators encounter bottlenecks. At this point, many choose to leave the sect to gain experience. When leaving the sect, I also took on a task so I wouldn't delay anything. Completing the sect task and gaining experience are the choices most disciples make. Junior sister understands. Thank you, senior brother Song, for your advice. Song Ke continued. Inner disciples usually communicate with each other using spiritual message jade slips. If it's convenient, it's best to buy one. Jade slips are safer than message talismans and less likely to be intercepted. No wonder senior sister Mu rarely sends message talismans. She uses a message jade slip instead. Yunxi suddenly realized and immediately bought her own message jade slip with spirit stones. Zonghao nearby did the same. After receiving their jade slips, they sent their thoughts to each other's jade slips for easy contact, then bowed and took their leave. Yunxi being in the inner sect is better. The cultivation resources are higher each month. Although it's only 1 middle-grade spirit stone, it's 100 times better than outside. Zonghao whispered in admiration. Of course. People always aim higher. Our goals shouldn't be limited to the Wuyu realm. It must be the immortal realm, Zonghao said with longing. Their residence this time was in the inner 5th peak. Zonghao was able to choose this place thanks to Yunxi, since she was in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. She could choose a residence closer to the core of Inner Ninth Peak, where the spiritual energy was richer. Zhong Hao took a deep breath and said, "The spiritual energy here is really thick. It feels like just breathing it can improve cultivation." Yunshi didn't think so much. It was mainly because of the spiritual herbs that created a more concentrated environment for her cultivation. Still, the spiritual energy in the inner sect was indeed unmatched outside. "Zhong Hao, I plan to finish my current tasks and then go into seclusion for a while, at least 3 or 4 years. What about you?" Zhong Hao wasn't surprised. Yunshi was now in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Although she advanced through insight, she still needed to consolidate her progress. If her mind wasn't steady, it could be a hidden danger. He also had his plans. "Yunshi, I just advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment and plan to go into seclusion to stabilize my cultivation for at least a year. After that, I want to take the alchemy exam at Danfeng." "You want to pursue alchemy?" Zhong Hao scratched his head and said, "I'm not sure if I have the talent for it, so I want to try." Yunshi nodded and said, "That's good. After foundation establishment, we have 200 years of lifespan. You can try more. You'll eventually find your own path." Zhong Hao chuckled and asked, "Yunshi, after foundation establishment, I can visit my family. When do you plan to go back?" Even if Zhong Hao didn't mention it, Yunshi still planned to go back. Her mother's belongings were still stored at the Feng family, and she wanted to meet her untrustworthy father. She also needed to find out the truth about her mother's death. If her father was involved, she would settle old scores along with new ones. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "I'll go back after I leave the closed-door training. Do you want to go with me or go ahead first?" Zhong Hao felt uncertain. Since entering the sect, he hadn't gone out alone to practice, so he couldn't compare with Yunshi. He answered, "Once I stabilize my cultivation, I'll take some sect missions to improve my fighting skills. I also want exchange for a suitable technique. After I finish these things, you'll probably be out of closed-door training too. We can go back together." "Okay. If anything changes, just send me a message with the communication jade slip." After they agreed, they arrived at their new residence. The inner sect's place was a neat, square courtyard enclosed by a fence. They could grow spiritual plants and rice there. The 3 rooms inside could be arranged as they liked, with only basic furnishings. They placed their identity jade tokens into the courtyard. A gentle blue light held the tokens, seemingly verifying their identities. Soon, Yunshi saw a transparent protective barrier, which was likely a restriction formation for the courtyard. The formation read their jade tokens and opened a passage, allowing them to enter. Zhong Hao and Yunshi nodded to each other, agreeing to return to the outer peak in half an hour to handle other matters. Then they each went into their new homes. Yunshi took her jade token back after entering the courtyard, and the restriction reactivated. She knew the jade token was the key to controlling the formation, which could block probing from nascent soul cultivators, providing some security. Using the half hour, Yunshi planted some spiritual flowers to beautify the environment. She also divided the 3 rooms into a reception area, a cultivation room, and a place for drawing talismans and refining pills. After finishing, she changed into a new inner sect disciple robe. It was still blue, but with gold trim at the collar and sleeves, making her look more noble. She also adjusted her rui boots to match the blue theme. Yunshi happily transformed into a water mirror to check her appearance. She felt her face looked more delicate, and she noticed she had grown 2 centimeters taller, now reaching 1.62 meters. Although she couldn't compare her height to other cultivators, she was very satisfied. After practicing the interstellar body refining technique, she hadn't stopped growing. She believed she still had room to grow taller, and that was enough. After tidying up, she went to meet Zhong Hao. He also changed into his inner disciple robe. They exchanged smiles and quickly headed to the outer sect. Zheng, the steward of the outer disciple hall, saw 2 foundation-building cultivators arrive and cheerfully stood up, saying, "Are you here for something, 2 fellow disciples?" Yunshi immediately cupped her hands and replied, "Zheng steward, we are newly promoted to inner disciples, here to handle some minor affairs in the outer sect." Zheng glanced at Wei Zonghao and smiled warmly, saying, "Oh, so this is the junior brother who just crossed his tribulation." Zonghao also smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, I was lucky to break through in the outer sect." After some friendly chat, they finished their business in the outer sect residence and returned the medicinal fields. Yunxi didn't ask Zheng's steward to return the rent, considering it as an early compensation for leaving the medicinal fields. Zheng could see that the Wei siblings were outstanding and wanted to build good relations, so everything went smoothly. In the end, both sides exchanged communication jade slips before leaving the disciple hall. Zonghao, let's send a message to others and share this good news. Good, I'll send the message. While speaking, Zonghao sent out a communication talisman, making sure not to forget Wei Yunqing. Then they went to Wei Zongyu's small courtyard, but he was in seclusion and hadn't come out. Wei Zongjin, however, saw them immediately. Seeing their inner disciple robes, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious, but he was already at the 8th level of qi refining and close to breaking through to the 9th. He was confident he would enter the inner sect soon. Yunxi, Zonghao, congratulations on your promotion to the inner sect. Thank you. I believe Zongjin will be there soon too. We'll wait for you in the inner sect, Zonghao said with a smile. Okay. Wei Zongjin replied, inviting them to sit in the courtyard. Zongjin, I also sent messages to others, arranging to meet here. Sorry to delay you a bit. It's no problem. This is good news. I want to share in the celebration, Wei Zongjin said with a smile. As he spoke, he glanced at Yunxi. His arrogance and pride had already faded. It's clear Yunxi was stronger than him. To avoid awkwardness, Zonghao asked, "How long has Zongyu been in seclusion?" He's been in seclusion for 10 days, preparing to break through to the 8th level of qi refining. Not far from the 9th level now. Zonghao was happy for his brother. Among the Wei boys, he had the best relationship with Zongyu, who seemed to be preparing to pursue swordsmanship. Zongyu trained very hard, and Zonghao felt he was not as diligent. Some people were talking when Wei Zonghan and Wei Yunting arrived at the small courtyard gate. The first person they saw was Wei Zonghao. They had noticed the commotion from his recent tribulation, but they didn't expect it to be their younger brother advancing to Foundation establishment. Only after receiving Zonghao's message token did they hurriedly come over. When Zonghao turned around to greet them, the figures of Yunxi also appeared in their sight, especially the inner disciple's robe she wore, which made both of them pause for a moment. Wei Yunting asked, "Yunxi, have you also advanced to Foundation establishment?" Yunxi smiled with dimples and said, "Yes. On the way back to the sect, I had a lucky moment of insight and successfully advanced." Wei Zonghan, standing nearby, looked at Yunxi with complicated feelings and congratulated her. They had entered the sect together, and initially, their cultivation levels were among the highest. Now, their younger brother and sister had surpassed them, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Yunxi released her spiritual awareness, carefully observing every small change on their faces. She saw their awkwardness, but only smiled faintly, pretending not to notice. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall behind. While you move forward, others are also progressing. No one will wait for you in place. After a moment, Wei Yuning sent a message token, informing everyone she was busy completing sect tasks and couldn't return soon, so they should celebrate first. Wei Yunqing was the last to arrive. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refining. This time, she came to congratulate Zonghao, maintain contact with her siblings, and tell everyone she had obtained the Foundation establishment pill. After meeting her siblings, she planned to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. She believed she was the most talented among the 8, and being surpassed by Zonghao was very frustrating. She was determined to be second this time, but her wish would ultimately fail. When she saw Zonghao earlier, her face was full of smiles. But the moment she saw Yunxi's inner disciple's robe, her face twisted in anger, and her voice cracked as she almost questioned, "How could you possibly establish a foundation?" Yunxi had been waiting for this moment. She smiled slightly and said, "Why can't I establish a foundation? Do you have to follow the age order for advancing?" After speaking, she released her mid-stage foundation establishment pressure, which overwhelmed Wei Yunqing, causing her to kneel on one knee. Yunqi stepped forward slowly, showing off a little as she circled Wei Yunqing and said happily, "Yunqing sister, not only have I established a foundation, but I'm also in the middle stage. I suddenly gained insight during my training outside and advanced directly. Isn't that lucky?" Yunqi spoke without lowering her pressure, clearly aiming to crush the other's confidence. If one attempt failed, she would try again. If two failed, she would try three. She believed the other person would eventually break down. Wei Yunqing knelt on one knee, struggling for a long time but unable to stand up. This made her truly feel the gap between the qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage. Seeing the somewhat fierce expression on the other's face, Yunqi felt very satisfied. She continued to say, "Yunqing, you need to work harder. As a cultivator, it's not just about talent, but also about your understanding and dedication to practice. Both Zonghao and I have the 3 spiritual roots, but I managed to establish my foundation earlier, which shows something. We are all siblings from the Wei family. No one is better than the other. Don't look down on others. There are many disciples with better talent in the sect. No one will always favor you. After all this time, haven't you realized that yet?" When Yunqi said this, Yunting and Zonghan didn't stop her. They also thought Yunqi was right. Among them, Wei Yunqing had the best talent, but in the end, her 2 younger brothers and sister with the 3 spiritual roots entered the inner sect first. From that day on, Yunting, Zonghao, and Zongjin trained even harder. They believed that talent wasn't everything. Although their progress couldn't surpass Yunqi's, they still walked their own paths step by step. Seeing the anger in Yunqing's eyes almost overflowing, Yunqi finally lowered her pressure and slowly walked over to Zonghao. Yunting sighed secretly and stepped forward to smooth things over. "Brothers and sisters, don't let outsiders laugh at us." With the pressure gone, Yunqing finally stood up unsteadily. She scoffed and said, "Humph. Wei Yunting, don't pretend to be the kind one here. Just because she's an inner sect disciple, you rush to flatter her. Whether she appreciates it or not, you'll regret it someday." After saying this, Wei Yunqing flicked her sleeve and turned to leave the small courtyard. She swore she wouldn't see the Wei family again until she established her foundation. At this moment, she was so jealous she was going crazy. Why was it Yunqi? If it had been anyone else, she wouldn't feel so humiliated. Wei Yunting's face looked a bit grim. She just wanted to smooth things over, but Wei Yunqing didn't appreciate it. Yunqi said calmly, "Yunting, don't take it to heart. Yunqing has been like this since she was young. She doesn't allow anyone to be better than her. After her mother passed away, she went to Zhuohua Pavilion to take what my mother left me, which forced me to hide at my uncle's house. Even if I join the sect to practice, I dare not carry my mother's belongings with me. Not only because I don't want Wei Yunqing to worry, but also because I don't want her to use me. Today, you all heard her. She didn't even try to hide her feelings and immediately questioned how I could possibly establish a foundation. Is it because my talent is worse than hers that I can't establish a foundation before her? What kind of logic is that?" Yun Ting and the others exchanged glances, knowing that the relationship between these 2 sisters could not be mended. However, Yunqi was right. Having less talent doesn't mean her cultivation speed is slower. Yunqi and Zonghao are clear examples. No wonder Yunqing looked so defeated. "Yunqi, I understand what you mean. From now on, we should focus on our own cultivation," Yun Ting said. Yunqi's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully offered a sweet date. "Yun Ting, Zonghan, Zongjin, after I establish my foundation, I will improve my alchemy skills. If you find the spiritual herbs needed to make foundation pills, I will craft them for free and guarantee the pills are of medium quality or higher. If I can't make a medium quality foundation pill, I will use my spirit stones to buy top quality pills for you." Hearing this, the 3 of them brightened up. Compared to exchanging materials at the sect or finding trustworthy alchemists, Yunqi's offer was more practical. This was her promise to them. They all smiled and gratefully accepted, promising to gather the materials before asking her to craft the pills. In the cultivation world, when someone asks an alchemist to make pills, they usually provide 3 sets of materials. The alchemist must produce at least 1 complete pill, otherwise, it damages their reputation. Wei Yunting, Zhong Han, and Zhong Jin all bowed to Yun Shi and said, "Thank you, Yun Shi, for your kindness. We are truly grateful." Yun Shi smiled and replied, "We all come from the Wei family. Naturally, we should support each other and move forward together." Zhong Hao didn't speak. He currently lacked Yun Shi's strength and didn't dare to make any promises easily. However, he believed that their wearing inner disciple robes and walking around here was a sign of backing for their siblings. At least, outer disciples wouldn't easily trouble Wei family members. The 3 understood their intentions. When Yun Ting mentioned that they would soon go into a short retreat, she led the others with a smile and saw them off from the outer sect mountain. Along the way, many outer sect disciples saw their figures. While feeling envy and jealousy, they also knew that the Wei family had gained new inner disciples. Most decided to build good relations with them. After settling these matters, the 2 put up their seclusion signs and began to consolidate their cultivation. Sheng Yuhong learned from Song Ko that Yun Shi had changed her inner disciple token. He planned to meet Yun Shi and introduce her to his master. Unfortunately, he was too late. When he went to Yun Shi's new residence, she had already left for the outer sect. Sheng Yuhong could only leave a communication talisman at her place. However, when Yun Shi found out about Sheng Yuhong's invitation to meet, alarm bells immediately rang in her mind. She had no desire to get involved with the male lead. Based on her previous experience reading stories, the male lead belongs to the female lead, and the second male lead is for the readers. As a supporting character, she usually helps deepen the relationship between the main characters. She only meddles in their feelings when she has free time. So, she chose to ignore Sheng Yuhong. After sealing her cultivation and hanging a closed-door sign, she quickly entered her courtyard. To prevent Sheng Yuhong from forcing entry, she took out her new 4th-rank formation disc, embedded 9 middle-grade spirit stones, and activated the defensive array before sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Yun Shi's worries were not unfounded. Soon after she entered seclusion, Sheng Yuhong arrived. Seeing the closed-door sign hanging at the entrance, Sheng Yuhong's handsome brows furrowed. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand to knock. The barrier trembled but did not respond. This made Sheng Yuhong feel anxious for a moment. He knocked twice more, but still no reply. In the end, he had no choice but to leave disappointed. Master Yugung noticed that his senior disciple had been distracted these past 2 days. After asking around, he learned that the female disciple Sheng Yuhong wanted to introduce had closed herself off. It's okay. She's just in seclusion, not leaving the sect. We will meet again someday. Not seeing her now just means the timing isn't right. There's no need to rush, said Master Yugung calmly. He believed that discipleship was also about fate. You're right, Master. I was too impatient. Sheng Yuhong immediately adjusted his mindset and stopped focusing too much on Wei Yunqi, who was in seclusion. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqing returned to Danfeng and locked herself in her room. She vented her anger by smashing everything she could. Only then did she feel calmer. She believed that things shouldn't have developed this way. She had a premonition that Wei Yunqi was just her stepping stone, not someone stronger than her. Besides the illusions she saw during her mental test, her inner voice kept telling her so. Humph. Don't think that entering the inner sect means everything is smooth sailing. Without a master's guidance, I'm just an ordinary disciple, Wei Yunqing muttered to herself. She then adjusted her expression, activated the isolation array in her room, and went to see the basil grass she was nurturing. The grass was about to mature. Wei Yunqing slowly infused with spirit energy into the foundation-building grass. After exhausting her spiritual power, she sat on the ground to recover. When she opened her eyes, she saw young Master Yi. Senior brother Yi, you've arrived? Wei Yunqing greeted warmly. Junior sister Yunqing, it looks like you've taken good care of this foundation-building grass, Yi Xiaoyan said with a smile. Yes, it's almost ripe now. Good, our foundation establishment pill is just around the corner. Yi Xiaoyan was in a good mood. He had been waiting for the Foundation establishment pill, so he could directly enter the inner sect's pill peak. He believed this would make his cultivation path smoother. Wei Yunqing shared the same idea.
She wanted to join the inner sect.
She couldn't be worse than Wei Yunqi, or how could she ever surpass her? After Wei Yunqi closed her cultivation, she repeated her previous training. Because she planted a Dao heart, her mind was stable. She didn't need much time to stabilize her cultivation, but spent more time practicing her techniques. She wanted her strength and cultivation to match. Of course, she wasn't completely closed off. When she got bored of training, she would go for a walk and check the communication talismans attached to the barrier. Sometimes she would look at her jade slips, so she wasn't entirely disconnected from the outside world. After Wei Yunqi had been in seclusion for 3 months, Qin Tonghuang successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment stage and became an inner sect disciple. 2 months later, Long Daoyu also advanced to the Foundation establishment stage and moved to the inner peak. A year and a half later, Wei Yunting and the others gathered enough spiritual plants to refine 3 Foundation establishment pills. They sent a message to Yunqi. Yunqi was a person who kept her promises. That night, she went to the outer 3 peaks and refined a batch of Foundation establishment pills for the Wei family disciples. She produced 9 pills, 3 top quality, 3 mid-quality, and 3 low-quality. Yunqi gave the top and mid-quality pills to Wei Yunting to distribute herself. She then calmly returned to the inner peak. The 5 members of the Wei family were happy. The extra Foundation establishment pill could be sold to the sect for spirit stones, which could be used to buy other cultivation resources. They quickly agreed to split 1 pill among themselves based on how many spiritual plants each had gathered. They sold the last pill and shared the spirit stones equally. Of course, these events excluded Wei Yunqing, as she didn't participate in gathering the spiritual plants for the pills. However, they heard that Wei Yunqing had obtained a Foundation establishment pill through Yi Xiaotian from the outer sect's pill peak, so they didn't need to worry about her. After 2 years of seclusion, Wei Zonghao came out of his retreat. He then took part in the Pill Peaks assessment and became the alchemy disciple of Elder Lu Danyang, the head of the Pill Peak. He began learning alchemy and spent each day meaningfully. During her 3rd year in seclusion, Sheng Yuhong went to Niuyufeng again but still did not see Wei Yunqi. He could only leave a message and then turn to leave. Sheng Yuhong's whereabouts attracted much attention. He repeatedly came to Niuyufeng to find Wei Yunqi, which made some inner disciples sense something unusual and secretly watch Yunqi's movements. Long Daoyu, upon hearing about this, felt very complicated. The person he admired was paying attention to Wei Yunqi. He began to recall what was different about her during their limited interactions, wondering how she could attract the attention of the senior brother of the sect. Wei Yunqing was also unhappy because she had used a Foundation establishment pill and succeeded in establishing her foundation during Yunqi's 3rd year in seclusion. She was promoted to an inner disciple. After learning that Sheng Yuhong went to find Yunqi, she bribed a disciple to monitor Yunqi's residence and arranged a chance encounter with Sheng Yuhong. Unaware of this, Wei Yunqing still established contact with Sheng Yuhong. In her 4th year of seclusion, Yunqi was eager to act. She was ready to leave her closed-door practice. Yunqi had already matched her strength and cultivation level, and through interstellar body refinement techniques, she had increased her physical strength to that of a golden core cultivator, capable of supporting her powerful spiritual soul. Thanks to the body refinement technique, she continued to grow after establishing her foundation, reaching a height of 172 meters, back to her pre-travel height, which made her very satisfied. Her cultivation also gradually advanced to the late stage of the foundation establishment, but then she made no progress no matter how she trained. She suspected it might be because she lacked ice-type cultivation methods, so she decided to leave her seclusion and move around. The first thing she did after leaving was to send messages to her brothers and sisters, informing them of her whereabouts. She then responded to messages from Qin Tonghuang, Long Daoyu, Mu Ningzhu, and others, before finally reading Sheng Yuhong's message. After reading Sheng Yuhong's message, Yunqi curled her lips and replied. She then adjusted her cultivation to the late stage of the Foundation establishment before planning to visit the inner sect mission hall. She also intended to return to Kunyu City. However, before she could leave Niuyufeng, Sheng Yuhong blocked her. "Junior Sister Wei, have you left seclusion?" Sheng Yuhong glanced at Yunxi and immediately saw that her cultivation had improved again. Her face had shed its childishness and become more delicate and charming. Yunxi maintained a standard official smile, politely bowing and asking, "Senior Brother Sheng, I have just come out of seclusion. May I ask what urgent matter you have for seeking me?" Sheng Yuhong returned her bow and then explained the reason. "Junior Sister Wei, please come with me to see the sect master." She raised her elegant eyebrows in surprise and said, "Senior Brother Sheng, did my junior sister make a mistake? If so, please tell me in advance, so I can prepare." Sheng Yuhong waved his hand and replied, "Wu junior sister, you misunderstood. You haven't made a mistake. The sect leader wanted to ask about the last time you broke the evil formation in Shuangshan City." She frowned. She didn't think she needed to explain this matter, and it's been 4 years. Most of the details are probably long forgotten. Why should she say anything? Sheng Yuhong didn't give her time to ask and urged her to meet the sect leader. Inside, she was annoyed but kept a calm face as she followed Sheng Yuhong to Haoran Peak, where the sect leader was. Master Yugongzhenjuan was waiting in a side hall to see Wei Yunxi. When she saw the sect leader dressed in a purple-edged blue robe, she respectfully bowed and said, "Inner disciple Wei Yunxi greets the sect leader." Master Yugongzhenjuan gently waved his hand, and a soft power lifted Shi up. He smiled and said, "So, you are Wei Yunxi?" "Yes, disciple. Yuhong speaks highly of you, saying you are brave and careful, using your spiritual pet to advance and break the evil formation, indirectly saving many cultivators." She almost couldn't control her expression. She didn't want Sheng Yuhong to praise her, so she quickly cupped her hands and said, "Master Yugongzhenjuan, it is my senior brother's praise. Breaking the formation wasn't just my achievement. When Lordly attacked from outside the space, I found a gap and used my spiritual pet to summon lightning calamity. But you dared to think and act." Master Yugongzhenjuan was very pleased with the young girl in front of him and even considered taking her as a disciple. He smiled and asked, "Wei Yunxi, would you like to become my disciple?" She was truly surprised this time. She looked up at the sect leader with a look of astonishment, but inside, she was overwhelmed. Why was she still destined to become senior brother Sheng Yuhong's junior sister? Master Yugongzhenjuan didn't get an answer from Shi. Instead, he looked at her surprised face and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" She felt a little flattered and said, "I am just a bit surprised. I am an ordinary third spirit root cultivator and believe I am not qualified to be the sect leader's disciple. At 15 years old, with mid-foundation establishment peak cultivation, you are already considered a genius disciple. Naturally, you are qualified to be my disciple." Hearing this, she felt anxious. She was thinking about how to refuse without offending the sect leader so she could leave peacefully. After all, she was not willing to become the sect leader's disciple. Next to Sheng Yuhong, he looked a bit anxious and said, "Junior Sister Wei, there are only 3 disciples under our sect leader now. Besides me, there are 2 other junior brothers. If you join the sect leader's door, you'll be the only little sister." This implied that Yunxi, as the little sister, would surely be the most favored. Yunxi glanced at Sheng Yuhong, feeling furious and wanting to curse him. Just then, a cold wind blew into the side hall, and snowflakes began to fall. A white figure appeared in front of Yunxi. This change interrupted the sect leader's disciple gathering. Yugongzhenjuan looked at the cold-looking man in front and said, "Senior brother, why did you leave Lingxua Peak? Aren't you planning to break through to the divine transformation stage?" The man wore a white robe with dark patterns, spotless and pure. His hair was silver white, tied with a simple wooden hairpin. Besides a black bracelet on his wrist, he had no other accessories. His extraordinary face and cold aura made him stand out. His voice was also very cold. After glancing at Yunxi, he said, "I sensed my only disciple appeared. Yugen Jinjuan then straightened up, also glancing at Yunxi and whispered, "Senior brother also has his eye on this girl?" "Yes." "Can we choose someone else?" "No, only her."
She is. That.
"Yes and no. You'll find out later." Then, cold as ice, he waved his sleeve, enveloped Yunxi, and left the Howren Peak side hall. Sheng Yuhong only blinked and saw that Yunxi was gone. His sect leader looked thoughtful. He immediately cupped his fists and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Yugen Jinjuan sighed and said, "That girl doesn't want to take me as her master. Uncle Lung took her away." Sheng Yuhong's heart skipped a beat and he said with difficulty, "How could that happen?" "Clearly, junior sister." Yugen Jinjuan waved his hand and said, "Yuhong, maybe 4 years ago, you didn't bring that girl here. I might have missed the best chance to accept her as a disciple." Sheng Yuhong still wanted to struggle. "Master, Uncle Lung is about to break through to the divine transformation stage. He doesn't have time to teach disciples. All right, you don't need to worry about it. You'll have chances to meet her in the future." Yugen Jinjuan didn't want to explain more and waved his hand to dismiss the eldest disciple. Although Sheng Yuhong felt unwilling, he could do nothing. He looked longingly at Lingxue Peak, hoping to see Wei Yunxi again. Cold Ruhan brought Yunxi into the main hall at the top of the peak and gently set her down. He then asked, "I am Cold Ruhan, a single ice spiritual root, the sect master of Lingxue Peak, with peak late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Would you like to become my disciple?" Yunxi immediately knelt and bowed, eager not to miss the chance to avoid becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader. She thought that with cold, true monarch's stern face and ice spiritual root attribute, it was worth it. "Master, I humbly bow to you. Please accept your disciple, Wei Yunxi." "Get up." Cold Ruhan waved his sleeve, and Yunxi stood up involuntarily. Yunxi smiled sincerely, feeling her good luck had finally arrived. Cold Ruhan handed Yunxi a jade bracelet and said, "This is a gift for becoming my disciple. There are cultivation items inside the storage bracelet. Find a place on Lingxue Peak to build your residence, then take my Peak Master token to get a new identity jade badge." "Yes, Master," Yunxi replied happily. Cold Ruhan then pushed a white jade token to Yunxi and continued, "Once you have your new identity jade badge and your residence is settled, come to the main hall at the top of the peak tomorrow to see me." "Understood, Master." Having given all the instructions, Cold Ruhan waved his sleeve and sent Yunxi out of the main hall. Yunxi clutched the Peak Master token, smiling broadly, then hurried to the inner disciple hall. Her identity as a personal disciple of the true monarch was crucial to her escaping her tragic fate. On the way down Lingxue Peak, Yunxi noticed that there weren't many cultivators around because the mountain was covered in snow all year, making it seem quite cold and quiet. She was familiar with the way and entered the disciple hall, found the on-duty disciple, handed over the Peak Master token, and explained her purpose. The on-duty disciple was surprised and told Yunxi to wait while he went to find the inner sect steward. The steward, a golden core elder, would handle her personal disciple jade badge. After hearing the report, Han Jinren appeared in front of Yunxi with a flash, smiling kindly and said, "Please give me your Peak Master token and your old jade badge, and I will handle everything."
Yes.
Yunxi immediately recognized that he was a golden core elder and quickly handed over both items. Han Jinren took the tokens, glanced at the message from Cold True Monarch on the Peak Master token, and kept his smile. He quickly issued a new jade badge for Yunxi as a personal disciple, which was made of white jade and looked very similar to the Peak Master token. When returning the Peak Master's token and the new identity jade badge, Han Jinren also handed over a storage bag and politely said, "Wei Junior Sister, the storage bag contains new disciple robes and your cultivation resources for the next year. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me at any time." Yunxi smiled as she took the items, then exchanged contact jade slips with Han Jinren before turning to leave. After Yunxi left, the inner disciples in the disciple hall began to whisper, "Who is that just now? Who did she join as a disciple? I haven't heard of her before. She looks new, but her cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It's strange we don't know her." Maybe she just finished a closed-door breakthrough. Some curious people then went to ask the on-duty disciple about her. The on-duty disciple thought there was nothing to hide and said directly, "The young master, who just joined under Cold Peak Master, is Wei Yunqi. She's been in the inner sect for 4 years. This is my first time seeing her." Someone immediately muttered, "Wei Yunqi. I think I've heard that name before. It seems related to the incident in Twin Mountain City. Are you talking about the evil array in Twin Mountain City?" "Yes. I heard Lord Li stepped down as city lord to settle things for his son, and he's disappeared. Was he targeted for revenge?"
Hard to say.
Although the topic drifted a bit, news about Wei Yunqi joining Cold Ruo Hanjinjuan's sect gradually spread. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuhong, feeling frustrated, unknowingly went to the inner sect Pill Peak. The Peak Master of Pill Peak and his master are brothers, so Sheng Yuhong calls Lord Fire True Lord his master uncle. While the sect master was busy handling sect affairs, Sheng Yuhong's cultivation was mostly guided by Lord Fire True Lord, making him almost like a half-master. As Sheng Yuhong reached the middle of the mountain on Pill Peak, he saw Wei Yunqi rushing over after hearing the news. After 4 years of training, Wei Yunqi had grown into a beautiful young girl. Her appearance was a perfect replica of her mother, Du Rulin, but she looked more youthful and lacked some of her mother's mature charm. Seeing Sheng Yuhong, Wei Yunqi immediately smiled brightly and said, "Big senior brother, why are you free to come to Pill Peak today? Do you need any pills? I've just cultivated a 3rd-rank spiritual plant that will soon produce fruit, and I can refine a golden core pill." Sheng Yuhong listened and praised with a smile, "Junior Sister Wei, your skill in cultivating spiritual plants has improved again. Congratulations." Wei Yunqi received praise from her beloved and immediately showed a charming smile with slightly red cheeks, saying, "Senior brother, you flatter me. I only have this one strength. Without it, I wouldn't be able to become the master's officially recognized disciple." During the 4 years Wei Yunqi was in seclusion, she was not idle. After successfully entering the inner sect with the Foundation Establishment Pill, she and Yi Xiaotian entered the Dan Peak together. Relying on her dual spiritual roots, Wei Yunqi worked hard to become a disciple under the Peak Master of Dan Peak. She even looked down on the elders of Dan Peak, believing she was qualified to serve under the true monarch. However, without Yunqi, the young disciple who brought wealth, she missed the chance to learn Feng family's alchemy skills, which meant she lacked a solid foundation in pill-making and naturally lost some capital to seek a master. Influenced by Yi Xiaotian, Wei Yunqi focused more on cultivating spiritual plants. After entering Dan Peak, she didn't rush to take the pill-making exam to become a disciple of Dan Tong, but instead cultivated 3 third-stage spiritual plants, making herself visible to the Peak Master. Later, she began learning alchemy and, using her sister Wei Yunqi's identity, struck up a conversation with Sheng Yuhong, eventually becoming a recognized disciple of the true Fire Monarch. Everything was unfolding as Wei Yunqi hoped. She was even eager to meet Wei Yunqi, so she could use her disciple status to give her a hard time. Of course, Wei Yunqi wouldn't tell anyone about these little plans. Sheng Yuhong and Wei Yunqi exchanged a few casual words before finding a moment to speak. "Junior Sister Wei, do you know that Wei Yunqi has already taken a master?" Wei Yunqi was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Yunqi is closed off? Why didn't she contact me? When did she take a master? I haven't received any news. Is she ignoring me?" As she spoke, her eyes were already starting to turn red. Sheng Yuhong instinctively frowned and said, "Yunqi was accepted as a disciple by Master Lung only this morning. She probably didn't have time to inform you. The senior apprentice is not fond of noisy celebrations and keeps a low profile when taking disciples." Every word entered Wei Yunqi's ears clearly, but the meaning behind them made her reluctant to understand. Her face twitched, then she quickly realized Sheng Yuhong was still in front of her. She immediately showed a look of mixed surprise and happiness, saying, "Senior brother, is what you said true? My sister is so lucky to have taken the Yuaning true monarch as her master. I will inform everyone right away. This good news must be shared." She thought she would be the first to take a master, but her sister beat her to it. She felt so stupid. After speaking, a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. He quickly masked his expression and took out a communication talisman from his storage bag, preparing to tell the others in the Wei family about Wei Yunqi's apprenticeship news. At that moment, a communication talisman flew in front of Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunqing raised his hand slightly, and Yunqi's voice came from inside. Wei Yunqing, I have become a direct disciple of the Peak Master of Lingxua Peak. Once I finish some minor matters, I will invite you to visit Lingxua Peak.
Don't go out recently.
Sheng Yuhong was nearby and heard every word on the communication talisman clearly. He also sensed Yunqi's excitement in her words. However, Wei Yunqing didn't see it that way. He thought Yunqi was openly showing off, but he also admitted she was indeed showing off. Wei Yunqing could no longer hide his expression. For the first time, he proactively said he wanted to leave. Senior brother, Yunqi's successful apprenticeship is good news. I need to discuss with my siblings about what gift to prepare. I will leave first. All right, go ahead. Wei Yunqing smiled and cupped his hands, then turned back to his small courtyard. As soon as the barrier was lifted, the fake happiness on Wei Yunqing's face disappeared. He slapped the table, causing the wooden surface to break apart instantly. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Wei Yunqi, you really are my nemesis. Why do all the good things happen to you? The more Wei Yunqing thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't think he was lacking in anything. In terms of talent, he was the best among the 8. Yet, after nearly 10 years of training, he was still one step behind Wei Yunqi. Now that she had become a direct disciple, the gap between them would only grow. He couldn't accept that. Wei Yunqing's eyes flickered as he began to plan again. Yunqi's message to Wei Yunqing was just to show off and to hit her confidence. She, with her triple spiritual root, had become a direct disciple, yet Wei Yunqing had not made any move. That fact was truly painful. At this moment, Yunqi didn't know that Wei Yunqing had already become a registered disciple of the fire-controlled True Lord. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Registered disciples and direct disciples are not comparable. Wei Zonghao received Yunqi's message almost at the same time as Wei Yunqing. When he learned that Yunqi had joined Lingxua Peak, he was genuinely happy for his sister. Wei Zonghao's cultivation was now stable in the mid-foundation establishment stage. He had also achieved some success in alchemy, capable of refining first and second-rank ordinary pills. His success rate was about 60%, and Elder Lu Danyang valued him highly. Although they share the same peak, Wei Yunqing and Zonghao live quite far apart. Zonghao entered the Dan Peak earlier, made friends with some reliable senior brothers and sisters, and after becoming a pill-making disciple, he mostly stayed close to Master Danyang. This way, even if Wei Yunqing has any schemes, she can't get close to Zonghao. Wei Yunqing's cultivation level is lower than Zonghao's, and she entered Dan Peak more recently. Plus, they are surrounded by different fellow disciples, so they rarely meet. Zonghao also looks down on Wei Yunqing and deliberately avoids her. As a result, even though they are on the same peak, they have only seen each other 3 times. The first time was when Wei Yunqing advanced to the foundation establishment stage. She visited Zonghao on Dan Peak to show other disciples that she had support from her clan. The second time was when Wei Yunqing successfully cultivated 3 third-level spiritual plants. She wanted to sell these plants to Master Danyang through Zonghao. The third time was when she became a named disciple of the fire-controlled True Lord, mainly to show off. Zonghao remains calm. The sect is not a family, so even if Wei Yunqing has plans, she needs someone to cooperate. His cultivation level is higher than hers, which makes her wary. Most importantly, Zonghao knows that Wei Yunqing has no advantage over him. They are no longer on the same starting point, and anything she does cannot affect him. After receiving messages from Yunqi, most of the other Wei disciples felt happy. They felt they had gained a strong supporter and an extra help on their cultivation path. All the Wei disciples who stayed inside the sect sent congratulatory messages to Yunqi and expressed their happiness to visit Lingxua Peak. After returning the sect leader token, Yunxi flew her sword around Lingxue Peak, looking for a place to build a house. Dian curled up in Yunxi's arms and then peeked out, looking at the snowy scene. It transmitted a voice. "Master, is this our future home?" "Yes. You've been awake for a year now. Have you finished adjusting your bloodline inheritance? Can you help me find a good feng shui place?" Dian sniffed and said, "Of course I can." After enduring a difficult thunder tribulation, Dian awakened its treasure-seeking rat bloodline as a second-level spiritual beast. A golden hair grew on its forehead, which it told Yunxi was a symbol of its treasure-seeking bloodline. From now on, it could smell more treasures. Then Dian happily settled in the owner's small courtyard to cultivate. With the help of the fairy spirit grass, its cultivation improved, and it was very satisfied. This time, when the master was seeking a mentor, Dian didn't dare to show himself. That cold true monarch was really icy. It seemed like just a glance from the other side could freeze him into an ice pop. So Dian pretended to sleep in the master's arms, not daring to move at all until the terrifying aura disappeared. Only then did Dian communicate with the master silently. Yunxi teased Dian for being timid, and Dian confidently admitted, "Our rat-shaped demon beasts are just small-hearted. We run at the slightest sign of danger. Otherwise, we would have gone extinct long ago." Yunxi pinched Dian in his hand and played with him for a while, then spoke about the main matter. "Dian, I want to choose a place on the hillside. I'll take you around, and if there's a suitable spot, just make a sound." "Yes, master." Dian knew it was his time to act. His black bean eyes fixed on the hillside, and his little nose twitched from time to time. After 15 minutes, Dian signaled Yunxi to stop. "Master, over there." Yunxi controlled his spiritual sword to descend, observing the entire snow lotus flower field, feeling the pure icy spiritual energy coming at him. He nodded secretly. This was indeed a good place, with very pure ice spiritual energy. "Master, these snow lotus flowers are third-tier spiritual plants. They are very precious. Not only can they be used to refine pills, but they can also purify spiritual power. This is the best place for your cultivation." Dian whispered secretly, "Master, actually, the spiritual energy at the peak is the richest and purest. Unfortunately, that's the cultivation place of a big shot. Dian is sure there's a spiritual vein buried there, and it's a top-grade spiritual vein." Yunxi chuckled and gently rubbed Dian's head. "Your nose is quite sharp. The master's secluded cultivation place can't be worse, and the master is about to break through to the divine transformation stage. The spiritual energy there must be the most concentrated." Dian nodded, "I see. No wonder the master's master is so formidable." After speaking, Dian crawled back into Yunxi's arms. It was a bit cold here. The cold at the peak, Lung Ruin, watched the actions of the person and the pet. He took a sip of spiritual tea and muttered with a smile, "They really know how to choose a place." Yunxi selected the future residence and then used a communication jade slip to contact Han Jinren from the inner sect. After receiving an accurate reply, he went outside Lingxue Peak to meet fellow disciples building a house. To show importance, Han Jinren personally brought people along. An hour later, a delicate small courtyard was built beside the snow lotus pond. Yunxi was very satisfied after inspecting it, paid with spiritual stones, and specifically thanked Han Jinren. He personally saw the two off from Lingxue Peak. Han Jinren was very tactful in his work, balancing kindness with no one feeling offended. Yunxi walked around the courtyard, thinking about setting up a barrier formation. Suddenly, she heard her master's voice. "Yunxi, come to the peak's main hall." After receiving the message, Yunxi didn't hesitate. She turned away from her small new courtyard and headed to the main hall on the peak. "Master, you called me. Is there something you need?" Lung Ruhan waved his hand to let Yunxi sit down, then said, "I see you've already found a place to stay." "Yes, master. I've asked the inner disciple, Han Jinren, to handle these minor matters." Lung Ruhan nodded coldly and continued, "I sense that I will soon break through to the spirit transformation stage. In 3 days, I will retreat for cultivation. As my only disciple, I have some things to tell you in advance. Yunqi's face became serious. Please, master. I will remember your words carefully. Satisfied with Yunqi's attitude, Lung Ruhan raised his hand and took the jade token with her new identity engraved on it. He carved a formation pattern on it and then handed it back to her. I have marked your identity jade token. From now on, you can come and go freely on Lingxua Peak. Without your permission, no one else can enter. Thank you, master. Yunqi understood. This jade token was like a pass for Lingxua Peak, so she must keep it safe. Next, Lung Ruhan raised his hand and released a glowing orb. The orb instantly entered Yunqi's forehead. Yunqi instinctively used her spiritual sense to cover the orb, and she heard her master's cold voice. This is the ice element cultivation technique I practice, called bright moon frost condensation. It uses the power of the moon's shadow and cold ice to cultivate. Since you have a water spirit root, you can also practice this technique. However, its effect may be slightly weaker than that of a pure ice spirit root, but its attack power is not bad. You can decide whether to practice it. Yunqi's eyes lit up when she heard this. This was the ice element technique she had been searching for. She immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, master, for giving me this technique. I was worried about not finding a suitable one, and this method really solves my urgent problem." A faint smile appeared in Lung Ruhan's eyes, though it was subtle. He continued, "If you find a more suitable technique after ascending to the spirit realm, you can abandon bright moon frost condensation. I don't care about these superficial things." Yunqi immediately shook her head. "Rest assured, master. Your cultivation method must be the best. I would never give it up easily." Her words were sincere. Didn't her master just about to break through to the spirit transformation stage? How could a bad technique help him advance so quickly? Previously, when Master Han brought his inner disciples to help her build a house, she was not idle. She inquired about many things related to her master from Master Han. Lung Ruhan and the sect leader are fellow disciples and brothers. Since Lung Ruhan is the senior brother and has the ice spiritual root, he appears quite cold and indifferent, as if he doesn't care about anything. However, he is the fastest among the senior brothers in cultivation. Regarding the succession of the Fire True Monarch as sect leader, Lung Ruhan also contributed. Thanks to his strong support, the Fire True Monarch was able to hold the position steadily for many years. Yunqi can sense that the Fire True Monarch is still far from breaking through to the divine transformation stage, but her senior brother Lung Ruhan seems to feel he could break through at any time. Also, Lung Ruhan looks younger than the sect leader. In cultivation, appearance is linked to strength. The earlier one breaks through, the slower they age. Clearly, Lung Ruhan looks like a young man, while the sect leader appears more mature. Yunqi naturally wouldn't share these thoughts with her master, but her attitude already showed her opinion. Lung Ruhan simply nodded and said, "Since that's the case, spend these days studying the bright moon condensation frost technique. Tomorrow morning, you can ask me about any unclear points in your cultivation. Time is tight, so you must seize the opportunity." "Yes, master. Have you refined the storage bracelet I gave you?" Yunqi was surprised for a moment before shyly replying, "Yes, master. I've been busy changing my identity token and choosing a new residence, so I haven't had time to refine the treasure you bestowed. There is a set of array pillars inside, which, combined with the array disc, can serve as a defense formation for your residence. You can include that pool of snow lotus in it. It will help your cultivation." "Thank you for your guidance, master. I will go arrange it now." Yunqi smiled with dimples, originally wanting to absorb the rich ice spiritual energy. She didn't expect her master to think so thoughtfully. It's like giving her a whole pool of snow lotus. After bidding farewell to her master, she happily returned to her territory. The first thing she did was refine the storage bracelet. The bracelet was carved from white jade, matching her master's pure jade-like appearance. After blood recognition of the master, Yunqi's spiritual sense entered the bracelet and was stunned. Inside were heaps of spirit stones, only a pile of low-grade spirit stones, 3 piles of mid-grade spirit stones, and even a small pile of high-grade spirit stones. There were also many jade boxes, each labeled with its contents. There were many ice-type spiritual plants, from 1st to 3rd rank and 3 4th-rank plants, clearly prepared in case she needed more. The pill bottles were also in a small pile, with a variety of effects, including healing injuries, restoring spiritual power, repairing the soul, and some more niche ones like disguise pills, bone renewal pills, and body fragrance pills. There was a wide range of options. This made Yunshi think that her master was also a bit playful and reserved. He probably didn't shy away from causing some trouble when he was young. Inside her storage bracelet, there was a tall block of 1,000-year cold ice, emitting a constant chill. Inside the ice, there was a sky blue ice needle, which looked like a valuable item. As for the array pillar and matching array disc her master mentioned, they were stored in a wooden box, which also included a jade slip explaining how to use them. This is good, and the instructions are clear. Perfect for someone like me who is new to formations. Yunshi quickly used her spiritual awareness to scan the contents, then took out the box containing the array pillar and disc. After carefully reading the instructions, she left her small courtyard and started placing the 9 array pillars in their respective positions according to the guide. Finally, she embedded the array disc into 9 high-quality spirit stones and directly placed it in her courtyard. Once the formation was activated, a blue ice-colored light shield appeared, covering her courtyard and a nearby snow lotus pond. In an instant, the shield disappeared. Yunshi adjusted the formation to the hidden setting, causing her courtyard and the snow lotus pond to vanish from sight. She fiddled with the array disc for a while, understanding its functions, then activated the isolation formation. She returned to her cultivation room, released, and sat cross-legged, browsing the sealed bright moon frost technique in her mind. She mainly focused on understanding the techniques for the chi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core stages. The nascent soul stage was still a distant goal. She stayed awake all night. At sunrise, Yunshi finally opened her eyes. She had spent the night reaching the threshold of the ice element cultivation method. Next, she would continue practicing, but first, she needed to see her master. Yunshi changed into the Horan sect's disciple robe, still in blue, but this time with golden cloud patterns on the collar and sleeves, making her look more noble. Had proactively asked to stay at her place to cultivate because he was somewhat afraid of the cold, true lord. Yunshi didn't force to stay. She was still willing to give him some freedom. She went to the main hall on the mountain top, bowed respectfully, and sincerely thanked true Lord Lung for the gift of her apprenticeship. Cold Ruhan accepted Yunshi's thanks before speaking. Master needs to retreat to break through to the divine transformation stage. I can't leave the retreat for a short time, so I've prepared the cultivation resources for your advancement to the golden core stage. Use them as you see fit, and decide when to use them. Yes, Master. I understand. Come, tell me about the problems you've encountered in your practice. Cold Ruhan quickly adopts the role of Master, beginning to answer his disciples' questions. Master, I am having some trouble with the conversion of spiritual energy. Yunshi is straightforward, taking out a jade slip from her storage ring and asking about the issues she faced during cultivation one by one. Cold Ruhan explains each point, and when Yunshi doesn't understand, he personally demonstrates with spiritual energy. After finishing her questions, it was already noon. Master, I have learned a lot today. I want to go back and digest what you've taught me. Tomorrow I will ask you more about the ice technique. But remember, trying to learn too much at once can be overwhelming. The questions you asked today can't be fully understood in just one day. Yes, Master. I will remember. Yunshi respectfully bows again before leaving the hall. The next 2 days are similar to the first, with teacher and student exchanging questions and answers. When they encounter controversial issues, they both try to test them out personally. Yunshi absorbs the knowledge quickly, like a sponge, and she realizes the difference having a master makes. Although she considers herself an adult with excellent understanding, her fixed thinking habits have limited her progress. On the 3rd day, after finishing the Q&A, Cold Ruhan informs Yunshi that he will retreat tomorrow. If she encounters problems he can't solve, she can seek help from the sect leader's senior brother. Yes, I understand, Master. I plan to also have a small retreat to review what I've learned these past 3 days. I will try not to bother the senior brother, as he has many responsibilities and shouldn't be distracted by these small matters. Cold Rohan slightly smiles and calmly says, everything depends on you. If you truly can't solve something, you can hide on Lingxua Peak. Once I come out of retreat, I will help you. Lingxua Peak can protect you. Yunxi chuckles and promises she will take good care of herself. Early on the 4th day, Yunxi sees that the main hall at the peak is shrouded in mist, and the formation is activated, indicating that Cold Ruhan has entered his retreat. After Sheng Yuhong confirmed that Lung Ruhan was in seclusion, he eagerly went to Lingxua Peak to visit Yunxi. Unfortunately, the disciple of Lingxua Peak told Sheng Yuhong that Yunxi was also in seclusion. Sheng Yuhong frowned slightly, and the disciple patiently explained, Senior Brother Sheng, Sister Wei has been guided by the Peak Master for 3 days. She must have gained something, so she is in seclusion. If you have important matters, you can send her a message with the transmission talisman. I will remind her when she comes out. Sheng Yuhong nodded helplessly and then turned to leave Lingxua Peak. Before returning to Haoran Peak, he met Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunqing had adjusted her mindset and managed her expression well. She showed a perfect smile and asked, Senior brother, have you just come back from Lingxua Peak? Because Sheng Yuhong was upset about not seeing Yunxi, he only nodded in response and didn't want to say much. Wei Yunqing misunderstood and bit her lip gently, asking, Senior brother, did you see my sister? Is she okay? I wanted to see Yunxi, but I was stopped outside the peak. It seems my sister didn't want to see me. Hearing this, Sheng Yuhong looked at Wei Yunqing, who seemed a bit sad, and then spoke. Really? Did they not tell you that Sister Wei is in seclusion? Seclusion? I don't know. I also didn't see Sister Wei. She was guided alone for 3 days before the Peak Master Lung went into seclusion, and then she also entered seclusion. It's probably not her wish that they stopped you. Although Wei Yunqing felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, she was strangely in a better mood because Sheng Yuhong also hadn't seen Yunxi. She quickly hid her sadness and smiled. I see. I thought Yunxi wasn't like that. The disciple didn't explain clearly, which caused me to misunderstand my sister. Luckily, I met senior brother, or I might have really distanced myself from her. Sheng Yuhong only nodded faintly and didn't want to continue the conversation. After saying goodbye to Wei Yunqing, he hurried back to Haoran Peak. Wei Yunqing watched Sheng Yuhong leave and then turned back to Danfeng. She didn't plan to tell other Wei family disciples about Yunxi's seclusion. Meanwhile, Wei Chenin, the Golden Core true person from Fafeng Peak, also received news that Yunxi was in seclusion. She wasn't surprised. The elders and true kings of the Haoran sect all knew that Yuling Ling, true king, was about to break through to transform divine. Before his breakthrough, there were various guesses about him accepting disciples. Even her most low-key true person, Fa Feng, has others secretly asking about her. They mainly want to know what makes Wei family's young girl special, and why even the normally uninterested Master Yuling has taken action. Wei Chunin simply smiled and said, I really don't know. The girl initially wanted to join my sect after entering the inner door, but she suddenly realized something and closed herself off to strengthen her cultivation. It took her 4 years. When she finally came out, she joined Master Yuling. I was also surprised, but she has good understanding, so maybe that's why Master Yuling noticed her. Someone immediately followed up. Yes, a disciple who suddenly advances is very rare in the sect. If her understanding is high, her talent can be overlooked. This explanation also became the main guess about why Master Yuling accepted her as a disciple. After Wei Chunin finished answering these questions, she wanted to meet Wei Yunxi. But before she could send her message, she received news that Yunxi was in closed cultivation. However, she was not in a hurry. They were all from the Wei family, so they would meet someday. Other Wei disciples also learned from different sources that Yunxi was in closed cultivation. Though they were a bit disappointed they couldn't go to Lingxua Peak, they all worked their own cultivation so they wouldn't fall behind. Yunxi, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was currently practicing the bright moon condensing frost technique. Using the pure ice spiritual power from snow lotus flower, she felt like she was soaking in a hot spring, warm and very comfortable. White ice spiritual energy rushed into Yunxi's body, flowing along her divine sense-guided path. After circulating a big cycle, it entered her dantian. Yunxi had been in close cultivation for 3 months. She had trained the bright moon condensing frost technique to the middle stage of foundation building, and she also refined the ice needle sealed in 1,000-year-old cold ice into a new weapon. This ice needle was a spiritual treasure called the Frost-Cold Profound Ice Needle. It matched her cultivation method perfectly. The Frost-Cold Profound Ice Needle was made mainly from 10,000-year cold ice. As her cultivation improved, she could control more of these ice needles. Her powerful divine sense allowed her to make the needles move inside the body, attacking the most vulnerable spots of enemies. The attack of the frost-cold ice needle was not limited to the physical body. It could also harm a cultivator's soul. During its creation, soul-devouring iron was added, which gave it this special effect. Currently, Yunxi's spiritual awareness is strong enough to control at least 5,000 ice needles, but she doesn't want to reveal her full strength. She limits herself to controlling no more than 500 needles, which is a normal level of spiritual control. Dian almost got hurt because she was trying to help her owner practice ice needle attack magic. Luckily, she quickly hid underground and blocked the needles for a moment. Otherwise, she might have been pierced and turned into a hedgehog-like creature. At first, Yunxi didn't control her strength well, but she improved quickly and didn't make the same mistake again. To make up for it, she gave Dian 2 middle-grade spiritual stones, which comforted the little creature's fragile heart. Yunxi left her closed-door training in the 4th month. She had fully understood her master's teachings, added her own insights, and with her ice magic skills, she felt her long-stagnant cultivation was finally loosening. This was a good sign. After leaving the retreat, Yunxi practiced alone on the back mountain. She caught some prey and then sent a message to the disciples of the Wei family, inviting them to visit Lingxua Peak. This time, she also made sure to contact Wei Yunqing. Coincidentally, Wei Yunqing received the message while she was chatting awkwardly with Sheng Yuhong. Wei Yunqing noticed that since she misunderstood Yunxi that one time, Sheng Yuhong's attitude toward her had cooled down. This made her feel uneasy and also more resentful toward Yunxi. She always thought she shouldn't be like this now. She believed she should be the center of attention, the one everyone admired and pursued, not Yunxi. Because of this, she almost lost control and went into a dangerous state while practicing. Sheng Yuhong, being smart enough to become the sect's senior disciple, had already noticed that the two Wei sisters didn't get along well. They were even running their own separate affairs and only maintained a superficial peace. He admired Yunxi more, not only because of her mysterious connection but also because she only showed him respect. After Yunxi entered the inner sect through her own efforts, her admiration for Sheng Yuhong disappeared. She just saw him as an ordinary fellow disciple, which made Sheng Yuhong feel a strange sense of disappointment. If Yunxi knew Sheng Yuhong's thoughts, she would definitely say, "You're overthinking. There's never been real admiration, just acting." I don't say anything too much because I can't afford to. However, Sheng Yuhong, feeling this gap, saw an opportunity to get closer to Yunxi. He didn't hesitate and took the initiative to speak. "Senior Sister Wei, may I accompany you to Lingxua Peak as a guest the other day?" Wei Yunqing was almost clenching her nails into her palms. She forced a faint smile and said, "Of course. First, I'll meet with you, then go see Yunxi." After receiving a positive reply, Sheng Yuhong turned to leave to prepare a gift. Wei Yunqing took a deep breath and returned to her residence. She had to be patient because her opponent was stronger and had better backing. When Zhong Hao and the others received a message from Yunxi, they were very happy. They each prepared small congratulatory gifts and went early the next day to Lingxua Peak. Yunxi had already greeted Lingxua Peak's disciples and was waiting at the foot of the mountain for Wei's siblings. Wei Yunting and Wei Yunying arrived first. Yunting had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. After receiving the message, she planned to say hello and then go into seclusion. She handed her gift to Yun-shi and left. Yun-ing was still at the late chi refining stage. Because she had a foundation establishment pill, she wasn't in a rush to establish her foundation. Instead, she focused on refining her cultivation. She also wanted to build a good relationship with Yun-shi this time. Wei Yunying smiled and said, Yun-shi, congratulations on becoming a true infant master. In the future, if we meet in the sect, I'll call you senior aunt. Yun-shi also smiled and replied, we're family sisters. Just call me Yun-shi privately. Yun-shi didn't refuse the title of senior aunt. Since the gap was already wide, she saw no need to lower herself. Yun-ying's words were also a test. Hearing Yun-shi's response, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but she was sensible and didn't say much. She just chatted with Yun-shi for a while until Wei Zhongyu and Wei Zonghao arrived. They had met on the way. Zhongyu wasn't in a hurry to establish his foundation. He wanted to follow the sword cultivation path, so he kept polishing his sword. He was genuinely happy for Yun-shi and grateful for her care. He could take his time cultivating because he had a foundation establishment pill which Yun-shi had crafted. He remembered her kindness and didn't think she owed him anything just because they were both Wei family disciples. Uncle Wei, congratulations on becoming a disciple of Ling Shuepeak. Your cultivation path will surely become smoother from now on. Thanks. Just call me Yun-shi privately, she replied. After a few words, Zhongyu said, Zhonghan and Zhongjin are on a team completing sect tasks. They can't come back right now. They asked me to congratulate you and said they'll visit once they finish their tasks.
Okay.
Yun-shi thought everyone who was coming had arrived, so she prepared to take everyone to her territory. But a voice stopped her. Yun-shi, we're late. Without turning around, the four knew who was speaking. It was Wei Yunqing. She glanced at Wei Yunqing and Sheng Yuhong beside her, a clear understanding flashing in her eyes. These two still gathered together. Fortunately, this time she was not under the sect leader's care and wouldn't become a stepping stone for Wei Yunqing to cling to Sheng Yuhong. As for their interactions, it had nothing to do with her. Sheng Yuhong clearly felt the tense atmosphere and cleared his throat, saying, Junior sister Yunqi, please forgive me for coming uninvited. When I met junior sister Wei Yunqing the other day, I happened to hear your communication talisman, so I came to congratulate you. Following her principle of being friendly with a smile, Yunqi made a welcoming gesture, and the group went to her small courtyard. When Wei Yunqing saw the pond with the three-tiered snow lotus flowers, she became jealous and her eyes turned red. She couldn't hold back and asked, Yunqi, why did you put the snow lotus flowers in your courtyard? Isn't that inappropriate? Yunqi looked at her and replied calmly, These snow lotus flowers are common on Lingxue Peak. The master said this pond grows the best, which helps my cultivation, so I enclosed it. Really? Your master is so kind to you. Yes. I originally had many questions to ask the master, but he went into seclusion to break through to the divine transformation stage. I can only ask him after he comes out. Yunqi was showing off her superiority. Wei Yunqing felt that if she said another word, she might get so angry she'd blood. She forced a polite smile and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, pretending to greet Wei Yunying. Sheng Yuhong finally found an opportunity and handed Yunqi a jade box, indicating it was his gift. Yunqi's eyes swept over the jade box and politely said, Thank you, senior brother Sheng. I appreciate your kindness.
You can keep the gift.
Sheng Yuhong didn't expect Yunqi to refuse. He paused with the jade box in his hand and looked a bit disappointed, saying, Junior sister Yunqi, this is a gift for you. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yunqi's eyes, but she remained polite. Senior brother Sheng, your gift looks very valuable. I feel a bit guilty accepting it. Sheng Yuhong was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yunqi saw the fleeting annoyance in his eyes. He suddenly felt a little wronged. It was his first time giving a gift and being rejected. He felt a bit sad. The other four from the Wei family didn't speak. They were here as guests, and Yunqi would handle these matters well. Only Wei Yunqing was full of envy and jealousy. Seeing Sheng Yuhong's awkwardness, she quickly tried to smooth things over. Yunqi, senior brother is just being kind. You shouldn't be so formal. Yunxi smiled faintly and said, I won't treat you differently. After all, senior brother is my senior brother. Sheng Yuhong immediately spoke up, Master and Yu Lingjinjuan are fellow disciples. Since my junior sister and I share the same ancestor, our relationship should be closer. Hearing this, Yunxi felt annoyed. Does he not understand her hints? Is he still trying to get close? She frowned and said, Senior brother Sheng, the closeness between people isn't measured like that for me. Implying, I don't want to get too close to you. Sheng Yuhong has his pride. He sensed that Yunxi didn't want to be close to him. After leaving a gift, he took his leave. After Sheng Yuhong left, Wei Yunqing pretended to be kind and said, Yunxi, after all, he's the senior brother. You shouldn't hurt his feelings. You should at least be polite. Yunxi coldly replied, Wei Qing, you know I only invited disciples from the Wei family, not outsiders. Why did you bring someone without asking me? Wei Yunqing looked innocent and said, When you sent the message, the senior brother was right beside me. He asked to visit you with me. How could I refuse? I don't have the backing of a nascent soul master. Though this excuse sounded convincing, Yunxi didn't buy it. She immediately retorted, If he came without asking, shouldn't you have told me in advance? I didn't know your relationship was so bad. You won't even call him senior brother. In fact, seeing their poor relationship made Yunqing secretly happy. Nearby, Wei's 3 siblings were curious. They wondered why Yunxi was so unfriendly to senior brother Sheng, who was a rising star in their sect and highly favored. Wei Yunying cautiously asked, Yunxi, did senior brother Sheng do something to upset you? Yunxi frowned but didn't say that her dislike for Sheng Yuhong was because he encouraged the sect leader to accept her as a disciple. That would seem like a great honor to others. I just don't get along with him. I'll avoid him in the future. She found a vague excuse and ended the topic. Wei Yunqing was thinking of comforting Sheng Yuhong to improve their relationship. She sat down briefly, handed over a second-tier spiritual plant she cultivated, and then left. Yunxi didn't try to stop her. Calling her over was just a formality, to pretend that sisters were peaceful. She didn't expect her to bring Sheng Yuhong along, which made her feel annoyed. After Wei Yunqing left, Wei Yunying finally spoke. Yunxi, I think Yunqing seems very fond of senior brother Sheng. Yunxi shook her head and said, It has nothing to do with me. I never desire things that don't belong to me. I only want to cultivate to ascend and see a broader world. Love and affection will only slow down my progress. Wei Yunying was surprised after hearing this and didn't bring up the topic again. Zhongyu strongly agreed with Yunxi's view. His mind was only on the sword. Zhong Hao shared Yunxi's thoughts. If his talent hadn't improved, his family might have had other plans for him. But with his current cultivation speed, achieving a small ascension was easy, and he wouldn't waste time on love. After ending that topic, Yunxi mentioned she needed to return to her family. Wei Ying and Zhongyu couldn't go back because they hadn't established a foundation yet. Zhong Hao could go back, but he was currently making progress in alchemy and thought it wasn't a good time to leave. He suggested, Yunxi, why don't you wait a few days? Once I improve my alchemy skills, I'll go back to the family with you. Yunxi thought for a moment and replied, There's less than a year until the sect competition. It's important for you to get a master and future resources for cultivation. You should prepare quickly. This time, you might not go together, but there will be other chances. Zhong Hao felt a little regretful and said, All right, be careful on the way. Okay, we'll stay in touch through the communication jade slips. Then Yunxi took out some beast meat and spiritual wine to share a meal with the 4 of them. In the afternoon, Yunxi personally saw them off from Lingxua Peak. After that, Yunxi spent 3 days preparing for her trip. She specifically went to the forging peak to ask Elder Jindan to craft a robe using the colorful snake skin. Because the snake skin was brightly colored, the robe shimmered with rainbow-like light. The South True person, a master of forging, also made a matching headband, which he gave to Yunxi. Yunxi happily paid for the craftsmanship, then returned to Lingxua Peak wearing her new robe. She tried it on and adjusted the color to sky blue with a matching headband, keeping it simple. Once everything was ready, Yunshi went to the mission hall to pick up 2 outside tasks and then left Howren Sect. Her first stop was still Howren City. She sorted out some items she no longer needed, placing her storage bracelet into her space. The items inside were quite valuable to her now, and she wanted to avoid trouble if someone found out. However, she continued to activate the hidden function of the storage ring, wearing it on her finger. She stored some emergency items there, while other visible belongings remained in her waist pouch. Dian Dian was used to staying close to Yunshi and refused to enter the spirit beast bag, so she still curled up in her owner's arms, claiming it was to be ready to find treasures at any moment. Yunshi only learned about Sheng Yuhong leaving the sect 2 days later. At that time, he planned to find Yunshi alone to talk, believing there was a misunderstanding between them. Unfortunately, he was too late. By then, Yunshi had already left Howren City and was riding a common flying boat heading towards Xia Fei Valley. Xia Fei Valley was on her route back to Kunyu City, so she took on a task to catch flying Xia butterflies in the valley. These flying Xia butterflies are only found in Xia Fei Valley, which is how the valley got its name. The butterflies are harmless, only about 3rd rank at most, but the powder on their wings can be used in medicine and is a good ingredient for alchemy. The flying Xia butterflies are very beautiful, especially their wings, which are as thin as cicada wings and shimmer with a sunrise-like color. Under sunlight, they are so stunning that people can't look away, hence the name flying Xia butterflies. If flying Xia butterflies are raised from a young age and form a contract with cultivators, they can serve as eyes for their owners, exploring places that are hard to access. Because their size is similar to that of common butterflies, they are easy to overlook. Yunshi's task this time was to collect the powder from the butterfly wings and gather some butterfly eggs. After arriving at Xia Fei Valley, Yunshi got off the flying boat with a fellow cultivator heading to the same destination. She had only taken a few steps when 2 young boys approached her, politely and enthusiastically asking, "Senior, is this your first time in Xia Fei Valley? If you want to catch flying Xia butterflies, it's best to buy a map of their distribution in the valley. An elder from your family explored the valley yesterday and confirmed it's the latest map. Only 5 lower-grade spirit stones needed." Yunshi glanced at the 2, recognizing they were casual cultivators. Although they only had mid-stage qi refinement cultivation, they likely had elders from their family guiding them. They spoke confidently and respectfully, indicating they had been in the valley for a while and knew it well. "All right, give me a copy." Yunshi tossed 5 lower-grade spirit stones to the 2 boys, receiving a jade slip in return. The boys accepted the stones and bowed to thank her, "Wishing you a bountiful harvest in Xia Fei Valley, Senior." Without lingering, they hurried off to approach another unfamiliar face, clearly trying to sell their distribution map again. Yunshi had finished scanning the contents of the jade slip and thought the 5 spirit stones were quite valuable. Inside, it not only marked the resting place of the flying mist butterfly from the previous day, but also indicated possible routes of movement for the butterfly. Since flying mist butterflies tend to change locations when laying eggs, and knowing their eggs are popular among cultivators, the mother butterflies spread their eggs across different parts of the valley to avoid being completely wiped out. Even if some eggs are found by cultivators, some offspring can still survive. Yunshi knew without guessing that the outer area of Xiafei Valley had already been thoroughly searched by cultivators, so there probably weren't many hidden ones left. She wanted to check the back of the valley, but the map didn't show details about that area. At this moment, a young girl approached Yunshi and smiled before speaking. "Senior, I have a detailed map of the flying mist butterfly distribution deep inside Xiafei Valley. It was obtained by my mother during an adventure, and she was injured in the process. Would you like it?" "How much spirit stones?" 10 lower-grade spirit stones. It was twice as expensive as before. Yunshi hadn't responded yet, but the girl quickly explained, "Senior, someone bought my previous map and found 2 third-level flying mist butterfly eggs. It was definitely worth the price." 3rd-level flying mist butterflies are comparable to the golden core stage. Their offspring are indeed valuable, which piqued Yunshi's interest. She handed over 10 lower-grade spirit stones, was about to take the jade slip, and suddenly transmitted a warning. "Master, be careful. There's something dirty on this jade slip." Yunqi didn't pause at all. She simply covered her right hand with spiritual energy, calmly took the jade slip, and visibly relaxed and let out a breath. After collecting the spirit stones, she turned to leave. Do you smell anything? Yunqi asked quietly. Master, can I smell it carefully? I feel like the scent on it is a bit familiar. All right, let's find a place to rest before entering the valley. Yunqi casually looked around and saw that the entrance to the valley had already formed a small town, small but complete. She headed purposefully to a tea house, which was usually a hub for information. The crowd was mixed, but it often yielded unexpected discoveries. The shopkeeper, a mortal, respectfully invited Yunqi to a small upstairs room and went to prepare tea. After the shopkeeper left, Yunqi threw the jade slip given by the girl onto the table, then pulled out of her sleeve and let it sniff carefully. The little landed on the table and first shook its fur, then carefully sniffed around its nose. It circled the jade slip and then transmitted a message to Yunqi. Master has indeed smelled this scent before. Last time, I encountered evil cultivators in Wanrua Forest. They left a mark on your boot, which is the same as the scent on this jade slip, only stronger. Yunqi's eyes flickered when she heard this, feeling that more trouble was coming her way. Are you sure? Master, that is sure. My nose will never be wrong. Stood up to confirm. Since she knew the jade slip was suspicious, Yunqi decided not to check the map inside. Instead, she waved her sleeve and swept the jade slip to the corner of the room. Just then, the shop assistant brought in spiritual tea and knocked on the door. After receiving permission, he entered, set down the tea set, and was about to leave when Yunqi stopped him. She threw a low-grade spirit stone to him and said, I want to ask about some news. The shop assistant quickly took the spirit stone and respectfully asked, Immortal, what would you like to know? Any recent news from Xiafei Valley? The shop assistant hesitated, unsure what Yunqi was after, then replied, Xiafei Valley has been lively lately. Cultivators come and go constantly. Most are in the front valley, and few go to the back valley. It's said there's a third-rank flying Xia butterfly there. Recently, some cultivators entered the back valley and brought back 2 butterfly eggs. It's said they came from that third-rank flying Xia butterfly. The cultivator who took them said the butterfly was weak because it was laying eggs, which is why he was able to get them. Later, some brave cultivators bought a map from that cultivator and went into the back valley. Then, a golden core cultivator paid a high price for the 2 eggs and spread the word that he wanted more such eggs. So, another group of cultivators headed into Xiafei Valley's back valley. Yunqi listened while gently rubbing, her face showing a thoughtful expression. She then asked, Did any cultivators manage to bring back butterfly eggs after that? Yes, just yesterday, a wounded cultivator left the valley. After selling the eggs to that golden core cultivator, he went into seclusion to heal. I don't know if others returned. All right, you can leave now. After dismissing the shop assistant, Yunqi turned to and asked, Did you notice anything? Twitched its black ears and blinked its black bean-like eyes, replying, The evil cultivators lured others into the back valley. I just don't know if that golden core cultivator is with them. Yunqi listened and smiled gently, saying, Dian Dian, your guess is correct, but only because you sense the evil cultivator's presence. The monks don't know this. They just want to earn more spirit stones, so they risk fighting the 3-stage flying glow butterfly. If all the monks entering the back valley never returned, it would raise suspicion. But they know how to cast a long line to catch big fish, letting a few monks succeed in getting butterfly eggs and return safely. Although the enemy was seriously injured, they gained something, showing that opportunities come with danger. This makes monks more convinced. Any smart monk knows that spirit stones don't fall from the sky for free. Dian Dian wagged its tail and said, Master, if your guess is right, many monks will want to explore the back valley. Isn't that like sending people to confront the evil cultivators? Yunqi nodded and said, Maybe, but we'll know for sure only after we go into Xiafei Valley. Still, I think they have clear goals. Dian Dian rolled its black bean eyes and said, Master, are they using a map jade slip to mark single female cultivators like you? Yunqi thought for a moment and felt that Dian Dian might be right. The evil cultivators previously chased after Baihua Tower's Yiqingcheng and Lu Haoyan just to catch them alive, intending to make them into furnace dummies. That's a common way for evil cultivators to boost their cultivation. Master, what should we do next? Should we go to Xiafei Valley again? Dian asked via voice transmission. Of course, we must go. Completing the task is one reason, but I also want to see what the evil cultivators are up to. Yunqi doesn't claim to be a savior, but since she's encountered them, she must figure out their plans. She's vengeful. Last time, they used a formation to scare the evil cultivators away, but they ran with their tails between their legs. This time, she's a genuine nascent soul, true monarch disciple with a strong backing and enough cultivation to fight. The only lacking is practical combat experience, so she won't miss this rare opportunity. After drinking the spiritual tea and resting briefly, Yunqi went to the general goods pavilion, where she spent spirit stones to buy a map of Xiafei Valley. The map covers both the front and back valleys and marks the distribution of flying glow butterflies. The shopkeeper also smiled and explained, "Miss, don't think my map is expensive without reason. It's worth it. Our general goods pavilion sent nascent soul monks to survey this area. Besides the butterfly's habitat, the terrain hasn't changed much. It's definitely worth the price." Cloud, she came here to buy a map of the entire Xiafei Valley because the map is more comprehensive. She also wanted to inquire about the third-tier flying glow butterfly. She paid the spirit stones quickly and casually asked, "Did your Golden Core cultivator team encounter that third-tier flying glow butterfly when exploring the valley?" "Actually, we didn't see it." "So, the rumors about the third-tier flying glow butterfly might not be true?" "Cloud," she asked further. The shopkeeper hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Friend, just because our people haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The flying glow butterfly's attack power is very weak. Against cultivators of the same level, they hardly stand a chance, so they don't dare to show themselves. But the third-tier flying glow butterfly definitely exists. Otherwise, some cultivators wouldn't have taken its eggs out of the valley. That's undeniable. I've seen its eggs myself. Unlike the first or second-tier eggs, they are orange-red and only as big as a baby's fingernail. They are easy to recognize." Cloud, she nodded in understanding. The shopkeeper immediately recommended, "Since you're heading to the back of Xiafei Valley, which is quite dangerous, you might want to buy some protective talismans and pills here, just in case." Cloud, she politely declined with a smile, placed the new map into her storage bag, and left the department store. Then she followed the crowd into Xiafei Valley. Inside the valley, spiritual energy was noticeably richer than outside. Everywhere she looked, there were trees and bushes of various heights and many colorful, beautiful flowers. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, they bloomed even more brightly, making people feel happy and relaxed. After entering the valley, everyone split up in different directions. Some cultivators went alone, others in groups. Cloud, she headed purposefully toward the back of the valley. Some cultivators saw her and said to those around them, "Look, another brave cultivator heading to the back of the valley." Are the eggs of the third-tier flying glow butterfly so easy to get? Just because you're afraid to go doesn't mean others are. What if they succeed? TSK, so far only 2 cultivators have taken butterfly eggs out. Most others have gone in and never come back. A cultivator who is looked down upon immediately retorted, "Let's go. Let's go. We should look for first or second-tier flying glow butterflies instead." They then left quickly. On her way to the back of the valley, Cloud, she also encountered first and second-tier flying glow butterflies. Even when alone, she didn't let them go. She casually cast a wind spell to trap a butterfly in a wind circle, carefully scraped some powder from its wings, and then released the butterfly unharmed. She didn't hurt these beautiful butterfly spirits. As she got closer to the entrance of the back valley, Yunqi saw more and more flying glow butterflies. These butterflies flapped their wings, creating a beautiful rainbow that almost surrounded Yunqi. "Master, these flying glow butterflies are a bit too enthusiastic," Dian transmitted silently. Yunqi also noticed that, according to her memory of the butterfly distribution map, the entrance to the back valley shouldn't be where these butterflies gather. Something unusual must be happening, probably a trap. But since the target of her mission was right here, she wouldn't let it go. She took out her formation disc and trapped all the flying glow butterflies inside. Then she cast a spell to collect the powder from their wings. The only regret was not being able to collect their eggs. Yunshi divided the butterfly powder into two parts, one to complete her mission and the other for her own use. Now she was a second-tier top-grade alchemist, and she needed some neutralizing agents for powerful medicinal pills. After finishing, she stored the formation disc and released the butterflies, then continued walking into the back valley. At that moment, a small, shiny, colorful flying glow butterfly broke away from the swarm and carefully followed Yunshi. When Yunshi entered the rainbow flying valley, she released her spiritual awareness to stay alert. She also listened carefully to the conversation of two cultivators she had overheard earlier, confirming that the news about third-tier flying glow butterfly eggs was a trap. The sneaky butterfly behind her also caught her attention. It didn't act, so she pretended not to notice. Just as she was about to step into the back valley, the butterfly flapped its wings and suddenly landed on her shoulder. Yunshi instinctively activated her frost ice needle spell, aiming it at the butterfly. Dian immediately stopped her and said, "Master, it says it has something to tell you." The frost ice needle was pressed against the butterfly's belly. With a single glance, she could pierce this tiny creature, but she could sense it meant no harm. Otherwise, she wouldn't let it land on her shoulder. At that moment, Dian crawled out of Yunshi's and also landed on her shoulder. Two different species began to communicate peacefully. Yunshi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the cultivation world. An insect with scales and wings was communicating with a mammal with gnawing teeth, an oddly smooth exchange, like chickens and ducks talking. Before she could finish her wonder, Dian transmitted a message. "Master, this is that third-tier flying glow butterfly."
Huh?
Yunshi exclaimed in surprise, instinctively asking, "Isn't it in the back valley? How did it come to the front valley?" This is why it blocked its owner. Its nest was taken over by a villain who also seized all the butterfly eggs it laid. The villain then used the eggs to lure monks into the back valley. At this point, no further explanation was needed. Yunshi understood that the whole situation was a trap. She was surprised that this flying xia butterfly was at the third stage, comparable to a human's golden core stage, yet it had been driven to the front valley. She thought about this and asked, Dian, how did it come to the front valley? Does it have no strength to fight back?" In Yunshi's understanding, monsters in the cultivation world are very aggressive, especially territorial. They rarely abandon their nests. Dian shook its little beard and said, "The flying xia butterfly resisted, but those villains polluted its wings with dirty substances, almost capturing it. It had no choice but to abandon its eggs and escape from the back valley, hiding among butterfly groups to find a chance." "Is the chance it mentioned me?"
Yes. Why?
"It said the owner can control those villains." Yunshi smiled after hearing this. She has a thunder spirit root, which is a natural enemy of evil cultivators. She didn't expect this little creature to be so sharp. She continued to ask, "What benefit do I get if I help it?" Dian turned to communicate with the flying xia butterfly again, then replied, "Owner, it said if you can drive away the villains, it will give you 10 of its eggs as a thank you." 10 eggs? That's a bit few. I want 20. Yunshi immediately bargained. After friendly negotiations, both sides agreed on a deal for 15 third-stage flying xia butterfly eggs. The lower-stage eggs could be taken by Yunshi herself, with no restrictions. Once the deal was made, they signed a heaven and earth contract. Yunshi withdrew her mysterious ice needle, and the third-stage flying xia butterfly landed on her hair, acting as a colorful butterfly ornament, blending in quietly. With the guidance of this third-stage butterfly, Yunshi smoothly entered the back valley. Along the way, she collected some third-stage butterfly love flowers, which are very popular among flying xia butterflies. Yunshi stored the vibrant butterfly love flowers in a jade box, pretending to explore carefully. In fact, with her divine sense fully open, She had already avoided 2 groups of monks creating accidental encounters, which made the hidden observers very anxious. The flying Xia butterfly was also somewhat anxious, constantly urging Dian Dian. As the messenger, Dian Dian dutifully relayed messages and comforted the restless butterfly. Actually, Yunqi thought that the chance of this third-level flying glow butterfly finding its own eggs was quite small, since it was targeted by evil cultivators. She could imagine what these evil cultivators would do with the butterfly. So even though she had signed a heaven-earth contract, her main goal was always this third-level flying glow butterfly. If there was a better way, why should she hatch the eggs herself? Just as Yunqi was almost done extracting resources from the inner valley, she no longer avoided encountering cultivators. There were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, looking very disheveled. The woman carried an injured, unconscious male cultivator, while the other man supported both of them, hurriedly heading toward Yunqi. Their spiritual senses touched briefly and then quickly withdrew. They had sensed each other's presence. Yunqi reached out and grasped the 7 stars deadly stick, while the other side also tightened their grip on their sword. The male cultivator said, "Friend, we're just planning to leave the valley. Please don't block our way." Yunqi looked at the 3 of them and then spoke. "Friends, I don't mean to block your path. I just want to ask if there are third-level flying glow butterfly eggs in this valley?" The male cultivator seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when he confirmed Yunqi was alone. He didn't hide anything and replied, "There are indeed butterfly eggs in this valley. We risked our lives to take 3 of them. But when we left that mountain hollow, we were ambushed by other cultivators. They outnumbered us, stole our eggs, and even tried to kill us. We fought desperately. My companion was severely injured helping us escape. We had no choice but to retreat from the valley." Yunqi frowned and asked, "How many of them were there? What was their cultivation level?" The male cultivator immediately answered, "There were 4 of them, 3 in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and 1 in the late stage. My companion was injured by the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator." Yunqi didn't ask further. The woman beside them spoke, "Friend, if you venture alone into that mountain hollow, you're likely to never return. I advise you not to be so reckless." "I understand. But I believe there are more than just those 4 in the back valley. There must be other cultivators, too. I can find a few more people to form a team." "Our goals are the same," Yunqi replied. The male and female cultivators exchanged glances. After a moment, the woman said, "Friend, if you don't mind, we'd like to join your team. Besides aiming to get the eggs, we also want to seek justice for our friends." She looked at the 3 people with some disgust and said, "If it were 4 against 4, we might have a chance, but one of you is badly injured. How can you form a team? Are you trying to make me the sacrificial?" The female cultivator replied calmly, "Friend, we have been inside the valley for several days and know a safe place to rest and heal. Once my companion's injuries heal, we can form a team and go to the place with butterfly eggs. Since you just entered the valley, the place with the butterfly eggs is quite hidden. Teaming up with us will save a lot of time, and we can promise to share the butterfly eggs fairly, giving you more." She pretended to think for a moment before saying, "All right. Since you are so sincere, I will temporarily team up with you. Lead the way ahead. And I want your companions to recover first before we move." "Good, follow me," they said. Then she followed behind the 3 people to a safe spot they mentioned. Dian Dian whispered, "Master, they also have that smell. Do you still want to team up with them?" "Of course, they asked for it. I must play along, or how will I get my reward?" Dian Dian reacted quickly. "They are pretending to be injured to lure you in." "Yes. If it were 1 against 3, I would definitely stay far away and not team up with them. Rest assured, Facia Butterfly said it will watch these people and notify you if there's any movement. I will also keep an eye on them." "Good. Let's see what they really want." Half an hour later, the 3 stopped in front of a mountain wall. The male cultivator made a hand gesture, and an entrance appeared on the wall. "This is the place," he said, leading the way inside. Inside, she looked around and saw it was a man-made cave, with 3 luminous pearls about the size of a baby's fist embedded in the walls, probably prepared in advance as a resting spot. The unconscious male cultivator had woken up, taken a healing pill, and started meditating to recover. The other two also took pills to replenish their spiritual energy. Cloud She sat near the exit, showing caution towards the three. The female cultivator opened her eyes from meditation and smiled slightly at Cloud She. Friend, may I ask your name? My surname is Wei, Cloud She replied. At that moment, the female cultivator crushed a pill and waved her sleeve to powder toward Cloud She. Cloud She quickly stood up, brushed away the powder, and glared angrily. What are you trying to do? The female cultivator with a cold face said, Who told you to be alone? This is such a good opportunity, and we won't let it go. Yunshi wanted to resist, but found she couldn't activate her spiritual power. She looked angrily at Yunshi and shouted, What did you use on me? The female cultivator then spoke, Stop resisting. This is a sealing pill. It doesn't work as quickly as taking it directly, but just touching it can seal your spiritual power, making you unable to fight back. After saying this, she reached forward and grabbed Yunshi's storage bag at her waist. Unfortunately, she couldn't erase the divine sense mark on it. She instinctively looked up and asked, How is this possible? Yunshi had been waiting for the other person to get close. When she saw her grabbing the storage bag, Yunshi didn't move. Only when the female cultivator tried to erase the divine sense mark did Yunshi hold the 7-star deadly stick in her hand. At the moment the female cultivator looked up, Yunshi swung her stick and struck her head. Two other male cultivators also sensed something was wrong and tried to help their teammate. Unfortunately, Yunshi had already split the ice needle into two, piercing their dantian points, then stabbing into their minds from behind their heads, destroying their consciousness. The event happened very quickly. In just 3 breaths, the 2 male cultivators fell down. Only the female cultivator managed to fight Yunshi, but the death of her companions left her panicked. She reacted too slowly and was knocked out by Yunshi with a single strike. Yunshi's divine sense swept through the cave to make sure she hadn't missed anything. After confirming, she put away her deadly stick, collected the storage bags of the 2 men, and used a fireball to destroy the evidence. She took a sealing pill from their storage bags and fed it to the female cultivator. Then she formed a water sphere and splashed it on her to wake her up. When the female cultivator woke, she saw only Yunshi and herself in the large cave. She immediately jumped up and tried to attack with a hand seal, but she found she couldn't activate her spiritual power. She was terrified and asked, What did you do to me? Yunshi smiled and replied, You said that taking the sealing pill works better. I just gave you one, and it seems to work instantly. The female cultivator's face turned pale. She knew she had been caught off guard. She instinctively tried to run, but an ice spike was stuck near her foot, forcing her to stop. If you don't want to die, tell me the truth. What are you planning to do by catching me? We just want to steal your storage bag, Yunshi said, raising an eyebrow. When she answered, the female cultivator's eyes looked a little unfocused. Although she quickly stabilized her gaze, Yunshi's divine sense still caught her.
She didn't want to waste time.
A wind spell wrapped around her opponent's storage bag and pulled it back into her hand. She quickly erased the mark on the bag with her spiritual sense. The female cultivator knelt on the ground, clutching her head. The pain from her shattered soul made cold sweat appear on her forehead. Yunshi carefully examined the contents, taking all 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones from inside the bag and also claiming a few rare ores. Only then did she speak. Can you tell me the truth now? The female cultivator gasped to calm the dull pain in her mind, and then said, I will tell you. Go ahead. Yunshi listened attentively. We 4 entered the back valley of Xiafei Valley and spent 3 days finding the place where the 3rd stage flying mist butterflies stored its eggs. After we got the eggs, we were attacked by 4 men in black. One of them was at the golden core stage. We couldn't fight them and had to give them the eggs, but they wouldn't let us go easily. To escape, we had to leave Xiaoyu behind, and only then could we leave alive. Why did they let Xiaoyu stay instead of you? The female cultivator lowered her eyes and said, I'm not as high level as her. Xiaoyu is about to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Yunshi smiled slightly, but didn't press further. Instead, she asked another question. If you managed to escape, why did you still attack me? The female cultivator swallowed and said, when the four of them let us go, they said if we wanted the eggs, we could exchange other female cultivators for them. TCH, trying to negotiate with a tiger. Do you think handing me over to them would get you the eggs? They swore a heavenly oath, promising that if we brought a person to them, they would give us the eggs. We didn't want to leave empty-handed. Was the route you took when leaving also pointed out by them? No, this was the path we took when we first entered the valley. It's relatively safe. Running into you is just an accident, the female cultivator replied immediately. Yunxi's figure flickered again, appearing behind the female cultivator. She struck her unconscious with a palm strike, then pulled out a small object and asked, "Ask the flying mist butterfly if it has seen these three people." It didn't mention earlier that the cultivator occupying its territory was at the golden core stage. Dottie was also a little upset. Clearly, this flying mist butterfly was trying to trick its owner, so it jumped and started communicating with the butterfly. She was organizing the information she had gathered from the female cultivator. First, the villain in the flying mist butterfly's words was likely an evil cultivator. It seems to be a group of four with the strongest at the golden core stage. Secondly, these three people have fought against evil cultivators, so they carry a certain smell associated with them. It is likely they were marked by the evil cultivators. Thirdly, to save their own lives, these three shamelessly handed over their teammate Xiaoyu to the evil cultivators. They also targeted her because of the butterfly eggs, clearly intending to exchange her for the butterfly eggs from the evil cultivators. The last and most important point is that the evil cultivators are very good at exploiting the dissatisfaction of cultivators. They make cultivators who enter the valley to find third-level flying glow butterflies and eggs become their helpers in capturing female cultivators. This way, they catch female cultivators and let the assisting cultivators enjoy some benefits. After leaving the valley with the butterfly eggs, more cultivators are likely to come in, giving the evil cultivators more choices. This is a perfect plan with 3 benefits. In fact, it is a common trap. But because the other side has a core formation evil cultivator in charge, the operation went smoothly. The resisting cultivators probably turned to ashes and will not carry the true news of the valley out. After sorting this out, Yunxi also finished communicating with the flying glow butterfly. Master, the flying glow butterfly said it saw those 3 people. It didn't hide anything from you. It just didn't speak because you didn't ask. Now that you know, it is willing to exchange 10 more butterfly eggs for your help. The heavenly Tao oath has been made, so there's no turning back. After saying this, with some frustration, it added, Master, it's too bad. We shouldn't help it. Let's leave here first. Yunxi said meaningfully, It's fine. That's its skill. But the sky won't drop spirit stones for free. Master, what do you plan to do next? Go see those people to confirm their evil cultivator identities. Then I will act. I've prepared many 3rd-level talismans to test the power of the new 3rd-level talisman drawings. And what about the female cultivator? Since she wants the butterfly eggs, I'll naturally help her. Only if she takes me to the other side will they relax their guard. The next morning, Yunxi and female cultivator Pan Yuan headed to the mountain valley where the flying glow butterfly eggs were stored. Before leaving the temporary cave, Yunxi stabbed an ice needle into Pan Yuan's dantian in front of her and warned, If you don't want her dantian damaged, cooperate with me and act well in this play. Otherwise, you'll die before me. Pan Yuan swallowed hard and nodded. I understand. Good, let's go. After leaving the cave, Pan Yuan held a sword against Yunxi and they traveled smoothly to the mountain valley. When they reached the agreed place, Pan Yuan loudly said, Senior, I have brought the person. Please give me the butterfly eggs as promised. Suddenly, a black-robed cultivator appeared in front of the two. After seeing the cultivator clearly, Yunxi confirmed that this was indeed an evil cultivator because the male cultivator with golden core was the one who escaped from Wanyu Forest 4 years ago. The male cultivator also recognized Yunxi. Although 4 years had passed, Yunxi had only grown taller, and her appearance had hardly changed. Yunxi squinted and said, So it's you. You should know I have a master support. You'd better let me go, or my master won't forgive you. The male cultivator chuckled. Humph. Your master isn't with you today, so don't act so arrogant. My master didn't come, but if you hurt me, my master will definitely find you. Yunshi stubbornly replied. Hee. I wouldn't be willing to kill you. You're very useful. Shui Ao licked his lips and said. If the mission to capture the 100 Flowers Tower hadn't failed, he wouldn't have reached core formation stage yet. Now that the culprit was right in front of him, he definitely wouldn't miss the chance to torment her. Pan Yuan had already put away her sword, trembling as she asked, Senior, I've brought the person. Where are the butterfly eggs? Shui Ao waved his hand and threw a small box to her, continuing to tempt her. You did well. I'll give you 2 butterfly eggs. If you can bring more female cultivators, you'll get more and better eggs. I understand. Pan Yuan verified that the eggs were real, then put them into her storage bag and turned to run away. Yunshi didn't immediately use her ice needles. She was waiting for the evil cultivator to leave the golden core cultivator's sensing range. Then she decisively activated her ice needles. Pan Yuan thought that as long as she left the sensing range of the Foundation establishment cultivator, Yunshi wouldn't be able to catch her. She looked for a safe place to force out the ice needles, still hoping to find a way to survive. But just before she could act in her temporary cave, the ice needles pierced her dantian, causing her pain and making her faint. Meanwhile, Yunshi was being dragged into the deep mountain valley by the evil cultivator. The tiny hidden creature in her rui boots dared not move, fearing it would be discovered. It had its own task. The flying fairy butterfly returned to its nest. It didn't want to miss the chance to retrieve its eggs, so it calmed its breath and disguised itself as a butterfly-shaped ornament. Because Fascia Butterfly and Blood Ao have similar cultivation levels, Blood Ao did not notice anything unusual when the former deliberately concealed her strength. Mainly because this third-tier Fascia Butterfly has a pearl-like color, different from the crimson Fascia Butterfly, so she managed to blend in well. After about 15 minutes of walking, Yunshi was roughly thrown to the ground by Blood Ao. Yunshi quickly turned over and stood up, looking around. She saw Blood Ao drop a blood-red barrier, and it was clear there were more people here than just them. Yunshi frowned because she sensed a stronger aura than Blood Ao's. Blood Ao looked at Yunshi, who was on alert, and sneered. I advise you not to waste your effort. Even if the sealing pill in your body fails, you can't leave here. It seems you've been working hard these 4 years and have reached the middle stage of foundation building. That's quite impressive. He then showed a greedy smile. Yunshi secretly released her spiritual awareness, quietly locking onto the other 3 evil cultivators in the foundation building stage. She also found a place where female cultivators were held, surrounded by restrictions. As Yunshi slowly retreated, she extended her spiritual sense little by little, trying to find the other hiding evil cultivator. However, Blood Ao didn't want to waste time. He suddenly appeared in front of Yunshi, grabbed her by the neck, and showed a lewd smile, saying, Although you're not my type, your Yuan-in is intact, which is just right to help me break through to the mid-golden core stage. Yunshi's eyes turned cold. This male cultivator with a golden core was planning to use her as a sacrificial tool. At this moment, a voice entered Blood Ao's ears. Blood Ao, such a good candidate, you'd better not touch her. She has other uses. A flash of anger crossed Blood Ao's eyes as he snorted coldly. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't let her die. Her backing is a true nascent soul cultivator.
Blend Jiao.
I advise you not to move her now. Before the other person finished speaking, Yunshi had already controlled her frost ice needle and pierced through Blood Ao's spiritual sea. Because he was grabbing her by the neck, her lightning ball smoothly entered his dantian. Afraid he might have a backup plan, she pushed Blood Ao away with one palm, then used a split shadow technique from Qianying Fufeng. One shadow stayed behind in a daze, while her main body rushed to the place where 3 other foundation-building evil cultivators were. She sent out 3 spiritual attacks, destroying their spirits. Unfortunately, her split shadow was shattered in the next moment. She spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly swallowed a spirit-nourishing pill and waved her hand to send the third-tier Feisha butterfly away, saying, "Go find your own eggs. I need to save someone." Feisha butterfly fluttered its wings briefly and disappeared from her hairdo. In that moment, a shadow appeared in front of Yunshi. "Humph. I didn't expect you to be so capable," killing Shuai. After speaking, the opponent's late golden core stage pressure pressed down on Yunshi. Yunshi's spiritual awareness was stronger than the others, so she was not suppressed. However, her strength was only at the peak of Foundation Establishment, one level below the golden core stage. After wiping the blood from her lips, she swung her 7-star deadly stick and attacked first. The evil cultivator was surprised, clearly not expecting her to be unaffected by his pressure. He curled his lips into a strange smile and said, "It seems one of these captured little guys is a big fish. Let me see what you can really do." Then, a curved dagger wrapped in gray aura rushed toward the deadly stick. After they collided, the purple thunderflowers on the 7-star deadly stick spread to the dagger, causing some gray aura to explode. "You're actually a thunder spirit root." The evil cultivator finally put away his relaxed attitude. The woman in front of him must die. When Yunshi withdrew the deadly stick, her body involuntarily stepped back 3 paces. Her opponent's cultivation was higher than hers, so she found it a bit difficult. Her tiger's mouth had already split open when she pulled back the stick. This was the first time her skin had been broken since practicing her body refinement techniques. Yunshi tried to calm the surging spiritual power inside her, gripping the stick with both hands, gathering her strength for a second attack. Unaware, blood from her tiger's mouth flowed along the stick to the location of the 7-star, where the last shining star was flickering. Yunshi channeled endless thunder spiritual power into the 7-star deadly stick, raising it high and smashing down. Overestimating yourself. Although the golden core evil cultivator put away his relaxed attitude, he was still somewhat wary of thunder spirit root cultivators. He aimed for a quick victory, enlarging his curved dagger to easily block her second strike. Yunshi's deadly stick, infused with thunder spiritual power, collided again with the dagger. Due to their difference in strength, the impact sent her flying again, this time crashing into the cave wall. With a loud crash, her protective bracelet, which she always wore on her wrist, gifted by Uncle Feng before she entered the sect, shattered. This defensive magic tool could only withstand attacks from the Foundation Establishment stage, not the power of the Golden Core stage. It finally fulfilled its purpose and came to an end. After Yunshi landed, she quickly turned over and stood up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and waved her hand to activate the white magnolia hairpin on her hair bun. This is a magical treasure that can block attacks from the nascent soul stage. In the next moment, the evil cultivator's curved sword attack arrived suddenly, aimed directly at Yunshi's head. However, the attack was blocked by a protective light shield. The golden core evil cultivator narrowed his eyes, confirming once again that Yunshi was a big fish. Just a casual magic treasure on her could withstand attacks from the late golden core stage. At this moment, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Since she is a big fish, she must have many good things on her. Cultivators usually carry all their valuables with them. It seems he has a good chance to break through to the nascent soul stage this time. Meanwhile, Dian Dian had already left the battlefield. It took advantage of its owner turning over to jump out of the boot. To avoid attracting the attention of the golden core evil cultivator, it even stuck a concealment talisman on itself, a third-rank talisman recently drawn by its owner. Based on the route provided by Yunshi, Dian Dian had already reached the place where the cultivators were imprisoned. However, the area was filled with restrictions. More than 30 cultivators, both men and women, were held there. Most of them were at the Foundation Establishment stage, with a few at the Qi refining stage, but all had good talent. When Dian Dian was moving outside the restrictions, the imprisoned cultivators noticed it. A female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Whose spiritual pet is that? Quickly let it out to send a message and find someone to rescue us." Everyone looked at the little black-eared mouse sniffing around outside the restrictions and exchanged questioning looks. Suddenly, a surprised voice reached everyone's ears. That seems to be Dian Dian, Yunxi's spiritual pet. Junior sister, are you sure? Yes, last time in Wanhua City, we managed to escape thanks to Yunxi's spiritual pet's keen nose. At that time, senior brother was seriously injured and might not have noticed. The two speaking were Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian from Baihua Tower. For years ago, they escaped a disaster and returned to their sect. The evil cultivators could only give up, but unfortunately, the evil cultivators coveted their appearance and cultivation and never gave up. A month ago, Yu Qingcheng accepted a task from Baihua Tower to find butterfly eggs in Xiafei Valley, preparing for the Baihua Festival. Perhaps driven by a cultivator's sixth sense, she invited Lu Haotian to come with her to Xiafei Valley. Lu Haotian still owed his junior sister a life-saving favor, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He and Yu Qingcheng traveled to Xiafei Valley by spaceship. They were also attracted by rumors of the third-rank flying butterfly eggs, so after collecting some first- and second-rank eggs, they relied on their high cultivation to head to the back valley. Both of them entered the back valley and became very alert. They did not join other cultivators. Even when others actively approached to form teams, they politely refused. After encountering 3 groups of other cultivators, they sensed something was wrong. However, by then it was too late to leave because they had been captured by Blood AO. The enemy did not complete their cultivation to get a better price. Instead, they forcibly fed them sealing pills, which made them lose their fighting ability. They were kept here, waiting to be taken away. Some of the cultivators imprisoned with them were captured, while others were betrayed by their teammates and fell into the hands of evil cultivators, like Xiaoyu. Some had their spiritual power sealed through schemes and were unable to resist, becoming prey. Everyone knew that once the evil cultivators gathered enough people, they would take them away. So, they secretly tried to counteract the effects of the sealing pills, hoping to save themselves. Unfortunately, the evil cultivators not only kept them locked up but also fed them a sealing pill every day, leaving no chance for escape. As cultivators, they understood that without spiritual power, even if they broke the restrictions, they could not run far. Moreover, their storage bags had been confiscated. Despair spread throughout the cave until tiny points appeared. After confirming they had reached their destination, Point pawed at the storage bag on its neck. It was specially prepared for this mission by its owner. In the next moment, a formation disc appeared in front of Point, the 4th-rank formation disc given to Yunxi by Lord Li. Knowing that many cultivators were imprisoned here, Yunxi was sure the evil cultivators wouldn't let them escape easily. She was responsible for killing low-level evil cultivators and delaying the core-forming evil cultivators. Point was in charge of rescuing the prisoners. However, Point's destructive power was limited, so Yunxi gave it the 4th-rank formation disc and a stack of talismans, to be used as needed. When Point confirmed that the restrictions couldn't be broken with talismans, it took out the formation disc, adjusted it into a killing array, and threw it at the restrictions, then kept a safe distance. Everyone, back away, Lu Haotian warned. They could see the commotion outside the restrictions but couldn't hear it. Everyone saw Point's clever move. Since there was a chance to escape, no one wanted to hold back. They immediately retreated and stayed as far from the restrictions as possible. After the formation disc collided with the restrictions, the impact caused the entire cave to shake, with stones falling from above. Everyone watched nervously as the flashing barrier shimmered. No one paid attention to the falling stones. After a moment, the barrier disappeared under the crushing force of the formation disc. As the disc slowly fell, the scattered sparks were pulled back into the storage bag. Pointing with her tiny black bean eyes, watched the cultivators emerging from the hole. She sniffed, knowing her task was to find that betrayed Xiaoyu and deliver the antidote for the spirit seal pill to the other person. Her mission was complete. But now, among the appearing cultivators, she sensed a familiar smell. That decided to find someone she knew. Before Yu Qingcheng could steady herself, grabbed her robe and quickly jumped onto her shoulder. When Lu Haotian instinctively reached out, threw a pill bottle to him. Then, looking a bit annoyed, she puffed her cheeks and glared at Lu Haotian. Is here to save you all. You really don't recognize a good friend. Unfortunately, neither of them understood what was squeaking about, but it was clear she was scolding them. Yu Qingqing's face twitched as she said, You are Sister Yunxi's spirit pet. You're here to help us. She spoke confidently, nodded slightly, then pointed with her tiny paw at the pill bottle. She leapt down from Yu Qingqing's shoulder and disappeared into a small stone cave. Brother Lu, what is that? It's the antidote for the spirit seal pill. Someone excitedly exclaimed. We're saved. Quick, take the antidote. Let's go help Sister Yunxi. The moment the barrier was broken, the golden core evil cultivator sensed it. His eyes sharpened as he stared at Yunxi, who was struggling to hold on. You actually have help. Yunxi desperately channeled lightning spiritual power into her desperate staff, coldly saying, If you dare to come after me, I won't fight alone. Humph. No matter. First, I'll kill you, then capture the others, the golden core evil cultivator said, quickly forming a spell. The curved sword in the air split into two and began attacking the protective shield around Yunxi without pause. Yunxi secretly cursed her low cultivation level. Luckily, she had received its message that the captured cultivators had been rescued. There were also two familiar faces from the 100 Flowers Tower. Yunxi turned her head, recognizing who they were. She only knew two cultivators from the 100 Flowers Tower, Yu Qingqing and her senior brother. You don't need to come find me. Find a place to hide first. Yes, master. That was very self-aware. Its strength was too low to help the master, so it didn't want to add to her burden. But it wasn't idle either. The master kept thinking about the third-tier flying glow butterfly's egg, so decided to retrieve its reward first. Dian sniffled and began to search the cave, following the scent of the third-rank flying glow butterfly. Meanwhile, Yu Qingqing and others who had taken the antidote, which allowed them to mobilize their spiritual power, eagerly headed toward the exit. However, the place where Yunxi was fighting the evil golden core cultivator was the only way out for everyone. When Yu Qingqing and Lu Haotian saw Yunxi struggling, they immediately went to help, but were swept back by the evil cultivator's sleeve. Little shrimps like you should not come and make trouble. Yu Qingqing and others were pushed back to the cave entrance they had just left. Everyone felt their blood boil with frustration. The gap in strength was too obvious. Yunxi was still holding on desperately. She realized that unless she defeated the evil cultivator, neither she nor the others could leave the cave. But her strength was a real problem. She was protected by a magic treasure and could hold on for a while longer, but if her hairpin was destroyed, she would have to face the attack of the golden core stage. Yunxi's mind raced. It was best to trap her opponent and slowly wear him down. Dian, I need the 4th rank formation disc. At this moment, Dian was swallowing a butterfly egg. Hearing her master's voice transmission, she quickly responded, Master, Dian will send the formation disc right away. Yunxi, feeling uneasy, instructed, Put on the concealment talisman. Don't let the evil cultivator find you. Be careful. Yes, master. Dian stopped looking for butterfly eggs and quickly returned along the original path. Approaching the fighting area, she placed 2 third-rank concealment talismans on herself, then used cover to cautiously approach the evil cultivator's location. Under the attack of the evil cultivator, Yunxi's white jade orchid hairpin already had cracks. She knew the hairpin had used up its protective power twice, and her heart ached. Lu Haotian and Yu Qingqing also saw the situation was urgent. They exchanged glances and decided to use the secret technique of the 100 Flowers Tower to temporarily boost one person's cultivation to the golden core stage, helping Yunxi. The first third-rank flying glow butterfly, which had avoided the fight early on, found its egg. But seeing the egg contaminated with evil energy, it was furious. How dare these fools threaten its offspring? The flying glow butterfly flapped its wings and disappeared instantly. Dian silently slipped about 100 meters from the evil cultivator but dared not get any closer, fearing detection. Her master had told her to hold her position and wait for the right moment. Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haoyan have already activated their secret techniques. Yu Qingcheng combined her mid-stage foundation cultivation with Lu Haoyan's, who was already in the late stage of foundation. With her added, Lu Haoyan's cultivation temporarily rose to the golden core stage. At that moment, Lu Haoyan quickly formed a fire dragon with his hand gestures, wrapping around a curved sword. At the same time, a large flying glow butterfly appeared above the head of the evil cultivator in the golden core stage. When the evil cultivator reacted, the butterfly's mouthparts swiftly extended and stabbed toward his head. The evil cultivator dodged by turning his head, but the butterfly, being a third-level creature, only wanted revenge for its fallen companions. Its mouthparts stabbed down quickly, and the butterfly wings flapped rapidly, scattering powder that neutralized some of the evil energy on the evil cultivator. Yun Shi and the others seized this opportunity. She immediately transmitted a message. Dian Dian, activate the formation disc. All illusion traps, start now. Yes, master. Dian Dian took out the formation disc from her storage bag and threw it out quickly after activating it. Yun Shi's 7-star deadly stick had also accumulated enough spiritual lightning power, even lighting up the last star in the 7 stars constellation. She closed her protective barrier and used both hands to strike the stick with all her strength at another curved sword. Because of the distraction of the evil cultivator, she knocked the sword away, but she herself was also pushed back again. The evil cultivator in the golden core stage was attacked from 3 sides. When he dodged the butterfly's attack, his weapon was entangled by 2 forces, 1 lightning and 1 fire, both restraining him. He quickly retracted his curved sword, and then everything around him suddenly changed. Oh no! As soon as the words left his mouth, purple lightning struck down from above his head. Everyone watched as the golden core evil cultivator disappeared, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Haoyan quickly returned the borrowed cultivation to Yu Qingcheng, but both looked quite pale, clearly exhausted. Dian Dian had already run to Yun Shi's side at top speed, pawing her face. Master, are you okay? I'm not going to die. Yun Shi felt as if she had been emptied. The hollow feeling in her dantian was very uncomfortable. After standing up, she swallowed 2 second-level top-quality spirit-nourishing pills and used her cultivation method to absorb the medicine's power quickly. The flying glow butterfly, having lost its revenge target, shrank back and landed on Yun Shi's hairpin again. The other cultivators who had been suppressed finally emerged from the cave entrance. Seeing the somewhat battered 3 of them, they immediately bowed in thanks, especially to Yun Shi, who was more polite because the tracking mouse was standing on her shoulder. Yu Lianqing smiled and said, "It's been a few years. Sister Yun Shi has become even more charming, and your strength has grown so quickly. Thanks to your help this time, my senior brother and I owe you a favor." Yun Shi smiled slightly and replied, "Friend Yu, you're too kind. I noticed something here related to evil cultivators and wanted to investigate. I didn't expect you all to be here too." "Ah, it's complicated. We were captured by a late-stage golden core evil cultivator." Yu Lianqing's eyes narrowed slightly. She accepted her lack of strength. "I didn't expect there to be a late-stage golden core evil cultivator here. If you hadn't acted quickly earlier, I might not have had a chance to release the formation disc." Lu Haotian continued, "Friend Wei, how long can your formation trap him?" Yun Shi gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not trying to trap him. I want to kill him. Would you like us to help?" "No need. Since everyone has recovered their spiritual power, it's best to leave here quickly. I'm not sure if the evil cultivator has a backup plan." Other cultivators didn't join the conversation but clearly understood that the 3 knew each other. They also knew they hadn't fully escaped danger yet. After hearing Yun Shi, a young cultivator stepped forward and said, "3 friends, we will leave Xiafei Valley first. We plan to announce the purchase of 3rd-rank flying mist butterflies and their eggs as a trap. We can't let more cultivators be deceived." Everyone nodded in agreement. Yun Shi was determined to defeat the golden core evil cultivator before leaving. She said, "You can take the bodies of those 4 evil cultivators with you. It will be more convincing and serve as good evidence. I suspect that the town outside the valley, which is buying third-rank flying mist butterfly eggs, is connected to the evil cultivators. If you catch someone before they realize something's wrong, you might uncover more information about the evil cultivators. Then Yunshi mentioned another clue. Inside the town, there are chi refining cultivators selling jade slips marked by evil cultivators. Xia Yu's eyes widened when she heard this. Clearly, she was one of the cultivators who bought the distribution map of the valley with flower spirit stones, but she was worse off. She wasn't captured directly by the evil cultivators, but betrayed by her companions. May I ask who is friend Xia Yu? Yunshi asked loudly. Dressed in a blue robe, Xia Yu instinctively stepped forward and said, I am. Yunshi glanced at Xia Yu and understood why her teammates betrayed her. Not only was she beautiful, but her cultivation had also reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Her age didn't seem to be more than 30, clearly a promising female cultivator. To verify the information she received from Pan Yuan, Yunshi asked, Is Pan Yuan your friend? Hearing this name, Xia Yu's face immediately changed. She gritted her teeth and said, She doesn't deserve to be my friend. After I escape this time, I will personally seek justice for myself. Did they betray you? Yes, they used me and an evil cultivator in a deal to buy themselves a way out. The rest of the story was unnecessary to say aloud. The captured cultivators could guess what happened. They teamed up to trick me into joining their small team, but because they had contact with the evil cultivator before, my spiritual pet sensed it. They also tried to control me with a sealing pill, but I dealt with it. Xia Yu felt this was the best news she had heard today. She immediately cupped her hands and said, Thank you, fellow cultivator, for helping me vent my anger. It's not convenient now, but after I leave here, I will repay you. Yunshi didn't mind these things, and was mainly interested in making new friends. She smiled and said, It's no problem. Just prove to me that I didn't kill the wrong person. While Yunshi was talking with everyone, her spiritual power had mostly recovered. To save time, she held her deadly staff, and with a flash, she entered the formation, leaving some to keep watch outside. The young cultivators watching Yunshi fight the late-stage Golden Core evil cultivator wanted to help but had no proper weapons. In the end, they decided to follow their plan, to make a big fuss about the evil cultivators in Fei Valley. Among the captured cultivators, 3 at the late foundation establishment stage discussed and made a simple plan. They each led a team, then quickly split up to act. They first retrieved their confiscated storage bags and weapons, then divided the evil cultivators' treasures. They packed the corpse into a storage bag, then left the evil cultivators' lair in 3 groups. One team carried the corpse without stopping and quickly returned to the town to contact the Golden Core cultivators stationed there. Those from sects were contacted through their sects, family members informed their clans, and wandering cultivators directly notified the alliance of wandering cultivators. The goal was to let more people know about Fei Valley. The second team consisted of cultivators at mid-foundation establishment stage or higher. They were responsible for holding down the suspicious cultivators in the rear valley to prevent the news of the destruction from spreading. Yu Qingcheng, Lu Haotian, and Xia Yu stayed outside the formation, ready to support Yunshi at any moment. Since Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian had used a secret technique from the 100 Flowers Tower and were currently weak, they chose to stay behind and recover quickly. Xia Yu simply wanted to thank Yunshi for helping her avenge herself. Because everyone recovered their storage bags from the temporary hideout of the evil cultivator, they felt more confident. So she decided to stay and support Yunshi. Inside the formation, Yunshi saw the late-stage Golden Core evil cultivator being struck by purple lightning, looking a bit embarrassed. Each lightning strike weakened the evil cultivator's aura. Yunshi did not reveal herself rashly, but observed secretly using the formation. Yunshi discovered that lightning-type spells truly counter evil cultivators. Even though the opponent was already in the late Golden Core stage, they were still forced to dodge lightning strikes in the formation. The opponent's movement was clearly a bit slower, unable to avoid the lightning well. When struck, the gray energy around the evil cultivator's body would fade slightly, and their movements would slow down by half a second. Yunqi guessed that the evil cultivator's late-stage golden core cultivation was not self-made but likely gained through dual cultivation, absorbing the energy of a furnace partner. When she killed Shui Ao earlier, she noticed that these evil cultivators had too much false energy. If they faced peers of the same level, they would be at a disadvantage. 15 minutes later, Yunqi stepped swiftly into the lightning, wielding the 7-star deadly stick, stabbing directly at the evil cultivator's back. The golden core evil cultivator seemed to sense danger, flickering to dodge the attack, but in doing so, 3 lightning strikes hit him.
Ah!
I will kill you. The evil cultivator appeared enraged, swinging his sleeve to throw out his curved sword. His evil aura surged, and his momentum grew much stronger than before. Yunqi knew that the opponent was just pretending earlier to find flaws in the formation. Now that she was here, as the formation's master, the evil cultivator definitely wanted to capture her so he could leave the formation easily. Humph! I want to kill you even more. Yunqi waved her deadly stick without hesitation and charged forward. At this moment, the two fought inside the lightning array. Yunqi, with her Thunder Spirit Root and the support of the Thousand Shadows Wind Step, along with control of the formation, made the lightning spells avoid her. Using her 3 advantages, Yunqi fought the evil cultivator evenly inside the formation. She was not suppressed by her lower cultivation level but instead made the evil cultivator hesitant and restrained. Since she rarely had a chance to fight a deadly enemy, Yunqi wielded the 7-star deadly stick with fierce energy, using her staff to perform sword techniques, making the fight intense and close. The evil cultivator's attitude shifted from contempt to frustration, and he became more ruthless, even willing to be struck by lightning. He also used his curved sword to cut Yunqi's arm. Cloud, she felt a surge of evil energy quickly rush into her meridians. She used her divine sense to activate her internal thunder spirit power and began to chase and block this evil energy. After the evil cultivator confirmed he had succeeded, he showed a strange smile and controlled his curved blade to strike again at Cloud Shi's neck. Cloud Shi frowned, used the wind support step to dodge this deadly attack, and retreated. At the same time, she controlled the frost-cold ice needles, transforming them into thousands of tiny needles. In the evil cultivator's frightened eyes, she used her nascent soul divine sense to suppress him, then waved her hand, causing the ice needles to pierce through the evil cultivator's body.
Impossible.
This can't be. As the ice needles pierced him, they also froze him. In the end, he was shattered by the thunderfall technique within the formation. Before Cloud Shi could catch her breath, urgent calls echoed in her mind. Master, run away quickly. The entire cave is about to be destroyed. Cloud Shi immediately recognized this as a trap set by the evil cultivator. She took a top-quality spirit-nourishing pill, then quickly left the formation, sweeping her sleeve to retrieve the formation disc into her storage ring. Dian Dian saw her owner emerge and immediately jumped into Cloud Shi's arms, feeling safest here. At this moment, Yu Qingchen, Lu Haotian, and Xia Yu also arrived beside Cloud Shi. Their faces looked worried, especially Lu Haotian. The first thing he said was, "Friend Wei, this is the evil cultivator's lair." They left a backup plan. The space here is already locked, and everything will be shattered. We can't leave. TSK, so ruthless. They didn't even spare their own. Cloud Shi frowned and said, "Can we use the teleportation talisman?"
She asked.
She already felt the entire cave vibrating at a strange frequency, like a blender starting up. It wouldn't be long before it was torn to pieces. Xia Yu shook his head and said, "I tried just now, it doesn't work." Yu Qingqing's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly and said, "The evil cultivator wants to cut off our clues, so they did this." Just as Cloud Shi was considering whether to hide in her space to avoid danger, Dian Dian suddenly transmitted, "Master, Fei Xiaodai says there's an ancient teleportation array where it stores its eggs. It should be able to take us away, but what? It needs a top-quality spirit stone to activate." Cloud Shi made a quick decision. "Quick, let it lead the way. We must escape first." "Understood, Master." Dian Dian began communicating with Fei Xiaodai While Cloud, she loudly said, "Follow me."
I contracted a fixia.
It said there's a damaged teleportation array here, which might help us leave. Her words were partly true and partly false. After becoming a cultivator, she had developed a habit of holding back her true feelings unconsciously. Okay. The three immediately agreed without hesitation and hurriedly followed Yunxi as they flew through the cave. Xiaoyu, who was last, looked back and sped up in fear because part of the cave had been shattered into pieces and was quickly spreading toward them. At this moment, cultivators behind the Xiafei Valley felt the tremors from underground. The young cultivators who had escaped immediately sensed something was wrong. Is the evil cultivators' lair having trouble? From the direction, it should be there. What do? Should we go take a look? We can't help much if we go. It's better to return to the town quickly and send for help. Is the first team probably almost at the town now?
Probably.
But since the evil cultivator's lair is in trouble, we should get back to the town as soon as possible. What about the cultivators we captured? A yellow-robed female cultivator gritted her teeth and said, "Bring them back to the town. They are evidence of the evil cultivator's crimes. Even if the evil cultivators destroy their lair, it won't erase what they've done. We were lucky to be rescued. The female cultivators sent away before us haven't been found yet. Brother is right. Let's hurry so they don't silence us." The second team also quickly retreated outside the valley at top speed. At the center of the vortex, Yunxi, guided by a few points, arrived at the teleportation array mentioned by the third-level flying butterfly. Lu Haotian immediately said, "This is an ancient teleportation array. The distance depends on the number of spirit stones, but at least high-grade spirit stones are needed to activate it." Hearing this, Yu Qingcheng and Xiaoyu both felt hopeful. However, the words high-grade spirit stones quickly dashed their hopes. They could barely gather mid-grade spirit stones, and high-grade ones were just something they had only seen, not owned. Yunxi didn't have time to explain to the three. She flicked her storage ring, actually taking 9 high-grade spirit stones from her space bracelet, then embedded them into the array's slots with a wave of her sleeve. She then stepped onto the teleportation platform and said to the three, "Hurry up." As the three felt the rich spiritual energy of the high-grade spirit stones, their eyes lit up. They quickly stepped onto the teleportation platform. At this moment, Yu Qingqing's lips curled into a smile as she said, "Yunxi, you're the most reliable. I owe you again. 3 high-grade spirit stones. Consider it my debt. When we escape, I'll pay you back." Lu Haotian didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu, of course, felt this was a life-saving grace. Yunxi did not openly refuse, as top-quality spirit stones were rare for her. She nodded with a smile, and the teleportation array was already activated. Before the 3 figures disappeared, Yunxi followed the requirements of the third-level flying glow butterfly, throwing out a bunch of fireball talismans to burn all the butterfly eggs contaminated with evil energy. In simple terms, the third-level flying glow butterfly was very angry, but it lacked the power to retaliate, so it didn't want to leave any butterfly eggs for the evil cultivators. It's known that the butterfly eggs it laid, if broken open, could turn into second-level demon butterflies, which could be very helpful if used properly. It definitely wouldn't leave such help for evil cultivators. Yunxi understood this. She also wanted to do the same, but the owner of the butterfly eggs was still on her hair, so she couldn't attack the eggs directly. Now that she had the owner's permission, she quickly acted. In the next moment, the power to crush space affected the nearby formation, turning the burned butterfly eggs into powder. The 4 figures also vanished from the teleportation platform. Soon after, the foundation of the teleportation array was shattered by that force, and the entire evil cultivator's lair was completely erased. During the teleportation, Yunxi quickly used a red string to tie herself and Xiaoyu together. She also gave another red string to Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian. They followed her example and tied themselves together. The other side of the teleportation array is unknown. It's best to pair up, so if we get separated, we can take care of ourselves first and then find each other later. Okay. Lu Haotian only managed to say one word before the teleportation channel became unstable. A appeared ahead, and the four were swallowed by the in pairs. The channel then collapsed. Meanwhile, the small town outside Shafei Valley was in chaos. Two groups of people rushed out of the valley, bringing back news that evil cultivators had set traps inside the valley and were capturing talented young cultivators and magic practitioners. This caused panic among the townspeople. The cultivators who announced they would buy third-level flying glow butterfly eggs with high rewards were also caught by the Golden Core true person stationed in Xiafei town. None of the lower-level cultivators who helped spread evil cultivator marks on jade slips escaped. Within half a day, all the evil cultivator's followers were caught. However, the Golden Core cultivator in charge was troubled because the situation was quite complicated. According to those who escaped, a group of captured cultivators had already been sent away before, but only the evil cultivators knew where they were taken. Just as True Man Tan was worried, a nascent soul true lord from the immortal demon sect suddenly appeared in Xiafei town. Clad in scholarly robes, Lord Jiu Yu immediately checked on his beloved disciple's condition. "Ving Yu, are you hurt?" The fair-skinned young man who had spoken to Yunxi immediately cupped his fists and said, respectfully, "Master, I am fine. I was sealed with demonic energy earlier, which restricted my freedom. Luckily, a disciple from the Taoist sect helped me, allowing me to escape and seek your help." Lord Jiu Yu was a bit worried. He reached out with his spiritual sense to skin Lu Wanyu, and then suddenly his eyes sharpened. He reached out and grabbed a tiny gray, crushing it instantly. Then Lord Jiu Yu coldly said, "Humph. These evil cultivators really have clever tricks. They target my disciples. It's unforgivable." Lu Wanyu was also startled. He had been very careful, but still, the evil cultivators managed to tamper with him. Thinking about it, he felt a chill. "Master, the disciple who escaped with me might also have been marked. Please help them avoid future trouble." Since everyone had shared hardships, Lu Wanyu was willing to show kindness. Lord Jiu Yu did not oppose. He turned to Tan Jinren and said, "Friend Tan, please have those who escaped come to see me." "Yes, true lord." Tan Jinren was happy to have someone help him handle the matter and immediately sent a message token. Only then did Lord Jiu Yu speak. "Wanyu, tell me in detail what happened during your escape." "Yes, master." Lu Wanyu then began to recount the events. Soon, other cultivators who arrived later added details, revealing that the evil cultivators had captured talented disciples to use as sacrificial vessels. Just as Lord Jiu Yu was about to interrogate the captured evil minions, those individuals all died in the dungeon. Tan Jinren checked and found they had all died from a mental explosion, clearly silenced. Tan Jinren wiped the sweat from his brow and said nervously, "True Lord Jiu Yu, I was negligent. I didn't expect the evil cultivators to reach the dungeon." Lord Jiu Yu stared at Tan Jinren for a long time. Just as the other was about to kneel, he finally spoke. "This is your responsibility, but it's not entirely your fault. The evil cultivators must have set a restriction in these people's minds. When they discovered the secret of Xiafei Valley, and these people were captured, they triggered the restriction to kill and silence everyone, making it impossible for us to trace. Your insight is wise, true lord. What should we do next?" Tan Jinren sighed in relief and respectfully asked for advice. Master Jiu Yu thought for a moment and then said, "There's no need to hide this matter. We must spread the news widely. Who knows, evil cultivators might only be capturing people in our western region, but similar things could be happening in the other 4 regions, just not exposed yet."
Exactly.
We must keep all cultivators alert so that evil cultivators won't succeed easily. Maybe we can even catch their trail. Soon after, elders from the sect, family elders, and elders from the Scattered Cultivator Alliance arrived one after another in Xiafei town. After verifying the news, they agreed with Master Jiu Yu's suggestion. Not long after, this news spread throughout the Wei Yu realm, causing evil cultivators to be repeatedly thwarted in their plans. They almost got caught at their hideout, forcing them to withdraw their hands. Of course, Yunxi didn't realize that her meddling had caused these consequences. Her butterfly wings flapped again, causing events to drift further from the original course. At this moment, Yunxi and Xiaoyu both fell into a deserted courtyard, and it was late at night. The full moon in the sky illuminated their surroundings. Yunxi got up from the ground, performed a cleansing technique to make herself look less disheveled. Xiaoyu was in slightly better shape and was looking around carefully. "Friend Wei, where is this place?"
Yunxi asked.
She took a deep breath and said, "I don't know either. It just feels like the spiritual energy here is very thin." She then released her spiritual awareness, spreading it out to scan the surroundings. This was the fastest way to check the environment. After a moment, Yunxi retracted her spiritual sense and said with some frustration, "It seems like we are in the mortal world."
Huh?
"How did we get transported here?" Yunxi thought for a moment and replied, "We were just teleported away. The teleportation array was probably destroyed, so we were probably thrown out halfway through the teleportation. We're lucky, otherwise we would have been crushed by space's power." Xiaoyu also felt lucky this time, and then asked, "What about the two friends from Hundred Flowers Tower?" "I don't know. We were thrown out of the teleportation channel one after the other. They should be not far from us. We'll look for them when morning comes." "Okay." Xiaoyu had no objections. It was thanks to that red string that they ended up in the same place. She also trusted Yunxi's words. Dottie peeked out from Yunxi's embrace, sniffed around, and then transmitted, "Master, what is this place? Why is the spiritual energy so thin? This is the mortal world. We'll find out the exact location tomorrow." Blinked her black bean eyes and continued, "Master, Facia Butterfly says it can't fulfill its agreement with you. Its eggs have been destroyed, and it was forced to leave its habitat. So, it wants to form a contract with you. It has realized it can't protect itself, so it wants me to be its free bodyguard." "Master, it's still a third-rank butterfly, so it still has some use." "All right. Since it's a third-rank butterfly, I'll accept a contract with it, even if it's a bit unfair." Yunxi didn't mind having an extra butterfly ornament. During her fight with a late-stage golden core evil cultivator, she noticed that the powder on the wings of the third-rank Facia butterfly seemed more effective. She wanted to study it, so she agreed. Then she made a hand sign to draw the contract formation, which was a master-servant contract. Facia butterfly looked a bit unhappy. As it fluttered its wings, it landed on the main position of the contract formation. In the next moment, it fell freely, landing at Yunxi's feet. Yunxi bent down, pinched the butterfly's wing, and threw it back to the servant position in the contract formation. She quickly made a seal, and the formation shrank instantly. It split into two, landing on Facia Butterfly and Yunxi's forehead, completing the contract. Teased Facia Butterfly, saying, "I told you to behave, but you still want to be my master's master. Do you think you're living too long? If it weren't for the master needing your eggs, I would have crushed you just now." Facia Butterfly's little thoughts were exposed. It could only reply angrily, "Since we are both magical beasts, why don't you help me? Why should I help you? I only advanced to the second rank because the master supported me. I have no real connection with you." I wasn't afraid of this little butterfly. She admitted her strength was weak, but Facia Butterfly was even weaker than her. Besides, she could find treasures for the master, which made her much stronger than this little butterfly. Yunxi didn't care about their quarrel. She waved her hand, letting Facia Butterfly return to her hairpin, and prepared to rest in the courtyard for the night. However, before they entered the empty room, someone carried a lantern and pushed open the courtyard gate. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the yard. "Ghost!" After shouting this, the person's eyes rolled back, and they fainted immediately. This made Yunxi and Xiaoyu both look displeased. "Friend Xia, do I look like a ghost?" Yunxi asked, touching her face. Xiaoyu shook his head and replied, "How could that be? Cultivators are nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so they're not ugly. This mortal has clearly never seen the world." Summeryu responded this way and thought the same inside. She was confident in her appearance, otherwise she wouldn't have been betrayed by Pan Yuan. Yunxi didn't want to argue with mortals. She waved her sleeve and sent the person into an empty room. The two of them found a random empty space to sit and meditate. Although Yunshi had previously used her formation and the advantage of her Thunder Spirit root to kill a demonic cultivator with a golden core, she had also suffered significant damage, especially when the demonic cultivator injured her arm, allowing evil energy to enter her meridians. She had no chance to clear the evil energy while escaping. Now that she had time, she didn't want to leave any hidden dangers for her future cultivation. The first thing she did after opening the barrier formation was to expel the evil energy. Thunder Spirit power was the nemesis of evil energy. She held a mid-grade spiritual stone and used her foundational technique, Unmatched Sword Thunder Technique, to circulate her Thunder Spirit power through her meridians, ensuring it reached every branch. During this process, Yunshi expelled many gray strands of evil energy from her meridians. This made her cautious because she found evil energy difficult to deal with. If she weren't a Thunder Spirit root, she might have fallen into the trap set by the demonic cultivator. Once her meridians were contaminated with evil energy, her cultivation would stagnate unless she switched to an evil cultivation method. After finishing her cultivation, Yunshi rested her chin on her hand and pondered. Perhaps the demonic cultivator in the late Golden Core stage had this plan, believing that by planting this lightning trap, he could destroy her as a cultivator in training. The demonic cultivator didn't know that although Yunshi's cultivation was lower, her divine sense was stronger than his. With her powerful divine sense and Thunder Spirit power, she quickly cleared the evil energy. However, Yunshi had already made a plan. She decided that when she advanced to the Golden Core stage, she would use the power of lightning tribulation to refine her body again. Even if there was hidden evil energy, she could detect and eliminate it. Because of her caution, during her breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, she endured the risk of being struck by lightning. She used the lightning tribulation to circulate through her body and successfully shattered a strand of evil energy attached to her bones, removing a hidden danger. Of course, this was a later story. When the sun rose, Yunshi used a spiritual stone to recover to her peak state. The wound on her arm had turned into a red mark. Only then did she open the barrier formation and meet up with Xiaoyu. Friend Xia, how is your recovery? Thanks to Wei, I feel good. The spiritual energy here is too thin, so I can only cultivate with spiritual stones. Fortunately, I found my storage bag in the demon cultivator's old lair and divided their collection. Otherwise, I might have dragged Wei into trouble. After speaking, she seemed to remember something and quickly took out 2 high-quality spiritual stones, handing them to Yunshi. She said, Friend Wei, these are top-grade spiritual stones I found in the storage bag of an evil cultivator. These 2 are for my teleportation array. Keep them first. I still owe you one, and will return it when I get back to my family. Yunshi was straightforward, took the 2 stones, and then left the abandoned courtyard with Xiaoyu. The 2 of them silently headed toward a town with people, planning to buy a map and confirm the exact location before deciding their next move. One wore a green robe, the other a blue robe. Both looked very outstanding. When they reached the foot of a mountain, 5 burly men stopped them. The 5 men stared at them with wide eyes. One of them, salivating, said, Little ladies, where are you headed? Do you need us to you? Xiaoyu's face turned cold, and she almost attacked the 5 men. Yunshi quickly transmitted a voice to stop her. Friend Xia, ordinary people are like the divine cultivator facing a small qi refinement cultivator. There's no need to create unnecessary trouble. Since they want to us, why not accept their help? It can save us effort. Xiaoyu thought about it and agreed that Yunshi's words made sense. Using spiritual power here was slow and required a lot of spiritual stones, so she smiled slightly and asked, How will you us, sisters? The leader of the 5 men arrogantly said, Young ladies, you're wise to see the situation.
Come with us to the mountain.
Our boss will surely grant you the title of village mistress. All right, lead the way, please, Yunshi said with a smile, showing her dimples. The 5 men had never seen such a sensible young lady before. One of them led the way, with 2 following on either side of Yunshi and Xiaoyu, and the remaining 2 at the back, afraid they might change their minds. But after 2 hours, the 5 men deeply regretted their decision. They weren't kidnapping beauties to sacrifice, but rather inviting 2 lively ancestors. In just one encounter, the village boss was defeated, his martial arts broken, and his legs shattered, then thrown into a wolf pack. The 5 men were so frightened by the powerful methods of the 2 beauties that they trembled with fear, worried they might be the next to be thrown into the wolves. "Young lady, I was blind and didn't recognize greatness. Please show mercy. We dare not offend you again," begged the second-in-command of the village's strategists, kneeling on the ground. Yunshi, having satisfied her hero fantasy, sat on a tiger-skin throne, smiling so broadly that her teeth showed. Next to her, Xiaoyu's mouth twitched, thinking that Wei Daoyu still had a childish nature. She had previously advised him not to create killing karma, but he immediately took down the mountain stronghold's leader. Although he didn't directly kill him, everyone knew that falling into a wolf pack meant only one end, death. She had her reasons for doing this. Dian had sensed the aura of evil cultivation on the mountain leader. Although faint, it was still detectable by Dian's nose. After fighting the mountain leader, She was even more certain that he practiced evil techniques. When she used her spiritual sense to search, she found a corpse pit in a very hidden part of the stronghold. The fact that he could hold the position of leader meant he relied on evil techniques. Unfortunately, he was only at the mid-stage of qi refining, which was not enough to impress Yunshi. If they hadn't arrived, the mountain leader might have hidden in the mortal world, using people's lives to cultivate. Not only would he have gone unnoticed by cultivators, but he could also have gained some power. Sadly, Yunshi's arrival interrupted his plans. Yunshi was beautiful enough, so she ordered, "You, release the captured civilians. Give each of them 10 taels of silver for travel expenses. Our sisters are heading to the nearest town. You will act as servants and us." The people in the stronghold felt bitter hearing this, both in words and heart. But the second-in-command respectfully agreed, because their lives were in her hands. Xiaoyu added, "If you bandits dare to disguise yourselves as ordinary civilians and try to escape, I will kill 2 for everyone you manage to get away. Think carefully. Do you have the courage to leave this mountain?" "I dare not," the second-in-command promised immediately. Someone had indeed considered this before, trying to seek help from the boss of another nearby mountain. They could still be bandits here because of the collusion among nearby mountain bandits who protected each other to avoid being wiped out by officials. But now, their escape routes were blocked, and the bandits could only accept their fate and retreat. After half a day, all innocent civilians were sent down the mountain. Each received 10 taels of silver, and they gratefully bowed and thanked Yunshi and Xiaoyu, then hurriedly left. The second-in-command looked at the mostly empty storeroom, feeling heartbroken. 2/3 of it was gone in an instant. He didn't want to look at it again. Yunshi and Xiaoyu secretly enjoyed the second-in-command's pained expression, smiling maliciously as they continued to give orders. "Prepare the most luxurious carriage in one night. We will set out early tomorrow." "Yes." The next day, Yunshi and Xiaoyu rode in a beautifully decorated carriage. As they left the mountain stronghold, Xiaoyu softly said, "This place no longer needs to exist." After finishing, Xiaoyu waved his hand in front of everyone. A earth-type spell was cast, and the entire mountain stronghold was instantly destroyed. The bandits were stunned by what they saw. Some of them, feeling weak in the knees, sat down on the ground. The second-in-command, who had driven the carriage himself, didn't look as embarrassed. The second-in-command knew very well that someone with such incredible powers couldn't be an ordinary person. The 2 beautiful women in front of him were probably legendary immortals. Ordle. His tongue was tied. Xiaoyu was very pleased with his move. It was intentional. Although most of the people in the corpse pit had died after being drained their essence by the bandit leader, these people had done terrible things. If they weren't ordinary people, Xiaoyu would have already acted against them. Yunshi smiled and said, "Let's go."
Yes.
Yes. The second-in-command calmed his racing heart, then waved his whip to urge the horses onto the official road. Inside the carriage, Xiaoyu was communicating with Yin Shi through spiritual sense. These people aren't good. Should we just let them go? No. Once we find friend Yu and friend Lu, we'll have them surrender to the county officials. Can the officials here be fair? Let's see. If they can't, they'll just keep working for us. Also, friend Yu and friend Lu need coaches. You're right, Xiaoyu agreed. Meanwhile, Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian, who were being watched by the two, weren't as lucky as Yin Shi. When they were thrown out of the teleportation passage, they were crushed by space energy, suffering serious internal injuries. Their meridians cracked, and to resist the tearing force of space, their spiritual energy inside their dantian was completely drained. Even opening their storage bags was difficult.
They fell into Qixia Pavilion by chance.
It was the largest brothel in Jinshan County. The owner of Qixia Pavilion was shocked when the beautiful women suddenly appeared. Then he was overjoyed. With such stunning women, he didn't have to worry about damaging the reputation of Qixia Pavilion. The huge profit made him ignore the reason why they fell from the sky. He ordered his men to confiscate their belongings and had a servant guard them. When Yu Qingcheng woke up, she nearly lost control. She had never been so humiliated since starting her cultivation journey, being kept as a prisoner and treated like a commodity. She swore to destroy Qixia Tower, and that ugly man had to die. Lu Haotian remained calm and said gently, "Junior sister, ordinary people say that a gentleman takes 10 years to avenge. We have already established our foundation and can live up to 200 years. There is plenty of time to seek revenge. The most urgent task now is to heal our internal injuries, retrieve our storage bag, and reunite with Brother Wei and the others." Yu Qingcheng took deep breaths to calm her anger, then frowned and said, "Fortunately, with Sister Yunshi's guiding red thread, it would be more troublesome if we were separated. But the spiritual energy here is too thin, clearly a mortal world. Restoring our meridians might take ages." Lu Haotian also frowned and said, "The spirit stones are in the storage bag. First, we need to find a way to get it back."
All right.
Since then, the two became more obedient and didn't oppose their boss's plans, seeming resigned to fate. The owner of Qixia Pavilion also subtly inquired about their backgrounds. Lu Haotian looked as if he had secrets and only said that his family had suffered misfortune, which is why they ended up here, without giving more details. The owner of Qixia Pavilion guessed their origins, thinking that since they were so secretive about their backgrounds, they must be descendants of disgraced officials. Although he found no proof of their identities, their fine clothing and jewelry indicated they came from a wealthy family. This made the owner more convinced of his guess, feeling he could easily manipulate them. When he revealed these thoughts, Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian both silently accepted, making the owner of Qixia Pavilion even more proud. He believed he had found their weakness and became more outspoken. "You have fallen so low as to be on the run. It seems your family faced serious trouble. As the owner of Qixia Pavilion, I can give you a way to survive and shelter you. You should be grateful." Yu Qingcheng, risking everything for the storage bag, looked frightened and then, with red eyes, said, "Official Shen, we are deeply grateful for your help. As long as you keep our whereabouts secret, my brother and I will obey your commands." Hearing this, the owner of Shen Pavilion was even happier. He waved his folding fan and said, "Don't worry. As long as you help me win the county magistrate's favor, I won't treat you badly. You won't have to worry about food and clothing, and you can wear fine jewelry and summon servants. I will make sure you live as you did before." Lu Haotian looked at the greasy man in front of him. After trying to persuade himself again and again, he suppressed his urge to kill and said, "Official Shen, we understand your intentions. Before we proceed, we have just one small request. We hope you can help us with this." Boss Shen warned cautiously, "Tell me if it's not difficult, and I will help." This was a reminder for the two not to ask for too much. Yu Qingcheng immediately responded, "Officer Shen, when we were unconscious, you told someone to help us change clothes, but you didn't return the small pouch that was attached to us. That pouch was sewn by my mother, and we cherish it very much. Now that we are separated from her forever, it's the only thing we can hold on to remember her. Could you please return it to us? Of course, Officer Shin can have someone check it first. It's just an ordinary pouch, nothing inside, only a nice style. Her eyes showed a pleading look, which made Boss Shin feel quite pleased. Boss Shin took the items, intending to cut off their options and also to investigate their backgrounds. He had seen those two delicate pouches before, one embroidered with orchids, the other with roses, both made of high-quality material. All right, I'll look for the pouch and see where I put it. If I find it, I'll send it to you. Thank you, Officer Shin. Yu Qingcheng immediately put on a bright smile, making Boss Shin momentarily lose focus. Good. Rest well and recover your health. Big days are waiting for you ahead. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he left the pavilion. The servant at the door locked the door again and kept watch near the window, preventing any chance of escape. Once Boss Shin left, Lu Haotian's face darkened, and he felt a bit regretful about his earlier decision. Yu Qingcheng turned to comfort him. Senior Lu, just bear with it a little longer. We're comfortable here, and it doesn't interfere with healing. No one dares to bother us. Once we get our storage bag back and fix the meridian injuries, it will be time for us to settle the score. All right, I'll endure a bit longer. Boss Shen, clever as he was, had never seen a storage bag in the cultivation world. To him, they were just ordinary pouches with some cotton inside, nothing special. So, 2 days later, he sent the items back. However, Boss Shin was quite sneaky. He only returned Yu Qingcheng's storage bag, claiming Lu Haotian's pouch was damaged, and he had someone sew it up. Once repaired, he would send it back. Lu Haotian didn't believe a word Shen Laoban said. He thought no one in the mortal world could repair a storage bag from the cultivation realm. However, Yu Qingcheng still looked grateful and said, "Thank you, Shen Laoban, for taking care of us. There's no rush to fix the other pouch. Just give it to us once it's repaired. Actually, I can repair it myself, but my skills are not good enough. My brother probably wouldn't want it anyway." Shen Laoban was pleased by Yu Qingcheng's gratitude. His old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Once he was sure they wouldn't cause trouble again, he smiled and said, "Prepare yourselves. In 3 days, come visit the county magistrate's office."
Yes.
Yu Qingcheng responded quickly, eager to send the people away so she could take her medicinal pills. Shen Laoban achieved his goal and didn't stay any longer. He turned and left, holding 2 money trees in his hands. He planned carefully to maximize his benefits. After the people left, Yu Qingcheng didn't rush to open her storage bag. It wasn't until the moon was high in the sky that she took out spirit stones, medicinal pills, and a hidden formation disc from her storage bag. After doing this, her forehead was covered in sweat, and her face looked pale. She had squeezed all the spiritual energy she had accumulated over the past few days, leaving her meridians feeling empty again. Lu Haotian quickly helped Yu Qingcheng sit cross-legged on a mat. Then he also sat down, activated the hidden formation disc to completely hide their figures, and then took out a healing pill to give to Yu Qingcheng. He ate one himself and then held a spirit stone to repair the injuries on his meridians. It took 5 days for both of them to recover. Shen Laoban was so angry, he nearly fell backward. Because they had disappeared without reason, he punished the guards and even turned the entire attic upside down, but he couldn't find Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian anywhere. This made him realize he had been deceived. He then suspected the pouch was the problem. They hadn't taken the pouch before and had stayed quietly in the attic, seeming afraid of being discovered. The day after they got the pouch, they disappeared. This made him suspicious. The old madam of Qixia Pavilion whispered, "Boss, do you think those two might be some kind of mountain spirits? Otherwise, how could they look so stunning? I've been in this business for so many years, but I've never seen such an extraordinary beauty in Jinshan County." Shen Laoban also felt a bit scared after hearing this. He thought maybe he had been too presumptuous. He frowned and said, "Should we find a master to take a look? Rumor has it that the abbot of Qianshan Temple is very capable. Maybe we should invite him to check," the old madam immediately recommended. "All right, I'll arrange that right away." After speaking, He ordered his subordinates to bring a generous gift to Qianshan Temple to invite someone, but privately he remained cautious. He arranged for people to secretly search Jinshan County for Yu Qingcheng and the other person. Soon, rumors started spreading from Xixia Pavilion, saying that the owner lost 2 newly purchased beauties, suspected to have been kidnapped by monsters, and had already asked the head of Qianshan Temple for help. There were also rumors that the owner of Xixia Pavilion was corrupt, forcing women into prostitution, causing deaths, and restless spirits came to seek justice. He was afraid, so he sent people to catch ghosts. Several versions of these rumors circulated. The only thing they agreed on was that Xixia Tower lost 2 stunning beauties. After Yunxi and Xiaoyu arrived in Jinshan County, they heard these rumors. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered and said, "Wei Dao. Yunxi, do you think it's the 2 from Baihua Tower?" Yunxi nodded and replied, "Very likely. Let's go to Xixia Tower tonight and see if we find anything."
Good.
He then loudly ordered, finding closer to Xixia Tower.
Yes.
The strategist answered quickly. Throughout the journey, the mountain bandits behaved as timid as chicks because they were convinced the 2 beauties were immortals. None of the bandits had seen them eat or drink. In their view, only immortals would dine on the wind and dew. So they became even more cautious. Actually, the 2 women only ate elixir pills for avoiding food, as ordinary food had too many impurities that could hinder their cultivation. It was harmless to eat, but after returning to the cultivation world, clearing impurities would be more troublesome. After they checked into Jinshanen, the bandits dared not wander around and stayed in the lower rooms, eating dry, hard biscuits. As the women planned to act at night, the head of Qianshan Temple was called down from the mountain. He said he wasn't there for the heavy reward from Xixia Tower, but to catch evil spirits. However, when he saw the embroidered orchid pouch, his face suddenly changed. It was clearly a treasure from the cultivation world. He tried to open his storage bag but failed. He immediately stood up and said, "Boss Shen, I'm afraid I can't help with this. You'd better handle it yourself." Boss Shen suddenly felt uneasy and quickly stopped the head of Qianshan Temple, asking, "What do you mean? Why are you leaving just like that?" The head of Qianshan Temple, trying to cut ties, looked serious and said, "Boss Shen, you've offended the wrong people. I will have the Taoist boy return what was sent to Qianshan Temple. Don't bother looking for anyone. As long as that pouch is in your hands, they will find you sooner or later." After speaking, he waved his sleeve to clear the way and left Xixia Pavilion as fast as he could. Now Boss Shen also realizes the seriousness of the problem. Liu Haotian, who was meditating to heal his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed someone trying to erase his spiritual mark on the storage bag. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. It had been a long time since he encountered such a reckless cultivator. When the observer left, Boss Shen also chased after him. Many onlookers nearby saw everything clearly. Xiaoyu frowned and said, "That should be friend Lu's storage bag. Why is it in the hands of an ordinary person? They must be seriously injured, otherwise they wouldn't let someone take their storage bag." But luckily the spiritual mark is still there. I believe Boss Shen should know their whereabouts. Let's go ask him. Let's go. After saying that, the 2 disappeared inside the room. When Boss Shen returned, he found 2 women in the reception hall. One of them was holding the pouch. He exclaimed, "Who are you? Why are you invading my place?" Xiaoyu said casually, "This isn't Xixia Pavilion, is it? Since it's a place open for business, we are not trespassing." She was more direct. "Have you seen the owner of this pouch?" Boss Shen slowly backed away, trying to call for help. Xiaoyu waved her sleeve, and the door slammed shut. She looked impatient and said, "Just answer what we ask. Don't test our patience." Boss Shen shivered in fear and knelt on the ground. "Please, esteemed guests, don't be angry. I didn't harm those 2. On the contrary, I provided food and drink for them and even covered their tracks. I didn't expect them to disappear after healing." "Where did they disappear?" She continued to ask. "At Yangyu Pavilion. Take us there." "Yes, this way." Boss Shen got up carefully and opened the door cautiously, eager to crawl to Yangyu Pavilion using all 4s. Yun Shi and Xia Yu smoothly arrived at the place where the two had been kept before. As Yun Shi pushed open the door, she immediately released her spiritual sense and detected the hidden formation. She relaxed, at least assured that both were safe. Liu Haotian had stopped practicing when he approached his storage bag. After recognizing who was outside the formation, he slowly stepped out and performed a dramatic resurrection in front of Boss Shen. Boss Shen was so frightened he sat heavily on the ground, about to scream, but Xia Yu waved her sleeve, causing him to faint. Yun Shi smiled and asked Friend Liu, "Are you doing well?" Liu Haotian cupped his hands and replied, "I'm fine. Luckily, Friend Wei's red cord saved me, or I might have lost Sister Yu." He then returned the red cord to Yun Shi. Yun Shi also handed back the storage bag and asked, "Where is Sister Yu?" She forced herself to open her storage bag, but her injuries are worse than mine. She's still healing, and we can't move easily, so we're hiding in a concealment array. Friend Liu, I and Xia Yu are staying at Jinshan in just down the street. When your injuries heal, you can come find us there. Liu Haotian nodded and said, "Good. Sister Yu's injuries are stable now. She should be able to move in a day or two. After that, we'll come to find you." The two sides exchanged a few words and then parted. Li Haotian remained in the concealment array at the nourishing jade pavilion, while Yun Shi and her companions returned to the inn. When Boss Shen woke up, he found the room still empty. But this time, he didn't feel the house was empty. He scrambled out of the room and fell ill that night, and even Qi Xiago was closed for business. This caused the nearby onlookers to spread new rumors. Yun Shi used her spiritual awareness to listen to gossip from the mortal world, including the county magistrate's residence. At this moment, County Magistrate Zhou looked worried and was holding his wife's hand, crying, "Madam, I fear my career as county magistrate is coming to an end." The elegant wife, Madame Yu, asked calmly, "What happened? Didn't you say the problem was solved a few days ago?" Zhou sighed and said, "A few days ago, it was resolved. The owner of Qi Xiaga secretly met with me and said he prepared 2 beautiful women for me. He trained them himself. I thought if they were truly beautiful, I could pay some money to buy them and send them to deal with Inspector Di Kongnian. But then, in the afternoon, the head of Qi Xiaga sent a message saying the 2 women had gone missing. He also fell ill and was afraid I'd investigate, so he didn't even open the door." He then began to tug at his short beard. Madame Yu coldly said, "Stop tugging. You're almost pulling out all your beard." "Madam, Inspector Di Kongnian isn't a good person. He cares a lot about beauty and doesn't mind men or women. If I don't serve him well, he might take revenge when he returns, and I could lose my position." "Humph. I think your position as county magistrate is already at its end. You keep fighting the bandits at Lianzi Ridge every year, but you never catch them. I suspect you're doing it on purpose." The county magistrate of Zhou accidentally plucked a beard hair and awkwardly explained, "I'm just training the troops, so those men don't get too comfortable. I'm afraid you've taken bribes, and you're just raising a tiger to cause trouble." The county magistrate replied stiffly, "Madam, this is about the imperial censor Di Kongnian. Why are you bringing up bandits? Think about it yourself. I'm not the magistrate." After speaking, Madame Yu turned and left without looking back. "Madam, where are you going?" Madame Yu said without stopping, "I'm going to arrange for the children to go back to their mother's house, so you won't get into trouble and lose your position because of me." "Madam." Madame Yu had already left the room, ignoring the nagging man. Yunqi listened closely and became very interested in the imperial censor Di Kongnian mentioned by the magistrate. She wanted to see what kind of person the censor was in this world. The next day, Yunqi ordered the bandits to surrender and followed them to watch the scene. She wanted to see how the magistrate would handle the situation. The magistrate was surprised to see his advisor communicating directly with him. When he learned that these people had surrendered willingly, he plucked another beard hair in relief. Then, the magistrate questioned the advisor alone. Only then did he learn that a fairy had led the bandits' hideout. He had thought it would take some time to resolve, but it was surprisingly easy, making him feel unreal. "Is what you said true?" "Of course. Without the two fairy helpers, the bandit leader wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Actually, the bandit leader had suspected me for some time and sent people to watch me closely. I dared not send information down the mountain. Just when I was planning to risk everything, 5 fools brought the 2 fairies up the mountain. Yunxi and Xiaoyu, watching the scene, exchanged glances. They hadn't expected the advisor to be an undercover agent sent by the magistrate. Luckily, they hadn't taken drastic action. It seemed that the magistrate had failed multiple times in fighting bandits and, out of desperation, came up with this plan to wipe out the bandits in one go. Yunxi quickly realized that the magistrate's plan would likely fail. The bandit leader was an evil cultivator. Ordinary people couldn't compare, and they might even be rushing to their deaths. Unbeknownst to Yunxi, in the original world, the advisor risked his life to send intelligence, but the magistrate still failed to eliminate the bandits. This even gave the imperial censor Di Kongnian a reason to seize the opportunity. Despite spending a lot of money to send a beauty to the enemy, the magistrate still lost his position. However, the mountain bandits secretly allied with Di Kongnian. The latter, seeking eternal life, also began practicing evil techniques. The leader of the bandits used Di's influence to grow his forces, turning into a harmful presence nearby. Di Kongnian caused chaos in the court. Every year, many beautiful women were sent to his residence, only to disappear quietly without a trace. Evil cultivation methods gradually spread in the mortal world. By the time cultivators from the cultivation realm discovered this, it was already too late. Back in the present, Yunxi decided to meet with Magistrate Zhou. She found him quite interesting. At least his backyard was clean, with only a wife. Besides poor anti-bandit efforts, he had no other faults. Magistrate Zhou, following the intelligence gathered by his strategist, sentenced each bandit based on their crimes. Those involved in killing were sentenced to be executed immediately. Others who had not committed murder were sent to hard labor, working in the mines, an exhausting and dangerous task. This decision was praised by the people of Jinsen County. Yunxi and Xiaoyu finished watching the execution and waited for Yu Qingcheng and Lu Haotian. When they met, each shared their experiences since parting. Then, all 4 focused on the bandit leader, who practiced evil techniques. Friend Wei, have you found any clues about the evil cultivator? Not yet, otherwise I wouldn't have used such force to deal with him, Wei replied. Where did his techniques come from? He said he found them in the mountains where the bandits gathered. To become stronger, he tried practicing them. In less than a year, he became the leader of the bandit camp. To prevent others from surpassing him, he kept the techniques secret. After memorizing them, he destroyed the original manual. Lu Haotian frowned. This technique must have accidentally fallen into the mortal world, he said. Yunxi disagreed. I don't think it's that simple. Maybe the evil cultivator spread the techniques widely online. This is the mortal realm. Unless it's caused by human error, we cultivators can't interfere easily. That gives evil cultivators a chance. Lu Haotian responded quickly, raising his eyebrows. Friend Wei means that this is deliberate, to spread evil techniques? Yunxi nodded. Yes, that's our guess. Ordinary people don't follow the path of cultivation, so their lifespan is limited. They seek powerful strength, the right to surpass their class, and eternal life. These temptations make them want to practice evil techniques. As cultivators, we know that once someone practices evil techniques, they must constantly kill. The spirits of those who die unjustly will become filled with resentment. Resentment accumulating to a certain level becomes nourishment for evil cultivators. Perhaps this was their original intention when they abandoned evil cultivation techniques in the mortal world. Yu Qingcheng listened with narrowed eyes, realizing she had previously oversimplified the matter. Xiaoyu pondered Yunxi's words carefully before speaking. To verify whether Yunxi's guess is correct, we just need to investigate carefully during our return to the cultivation world. We will surely find some clues. Yu Qingcheng nodded and said, Yes, Yunxi's spiritual pet can help us. Lu Haotian hadn't seen Diandian before, so he looked at Yunxi. Yunxi didn't hesitate. She took Diandian out of her and introduced him to everyone. This is my spiritual beast, Tracking Mouse. Its name is Wei Diandian.
Just call it Diandian.
Diandian stood upright, clasped his paws together as a bow, and his black eyes flicked around, recognizing all the new friends of his owner. Yuqingcheng smiled and said, Yunshi, you're raising a spiritual beast as a pet. Why don't you also get a spiritual beast bag? Yunshi patted Diandian's head and replied, I didn't plan to rely on Diandian to boost my strength. I keep him just because he's cute, mainly to pass the time. But I didn't expect him to be quite talented at tracking. This time, he sensed that the mountain bandit leader was an evil cultivator, thanks to Diandian's keen nose. Lu Haotian nodded and said, This is Wei Daoyou's luck. Diandian may have low combat power, but he has other strengths. That's also a kind of help. Yunshi nodded in agreement. Her contract with Diandian was completely an unintentional act. After meeting everyone, Diandian returned to Yunshi's embrace. The four of them then began discussing their next plans. Yuqingcheng was worried about settling scores with Boss Shen, but Yunshi smiled and said, Boss Shen is too frightened to recover. Don't be too harsh on him. If it weren't for the fact that he's immortal, I'd have already dealt with him. And he even wanted to sell my brother Lu. He's really daring. Yuqingcheng raised her eyebrows and said, The one trying to buy you is the county magistrate. His actions are just a deal with the upcoming censor. He's a court official and quite fond of beauty, indifferent to gender. To keep his position, the county magistrate is willing to do anything. Bribing officials. Looks like this county magistrate isn't a good person either, Yunshi said casually. This county magistrate is quite interesting. You might say he's not a good official, but he took special steps to eliminate mountain bandits by planting undercover agents inside their hideouts. When we delivered the bandits to him, he made firm decisions. Those who should be killed were killed. Those who should be punished were punished. And the stolen gold and silver were stored in the county treasury, not hidden away by him. To deal with the lecherous censor, he even spent his own money to send beauties, yet he seems to be a flexible and clever man. Yu Qingcheng found this county magistrate quite amusing, an official who knows how to adapt. Lu Haotian sensed something different from Yunshi's words and asked, Friend Wei, are you planning to help this county magistrate? Yunshi smiled with dimples and said, Overall, this magistrate is a capable official who keeps the area safe. Since we are already involved, why not lend a hand? I am also curious about what kind of person the censor is. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingcheng realized Yunshi's curiosity was greater than her desire to help, and she smiled softly. All right, since we're searching for evil cultivators along the way, we can spare a day or two. Let's meet this county magistrate. All four were action-oriented. Once they made their decision, they went to the magistrate's residence that very night. Following the principle of not bothering two masters at once, Yunshi asked the strategist acting as an undercover agent to help introduce them to the magistrate. Hao Chund, pretending to be the strategist, saw the four suddenly appearing and quickly suppressed his urge to scream, leading them swiftly to meet the magistrate. The magistrate was still worried about where to find beautiful women when he saw four stunning women with different looks. He was stunned, but was eventually pulled back by Hao Chun's voice. Sir, this is the immortal who I mentioned earlier, helping us catch mountain bandits. The magistrate immediately stood and bowed, saying, Thank you, for heroes, for your brave help. Thanks to you, the evil in Jinsen County has been eradicated. Please accept my respect. The four accepted the magistrate's bow and then sat down. Yunshi straightforwardly mentioned the censor's situation, which made the magistrate feel a bit embarrassed. It's not appropriate to trouble for immortals to intervene now.
This.
Lu Haotian calmly replied, No problem. Since we are somewhat involved, it's a matter of karma. Just arrange for us to stay. When the censor arrives, you can introduce us. We will handle the rest. Yes, I will personally arrange accommodations for the four of you, the magistrate said. He went to find his wife, briefly explained the situation, then quickly cleared the backyard for the four immortals to stay. Madam Yu was seeing the legendary immortal for the first time. She was respectful but cautious. However, since the four were so handsome, she couldn't help but look at them a few more times. After Yunxi and the others moved into the county magistrate's residence, they focused on practicing and did not go out. 4 days later, Hao Chunda came to deliver a message, saying that the censor had already arrived at Jinshan County. County Magistrate Zhou greeted the censor's arrival with officials from the local government and led Di Kongnian and his group to a large, wealthy family's 3-entry courtyard. Di Kongnian's family background was very big. That day, he didn't see County Magistrate Zhou. Instead, he traveled by carriage to his residence, holding 2 maids, and entered the courtyard without showing his face. County Magistrate Zhou was annoyed, but remained very respectful. Early the next morning, he personally sent 4 soft sedan chairs to Di Kongnian's place. Di Kongnian was having breakfast served by his maids when he heard the report. He became interested and waved for the unhappy maids to leave. He changed into a bright purple robe and left his room. Looking at the 4 sedan chairs in the courtyard, he nodded happily and signaled his men to call the people out. Yu Qingcheng was the first to get out of her sedan. She wore a red robe that made her look even more charming. Her beautiful eyes made everyone in the courtyard lose focus, even making Di Kongnian breathe a little faster. Yunxi was the second to step out. She wore a pinkish-purple robe that matched her cute face perfectly. Xiaoyu was the third. She wore a blue robe, looked cold, and had a quiet, alluring presence. Lu Haotian was the last to come out. He was tall, about 1.9 meters, and his sky-blue robe made him look elegant and extraordinary. His sharp eyebrows and charming eyes gave a tempting feeling, making Di Kongnian feel restless. At this moment, Di Kongnian's face lit up with joy. He was surprised that such a small place like Jinshan County could give him such a big surprise. He licked his lips and said with a mischievous smile, "Did the county magistrate send you?" Yu Qingqing covered her mouth and smiled, glancing at Di Kongnian with her beautiful eyes, saying, "Sir, we are naturally sent by the magistrate to serve you. Please don't let down County Magistrate Zhou's good intentions." Di Kongnian was even happier and immediately waved his hand. "Haha. Good, come in. Show me what you can do. If you serve me well, I will take you to the capital." "Yes, sir." The 4 replied perfunctorily and followed Di Kongnian into the room. Lu Haotian was the last to enter the room. He turned around and closed the door, blocking all prying eyes. Once the door was shut, the stunned servants regained their senses and started whispering. "Master is really lucky this time. He got 4 stunning women in one go." That's right. Wherever Lord D goes, beautiful women are always around. It's tough for his wife, who also has to take care of the new beauties entering the household. Well, it's because Magistrate Zhou's gift touched the master's heart. TSK, you know, all the beauties in Lord D's backyard combined aren't as beautiful as these 4. I wonder where Magistrate Zhou found them.
Why bother thinking about that?
As long as the master keeps his position, we'll find ways to stay safe. Let's go. Today, the master has 4 beauties with him. He probably won't leave that room. We should find a place to enjoy ourselves. Yes, since we're not serving him directly, let's go drink. After saying this, the idle servants in the courtyard left together, calling friends along. Only the guards at the door were left, listening to the laughter and giggles from inside. Though eager, they dared not peek. They knew their master's temper well. If he caught them spying on the beauties, they'd probably be dead soon. Inside the room, the reality was very different from the sounds heard outside. Yun Shi and the others sat in the main seats, while Di Kongnian stood in front of them with a dull expression. Dian Dian was sniffing around Di Kongnian, as if trying to detect something. Lu Haotian looked at Di Kongnian thoughtfully. Yu Qingqing looked at him with some disdain and said, "Clearly just a decorative pillow, weak inside and out. His overly indulgent face is just disgusting." Xiaoyu also looked down on such a person and curiously asked, "Are there no common people? How can someone like this become an imperial censor? It's a pity for the person in power." At this moment, Yun Shi put away her indifferent expression. She waved for Dian Dian to come back and turned to the others, saying, "Dian Dian said that Di Kongnian had contact with evil cultivators a long time ago. But because it was so long ago, they couldn't track him. Yu Qingcheng and Xia Yu's expressions changed, and they frowned. There really are evil cultivators in the mortal world. They think no high-level cultivator would stay long in the mortal realm, so they act so recklessly. Lu Haotian was counting on his fingers, seemingly calculating something. The three of them stopped talking and looked at him. After Lu Haotian stopped calculating, he turned and said, "This Di Kongnian's appearance doesn't seem right. There are signs of someone interfering with his fate. Also, he isn't destined for great wealth or high positions, so there's a problem here." Yun Shi immediately pointed out that he had contact with evil cultivators. Maybe the evil cultivators promised him benefits to change his fate, then gained some advantage from him. Xia Yu said, "Ask him directly, you'll know. It would be great if we could search his soul. He's immortal and can't withstand a soul search. If he dies in Jinshan County, it might also cause trouble for County Magistrate Zhou." Yun Shi finished speaking with a smile and started searching her storage bag. She remembered she had drawn a confusion charm that could temporarily make low-level cultivators lose their senses and obey the caster's commands. She had made a few practice charms back then. Since her spiritual awareness was strong enough, disrupting low-level cultivators temporarily was easy, so she never used the confusion charms. Now, she finally had a chance to use them. The three looked as Yun Shi searched for a while and then took out a first-level talisman from her storage bag. Sharp-eyed Yu Qingcheng immediately recognized it. "Yun Shi, this is a confusion charm. I didn't expect you to have such a talisman. It was a practice piece I drew while practicing symbols. I put it away in my storage bag after finishing. I didn't think I would need it today." Yun Shi explained, and then pressed the charm into Di Kongnian's chest. After a moment, Di Kongnian's eyes regained their spirit, and he looked at the four with great respect. Lu Haotian asked directly, 10 years ago, what major event happened to your Di family?" Di Kongnian thought for a moment and said, "Our family moved to the ancestral grave." "Why move the grave?" "Our father was advised by a master. He said there was a land of great feng shui, and if our ancestors were buried there, it would bless the descendants with wealth and honor, and help them get official positions smoothly." "After the ancestral grave was moved, how did your family develop?" "After moving the grave, the Di family gradually grew stronger. Especially in these 10 years, many talented people emerged in the family, and most of them have obtained official positions. Our main branch, in particular, has thrived. I myself have reached the position of Imperial Censor. Have you seen the master who advised you again?"
No.
"Since he found such a good feng shui land for your family, did he ask for anything in return?" "He didn't mention any payment, only asked us to promise to help him with a favor. We don't know when or what exactly we need to do." Yun Shi shook her head repeatedly after hearing this. It was clear that they accepted any conditions the other party proposed, not fearing any traps or schemes. "Why are you visiting Jincheng County this time?" "To pay respects to our ancestors and to check on the family's wealth."
Di Kantian answered without hesitation.
"Has your family's ancestral grave been moved to Jincheng County?" "Yes, it's nearby." Yunshi was a bit curious and asked, "If it's for ancestor worship, why are you so secretive?" "Some people know about our Di family's rise and are always interested in the good feng shui of our ancestral grave site. So, most family members worship at the family shrine, and few go to the grave in person. This time, I was instructed by my father to come personally." After Lu Haotian finished asking his questions, he said, "Tomorrow, we will visit the Di family's ancestral grave. I think there might be a problem there."
"All right."
Yu Qingcheng waved her sleeve, telling Di Kongnian to sleep on the ground. The four of them occupied the room. Since they didn't need to eat, they each sat quietly to cultivate. However, the guards outside saw that Di Kongnian had secretly enjoyed the company of four beauties overnight and was exhausted himself, not even stepping outside the door. When the news reached County Magistrate Zhou, he knew his position was secure. Madam Yu worried and said, "These four immortals are like gods. If Di Kongnian takes advantage of them, it would be terrible." County Magistrate Zhou waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Di Kongnian is probably too stupid to even touch their clothes. That's best. I hope this pest leaves Jincheng County soon." Don't worry. I've secretly spread the word that the children from wealthy families with good looks won't leave their homes these days. That's good. Just don't harm innocent children. Madame Yu knew her husband was cautious and was just speaking casually. At this moment, Di Kongnian supported his waist as he left the room and ordered his guards to prepare the carriage. He wanted to go sightseeing with the beauties. Seeing his proud and happy face, the guards knew that the 4 beauties were now his favorites and hurried to serve him. Yunxi and the others happily boarded the carriage, led by Di Kongnian, but they were actually going to visit the ancestral grave. The carriage traveled for half a day before reaching the location Di Kongnian mentioned. Yunxi and the others got off the carriage, and after sensing the area with their spiritual awareness, they saw it was truly a blessed feng shui site. No wonder the Di family moved their ancestral grave. Moving a family grave is a complicated matter. Lu Haotian looked around and said, "This place is surrounded by mountains and water, gathering the wind and energy. It has a backing of mountains and a water view, which provides support. The water is broad, balancing yin and yang, and can attract wealth. It indicates future generations will produce noble people. Also, this is a protected area guarded by the 4 spirits, making it an excellent feng shui site." De Kongnian proudly said, "You're right. Finding this family's location took quite some effort." Xiaoyu looked at the tombstone and asked, "Why isn't your Di family's name on it?" De Kongnian quickly explained, "Those are just cover-ups. The main purpose is to avoid detection." Yunxi felt this explanation was a bit weak. It's just a graveyard, not something that needs such elaborate tricks. Lu Haotian stood in front of the tombstone and calculated, this person on the tombstone has indeed passed away. It's not a fake name made up to hide something. Suddenly, Yunxi realized something. She probed her spiritual sense into the ground, sweeping over the entire graveyard. Her face darkened, and she waved her sleeve, knocking De Kongnian away. This sudden change startled the nearby guards who had been avoiding trouble. They quickly ran over. Annoyed with dealing with common people, the group waved their sleeves, causing these people to faint. Yu Qingqing asked Yunxi's sister, "Why are you so angry?" Yunxi, with a cold face, said, "Look at the coffins buried underground." After sensing with their spiritual awareness, the 3 of them looked grim. Xiaoyu was surprised and said, "There are only 10 tombstones here, but over 100 people are buried underground. Don't they feel crowded? How can 2 or 3 people share one coffin?" Yu Qingqing frowned and added, "Yes. Some coffins are even empty. Is the Di family particular about burial customs or not?" Lu Haotian stopped calculating and said coldly, "The Di family actually stole the ancestral energy of another family's grave, trying to change their own fate. To prevent a backlash, they must have sealed and suppressed the original owner somewhere else." Yunxi found this very disgusting. Her own family hadn't done good deeds, yet they stole the virtue of another family's energy. Just thinking about it made her shiver. She slowly said, "This matter is definitely related to evil cultivators. They are experts at deceiving people's minds. The Di family, to strengthen their clan, did such heinous things. Most of their ancestors have been moved here, showing they are a large family. If officials in the court are like De Kongnian, shiny outside but rotten inside, then the court must be very corrupt. If this continues, the people will suffer, and rebellion will break out. War will follow, causing countless deaths and injuries. That would be the perfect time for evil cultivators to harvest their gains." Yu Qingcheng felt a shiver run down her spine as she listened. She waved her hand and said, "Yunxi, sister, you don't need to say more. The situation will only get worse. Evil cultivators take advantage of chaos, using ordinary people's lives as sacrifices to increase their strength. That's their usual way." Yunxi immediately thought of the events in Shuangshan City and asked, "Have you heard of the 9-round sacrifice array in Shuangshan City?" Lu Haotian and Yu Qingcheng both nodded seriously. Xiaoyu had heard about evil cultivators in Shuangshan City. She was hearing about this array for the first time, but just the word sacrifice told her it wasn't a proper formation. Yu Qingcheng's phoenix eyes looked at Yunxi and asked, "I heard that a disciple from Haoran's sect used a spiritual beast to advance in rank and broke the sacrifice array. Could that person be you? Is that spiritual beast Pidian? Yunshi chuckled and said, bad luck was on my side. I was into the array with my fellow disciples, and I could only look for a chance to save myself. TSK, Yunshi sister, you really keep your secrets well hidden. Yunshi blushed and said, at that time, I hadn't yet become a disciple. The sect considered my safety and didn't mention me to outsiders. The cultivators who knew about it had all gone through hardships together, so no one would spread rumors. Everyone understood each other. The three nodded in agreement. Since it concerned their path to immortality, being cautious was right. Lu Daoist, you're skilled in formations. How should we handle this? All three women looked at Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian said coldly, stealing from others must be repaid. I will change the feng shui and luck here. After that, the D family will decline. We also need to find the person buried here and arrange everything properly. Then, we'll seal this place, and in 100 years, the seal will break itself. What if evil cultivators come looking for us? They've probably abandoned their pawns and will definitely come to check, Yunshi whispered. Then we wait 2 days. It's better if we catch the evil cultivators. When we return to the cultivation world, we can report to our sect, Lu Haotian replied calmly. It seems we'll need to send cultivators to the mortal world. Evil cultivators are already targeting the mortal realm, Yunshi sighed. First, we deal with the immediate problem. We have our sect, and so many powerful cultivators are in the cultivation world. We shouldn't be the ones complaining, Lu Haotian said evenly. Yes, Lu Daoist is right. Whatever you command next, just tell us, Yunshi responded, steeling herself. She was truly angered by Di's family's shamelessness earlier. Lu Haotian waved his hand and gave Yunshi and the others some seeds, instructing them to plant and nurture them in designated spots. Yunshi immediately recognized these as poisonous plant seeds. Lu Haotian explained, poisonous plants will disrupt the entire feng shui. The three of them immediately began planting seeds and used spiritual energy to accelerate growth. Lu Haotian leapt into the air, swung his sword to cut down the mountain behind him, then used a earth element spell to change the flow of the stream in the mountain. Soon, the stream passing through this sacred place would dry up, creating a pattern that neither gathers wealth nor absorbs energy. The four of them worked for an hour to finish everything. Lu Haotian set up a low-grade spiritual stone formation to make the tomb disappear. Then Lu Haotian took out a compass and started searching for the original owner's location. It took another half-hour, but they finally found 10 coffins in a swamp on the shaded side of the broken mountain range. They are really cruel, Yu Qingqing couldn't help but complain. Dian Dian suddenly popped up and made 2 squeaking sounds. Yunshi immediately said, Dian Dian smells evil energy. Lu Haotian's face changed as he said, no, this is a corpse-raising ground. They are actually making zombies. A quick flash of images appeared in Yunshi's mind. She shouted loudly, back off. The three of them leapt back quickly, holding their spiritual swords. Yunshi's 7-star deadly stick flashed with lightning and struck down heavily. Suddenly, the incident happened. Yu Qingqing and the others instinctively jumped back following Yunshi's instructions. After leaving the swamp, Lu Haotian said hurriedly, this is bad. Yunshi is trapped. The swamp was now covered by a red protective shield. Yu Qingqing swiftly swung her sword, and fire element sword light struck the blood-red barrier, but her attack was deflected. Xiaoyu asked friend Lu what's going on. Lu Haotian didn't answer, but quickly chanted a spell, then called out, follow me. We need to attack the weak spot of this formation. I hope Wei Daoist can hold on until we break it. Yu Qingqing's eyes flashed with cold light. She moved swiftly to follow, with Xiaoyu right behind. Meanwhile, Yunshi, trapped inside the formation, was swinging her stick to attack. She could feel her spiritual energy rapidly draining, but she dared not stop for even a moment. Instead, she poured more spiritual power into her deadly stick, determined to destroy the 9 coffins buried underground. This formation not only trapped her, but also continuously drained her spiritual energy to nourish the 9 coffins buried beneath the ground. It was clearly set up by evil cultivators to prevent any cultivator from escaping easily. Yunshi was able to react so quickly thanks to Diandian's warning, but unfortunately, her teammates had already retreated, leaving her trapped. Master, what should I do? The spiritual energy on Diandian is also fading. Although Diandian doesn't want to bother the master, the situation is quite bad now, so it feels necessary to remind her. Yunshi can sense that as time passes, her internal spiritual energy is draining faster. The evil cultivator who set up this formation is very cruel. Any living thing that steps into this place becomes nourishment for the corpses in the coffins. Diandian, I will send you into the space first. Master, what can I do to help? Before Yunshi could answer, she sent Diandian into the space. She was trapped in front of many people and couldn't disappear into thin air, so she had to endure. But she believed the other three were trying to find a way. If they couldn't destroy this corpse-raising ground, she would consider retreating into the space for safety. Since she started using the space chat group, Yunshi has avoided relying too much on her space.
Overuse could make her depend on it.
She had read about space magic in the library. If a high-level cultivator skilled in space laws appeared, they could easily block all the space around you, leaving you no chance to enter the space. At that point, she wouldn't even know how she died. So, most of the time, she would rather fight than run away if she could. Yunshi gritted her teeth and threw a powerful strike, using half of her spiritual energy. The ground finally cracked open, revealing a red coffin lid. There's a door. Yunshi took a second-tier top-quality spirit-nourishing pill, then waved her sleeve to summon the purple jade Panlong cauldron. She controlled her spiritual sense to smash the exposed coffin lid. She had to destroy these coffins before she was drained completely. The sound of bang 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 kept ringing in her ears, but she didn't stop. Since the purple jade Panlong cauldron was made, it probably never imagined its owner would use it to smash coffins. But the effect was clear. The cauldron and the 7 stars deadly stick worked together, hitting 3 times in a row. The formation on the coffin lid shattered, and the lid finally broke open, revealing a woman's face with white hair. She wore a red robe. In that moment, Yunshi's memory flooded back. This woman had appeared in a fragment of her memory from her breakthrough to Foundation establishment. There were many images from that time, but she remembered only this woman because her eyes were so full of sadness, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but couldn't speak any.
How could this be?
Just as Yunshi stopped, the woman inside the coffin suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped out straight from the coffin, her bright black eyes fixed on Yunshi. Yunshi quickly swallowed the healing pill in her mouth, then grabbed the death-defying staff with both hands, preparing to attack cautiously. At this moment, the woman spoke, her voice rough and strange, with broken sentences. Kill. We don't.
Turn.
Into. A monster. Yunshi tightened her grip on the staff, surprised this time. It was the first time she saw a low-level zombie with self-awareness. According to records in the library, zombies are divided into 9 levels. The lowest is the purple zombie, and the white zombie is the current state of the woman. The levels from low to high are black zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, swimming corpse, hidden corpse, and undead. When a zombie reaches the stage of not turning into bones, it regains memories from its past life and can even rival high-level cultivators. Even without ascending, it is essentially immortal. However, Yunshi only knew this from a jade slip. She was not familiar with the cultivation system itself, only had a rough understanding. One thing she was sure of was that white zombies could not express their thoughts. They only instinctively pursue power, devour flesh and blood, and then advance. Especially since the other party was deliberately kept under control by evil cultivators who would not allow immature zombies to escape their grasp.
Kill. Me.
The woman continued to try to express her purpose. At this moment, Yunshi felt the formation trapping her tremble. She knew that Yu Qingcheng and the others were attacking the formation. With Lu Haotian, who understood formations, she believed their attack targeted the weak spot of the formation. She clenched the 7-star death-defying staff, infused it with Lei's spirit power again, and continued attacking the ground. Only a coffin remained visible, along with 8 others. The red-clad white zombie stood there, seemingly struggling. Her eyes flickered between black and white, looking very eerie. Yunshi steadied herself, continuing to swing her staff fiercely at the ground while paying attention to this strange white zombie. After another triple strike, her spiritual energy was halved. She had to stop and take more pills. The white zombie, after struggling, seemed to have gained the upper hand with her black pupils. After Yunshi stopped attacking, she stiffly walked toward her coffin, then smashed the red coffin to pieces with a punch. She then started digging the ground and violently pulled out a black coffin, tossing it at Yunshi's feet. Yunshi instinctively stepped back, and her 7-star staff heavily struck the black coffin, draining all the spiritual energy from her dantian. The coffin lid shattered, revealing another white zombie inside. Looking at that face, which was long covered in white hair but still very familiar, Yunshi felt a strange urge she didn't know how to express. Lying inside was the young city lord of Shuangshan City, Li Songyuan. Even his robe was the one worn during execution. Yunshi could guess that only either an evil cultivator or his father, Lord Li, could do such a thing. She leaned toward the latter. Which father would let others desecrate his son's body? But if it was related to evil cultivation and corpse manipulation, it could still make some sense. The woman in the red robe, who was a zombie, continued, "Kill
Me.
and him.
You can't
Survive." Yunshi took a deep breath. She felt the situation was quite bad. If Lord Li was nearby, she was definitely doomed. Yunshi was sure that not only was she doomed, but her 3 friends probably had no chance either. The woman in the red robe, the zombie, kept saying, "Kill me."
And
Him.
you.
Yunshi guessed boldly that the other side wanted her to kill both of them, otherwise, she would have no way out. "I already know without you telling me. If I don't fight back, I will only have death waiting." She gritted her teeth and quickly entered the space to think of a way to escape safely. After Yunshi appeared, the space chat group showed her as online. Inside the space was anxiously spinning in circles, then immediately jumped into Yunshi's arms when she appeared, saying, "Master, are you also trapped in the space? This time, I met a tough opponent. Lord Li of Shuangshan City is probably nearby." "Lord Li isn't missing? How could he be here?" asked confused. "You don't know? The second coffin I dug up contained Li Songyuan."
Wow.
"Isn't he dead? How could he be buried here, in the mortal world? Maybe his father buried him here. This place is a corpse-raising ground."
He's already a white zombie.
It didn't understand the origin of zombies. It only smelled of foul, evil-like odor. The owner said that was a zombie, and it was definitely not a good thing. So, what should I do next? I don't know either. That's why I came in to ask. Yunshi quickly sent a message to the Fairy Aura group. "Senior, I am trapped in a strange formation. It can draw spiritual power from my body to sustain 9 buried zombies underground. I've already dug out 2, one of which is a white zombie with self-awareness, and she wants me to kill her. What should I do? I'm seeking urgent help online and hope for quick reply. Fairy Spirit, little girl, you really are unlucky. Based on your description, you must have entered a very extremely corpse-raising place. The formation is man-made, meant to speed up the growth of zombies. However, this person is very brave, actually using living people to refine corpses. That will bring divine punishment, and he will never ascend in this life." Yunshi looked at her senior's reply, feeling her mind almost crash, but she also understood her doubts. Using living people to refine corpses allows the female zombie to retain a bit of awareness. But the other party desperately wants to die, showing how cruel the process of turning into a white zombie is. She clenched her fists, furious. "Senior, how can we break this? I want to destroy this corpse-raising place. It's in the mortal world, and if zombies are raised here, more people will be harmed. What's your current cultivation level?" "Late Foundation Establishment, Peak." "That's barely enough. First, break the formation as I say, then destroy the corpses." "Senior, there should be a late nascent soul cultivator nearby. I also dug up his son's body. I'm worried he will come soon." Little girl, why do you keep provoking enemies stronger than yourself? I don't want it either. Yunshi was quite speechless. She continued to input. I told you before, the father and son who used the 9-round sacrifice array are the ones I mentioned. But I accidentally helped destroy a simple version of the formation. If he finds out I came here, he will hold a grudge. So, I must strike first.
All right.
Prepare yourself and break through to Golden Core as soon as possible. Yunshi opened her mouth in surprise. Now? Of course. There's no better way to kill than a thunder tribulation. Zombies and evil things are cold and yin, but heavenly thunder can kill them. The place you choose for your breakthrough will likely attract the 9 heavens' profound thunder. You must survive. Yunshi felt bitter inside, thinking her chances were slim. Fairy Spirit. I remember giving you a fairy tool. After reaching the Golden Core stage, you can pretend to be a nascent soul cultivator. As long as you stay calm, you should be able to scare off your opponent. Yunshi swallowed hard, feeling it was time to act skillfully. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Good luck. Yunshi clenched her teeth and decided to risk it all. If she succeeded, she would become a Golden Core cultivator. Losing might give her a chance to return to her original world. She sat cross-legged on the ground in the space, holding the fairy spirit grass in her arms, and said, Fairy Spirit, I am about to break through to the Golden Core stage. Please help me. No problem. The fairy grass shook its leaves, and clusters of green light instantly surrounded Yunshi. The spiritual energy in the space quickly grew thick, and the small points nearby also absorbed the light. It quietly curled up at Yunshi's feet and began to absorb spiritual energy as well. After 15 minutes, Yunshi was sent out of the space. At the moment she appeared, dark clouds rolled in the sky, lightning flashed, and a large thundercloud rapidly formed. Thunder roared across the sky. Lu Haotian and the other two, who were attacking the formation, looked up at the sky and immediately realized what Yunshi was trying to do. Yuqingcheng showed her first angry expression. Is Yunshi crazy? She's forcing her way through the Golden Core. Does she plan to give up cultivation? Lu Haotian frowned and said, She probably took a pill that quickly boosts her cultivation. This place where she's raising corpses isn't simple, and this formation is very strange. She can only resort to such measures. Xia Yu anxiously said, We don't know what's inside the formation. What should we do now? Lu Haotian looked serious and said, Let's retreat first. If Yunshi's method doesn't work, I will try to break through forcibly. Using thunder to destroy this strange corpse-raising place might be a good idea. Yuqingcheng immediately pursed her lips and said, Brother Lu, are you crazy too? We have to try. My cultivation is in the late foundation establishment stage, and my chances of success are higher than Wei Dao's. I feel the situation inside is very bad. Yuqingcheng clenched her lips and no longer argued. She knew time was tight and started taking spirit stones from her storage bag. Xia Yu followed suit, also rummaging through her storage bag. She hated that her cultivation was too low to break the formation, but luckily she had returned 2 top-quality spirit stones to Yunshi earlier, which should be enough to support her for a while. After the 3 of them retreated beyond the range of the thunderclouds, Yuqingcheng and Xia Yu protected Lu Haotian. Lu Haotian focused entirely on opening the gathering spirit formation, sitting at the core and frantically absorbing spiritual energy, trying to break through the barrier of the Golden Core stage. At this moment, the first wave of 9 thunderbolts from the Golden Core thunder tribulation struck suddenly, smashing onto the red protective shield. The shield lasted only 2 breaths before being shattered by the lightning. Then Yuqingcheng and Xia Yu saw Yunshi. Although the formation had consumed some of the thunderbolts, the remaining bolts still struck Yunshi, the woman in red, and the 2 undead figures, Li Songyuan and the other. The woman in red was knocked to the ground by the lightning. Li Songyuan, sensing danger, opened his pale eyes and tried to leave the range of the lightning, but the woman in red tightly held him back, preventing him from escaping. Yunshi barely endured the first wave of 9 thunderbolts. She was multitasking, guiding the lightning to move within her body while also paying attention to the 2 white undead figures beside her. She summoned the thunder to kill this thing. If the zombie escaped, she would have no way to pass the tribulation. Just as she purified the tribulation thunder within her body, a second wave of thunder suddenly struck. This time, the thunder was only as thick as a baby's arm, but it was glowing with a pale purple light, looking very powerful. It was probably the legendary Nine Heavens mystical thunder, full of divine energy.